Chapter 1: Rebirth and Return. Madam has fallen into the water. Quick, someone help. Madam has fallen into the water. Xie Lingyao did not heed the frantic cries of the maid, submerged in the frigid waters of the pond. The initial panic and fear that engulfed her upon falling into the water gradually dissipated, much like her sense of self, swallowed by the depths of the lake. Her struggling limbs grew still, and she surrendered to the heavy, waterlogged winter garments that enveloped her, sinking into the icy abyss, the relentless, biting cold rushing. Into her throat, she closed her eyes. It was time to let go. The past 10 years of marriage to Jiang Shiqi had been utterly tedious. Eventually, Xie Lingyao was rescued, yet her vitality was irrevocably extinguished. She had been ailing since the birth of Jiang Shiqi, her health deteriorating year by year. Were it not for the Jiang family's vast wealth, even though Jiang Shiqi loathed her to this extent, he would have ceased her medication long ago, and she would have perished 5 years prior. Today was the matriarch's birthday celebration. The Jiang residence was alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, guests overflowing, radiating joy in every corner. Alone, Xie Lingyao lay in bed, her breath shallow and labored. The Jiang family had not even summoned a physician for her. Shen Wanchu insisted that summoning a doctor on such a splendid day was inauspicious. She also mentioned that with so many guests present, the household was short-staffed, and all of Xie Lingyao's attendants had been called away to, yes, Shen Wanchu, the beloved cousin of Jiang Shiqi. All his tenderness, patience, and affection were lavished upon Shen Wanchu, allowing her to provoke Xie Lingyao repeatedly in front of the household servants, brazenly seizing what rightfully belonged to Xie Lingyao, and repeatedly inciting Jiang Shiqi to distance himself from his mother, Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao understood her intentions. She merely desired Xie Lingyao's demise, to seize the opportunity to wed Jiang Shiqi, whom she had long coveted. Xie Lingyao possessed ample means to counter her, yet her heart had grown cold, rendering her disdainful even of retaliation. Once a heart turns icy, nothing holds significance. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, Xie Lingyao turned her head slightly, catching a glimpse of the gentle spring light filtering through the window, a profound tranquility washing over her. Spring had arrived unbeknownst to her, yet she felt so cold, as if still trapped in the depths of winter. She had married Jiang Shiqi in spring, filled with youthful shyness and sincere affection, harboring beautiful aspirations for their union with a man she had long dreamt of, Jiang Shiqi. But after entering the Jiang household, all she encountered was the unchanging coldness of that man, the endless torment from her mother-in-law, the incessant ridicule from Shen Wanchu, and an unending array of household chores and bills. She was utterly exhausted. In the 10 years of her marriage, there had been 1 year of mutual respect, 2 years of unending quarrels, followed by a prolonged period of mutual indifference and disdain. She could acquiesce to Jiang Shiqi and Shen Wanchu's desires, becoming a specter within the household, choosing to overlook their sordid affairs. Yet Jiang Shiqi should not have repeatedly shielded Shen Wanchu, permitting her to harm the very nanny who had raised him, nor should he have ordered the beating to death of Bai Chen, a maid who had served her loyally for 15 years. He should not have incited Shuzhou to refuse even to meet her gaze. Feeling her body grow colder and her heartbeat slow, Xie Lingyao realized her time was drawing near. She had never intended to survive, yet a flicker of regret and resentment ignited within her. Why should she be the one to die? As her consciousness began to fade, she hazily perceived someone forcefully pushing open the door, rushing towards her in a frenzy. Jiang Shiqi, if there is a next life, I shall never marry you. Just before her awareness collapsed entirely, a sudden surge of strength coursed through her, disregarding the tears cascading down her face as she murmured towards the door. Shuzhou, my Shuzhou. Even though her son no longer wished to see her, she still yearned for one final glimpse of him. Xie Lingyao was born in spring, married in spring, and met her demise in spring. Shuzhou, Shuzhou. Sister Ning? Who are you calling? Xie Lingyao abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at the smiling figure before her, Momo, the nanny she had missed for 5 years. A jolt of realization struck her. Had she not died? Momo, perhaps Miss is merely fatigued from the journey and has fallen into a deep slumber. Xie Lingyao's gaze followed the sound to find Bai Chen, her face round and concerned, standing behind Momo. While Xie Lingyao pondered whether she too had perished Li Momo gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with a warm cloth. It felt warm. Sister Ning, is it possible this inn is not to your liking? Have you had a nightmare? An inn? Xie Lingyao stiffly turned her neck, her pupils narrowing in disbelief. After a moment, she masked her emotions and replied calmly, "Who knows? Perhaps I am unaccustomed to the local environment. Momo, by Chun, you may leave. I wish to sleep a while longer." "Very well. You have lost weight on your journey. Do rest well." Li Momo tenderly helped her lie down and tucked in the blankets before leading Bai Chun out. As the door closed, Xie Lingyao leaped from the bed and rushed to the tarnished copper mirror, incredulously tracing the contours of her face. The reflection revealed a youthful and enchanting visage despite the weariness of a month-long journey. Her beauty remained unblemished. She pinched her arm warm, it hurt. She wrapped her arms around her waist, which was still unblemished by childbirth. She jumped lightly on the ground, feeling invigorated and buoyant. Tea last. Xie Lingyao believed this was truly her 17-year-old self, the girl who had hurried to marry Jiang Shiqi, brimming with youthful dreams. This very marked the beginning of the Jiang family's relentless oppression, a memory she would never forget. Kneeling on the floor, she wept tears of joy. She had returned. Heaven had indeed favored her, granting her a chance to start anew. In this lifetime, she would distance herself from the Jiang family, and she would distance herself from Jiang Shiqi. After her tears subsided, Xie Lingyao regained her composure, disdainfully kicking aside a rickety stool. This inn was truly shabby and dilapidated. Throughout her life, she had never lacked for silver. It was that vile servant of the Jiang family who had come to escort her, claiming that the matriarch retired early and it would be inconvenient to disturb her at night, insisting she find an inn to stay overnight and pay her respects to the family in the morning. In her previous life, she had accepted this proposal against Li Momo's objections, hoping to leave a good impression on the Jiang family. Yet staying in an inn was one thing. That vile servant also stated that the Jiang family valued frugality, and since it was already late, they should simply find any inn at the city gate. She had been foolishly consumed by love, accepting such absurd reasoning without question. A dilapidated inn was suitable for her. Xie Lingyao rose and opened a small box no larger than 3 palms, filled to the brim with silver notes, both large and small denominations, more than enough to meet her needs. This was the dowry her father had bestowed upon her, ensuring that whether she threw a tantrum or resorted to seduction, she would possess the leverage to marry into the Jiang family. The old man had said that if she could not marry into the Jiang family, she might as well hang herself at their doorstep, for the Xie family of Jinzhou would never allow her to return in disgrace. Xie Lingyao scoffed, pulling 2 silver notes from the box and slipping them into her sleeve. She then approached the door and opened it, startling Li Momo, who had been keeping vigil outside. Understanding the danger of having Bai Chun, a young girl, on watch alone, and feeling uneasy about the other servants, Li Momo had spread a thin blanket on the ground, wrapping herself tightly in her cotton coat and sleeping across Xie Lingyao's door. "Sister Ning, are you unable to sleep? Shall I keep you company?" Li Momo, believing Xie Lingyao was anxious about her impending marriage, wished to console her. The Lantern Festival has just passed, and spring has barely begun. The weather remains only slightly warmer than winter. Xie Lingyao gazed at the elderly nanny, who was over 50, still vigilantly watching over her, and her eyes momentarily brimmed with tears. Reflecting on her previous life, where she met an untimely demise at the hands of Shen Wanchu, she realized her remaining days were consumed by guilt and regret. Xie Lingyao hastily knelt to assist Granny Li, pulling her into the room and draping her own white fox fur cloak over her shoulders. Granny Li repeatedly shook her head, saying, No, this exquisite fox fur was purchased at great expense by the master for your use in the capital. It would be wasteful for me to wear it." Xie Lingyao insisted, fastening it around her. "It is merely an object. Nothing is more precious than your well-being." Not allowing further refusal, she commanded, "Please summon Bichuan and the others. We must depart." Perhaps it was Xie Lingyao's resolute demeanor or the fierce intensity of her gaze, but Granny Li found herself momentarily rendered speechless and hesitant to resist, cautiously inquiring, "Miss Ning, where shall we venture at this late hour?" "To Yingsongju, the grandest and most luxurious inn in the capital." Chapter 2. No longer enduring such insults the next day, news spread throughout the capital about a Miss Xie, whose beauty was unparalleled, captivating all with her exquisite charm and celestial grace. She was extravagant in her ways, residing in the opulent Yingsongju, occupying the most lavish room, and accompanied by over 20 servants, each granted their own chamber, totaling 21 rooms. The remaining 7 superior rooms were also reserved at triple the price, under the pretext of ensuring that should any servant suffer from the unfamiliar environment and have nightmares, they could easily switch rooms. This was merely the beginning. Her servants donned resplendent attire, walking with an air of superiority, appearing more refined than the legitimate daughters of lesser families. This was also orchestrated by Xie Lingyao, who had instructed that all the fineries intended for those unappreciative individuals be bestowed upon her servants to enhance their facade. Old Madam, regardless of who from the Jiang family arrives or how they invite, simply say, "I am unwell and unable to receive guests for the next few days." And so it was. As expected, the Jiang family soon received word that the visitor was none other than Jiang Shiqi's mother, the most trusted matron of Zhou, Xie Lingyao's former mother-in-law. She entered with her entourage, only to be intercepted by the even more imposing Li Mama. Li Mama, having spent decades in the high halls of society, immediately discerned the Jiang family's intentions, but noticed that her young mistress was wholly devoted to that Jiang family scion, intent on marrying him. To ensure her mistress's wishes were fulfilled and to avoid causing her distress, she refrained from speaking her mind and swallowed her anger. Throughout this journey, Li Mama had accumulated a considerable amount of pent-up frustration, which found its outlet in her encounter with Mama. Observing the lavish attire adorning Li Mama, Mama's demeanor softened, and she forced a polite smile. "Dear elder sister, please do not hinder me. Our matriarch wishes to see Miss Xie." Li Mama's heart sank. Did they believe their young mistress was a mere servant at their beck and call? With a composed facade, she replied, "Our young mistress is unwell. The journey has taken a toll on her constitution. It is only natural for her to fall ill. I previously heard from your steward that the matriarch is frail and would not want to pass her ailments on to her." And Mama expressed skepticism. "Is she ill from the journey?" Li Mama, with a dismissive flick of her hand, retorted, "Indeed. You have no idea how far it is from Jingzhou. We traveled by boat and carriage for half a month. Not to mention, our young mistress has been raised in luxury since childhood. Even someone as resilient as you and I could fall ill." Standing behind Li Mama, Bai Chun raised an eyebrow, revealing her dissatisfaction. "We are newly arrived, unfamiliar with our surroundings. The physician was summoned by the innkeeper. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire yourself." "Of course not. In that case, I shall not impose further. I must return to report to the matriarch." And Mama hastily departed, her ample form swaying as she left. Li Mama spat in her direction and returned to report to Xie Lingyao. "Ning girl, just now a plump woman from the Jiang family came to fetch you. But Bai Chun and I sent her away." "Very well, you may rest. They will not return for a while." Xie Lingyao, half-lidded, rolled over in bed, cocooned in her blankets, drifting back to sleep. It had been years since she had enjoyed such a comfortable slumber. She was utterly enamored with the vigor of youth. There was no fear of weight gain, and she felt insatiable in her rest and meals. Youth is indeed a marvelous gift. During her 4 days at the inn, Xie Lingyao indulged in sleep and feasting, regaining the weight she lost during her arduous journey, her complexion radiant and vibrant, akin to snow with a hint of rosy glow. Whether made up or not, she was captivating. Finally, on the 4th day, the Jiang family could no longer contain themselves. The matriarch personally dispatched a grand entourage to escort Xie Lingyao to the Jiang residence. This time, she did not put on airs but readily agreed to accompany them. However, she opted not to ride in the carriage prepared by the Jiang family. Days prior, she had instructed Bai Chun to procure a new carriage, which, under her guidance, was adorned with a blend of elegance and understated luxury, neither ostentatious nor overly modest. Seated in her own carriage, she moved through the procession, arriving at the main entrance. Reflecting on her past life, she realized her previous obsession with Jiang Shiqi had led her to overlook the manipulations of the Jiang family. Enduring everything in hopes of marrying him, what had she ultimately received? Being left in a shabby inn for 2 days, her complexion pallid, and then being carried into the Jiang residence in a soft litter through a side door, appearing more like a refugee than a bride. Thus, during their first meeting, Xie Lingyao unwittingly left an impression of a destitute relative seeking favor from the Jiang household, and the snobbish servants spoke ill of her behind her back. In her past life, she had hidden away in tears upon hearing such gossip, but now, as the main door slowly opened, Li Mama cautiously assisted Xie Lingyao out of the carriage. The waiting servants, upon catching sight of Xie Lingyao, gazed at her in astonishment. A beauty such as hers was rare to find in the entire capital. Wu Mama, closely following the matriarch, guided her, saying, "Miss Xie, today, due to your presence, the other madams have also come. When you meet them, do not be nervous. They are all exceedingly amiable." Xie Lingyao gently nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, Mama." Upon entering the Jiang residence, a chill enveloped her. This place held too many unpleasant memories. If given a choice, she would prefer never to step foot here again. Wu Mama discreetly observed her, noting that Xie Lingyao walked with steady resolve, not casting her eyes about like a country bumpkin, leaving her somewhat astonished. Could a merchant's daughter possess the poise of a noblewoman? In truth, Xie Lingyao had not always been like this. When she first arrived in the capital, the customs of Jingzhou were vastly different, and despite practicing diligently at home, her nerves had led to numerous blunders, making her the subject of ridicule. Now, she bore the soul of a 27-year-old within her 17-year-old form, having weathered far greater storms than this trivial gathering. Once inside, guided by the matriarch, Xie Lingyao exchanged greetings. Her demeanor flawless, every smile and movement executed with precision, leaving no room for criticism. Among the attendees were familiar faces, many of whom had previously impeded her progress. Her former mother-in-law, Zhou, along with several sisters-in-law, including Zhao from the second branch, Gu from the third, and Lu from the fourth. Zhou's niece, Shen Wanchu, was merely 14, preoccupied with finding a highborn lady to marry Jiang Shiqi, seeking someone to aid him in the future. Regardless of Xie Lingyao's ethereal beauty, Zhou would never regard her favorably. The matriarch subtly furrowed her brow. She disdained such fair-skinned women, fearing they would distract her son from his rightful path. However, Xie Lingyao's decorum and composure were commendable, not overly objectionable, yet certainly not praiseworthy. Chapter 3. She wishes to break off the engagement. I have heard that you are unwell. The matriarch's expression was neither good nor bad, and her tone was bland and indifferent. Although her words appeared to convey concern, they seemed to lack sincerity when uttered by her. Xie Lingyao, knowing her disposition, remained unfazed and responded with a calm smile. In reply to the matriarch, "I am indeed unwell. The doctor said I was afflicted by coldness, and the rough journey exacerbated my condition. Fortunately, I have a robust constitution, and with a few days of rest, I shall recover." The matriarch nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Observing Xie Lingyao's complexion, it was evident that she was on the mend. The matriarch scrutinized her discreetly, seemingly intent on discovering a flaw. Yet Xie Lingyao was flawless in every aspect. Her beauty and figure were truly exceptional. Even the beauty mark at the corner of her eye was perfectly placed, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Despite her usual critical nature, she could not deny the fact that Xie Lingyao was indeed striking. Lu Shi, known for her loquaciousness and penchant for stirring trouble, remarked ambiguously, "Lingyao, you should take your time on the journey, or perhaps wait until the weather warms before setting off. Why the haste in this frigid weather? You ought to take better care of yourself." The implication was clear. The girl was too reckless, hurrying to marry Jiang Shiqi without regard for her well-being. Zhou Shi, toying with her nails, displayed a fleeting look of disdain. She was well aware of her son's allure, and countless women like Xie Lingyao were eager to marry him. Yet, she had little tolerance for a girl who lacked self-respect, especially one of merchant lineage like Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke solemnly. 5 days ago marked the anniversary of my grandfather's passing. I had hoped to arrive in time. A brief silence enveloped the room. The matriarch shot a sharp glance at Lu Shi, softening her tone towards Xie Lingyao. "It is commendable that you still remember." Wiping away the tears threatening to fall, Xie Lingyao continued, "Before I departed, my father earnestly urged me to pay my respects on his behalf. Thus, I hastened my journey after the second day of the new year, only to find some roads still icy, which delayed me considerably." The matriarch replied coolly, "It is the thought that counts. Once you have recuperated, I shall take you to the ancestral hall for your tributes." Zhou Shi was visibly displeased, muttering about the ancestral hall, asserting that as long as Xie Lingyao was not wed to her son, she had no right to enter. Sensing Zhou Shi's discontent, Zhao Shi seized the moment to gloat. "I have always believed that the Xie family daughter is a celestial being. Today, witnessing her, it is clear that she and Shiqi are indeed a match made in heaven. Sister-in-law, you are truly fortunate." Zhou Shi's expression darkened palpably. Gusher chimed in at an opportune moment. Indeed, who knows when Shiqi will return? It would be delightful to see him. The matriarch, exasperated by her troublesome daughters-in-law, slammed her teacup onto the table, prompting an immediate hush. Once the clamor subsided, Xie Lingyao smiled gently. Although I arrived in haste, my father entrusted me to bring gifts for the matriarch and the esteemed ladies. They are modest offerings, and I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room merely offered perfunctory smiles, accustomed as they were to the opulence of the capital. Having witnessed countless exquisite treasures, they were prepared for a spectacle of ridicule. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. The fabric known as Tianxiang brocade, coveted by noble women, was presented in abundance. Each person could receive a bolt. The scarcity of Tianxiang brocade was well known. With only a few hundred bolts produced annually, half reserved for the palace and the other half fiercely contested in the marketplace, making it a rare and sought-after item. It seemed that everyone forgot that the origin of this brocade was Jianzhou, and the Xie family, engaged in the fabric trade, was not lacking in supply. In a previous life, Xie Lingyao had brought several boxes of this fabric in a bid to please these women, only to have them disdain her. Even rejecting the exquisite Tianxiang brocade she had painstakingly transported. Now, with each person receiving a bolt, it was as if they had struck gold. Xie Lingyao personally presented a bolt of embroidered Tianxiang brocade featuring the auspicious longevity pattern to the matriarch, saying, "Matriarch, this is specially prepared for you. Your birthday is in 2 months. It would be perfect for a garment to wear on that day." Eagerly, Wu Momo stepped forward to accept it. "Oh, you remember my birthday? How could I forget? The day I passed in my previous life coincided with your birthday feast." Xie Lingyao suppressed the surging resentment within her and continued to speak respectfully. 5 years ago, on your birthday, my grandfather ordered a carved statue from my father, which is why I remember." At the mention of her late husband, the matriarch sighed wistfully, a nostalgic tone filling her voice. He always loved to make grand gestures. Zhou Shi, noticing the matriarch's softened demeanor, grew increasingly anxious, her tone taking on a sharp edge. "Miss Xie is indeed thoughtful." She emphasized the word thoughtful to remind the matriarch of Xie Lingyao's ulterior motives, implying that no one would remember such details without a hidden agenda. However, the matriarch said nothing, suddenly recalling, "After such a long journey, you must be weary. I shall have Wu Momo show you to your quarters for a few days of rest. We can converse later." Xie Lingyao hesitated, glancing around before speaking. "There are certain matters I believe must be clarified with you first, matriarch." The others exchanged knowing glances, revealing their expectation that she would soon broach the topic of marriage. The matriarch's displeasure was evident. "Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. You must be tired." Suddenly, Xie Lingyao knelt down, startling the matriarch, who instinctively reached out to assist her, though her patience was wearing thin. The slight goodwill she had felt evaporated in an instant, replaced by annoyance. "Speak of your business, but do not kneel without cause." The others shared her disdain, for despite her outward composure, her humble origins were unmistakable. Xie Lingyao raised the engagement jade pendant sent by the Jiang family, holding it with both hands, her gaze earnest. "The eldest son of the Jiang family is a paragon among men, destined for greatness. I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of him. Today, I beseech you, matriarch, to annul the engagement between myself and Jiang Shiqi. From this day forth, we shall pursue our own paths in marriage, free from any ties." Her declaration stunned everyone in the room. They had anticipated her eagerness to marry, yet she had journeyed a great distance only to seek to break off the engagement. Jiang Shiqi could not possibly be so fortunate. Zhou Shi was the first to voice her discontent. "You have yet to meet my son." The matriarch felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Had she perhaps been too stern in her earlier tone? Xie Lingyao remained kneeling, resolute. "I know your esteemed son is a dragon among men, but I have grown up in Jianzhou. Enough. I am fatigued today. Lingyao, let us discuss this later." The matriarch interrupted. "Wu Momo, please show Lingyao to her quarters." Before Xie Lingyao could protest, the matriarch was assisted away by those beside her. Xie Lingyao had anticipated that her request would not be easily granted, for the appearance of propriety must still be maintained. She was in no rush. Rising gracefully and bowing to the matriarch's retreating figure, then turning to offer an awkward smile to the astonished onlookers. The engagement between Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi had been arranged by their grandfathers long ago. Jiang Laoyi was a man of his word. Burdened by his obligations to the Xie family, and on his deathbed, he had urged Jiang Shiqi to marry Xie Lingyao without delay. Yet, both the matriarch and Zhou Shi held a deep-seated disdain for the merchant's daughter, particularly given her early loss of her mother and the lack of proper upbringing. Thus, after much delay, the anniversary of the old lord's death has come and gone this year. If this procrastination continues, Jiang Shiqi will grow older. Only then did the matriarch relent and express the desire to meet Xie Lingyao, yet she merely mentioned wanting to meet her, without any indication of a marriage proposal. In her past life, had it not been for Xie Lingyao's unfortunate fall into the water, where she was rescued by Jiang Shiqi in a disheveled state before the eyes of many, she might not have married him as she had wished. At that time, everyone believed it was a ploy on her part to secure a place in the Jiang family, and even old Madame Li reproached her with concern, urging her not to joke with her own dignity for the sake of fulfilling her desires. Yet, only Xie Lingyao knew how wrong she truly was. Someone had indeed pushed her. However, for more than a decade, she could not discern who had acted against her in her previous life. Nonetheless, this matter has become insignificant. As long as she does not marry Jiang Shiqi, those sordid affairs shall no longer haunt her. Chapter 4. Past life's grievances revisited. In this life, Xie Lingyao moved her belongings into Wudong residence, not far from Jiang Shiqi's magnificent pavilion. How amusing Miss Madame is. In a past life, she exerted herself to please her, only to be dispatched to the most remote courtyard of the Jiang residence, one that didn't even bear a name. Yet in this life, having declared her intention to break off the engagement, she found herself assigned to such an elegant and serene place as Wudong residence. Bai Chun stood at the door, biting her lip, hesitating to speak, but was promptly sent away by Granny Li. The news of Xie Lingyao wanting to withdraw from the engagement had spread throughout the Jiang household. There was no reason for them to be unaware. Granny Li sighed, placing the peach blossom pastry just delivered from the kitchen of the Jiang residence gently on the small table before Xie Lingyao. Miss Ning, my lady, what on earth has been troubling you these days? In the past, Jiang Shiqi's name was incessantly on your lips, yet now it has vanished. The handkerchief embroidered for him has also been discarded, and the gifts meant for the Jiang family, except for the fragrant brocade, have all been given to the servants who accompanied you. Even the fragrant brocade, which came in 2 large boxes, has only seen 6 pieces taken out. Not to mention today, you are outright demanding to break the engagement. Xie Lingyao had never liked such flaky pastries, glancing at it with disdain before accidentally knocking it to the ground. Meeting Granny Li's worried gaze, she smiled and asked, "Isn't this delightful?" Granny Li was momentarily taken aback, her eyes suddenly welling with tears as she dabbed at them with a handkerchief. I know the Jiang family's actions these days are detestable. They look down upon our Xie family's status, causing you distress. But you truly have a fondness for young Master Jiang. You cannot let this be the reason to break off the engagement. A person of his stature, once he returns to Jianzhou, you may never encounter again. Who said I am returning to Jianzhou? Have you forgotten what my father said when I left? I shall remain in the capital. My grandfather left some shops here for my mother, which she has all passed on to me. With the money I have, it is sufficient for us to establish ourselves in the capital. Granny Li was momentarily stunned by Xie Lingyao's nonchalant tone and resolute attitude, even forgetting to cry. You are not marrying? Not returning? Xie Lingyao smiled. Indeed, I shall not marry and not return. Granny, write to your 2 sons and have them come to the capital. They will be essential for my future business endeavors. Miss Ning, enough. Granny, you may leave now. I am tired and wish to rest for a while. Granny Li, trembling and in a daze, was dismissed by Xie Lingyao. At the door, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Bai Chun, both sighing in unison. Jiang Shiqi had been occupied in the Ministry of Revenue for over 10 days. Upon hearing that Xie Lingyao had arrived, he made a special trip back, not out of any particular affection for her, but rather to honor the kindness the Xie family had shown in the past, reminiscent of his grandfather's sentiments. After all, she was to be his future wife, and he ought to treat her with due respect. Upon entering the residence, he felt the peculiar glances of the servants upon him. Jiang Shiqi, with his proud and noble demeanor, elicited blushes from the ladies with just a glance, awakening their budding affections. Yet, his aloofness made others feel inferior in his presence, despite his courteous manners. Thus, many young ladies in the capital harbored secret affections for him, while even more were intimidated by him. The servants, aware of the young master's temperament, although a few maidservants might dare to dream, only dared to steal glances at his tall and graceful figure, too afraid to meet his gaze directly. Today, however, It was the first time they had been so bold as to steal furtive glances at him like thieves. Zhang Mao, Jiang Shiqi's confidant, furrowed his brow at the impolite behavior of the servants, but was also puzzled. The servants of the were carefully selected and well-trained. While there were occasionally a few lazy ones, they would never dare to misbehave in front of their young master. "Ah, today, Miss Xie has entered the residence," Zhang Mao exclaimed in a hushed tone, barely containing his excitement. "Young master, Miss Xie has arrived today." Zhang Mao eagerly scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xie Lingyao and discern what kind of woman would befit his ethereal master. It was only natural for the servants to be curious about which lady could possibly match him, and Zhang Mao himself was equally intrigued. Jiang Shiqi was well aware of Xie Lingyao's arrival. He had returned precisely for that reason. He stood still, gazing through the evergreen trees, still lush despite the harsh winter, toward the long vacant Wudong residence, where he thought he could make out indistinct figures. Following his gaze, Zhang Mao remarked, "Wudong residence is a splendid place. Merely 3 or 4 corridors away from the young master's courtyard. You will be able to see her often." Jiang Shiqi's emotions remained unperturbed as he replied calmly, "First, I shall pay my respects to grandmother." He did not share the numerous grievances his grandmother and mother had regarding this engagement. Over the years, he had firmly believed that his future wife could only be Xie Lingyao, not for matters of romance, but to repay the kindness of the Xie family from years past. In his youth, he had held some curiosity about Xie Lingyao, but as time passed and responsibilities weighed down upon him, that fleeting curiosity had faded. Marrying anyone would suffice. As Jiang Shiqi turned to leave, a graceful figure caught his eye. Without the heavy cloak to conceal her, even through her winter garments, her alluring curves were evident. Her delicate features, lightly adorned yet still breathtakingly beautiful, momentarily stunned even Jiang Shiqi, who had never been swayed by beauty. Xie Lingyao unexpectedly encountered Jiang Shiqi at the corner of the long corridor, and in that instant, her blood surged with a fervor that quickly chilled, solidifying into ice. The moment their eyes met, she felt disoriented, unable to distinguish between past and present. The overwhelming resentment seemed like the seeds that had accumulated strength through a long winter. Eager to break through the surface, the man she had once loved deeply and hated profoundly stood before her, and Xie Lingyao exerted every ounce of willpower to maintain her composure. "Young Master Jiang, I hope you are well." Zhang Mao inhaled sharply, quickly averting his gaze. Recognizing her as the Miss Xie, yet unable to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Shiqi silently regarded the enchanting woman before him, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. "Miss Xie, how was your journey?" Xie Lingyao nodded, her voice clear and pleasant, yet her tone remained detached. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Jiang. All is well." Zhang Mao frowned slightly, wondering if Miss Xie's demeanor was overly cold, perhaps even colder than his young masteress. Jiang Shiqi found himself puzzled. Xie Lingyao seemed to harbor some aversion toward him. Though she had masked it well, he had caught a glimpse of the complex and heavy emotions in her eyes. Emotions he could not quite decipher. Why would a girl of her age possess such a gaze? Jiang Shiqi was not a vain man, nor did he assume that all unmarried women in the world ought to be enamored with him. Yet, he felt a sense of confusion and an indescribable sensation in response to Xie Lingyao's coldness. Oh, Xie Lingyao had lost her mother at a young age and later gained a stepmother. It was only natural that her disposition might be somewhat aloof. Granny Wu, carrying a bedspread filled with goose down, approached, having seen Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi standing face to face. She hurried over, first greeting Jiang Shiqi before handing the bedding to Granny Li. "Miss Xie, the spring chill has returned these past few days. It is expected to snow again tonight. Madam is concerned you might feel cold and has sent me to deliver this." Xie Lingyao smiled sweetly, her delicate face perfectly embodying the innocence of her age. "Thank you, esteemed matriarch, for your concern, and I also appreciate the effort of the elder lady for making this trip. As the day has grown late, I shall refrain from imposing any further and will visit her tomorrow to engage in conversation." Jiang Shiqi. So it turns out she was merely indifferent towards him. Chapter 5. Already certain of her during these recent days, Jiang Shiqi seldom returned home, and naturally, he sought an audience with the matriarch. Upon seeing him, the matriarch felt a pang of concern. "Qi Jing, you have not been home for quite some time. How have you been eating and sleeping?" "Grandmother, rest assured, I am well," he replied. The matriarch sighed, her heart heavy with worry. Jiang Shiqi, the eldest grandson of the Marquis's family, possessed remarkable looks and unparalleled talents. There was no other young man in the capital who could compare to him. The noble ladies eagerly awaiting a match with him could fill an entire street. Yet her foolish old husband had arranged a marriage with a merchant's daughter. Though upon meeting Xie Lingyao today, she appeared to be far better than previously imagined, still, she was unworthy of being the matriarch of the Marquis's household. A merchant's daughter could hardly bear the weight of the Jiang family's centuries-old prestige. To be frank, if Xie Lingyao were to propose an annulment today, the matriarch would be tempted. However, when the two families had arranged the marriage, the old Marquis had invited numerous esteemed colleagues to witness the occasion, and many of them still held important positions in the court. If word spread that the Jiang family was contemplating a divorce, even if it was initiated by Xie Lingyao, the resulting public outcry would be detrimental to the Jiang family's reputation. Fortunately, Jiang Shiqi had returned at an opportune moment, allowing her to inquire about the matter. On your way back, did you encounter Miss Xie? Jiang Shiqi replied honestly, I did. The matriarch sipped her tea, her demeanor slightly strained. What do you think of her? Do you still harbor feelings? Despite their proximity, Jiang Shiqi had only just seen Xie Lingyao upon his return, which made the matriarch suspect that perhaps she was playing hard to get. Yet, recalling her earlier expression, it did not seem feigned. After decades of managing the household, she could discern genuine emotion from pretense. Xie Lingyao was undeniably beautiful, and the matriarch feared that Jiang Shiqi might be enchanted by her, complicating matters further. Their interactions had been few, and thus, it was premature to speak of affection. The matriarch breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Her grandson was indeed unlike ordinary men. Were it anyone else, they might have been utterly captivated. Then, if there were to be an annulment. Grandmother, Jiang Shiqi's lips formed a straight line, his countenance grave as jade. My marriage to Miss Xie is already a foregone conclusion. Please, do not mention the annulment again. Our family owes much to the Xie family. Marrying Miss Xie is both my grandfather's wish and my own. No matter how admirable others may be, my fate does not align with theirs. The matriarch opened her mouth, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, it was Miss Xie who wished to annul the engagement. But what if the Xie family desires to break the engagement? Jiang Shiqi was momentarily taken aback. Does the Xie family wish to annul it? Why? He recalled Xie Lingyao's distant demeanor. Was it because she disliked him? The matriarch dismissed the attendants and spoke gently. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Miss Xie brought up the annulment today in front of your mother and several aunts. If you doubt me, you may inquire with them. Jiang Shiqi's long lashes lowered, and he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together. Years ago, the Marquis of Jingyuan had been embroiled in a scandalous corruption case that shocked the court. Although not the mastermind, the evidence presented by the Dali Temple indicated the Marquis's significant involvement. The Emperor's wrath was swift. Without waiting for the final verdict, he imprisoned all associated with the Marquis. At that time, Xie Lingyao's grandfather firmly believed that his friend, Jiang Shiqi's grandfather, the Marquis of Jingyuan, would not commit such a grievous crime. He braved the risk of angering the emperor, enduring immense pressure to gather evidence on behalf of the Marquis. Ultimately, thanks to the crucial evidence provided by the Xie family, the Marquis was exonerated and released. However, the Xie family incurred the emperor's displeasure and was subsequently exiled to Jianzhou, never to return to the capital. Without the Xie family, there would be no current Jiang family, which explained why Jiang Shiqi's grandfather insisted on the marriage between him and Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao's father, Xie Chun, was ill-suited for officialdom and ultimately lost his minor official post, turning to commerce instead. He was sharp-eyed and astute, leveraging his father-in-law's good name and their tenuous connection to the Marquis of Jingyuan to thrive in Jianzhou. In just over a decade, he became the preeminent merchant in the region. Nevertheless, no matter how wealthy a merchant might be, their status remained lowly. Xie Chun, not only concerned for himself but also for his two sons, saw Xie Lingyao's marriage to the Marquis's family as the best avenue for upward mobility. With the protection of the Marquis, his sons would not have to worry about establishing themselves in the capital. They could secure respectable positions to bring honor to the family name. Thus, during festivals, the lavish gifts from the Jianzhou Xie family never ceased. And even when the Marquis's household repeatedly declined, Xie Chun persisted with unwavering enthusiasm. Jiang Shiqi held disdain for Xie Chun's mercenary pursuits, but did not transfer that animosity to Xie Lingyao. He empathized with her pain of losing her mother at a young age and resolved to be patient with her, regardless of her temperament, providing her with a life of security and abundance. Yet now, His grandmother informed him that Xie Lingyao wished to break the engagement. He could not fathom Xie Chen abandoning such a golden opportunity. Was it Xie Lingyao's own desire? If so, why? Noticing Jiang Shiqi's prolonged silence, the matriarch feared he was distressed over the prospect of being jilted and urged him. Although you and Miss Xie were betrothed from birth, you were never raised together. No matter how outstanding you are, without the bonds of childhood, the young lady may not feel compelled to marry you. Jianzhou was 1,000 miles from the capital, and Xie Lingyao had been raised there. It was entirely possible for her to develop affections for another suitor. The matriarch refrained from stating this outright, but she believed Jiang Shiqi to be perceptive enough to grasp this notion. Jiang Shiqi pondered briefly before arriving at this conclusion, yet the thought left him inexplicably disheartened. I must ask her directly. If she truly wished to break the engagement, so be it. After all, if this marriage, rooted in gratitude, were to jeopardize her happiness, it would be a grave error. He needed to ascertain whether it was indeed her intention or if she was being coerced or deceived. The matriarch had no objections to this plan. Having been flustered earlier, she now realized it was prudent to have a thorough conversation with Xie Lingyao. Very well, but it is getting late, and you have just recovered from your illness. You have been staying at the inn for several days, and I fear you have not rested well. You should inquire tomorrow instead. It would be rather disrespectful to rush and so hastily. Jiang Shiqi frowned. The inn? The matriarch offered a sheepish smile. Although this arrangement was not her doing, she had previously made her dissatisfaction with the marriage quite apparent. Consequently, both the daughters-in-law and the servants of the household looked down upon Xie Lingyao, leaving her to stay at the inn upon her arrival in the capital. Otherwise, there would not have been a need for Xie Lingyao to take up residence at Yunsong House afterward. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Shiqi understood there was more to the story. However, as a younger generation, he felt it inappropriate to confront his grandmother directly. The household was filled with gossip, and he could easily uncover the truth without needing to hear it from her lips. The matriarch remained tight-lipped, and Jiang Shiqi chose not to press further. After exchanging a few more words, he took his leave. As he stepped outside, Jiang Shiqi turned to Zhang Mao, who had been following him, and spoke coldly. Investigate everything regarding Xie Lingyao's journey to the capital from the day she arrived until today. He had only just learned this morning that Xie Lingyao was to enter the Marquis's residence. Before this, he had merely overheard his grandmother mention during the New Year's dinner that Xie Lingyao might come to the capital this year. Jiang Shiqi had assumed she would arrive when the weather warmed, never anticipating her swift arrival. Zhang Mao gazed at Jiang Shiqi with a look of bewilderment, filled with doubt. Didn't Miss Xie arrive in the city today? Until just moments ago, he, like Zhang Mao, believed that Xie Lingyao had entered the city and immediately made her way to the Marquis's residence. However, it now appeared that the reality was quite different. Chapter 6. Give him a reason. Jiang Shiqi sat at his desk, quietly listening to Zhang Mao recount the news he had gathered. Once Zhang Mao finished speaking, Jiang Shiqi's expression remained unchanged as he cast a glance at the heavy darkness outside the window and calmly instructed, Wang, the steward, is getting on in years. Send him to the countryside to retire, never to return to the. Furthermore, inform my mother that if she engages in such petty maneuvers again regarding the Zhou family, no one in the shall intervene in their matters henceforth. His mother, it seemed, cared not for her husband or her son, but rather for her own family. Over the years, she had generously supported the Zhou family, offering both financial assistance and manpower without hesitation. Jiang Shiqi's father, engrossed in pleasure, spent his days lost in literature and the beauty of nature, indifferent to the Zhou family's reliance on his wife's support. The other branches of the family kept a close watch, and thus the Zhou family dared not overstep. Minor disturbances were permitted, but Jiang Shiqi found no inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. However, Zhou's recent overreach necessitated a warning. Otherwise, she might engage in even more audacious actions. Jiang Shiqi harbored little affection for Zhou. In his childhood, she was preoccupied with consolidating her authority and eliminating his father's concubines, neglecting to invest any care in him. It was only when he fell gravely ill, unnoticed until he collapsed while greeting the elder Jiang, that the family hastily summoned a physician. The elder Jiang, unable to bear the sight, took him under his wing for personal upbringing. As Jiang Shiqi blossomed into a remarkable individual, Zhou finally remembered that she had a son. But by then, it was too late. He had long surpassed the age where he desired maternal affection. No matter her efforts, she could not mend the distance between them. Now, Her attempts to meddle in Jiang Shiqi's marriage were nothing short of self-inflicted misery. After Zhang Mao exited, Jiang Shiqi rose and gazed toward the direction of Wudong residence, a fleeting pang of guilt washing over him. Currently, amidst the reforms, the Ministry of Revenue was bustling with activity, leaving him utterly stretched thin. Thus, he had neglected to send someone to escort her directly from Jianzhou. Otherwise, she would not have endured such grievances. Xie Lingyao, indifferent to the happenings outside, had dined and then nestled under her quilt, succumbing to a deep slumber. She dreamt once more, this time of Jiang Shiqi cradling her lifeless body, weeping inconsolably. His typically serene visage was now marred by profound sorrow, his eyes brimming with despair, as tears streamed down like heavy raindrops. Xie Lingyao was taken aback by the absurdity of the dream. How could Jiang Shiqi, who would have delighted in her demise, weep for her? In her past life, when she lost her second child, she had wept uncontrollably, while Jiang Shiqi had merely observed her with a detached calm, as if she were a stranger, as though that child were not his. Awakened, Xie Lingyao shook off the remnants of sleep, her mind agitated. Cursed fate. She had seen him during the day, and now he invaded her dreams at night. It appeared she could no longer remain in the Jiang residence. The more encounters she had with Jiang Shiqi, the more she feared she might impulsively plunge a knife into him. Her good fortune in this life had only just begun, and she had no desire to sacrifice her newfound peace for the grievances of her past. After some contemplation, Xie Lingyao resolved to move out as soon as possible. However, lacking a valid reason, she doubted the Jiang family would consent. The remainder of the night was restless. She drifted in and out of dreams, plagued by incessant cries. Whose lamentations were these? They were infuriating. The next day, as Xie Lingyao prepared herself, Bichuan rushed in, flustered, to announce Jiang Shiqi's arrival. Xie Lingyao lowered her eyes in silence, her long lashes casting shadows. Miss, let us go. Indeed, as old Madame Wu had foretold, the weather had turned unexpectedly cold, and snow began to fall once more. Xie Lingyao bundled herself snugly, her delicate form enveloped in a thick, warm white fox cloak, revealing only a small portion of her face. Jiang Shiqi did not enter Wudong residence, but waited at the gate. As Xie Lingyao stepped into the snow, Bichuan held an umbrella behind her. Upon hearing the soft crunch of snow, Jiang Shiqi turned to see Xie Lingyao, her entire figure clad in fluff. Even her deer-hide boots adorned with a thick layer of rabbit fur, gingerly advancing, fearful of losing her footing. An inexplicable urge to assist her surged within Jiang Shiqi. Xie Lingyao, noticing him, felt a familiar pang. Even now, she could not help but admire his impeccable features and stature. Standing amidst the white expanse like a painting in ink wash, clad in black, he resembled a harbinger of doom. How ominous. Xie Lingyao halted, her crimson lips parting. Has young Master Jiang come to seek me early in the morning for an urgent matter? Jiang Shiqi surveyed the considerable distance separating them and took a step closer. Xie Lingyao instinctively recoiled, but Bichuan was there to shield her, sparing her from embarrassment. Yesterday, I heard from my grandmother that you wished to break off the engagement. Xie Lingyao surmised that this was the purpose of his visit. Yes, provide me with a reason. Xie Lingyao met Jiang Shiqi's deep, dark gaze unflinchingly. I harbor no feelings for young Master Jiang. That is my reason. Seeing his evident confusion, she continued, perhaps in your eyes, marriage is simply the act of taking a woman to manage household affairs, and it is of little consequence who that woman is. But for someone like me, I must marry a man I genuinely love. Without mutual affection, entanglement would only lead to suffering. Having endured the hardships of marriage in her past life, Xie Lingyao had no intention of remarrying lightly. If compelled to wed, she would prefer to marry a man she held no affection for, as a lack of sentiment would free her from expectations, allowing her heart to remain open to many things. She would rather live a life devoid of love than become another wronged wife. Jiang Shiqi regarded Xie Lingyao's delicate features, yet he could not convince himself to accept her rationale. Marriages in affluent families seldom stemmed from mutual affection. They were invariably entangled with interests and schemes. Miss Xie, our union is born of our elders' goodwill. I hope you will reconsider. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Jiang. My mind is made up, and I will not waver. Xie Lingyao did not anticipate Jiang Shiqi's obstinacy. Did he not also dislike her? Did he not also resent this marriage? But their engagement had been witnessed by many. Now that the Jiang family thrived while the Xie family faltered, even if she initiated the dissolution, Those witnesses would surely believe the Jiang family had coerced her. Jiang Shiqi must fear the damage to his own reputation and that of his family, which explained his reluctance to yield easily. Chapter 7. The Only Friend from My Past Life. Jiang Shiqi was in a hurry to visit the Ministry of Revenue and exchanged only a few hurried words with Xie Lingyao before departing. Just as Xie Lingyao swallowed the last bite of her crystal dumpling, a messenger from the matriarch arrived, requesting her presence to meet her sisters. Mama Li hurriedly presented a cloak to Xie Lingyao, but she remained unhurried, leisurely rinsing her mouth, retouching her lipstick, and selecting a few jade bracelets from her box for Bichuan to carry. Only then did she follow Mama Wu to the Fusho Hall. Among the daughters of the Jiang family, apart from Jiang Yufei, the others regarded Xie Lingyao with disdain, having made her life difficult in her previous existence. Eventually, they all married off, sparing Xie Lingyao from further troubles. Thinking of Jiang Yufei warmed Xie Lingyao's heart, as she was the sole comfort in the Jiang household. Among all the ladies of the, only Jiang Yufei was willing to speak sincerely with her. Unfortunately, Jiang Yufei's own married life was also fraught with difficulties, and gradually they spent less time together. Mama Wu lifted the heavy curtain at the door, and Bichuan held the umbrella outside, while Mama Li followed Xie Lingyao into the room. Inside, a stove was set up, and despite the snow swirling outside, the room was as warm as spring. The matriarch sat at the head of the table, with Mrs. Zhou accompanying her. On either side sat two young ladies, Jiang Qianrou and Jiang Linglong from the third house, Jiang Yufei from the second, and Jiang Xiuhan from the fourth. The moment Xie Lingyao entered, 4 pairs of curious eyes turned to her. They had heard from their mother the night before that the young lady from the Xie family in Jianzhou intended to break off her engagement with their extraordinary cousin. Such a person as Jiang Shiqi was sought after by many, yet Xie Lingyao seemed to dismiss him. They speculated that perhaps she had been sheltered in the remote Jianzhou for too long, intimidated by the grandeur of the capital. As Xie Lingyao composedly entered the room, the light from the snow and the fragrance of plum blossoms seemed to accompany her, invigorating their spirits. The household servants spoke of the beauty of the visiting Xie lady, but they initially dismissed it, for in the vast capital, beautiful women were as common as fish in water. Yet upon seeing her, they couldn't help but marvel at her unique beauty. She stood there, and even Mrs. Zhou's gaze lingered on her for some time before she regained her composure. Yet, admiration naturally bred jealousy. Jiang Yufei was the latest to appreciate her, while Jiang Qianrou, who considered herself the most beautiful among her peers, felt a twinge of resentment. Suppressing her displeasure, Mrs. Zhou introduced the young ladies to Xie Lingyao and then politely inquired. It began snowing in the latter half of the night. Did you find it cold, my dear? Xie Lingyao smiled softly. Fortunately, the matriarch sent Mama Wu with a down comforter last evening, which kept me quite warm. Upon learning that Xie Lingyao had no intention of pursuing a marriage with the Jiang family, the matriarch's animosity lessened considerably. Now seeing her, the matriarch's expression was far more pleasant than in the previous life. She remarked, I have heard that it does not snow in Jianzhou during winter. Did you take your time because it was your first time walking in the snow, fearing you might slip? Indeed, Jianzhou was not known for its snow. Yet she had endured 10 years of blizzards in the capital, feeling the chill seep into her bones. Had the matriarch not mentioned it, she would have forgotten that Jianzhou was typically devoid of snow. Xie Lingyao steadied her thoughts, deliberately displaying a youthful curiosity. Yes, even at its coldest, Jianzhou only has a bit of fine snow mixed with rain that melts upon touching the ground, never forming this vast, soft expanse of white. When I opened my window this morning and saw everything blanketed in silver, I was taken aback. Jiang Yufei, wide-eyed, exclaimed, no snow in Jianzhou? Then winters must be warm. Xie Lingyao looked at Jiang Yufei's adorable expression and smiled genuinely for the first time that day. It is indeed cold, just without snow or ice. It does not compare to the bone-chilling cold of the capital. In their previous life, they had promised each other that if given the chance, Xie Lingyao would take Jiang Yufei to Jianzhou to see it. Alas, Jiang Yufei smiled innocently and asked, then you have never played in the snow? No, I have not. In her past life, when she first saw snow, she had felt genuine joy and wonder. She had crouched in the snow, forming a snowball. But before she could throw it, she had noticed Jiang Shiqi standing silently behind her, his dark eyes fixed on her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Flustered and regretful for her lack of decorum, she had let the snowball slip from her hand, shattering at her feet. Since that day, she never played in the snow again, first fearing that the household would view her as undignified, and later losing her vitality and interest. Jiang Yufei's eyes lit up. Then I shall take you to play later. Fortunately, it is still snowing this late in the spring, otherwise, we would have to wait until next year. I'll have the maid fetch 2 carrots from the kitchen to make a little lantern to place on the snowman. Nonsense. In this cold weather. You little monkey should not fear the chill. But you, my dear, are still recovering. How could you go out and play? Yet, Xie Lingyao felt a spark of excitement. It wouldn't harm her to indulge in some fun, and she had prepared boots and gloves to keep warm. The weather could change at any moment, and tomorrow might bring the blooming of spring flowers. Perhaps she would never again encounter such heavy snow. Seizing the opportunity to mention the broken engagement, Xie Lingyao subtly hinted that she might soon return to Jianzhou. Both the matriarch and Mrs. Zhou understood her implication. Very well, if you wish to play. Let them accompany you. I will have the kitchen prepare ginger soup for you to drink before you go. The matriarch, being of advanced age, favored lively and spirited young women. She did not restrict her granddaughter's fun, only sending for a doctor to stay at the estate, ready for any minor ailments. Among the 4 young ladies present, Jiang Qianro claimed she had an appointment and would be leaving in the afternoon. Seeing her sister's refusal, Jiang Linglong also found an excuse to decline. Thus, only Xie Lingyao, Jiang Yufei, and Jiang Qiuhan agreed to play together. Though Jiang Qiuhan still felt somewhat awkward about Xie Lingyao's status, she was thoughtful enough to consider that if Xie Lingyao eventually married Jiang Shiqi, she would become their sister-in-law. Their branch lacked exceptional men, and they would rely on Jiang Shiqi for support in the future. If they could win Xie Lingyao's favor, it would be akin to winning Jiang Shiqi's approval indirectly. Jiang Yufei sat beside Xie Lingyao, whispering, "It's just as well they aren't coming. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to enjoy ourselves." Xie Lingyao turned back and smiled. Indeed, the area outside Wutong Courtyard is spacious. We shall build snowmen there this afternoon. I will prepare white chicken soup for you while you come. Jiang Yufei was taken aback. How did Xie Lingyao know she loved white chicken soup? Xie Lingyao's familiarity momentarily disoriented her, yet it filled her with joy, as if their friendship had always been this way. Good. Chapter 8. Conversations in the Snow. Consent to annul the engagement. Madame Tai kept her younger relatives at Fushotang for lunch, while Xie Lingyao returned to Wutangju first. Jiang Yufei and Jiang Qiuhan each went to their own courtyards to change clothes, and after half an hour, they reunited at Wutangju. Seeing that Xie Lingyao was willing to enjoy herself with the young ladies of the Jiang family, Mama Li felt genuinely pleased and busied herself preparing fruits and pastries for them. Xie Lingyao was always sensible and obedient as a child, only occasionally revealing the vivacity expected of her age. Mama Li, feeling pity for the burden she bore, often hoped she could be as carefree as ordinary girls, even if it meant indulging in a bit of playfulness. Xie Lingyao understood Mama Li's kind intentions. Having lived a second life, she had gained insight into many matters. The caution she practiced in her previous life only brought her endless grievances and repression. Now that fate had granted her a second chance, she resolved to live for herself. Solely for herself. Jiang Yufei, having changed her clothes, arrived early, draped in a cerulean cloak that only revealed her bright, round eyes as she peeked out from the entrance of Wutangju. Yao Yao, am I too early? Xie Lingyao was sitting at the window, arranging her hair, and turned just in time to see her. Please wait for me a moment. Come in for some tea. Mama specially prepared the unique milk cake from Jianzhou for you to taste. Bichuan gathered Xie Lingyao's hair, exposing her smooth, full forehead, and secured it with a jade hairpin. Simple yet elegant. Due to the precious white fox cloak, which could be sullied by snow, Mama Li brought a bright red floral cloak to urge her to change. As Xie Lingyao finished dressing and stepped outside, she saw Jiang Yufei and Jiang Qiuhan shoveling snow in the courtyard. It had begun to snow again outside, though light. The delicate flakes made a rustling sound as they landed on the roof tiles. Eagerly, Xie Lingyao dove into the snow, carefully gathering a handful of soft snow and tightening her grip. Yao Yao, come over. We're going to make a snowman. Coming. The 3 of them rolled and piled the snow, and soon a peculiar-looking snowman began to take shape. Xie Lingyao, finding her gloves cumbersome, had tossed them aside long ago. Come, Yao Yao, you can put in the nose. Jiang Yufei handed her a short, thick carrot, her face filled with anticipation. Xie Lingyao's eyes curved with delight as she carefully inserted the carrot into the lopsided snowball. Jiang Shiqi stood nearby, a light dusting of snow on his shoulders. Having watched for a quarter of an hour, Xie Lingyao's vivid crimson figure stood out against the snow, and as she frolicked with her cousins, a gentle smile graced her face, rendering him momentarily unable to move. Young master, Zhang Mao spoke up, we should head to the corridor. The snow is getting heavier. Jiang Shiqi moved his fingers and took a step forward. Xie Lingyao was busy crafting snowballs, having mastered the technique to make them large and round. Zhang Yufei and Zhang Qiuhan exchanged glances and, stifling laughter, ran off hand in hand, leaving Jiang Shiqi standing silently behind Xie Lingyao, who remained blissfully unaware of his presence as she breathed warmth onto her hands and diligently crafted her snowballs. She had already formed 7 or 8 snowballs of varying sizes, resembling a nest of eggs in the snow. Noticing her fingers had turned bright red, Jiang Shiqi could not help but speak. Aren't you cold? Startled, Xie Lingyao sat down abruptly in the snow, turning around to find Jiang Shiqi watching her intently, with a light layer of snow on him. In her previous life, if he had seen her in such a playful predicament, she would have been mortified. Yet now, aside from being startled by his sudden voice, she felt no turmoil within. She brushed off the snow from her cloak and stood up, tucking her hands into her cloak, her smile fading. Young Master Jiang, please forgive my folly. Jianzhou has never seen such heavy snow. I was simply swept away by the moment and forgot the cold. In truth, her hands ached and itched, indicating they were indeed frostbitten. Jiang Shiqi noticed her laughter had dissipated, and a sense of discomfort welled up within him. Did she truly despise him so? Once we return indoors, have the maidservants bring hot water mixed with salt for you to soak your hands, he suggested. Xie Lingyao was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Shiqi to express such concern for her welfare. Thank you. Her gratitude was clear and succinct. Jiang Shiqi experienced the peculiar feeling of being dismissed with merely 2 words for the first time. If you have no further matters, I shall head in first. Yufei and the others are still waiting for me. Jiang Shiqi remained silent, and just as Xie Lingyao thought he would say nothing further, he called her back as she turned to leave. Miss Xie, I am not one to cling stubbornly. If you truly find this engagement burdensome, I am willing to facilitate its dissolution. My suggestion this morning was merely to encourage you to reflect, lest you disappoint the goodwill of our elders. I had no intention of entangling you. There is no need to avoid me as if I were a viper. Xie Lingyao lowered her gaze in silence. Yet she was aware that she had perhaps been too uncontrollable in expressing her emotions before Jiang Shiqi. But she could not help it. She could not maintain a cordial demeanor towards the man who had driven a wedge between her and her son. Nor could she offer warmth to the one who had sheltered the perpetrator responsible for Mama Li's demise. It was impossible to erase the resentment towards this man simply because she had been granted a second chance. Turning away, she closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. It was only when a snowflake landed on her brow that her grievances quieted, allowing her to slowly open her eyes. Young Master Jiang, you may have misunderstood. I treat all men this way, not specifically targeting you. Nevertheless, I appreciate your willingness to help. Jiang Shiqi retrieved an umbrella he had been holding and opened it, offering it to Xie Lingyao with a cold voice. Since you have made your decision, I shall facilitate it. Xie Lingyao felt a sense of relief wash over her as she accepted the umbrella and bowed slightly. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Rest assured, I will expedite this matter and ensure it does not trouble the Jiang family. As her icy fingertips brushed against his, Jiang Shiqi instinctively tightened his grip. He was indifferent to any notions of trouble. He simply understood that Xie Lingyao did not wish for this. If she had made up her mind, then so be it. Why should he persist in entangling her? Having promised his grandfather to assist the Xie family, he would fulfill that obligation without requiring Xie Lingyao to marry him as a condition for his dedication. Suppressing the inexplicable emotions within, Jiang Shiqi departed for Haohong Pavilion with Zhang Mao, not waiting for Xie Lingyao to return to Watangju. Zhang Mao, oblivious to Jiang Shiqi's increasingly frigid demeanor, asked cheerfully, Young Master, what did you discuss with Miss Xie? I saw her looking quite pleased just now. Jiang Shiqi, I knew it. No woman in this world could resist your charm. So, has Miss Xie ceased to mention the annulment of the engagement? Jiang Shiqi, by the way, young master, be quiet. Jiang Shiqi was not one to vent his frustrations on others, but today he found Zhang Mao's incessant chatter particularly irksome. His incessant prattle grating on his nerves. Chapter 9. Request from the Su family. Jiang Shiqi exhaled, and Xie Lingyao felt a slight relief. Yet another half of her breath remained suspended. The matriarch held Jiang Shiqi's reputation in great esteem, although external rumors would not sway their decision to break the engagement. They would inevitably cause delays. Xie Lingyao pondered the notion that it would be better to act swiftly rather than prolong matters. For if they were to wait until news of their marriage reached Jianzhou, the inquiry into the situation could complicate the dissolution of their engagement. Fortuitously, as she contemplated this, Wu Momo arrived at Wutong courtyard bearing 2 invitations. Miss Xie, these invitations are from the Su and Meng families. They have heard of your arrival in the capital and wish to invite you to their residence. Xie Lingyao accepted the invitations with gratitude, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Her grandfather was a man of integrity and kindness, and during his time in the capital, he had formed friendships beyond just the old marquis. The Su and Ming families had also maintained a good relationship with the Xie family and were among the 2 witnesses who had helped establish the engagement between the Jiang and Xie families. The patriarch of the Su family was still alive, and he shared a deep bond of friendship with Xie Lingyao's grandfather. If he were to advocate on her behalf, it would carry significantly more weight than 100 empty words exchanged between Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi. Thus, in the afternoon, Xie Lingyao arrived at the Su family estate with the invitations in hand. The Su family had not anticipated that a visit would follow so swiftly after sending the invitations to Jiang family that morning. Upon hearing of her arrival, the patriarch and matriarch hurriedly came to greet her, accompanied by 2 daughters-in-law. Xie Lingyao was surrounded and escorted to the hall, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that the Su family had shown her considerable kindness, even though she had never visited them during her time in the capital. Whenever she heard others disparaging or mocking her, the ladies of the Su family would always defend her, and the matriarch had even brought her generous gifts after her childbirth. Xie Lingyao understood that their affection stemmed from their respect for her grandfather, and she felt a warmth in her heart. Her initial intention was to approach the Su family and express her desire to withdraw from the engagement, requesting the patriarch to communicate this to the other witnesses, thereby putting an end to the marriage arrangement. If they could clarify that the engagement was not being honored due to the Jiang family's disdain for the Xie family's current status, it would prevent any outcry against them. This would also alleviate the matriarch's concerns about damaging the marquisite's reputation, allowing her to proceed with the annulment of the engagement without delay. While she was apprehensive about the abruptness of her visit, she had not anticipated the Su family to extend an invitation first. In her previous life, she had never received such an invitation from them. Likely because the Jiang matriarch feared that Xie Lingyao might leverage the Su family to pressure Jiang Shiqi into marrying her sooner, thus preventing her from meeting them altogether. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao, the Su matriarch's smile remained unwavering. This young lady from the Xie family possessed the grace of autumn waters and the beauty of a lotus blossom, more eloquent than flowers and more fragrant than jade. With bright eyes and radiant teeth, her hair was elegantly styled, her fingers delicate as jade, embodying the beauty of both flower and moon, a visage that could captivate an entire nation. It was not merely her beauty that impressed. She also exhibited grace, poise, and composure, evoking delight in those who beheld her. The Su patriarch nodded in approval. Indeed, you are a remarkable young lady, though you are but a girl. You carry a hint of your grandfather's spirit in your demeanor. The matriarch shot him a playful glare, chiding, enough. If you cannot give compliments, then do not force them. Turning her gaze back to Xie Lingyao, she continued, My dear, I initially thought you might be too busy with your affairs in the capital to visit us. But he insisted on sending the invitation, eager to see you. Should you find yourself too occupied, he would have gone to the marquis to visit you himself. If it were not for the fear that you might find it difficult at the Jiang residence, we would not have allowed you to come to Su family unaccompanied. Xie Lingyao was taken aback by the kindness of the 2 elderly figures before her. She had assumed that neither in this life nor the previous would anyone genuinely anticipate her arrival, yet it appeared that she had been remembered after all. This realization filled her heart with warmth. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your concern. My time in the capital has been spent managing trivial matters, nothing too pressing. I intended to visit your esteemed household, and it is quite serendipitous that I received your invitation this morning, prompting my visit. The Su patriarch nodded. As long as it has not impeded your affairs, that is good to hear. How have you been finding your stay in the capital? Are you comfortable with your accommodations? Xie Lingyao smiled softly. I am quite accustomed, though the recent chill has made it feel colder than Jianzhou. I hope you and the matriarch take care of your health as well. The matriarch's delight in Xie Lingyao grew with each passing moment, her eyes crinkling into joyful crescents. Wonderful. We are all well. Once the weather warms, I believe discussions regarding your marriage to that young man from the Jiang family will soon come to the forefront. We shall all gather to celebrate your joyous occasion. Noticing Xie Lingyao's expression falter, the Su patriarch's demeanor shifted, and he inquired solemnly, "Is there something amiss with the Jiang family?" His eagerness to see Xie Lingyao stemmed from earlier reports of her staying at an inn for several days. It was perplexing that the Grand Marquisate would allow her, a guest from afar, to reside in such a place. At that moment, he sensed a discontent from the Jiang family regarding the engagement, suspecting potential reluctance to proceed with the marriage. He knew better than anyone why this engagement had been arranged. Had it not been for Xie Lingyao's grandfather's unwavering support in advocating for the Jiang family, the Xie family would not have secured their standing in the capital and would not have fallen into their current predicament. If the Jiang family were truly to renege on the marriage due to this, he would unite with the other 4 families and ensure that the Jiang family's reputation for ingratitude would be forever tarnished. Seeing Xie Lingyao's downcast expression and silence, the Su patriarch began to solidify his suspicions. No wonder she had received the invitation in the morning and arrived at their home in the afternoon. It seemed she wished to seek his counsel. Fear not. Though the Jiang family may currently bask in glory and Jiang Shiqi may be a rising star at court, I am not intimidated. Speak freely. We shall stand by you. The matriarch's eyes glimmered with empathy as she rose to draw Xie Lingyao closer to her side. Do not worry, my dear. Your engagement with that young man was arranged by the old Marquis himself. They cannot simply turn their backs on it without consequence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Lingyao fidgeted with her fingers and spoke softly. To be honest, esteemed elders, I do have a request today. For pairs of eager eyes turned toward her, brimming with indignation and ready to defend her cause. Xie Lingyao's voice dwindled to a whisper. I wish to ask the patriarch to testify in the cancellation of my engagement to Jiang Shiqi. Chapter 10. The pursuer from a past life. Are you truly seeking to annul the engagement? The voice of old Master Su bore a hint of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the alteration of this matrimonial arrangement would stem from Xie Lingyao. With unwavering resolve, Xie Lingyao declared, indeed. The matriarch's eyes glistened with emotion, pondering the plight of such a delicate young lady who so decisively sought to break off the engagement. It must be that she had endured considerable grievances within the Jiang family. Do you know? Old Master Su sighed deeply, his voice solemn. Why was this union arranged between our families? I understand, but you were close friends with my grandfather. And you should also know that the old Duke Jiang insisted on this match to repay a debt of gratitude, binding my infant self to his eldest son, Jiang Shiqi. My grandfather was initially reluctant. He acted out of a sense of righteousness, not seeking any reward from the Jiang family. By consenting to this union, my family appeared to be the ones seeking to profit from their benevolence. Old Master Su pondered for a moment. Yes, it was indeed the old Duke's persistent assurances that led your grandfather, in the presence of myself and several other old friends, to exchange tokens with the Xie family. That is what is most infuriating. It was the Jiang family that insisted on this marriage, yet they now shy away from it. Ultimately, it is the ungrateful descendants of the Jiang family and the ignorant women who, upon the old Duke's passing, seek to belittle Xie Lingyao. Old Master Su clenched the armrest of his chair tightly. Where in this world does such good fortune exist? If not for the Jiang family's plea, how could your Xie family have lacked a foothold in the capital? Yaoer, do not act impulsively. The union between the Xie and Jiang families concerns more than just your personal interests. Upon hearing this, the matriarch was displeased, her brows furrowing as she reprimanded him without regard for the younger generations present. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Should Yaoer sacrifice her happiness for the sake of the Xie family's prosperity? Glorifying the family name is a matter for you men. Why must it involve women? Xie Lingyao understood that old Master Su's words were heartfelt. Compared to the old Duke, he was truly a close friend of her grandfather. She could not bear to see the legacy of the Xie family dissipate like this. Clinging to the Jiang family, even if it could not shield them from the storm, would at least provide some respite. Her voice was soft yet resonant, akin to a clear ice cube plunging into a refreshing well on a sweltering summer's day, captivating all who heard it. You are more aware of my grandfather's character than the younger generation. Even if it were not for the Xie family, he might anger the emperor for another family. He cannot abide corruption. Old Master Su was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of shame. Here was a young girl who, at her tender age, understood matters more clearly than he, a man of over 60 years. The matriarch, seeing her husband, usually so eloquent, rendered speechless, felt her spirits lift somewhat. Yet, she still expressed some regret. Yaoer, would it not be wise to wait until you meet Jiang Shiqi before reaching a conclusion? Xie Lingyao sighed, thinking, is Jiang Shiqi truly so remarkable? Does even the matriarch believe that I would be enchanted by him upon meeting, having lived 2 lives? Xie Lingyao genuinely thought Jiang Shiqi had little more to offer than his appearance, which was, at best, passable. I have already met him. The matriarch was taken aback, thinking it remarkable that Xie Lingyao, a girl on the cusp of love, would be able to maintain her composure upon encountering Jiang Shiqi. She is indeed someone capable of achieving great things. Had Xie Lingyao known the matriarch's thoughts, she would have felt embarrassed, for in her past life, she had been utterly ineffectual, so smitten by Jiang Shiqi that she had lost herself entirely. Does the Jiang family know of your desire to annul the engagement? I expressed my intentions on the day I arrived. Old Master Su and the matriarch spoke in unison, their voices laced with urgency. What was their response? Xie Lingyao shook her head, displaying her distress openly. Their attitude remains unclear. Old Master Su chuckled coldly to himself. What a vague stance. They are likely waiting to see how I will react. Let me ponder this matter further. After all, you have just arrived in the capital. Consider it a chance to explore. Set aside other concerns for the moment. Old Master Su could neither swallow his indignation nor expel it. He sought an excuse to vent his frustration, leaving Xie Lingyao to converse with the other women. Do not worry, Yaoer. I will persuade him on your behalf. Jiang Shiqi may appear cold and aloof, but he is not a suitable match. We women ought to marry someone who understands warmth and compassion. Xie Lingyao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. You are absolutely right. The matriarch's keen perception has detected the icy heart beneath Jiang Shiqi's polished exterior. Once old Master Su departed, the 2 daughters-in-law of the Su family opened up, and the 4 of them chattered animatedly, causing even the birds outside to take flight. The Su family boasted a unique and bold character, unafraid of challenges, which explained their enduring presence in the supervisory office for many years. The daughters and daughters-in-law brought into the Su family were straightforward and unreserved. Thus, Xie Lingyao found great comfort in conversing with them, and before long, they were engrossed in conversation until dusk. Although the matriarch intended to invite Xie Lingyao to dinner, she realized that she had failed to notify the Marquis's residence in advance, fearing it might be considered impolite. Therefore, she allowed Xie Lingyao to take her leave. The matriarch wished to accompany Xie Lingyao personally, but despite her persistent refusals, she could only watch as Xie Lingyao was escorted out by the eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Bai. Madame Bai also admired the young lady from the distant Xie family, noting that her unparalleled beauty was not her only virtue. Her inner strength and boldness were equally commendable. You have just arrived at the Jiang family. Bringing you to the Su family so suddenly would not reflect well on them. Let us wait 10 days or so, and then invite you over as a guest. By then, I believe the matriarch will have no objections. At that point, the 4 of us could enjoy a game of cards together in the residence. Xie Lingyao's eyes twinkled as she smiled sweetly. Very well, but you must go easy on me, Aunt. I am still just a novice. The 2 women exchanged laughter as they rounded a corridor, only to encounter 2 young men. They did not recognize Xie Lingyao, but she recognized them well. One was Su Haoxing, Madame Bai's only son and a future inspector. He was a formidable character, rivaling old Master Su in tenacity. Those who crossed him would find themselves metaphorically skinned alive, suffering greatly. In her past life, even Jiang Shiqi had endured his sharp tongue. However, the specifics of those insults had long since faded from Xie Lingyao's memory, as she had already grown indifferent by then. Knowing Su Haoxing hailed from the Su family, Xie Lingyao had paid attention to him. She understood that he was unlike the typical bureaucrats. When urgency dictated, he would overlook any deviations from protocol. Yet, if someone sought to gain fame through ostentation, he would unleash a barrage of scathing critiques, citing references that could tarnish their reputation for eternity. It was no wonder Jiang Shiqi, despite wielding immense power, had never truly dared to confront him. As for the other gentleman, he was Li Zi, Su Haoxing's close friend and the future Minister of Justice. Xie Lingyao was quite familiar with him, as he had professed his feelings for her on multiple occasions, prompting her to avoid him out of fear of Jiang Shiqi's ire. In retrospect, it was quite amusing. Jiang Shiqi was too preoccupied to care about her interactions with other men. He would likely prefer that she marry someone else immediately. Li Zi's feelings for her were genuine. He had waited 3 years for her before marrying. He was indeed a trustworthy individual. However, regardless of her past or present life, Xie Lingyao had no intention of reciprocating Li Zi's affections. It was solely because she understood the depth of his future wife's affection for him that, in a previous existence, Li Ziyi and Jiang Shiqi found themselves at an impasse due to their divergent views. Jiang Shiqi, exhibiting a remarkable lack of reason, audaciously detained her, prompting his delicate and gentle wife to brandish a knife and confront him fiercely for the sake of her beloved. With sincerity begetting sincerity, Li Ziyi ultimately surrendered her heart, choosing to live a tranquil life with him, and thus they found themselves in a state of blissful contentment. Although she herself was not truly happy, she had no inclination to pilfer another's joy. Moreover, the fervent thrill of infatuation came only once, a sensation that was rather enchanting. After Jiang Shiqi, no one else had ever stirred such tumult within Xie Lingyao's heart. She had not overlooked the awe reflected in Li Ziyi's eyes, identical to that of a past life. Yet, even though Xie Lingyao felt no lingering affection for Jiang Shiqi in this lifetime, her reunion with Li Ziyi elicited no flutter of emotion whatsoever. Chapter 11. Each with their own thoughts. Under normal circumstances, encounters with foreign gentlemen should be avoided. However, having unexpectedly crossed paths, one cannot simply pretend not to see. Xie Lingyao offered a slight nod as a greeting. The four of them brushed past each other without exchanging many words. Bai Shi couldn't help but glance back at the refined Li Ziyi, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. A mother knows her son best. Her son, with his peculiar temperament and unremarkable appearance, would surely not capture Xie Lingyao's interest. Although the thought briefly crossed Bai Shi's mind, she quickly dismissed it. Xie Lingyao suited her son's taste, and she would not impose an unsuitable match upon her. Yet, Li Ziyi was indeed a commendable choice. Despite being somewhat lesser in family background compared to Jiang Shiqi, he was a genuine gentleman, and the two seemed well matched in talent and beauty. Should Xie Lingyao not wed Jiang Shiqi, he would indeed be a worthy contender. It remained uncertain whether the Li family placed the same emphasis on social standing. Never mind, why should she fret over such matters? Given the elderly lady's fondness for Xie Lingyao, it would hardly fall to her to interfere, although she could certainly mention Li Ziyi at an opportune moment. Bai Shi personally escorted Xie Lingyao to the carriage before turning back. Halfway through her return, she encountered Su Haoxing, who appeared to have been waiting for her. "Why did you leave young Master Li all alone? That is rather rude." Su Haoxing observed the two maids behind Bai Shi, who discreetly withdrew. "Are you perhaps matchmaking for me?" Bai Shi was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood, and promptly reached out to pull him closer, giving him a light slap on the back. "What nonsense are you spouting? And what expression is that? The young lady is a beauty. Even if she were to consider you, would that be a hardship?" Su Haoxing, caught off guard, stumbled slightly from the playful slap, grimacing as he retorted, "That was not my intention." He then drew Bai Shi aside, and the two engaged in hushed conversation. "Just now, after seeing her, Li Xiong subtly inquired about me several times. He has never acted this way before, which leads me to believe he may harbor feelings. I, however, am not currently inclined, so I would appreciate your assistance in uniting a pair of lovers." Bai Shi rolled her eyes in disdain, dismissively waving her sleeve. "How absurd. You think too highly of yourself. That young lady belongs to the Xie family and is betrothed to Jiang Shiqi. Your grandparents specifically invited her here as a guest. Do refrain from overthinking this." Su Haoxing clicked his tongue, feeling pity for his friend, but Bai Shi then cheerfully asked, "Does young Master Li truly have feelings for Miss Xie? The young lady is already engaged. Why inquire further? Fortunately, I inquired today, or it could have led to a misunderstanding. If she is indeed engaged to Jiang Shiqi, then that complicates matters. Jiang Shiqi is not someone to be trifled with. He must advise Li Ziyi to let go of such thoughts." Oddly enough, the news of Jiang Shiqi's engagement had not circulated widely in the capital, leaving many young ladies who admired him heartbroken. Bai Shi smiled mysteriously. "Just go ask on my behalf, and you will find out." "Ask for you? What does this have to do with you?" Su Haoxing questioned, puzzled. Bai Shi's patience was waning. "You are such a stickler. Just go and ask. Let me know what you find out." Leaving her son, who was bewildered, Bai Shi hastened away. If Xie Lingyao were truly matched with her son, it would be a tremendous waste. Su Haoxing touched his cold nose in confusion and returned to the study, solemnly and dramatically informing Xie Lingyao about her engagement to Jiang Shiqi, completely forgetting Bai Shi's words. In the afternoon, Xie Lingyao was in high spirits. Her steps lightened with joy. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she noticed no one around and playfully jumped down, startlingly Mama. "Oh dear, there's still some snow on the ground. What if you fall?" Xie Lingyao smiled contentedly, having not experienced such carefree days in quite some time. With such a nimble figure, she felt confident in her leap. She longed to learn horseback riding. Throughout her life until marriage, she had been confined to a square courtyard. She yearned to run, to jump, to explore the vastness of the world and the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Jiang Shiqi's carriage was stationed at the corner of the alley. Though he could not see Xie Lingyao's jubilant figure, he could hear her sweet voice pleading with Li Mama, imagining her petite form hopping down from the carriage with charming innocence. Where did she go this afternoon? Zhang Mao asked, perplexed. Who? Jiang Shiqi answered patiently. Oh, where could she have gone? Zhang Mao blinked his not-so-large eyes, looking somewhat innocent. I have been with you all day. How would I know? Seeing Jiang Shiqi narrow his eyes, signaling his irritation, Zhang Mao quickly dismounted. I will find out right away. Xie Lingyao's carriage halted at the main entrance of the Ho residence. After she disembarked, she entered directly, while Jiang Shiqi's carriage smoothly entered through the side door. Jiang Shiqi could not help but wonder where in the capital could make her so buoyant. Could it be someone? Jiang Shiqi's cold gaze narrowed completely. If that were the case, then he was the one who had delayed her. Xie Lingyao had intended to greet the matriarch upon entering the residence, but she learned that the matriarch had overindulged in glutinous rice dumplings at noon and was feeling unwell, prompting her to call for the physician and retire early. Xie Lingyao felt a sense of relief and hurried back to Wudong Courtyard. She had planned with Li Mama to set up a stove to roast dried rice cakes that evening, sprinkling them with sugar and warming a pot of clear wine. Just the thought made her mouth water. Yet, there always seemed to be someone eager to dampen her spirits when she was joyful. Much like Jiang Shiqi, such had been the case in her past life, and this life as well. The person she had hoped to avoid appeared directly in her path, making it impossible to evade. She steeled herself and approached him. Young Master Jiang, I hope you are well. Jiang Shiqi's pale gaze flicked over to Xie Lingyao's rosy cheeks. The Jiang residence was expansive, and given the distance she had walked from the main entrance, it was no wonder her complexion had flushed. He thought to himself that next time, he could instruct the coachman to bring the carriage through the side gate directly to the back courtyard to save her the trouble of walking so far. Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt comment. She knew it was an option, but that privilege belonged to the host family. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for her to take such liberties. No matter, it's chilly. I could use the exercise, she replied, still striving to maintain politeness despite her confusion over his sudden remark. You went out this afternoon? Jiang Shiqi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He was unsure how he had blurted that out, but once spoken, he felt compelled to stand by his words. Xie Lingyao felt her heart skip a beat. Why would Jiang Shiqi take the time to ask her such trivial questions? This was not a good sign. The Su family sent an invitation, so I thought I would pay a visit since I had nothing else to do. The Su family? Jiang Shiqi mentally sifted through his memories, recalling Su Haoxing. Surely it couldn't be him. Xie Lingyao seemed too discerning to be interested in the eccentric Su Haoxing. It's cold. You should go inside and rest. Farewell. Xie Lingyao opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. She offered a slight bow, her earlier enthusiasm now dampened by his presence, her expression growing dim. Xie Lingyao was raised by Granny Li, who could discern the blossoming emotions behind her every frown and smile. Observing her demeanor, Granny Li sighed inwardly, realizing that Xie Lingyao truly harbored a distaste for the young Master Jiang. Perhaps it was for the best. At the moment Jiang Shiqi turned away, his already aloof expression grew even colder. He clearly noticed that Xie Lingyao's eyes dimmed the instant she caught sight of him. What had he done wrong? Why did she loathe him so? This night, the restless souls included not only the despised Jiang Shiqi, but also the elderly couple of the Su family. Lingyao truly does not wish to marry. Do not press her, the old Master Su lamented, sitting up in bed, troubled. If she refuses to wed, will she return to Jianzhou? Her father has long since remarried, and as a recently rejected woman, with her parents indifferent, what hope does she have of finding a good match? However, the matriarch remained unconcerned. What does it matter? With her beauty, if word spreads, suitors will come in droves. Is she to fear not finding a worthy partner? Foolish woman, a girl without family support. Does possessing stunning beauty truly benefit her? The matriarch gasped. In the capital, there are noble scions everywhere. A breathtaking beauty without status can easily become a target for those with ill intentions. You should visit the Empress Dowager more often, she suggested. The refusal, I will not go, rolled around the matriarch's throat, but was ultimately swallowed. Few were aware that she and the Empress Dowager had once shared a bond akin to sisterhood, with a deep-seated affection. The Empress Dowager, like her, hailed from a family of modest standing and had ascended from a concubine to a favored consort, and finally to the position of Empress Dowager through cunning and strategy. She resented the Empress Dowager for losing her essence amidst the ceaseless struggles for power, becoming calculating and cold-hearted. In turn, the Empress Dowager chastised her for her ignorance of the brutalities of courtly life. Their sisterly bond, once strong, had not seen each other for over 20 years. Now, for the sake of the unconnected Xie Lingyao, the matriarch chose to compromise, recognizing that Xie Lingyao needed an unwaveringly powerful backing, one that would deter any wicked intentions. With only 2 sons and no daughters, the matriarch had never experienced the worry of a daughter's future. Yet, with Xie Lingyao's arrival, she found herself burdened with concerns on her behalf. As for Xie Lingyao, the source of so many worries, she slept soundly, nestled beneath the warm covers, embracing the little pillow that Granny Li had sewn for her, her breathing deep and steady. At this moment, the warmth of her cocoon was her greatest desire, rendering the tumult of the outside world irrelevant to her. Chapter 12. Astute or dull. The weather at the onset of spring is capricious. Just yesterday, the chill lingered. Yet today, the sun shines brightly from early morning. Xie Lingyao, as a guest, is not required to pay her respects to the matriarch like the other young ladies and does not fear being whispered about for her laziness. Instead, she luxuriates in sleep until the sun's rays rouse her, sitting up with sleepy eyes. Miss, the spring sunlight is splendid today. Do not let it go to waste. Bai Chun said cheerfully as she entered with garments in hand upon hearing movement in the room. Xie Lingyao shook her still drowsy head, muddled, as she got out of bed to wash and prepare, waiting for Bai Chun to apply her makeup. Has anyone come to convey any messages? Bai Chun, preoccupied with her tasks, replied. The matriarch sent someone earlier to say that you should visit her once you awaken. Given the fine weather, and considering you are a guest, the host has likely arranged for several young ladies from the Marquis's residence to accompany you for an outing. Xie Lingyao fell silent, closing her eyes to contemplate the developments of the past few days. Jiang Shiqi is a man of his word. Since he has consented to the dissolution of the engagement, he is unlikely to retract his decision. The matriarch has already expressed her criticisms towards her, and her proactive stance in proposing the annulment would surely please the elderly lady, who, out of respect for propriety, has refrained from openly discussing it for now. The Su family has also shown signs of leniency. The situation appears manageable. If this continues, within half a month, this engagement, which had not been widely publicized, could be quietly dissolved, leaving her free to soar high with the boundless skies ahead. With this thought, Xie Lingyao's spirits lifted, and she felt a newfound tolerance towards the Marquis's residence, which she had previously sought to evade. After preparing herself, she took a few bites of pastries before heading to the matriarch's quarters. Upon her arrival, she found several young ladies from the Marquis's family still present. Zhang Yufei, with a bright smile, patted the empty spot beside her, indicating Xie Lingyao should sit next to her. Xie Lingyao winked at her, and, after exchanging greetings with the matriarch, took her seat. Grandmother was just telling us that as the weather warms, we should accompany you for a stroll. We were discussing where to go when you arrived. Is there a particular place you wish to visit? Xie Lingyao smiled bashfully. Thank you, matriarch, and my dear sisters, for your kindness. Since I am new to the capital, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings. However, the capital is vibrant, and I would be pleased to go anywhere. Reflecting on her previous life spent in the capital for a decade, she realized she had merely skimmed the surface of its offerings without ever taking the time to truly enjoy them. Therefore, she was quite unfamiliar with the vastness of the capital. The matriarch set down her teacup, her expression warm and inviting. Then let us explore various places. These young ladies have been cooped up all winter and would delight in accompanying you to have some fun. Messages had been exchanged with Jiang Shiqi, who expressed that if Xie Lingyao insisted on breaking the engagement, he would not insist otherwise. The matriarch felt a mix of joy and concern. She was pleased that this long-standing engagement, which had weighed heavily on her heart, was finally coming to an end, but worried about the reputation Jiang Shiqi and his family might acquire as those who disdain poverty and break promises. She did not wish to defy her late husband, and had it been any other suitor, she would have willingly welcomed Xie Lingyao into the Marquis's household. Yet, Jiang Shiqi was the most outstanding of their children. With a bright future ahead, if he did not marry a woman of noble birth, he would face many hidden challenges in the court. After careful consideration, the matriarch decided to treat Xie Lingyao well for the time being, and on her birthday, invite all witnesses to the engagement to the residence. allowing Xie Lingyao to bring up the topic herself, thus alleviating much future trouble for the Jiang family. Unaware of the matriarch's plan to officially annul the engagement in 2 months, Xie Lingyao listened with enthusiasm as Jiang Yufei outlined their itinerary. We shall skip lunch and head out directly. First, we will go to Dingxin Pavilion for their specialty roasted lamb, then to Letian Warehouse for some music, and afterwards, we will rent a boat to enjoy the lake and drink some wine. Jiang Qianrou, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed and took a sip of tea. Isn't this a bit rushed? We have plenty of time. Wouldn't it be better to take our time and enjoy ourselves? Jiang Yufei had never been fond of Jiang Qianrou's feigned fragility, often appearing to be on the verge of collapse. Where's the rush? But if you find it too tiring, you can join us later for the boat ride. Jiang Yufei secretly wished not to include her, knowing that Jiang Qianrou would surely complain about the lamb's gamey flavor or the singer's lack of clarity, thus dampening the mood. Jiang Lingling had always followed Jiang Qianrou's lead, and upon hearing this remark, she expressed her discontent. If we are all going out together, we should discuss it collectively. How can you decide unilaterally? Jiang Qiuhan, ever the peacemaker, merely smiled and remained silent throughout. What do you mean by deciding alone? I asked for your opinions, yet you remained silent. When I propose something, you nitpick. It's quite challenging to please you all. As tensions began to rise, the matriarch cleared her throat to interrupt, turning her attention to Xie Lingyao. What are your thoughts, Lingyao? Xie Lingyao appeared troubled but responded candidly. I believe Yufei's arrangements are quite good. Her words undoubtedly displeased Jiang Qianrou and Jiang Lingling. However, why should she care about their feelings? Even Jiang Yufei was taken aback by Xie Lingyao's forthrightness in supporting her, her eyes brightening. Though she felt a twinge of guilt for putting Xie Lingyao in a difficult position due to her assertiveness. Yet, with Xie Lingyao having said that, she had no intention of backing down. Then you two can join us later? Jiang Qianrou suppressed her frustration and managed to smile. Very well. Inwardly, she scoffed at Xie Lingyao, thinking it absurd that someone from a rural background could successfully marry into their family. Only Jiang Yufei, in her naivety, would be so eager. The matriarch was surprised by Xie Lingyao's straightforwardness but refrained from further comment, merely advising them not to indulge too much in wine and to drink sparingly while boating. After several of the young ladies took their leave, the matriarch remained seated and inquired of Wu Momo. Why do I feel that Xie Lingyao exhibits moments of both sharpness and dullness? Wu Momo bent slightly, chuckling. Even an old woman like me can see that the 2 young ladies from the second branch look down on Miss Xie. Can you not see it? Does Miss Xie herself not realize it? Do you mean to say she is doing it deliberately? Wu Momo nodded. Miss Xie has firmly decided to break off the engagement. The 2 young ladies from the second branch are inconsequential to her. She is fully aware of their disdain, so why should she demean herself to win their favor? The matriarch found Wu Momo's reasoning to be sound and, with a smile, mused, this girl is quite the firecracker. As a daughter of a prominent family, accustomed to wealth and privilege, the matriarch had little regard for those who compromised their dignity. Hearing Wu Momo's comments, she found herself unexpectedly admiring Xie Lingyao. Chapter 13. Unfathomable emotions. Xie Lingyao has always favored warm hues. With the weather warming up and the essence of spring permeating the air, she adorned herself with a delicate, egg-yellow cotton coat, the collar and cuffs embellished with a trim of short white fox fur, which softened its brilliance and added a touch of playfulness. After a winter of being wrapped in a cloak, she finally shed it, revealing her curvaceous form and a waist that could be grasped with a delicate hand, instantly becoming the focus of attention. Jiang Yufei, walking alongside her, couldn't help but steal glances, making Xie Lingyao feel somewhat bashful. Yu, why are you staring at me? She asked. Jiang Yufei chuckled softly, teasing, I was just thinking how fortunate your elder brother is. Jiang Qiuhan, holding a handkerchief to her mouth, also laughed, gently swatting Jiang Yufei's arm. Shameless. However, Xie Lingyao found little to smile about. Just look at her appearance and figure. Even women couldn't help but compliment her. Yet, in Jiang Shiqi's eyes and heart, there was no room for her, not even for her exquisite beauty. After 10 years of marriage, the occasions they shared a bed could be counted on one hand. Noticing Xie Lingyao's momentary silence, Jiang Yufei suddenly recalled her intention to annul the engagement and recognized that such jesting might be excessive. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I had completely forgotten about that matter. I was just thinking how lovely you and your elder brother are together, truly a match made in heaven. Xie Lingyao offered a reassuring smile. It's nothing. However, someone of his stature, with such resolute determination, would hardly be easily swayed by mere beauty. This was merely her conjecture. She had only witnessed Jiang Shiqi's cold and distant demeanor. As for his feelings towards Xie Lingyao, that was another matter altogether. She was his cherished little cousin. Perhaps he adored her beyond measure. Jiang Yufei reflected on Jiang Shiqi's unsmiling visage, nodding in agreement with Jiang Shiqi. Indeed, I cannot envision him being completely captivated by a woman. It was bound to happen. With Shun Wanchu's arrival at the Marquis's residence merely 2 years ago, it remained uncertain which unfortunate woman would find herself wed into the household. Yet, any woman chosen by the matriarch would undoubtedly possess a distinguished lineage. And one could only imagine the antics this pair of lovers might engage in under her watchful eye. The carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Dingxin Pavilion. 4 young servants led the way, with 2 matrons on either side pushing open the ornate wooden doors of the luxurious vehicle. Their personal maids awaited outside, assisting each of them down. It was mealtime, and fortunately, Jiang Yufei had arranged for a private room in advance. As soon as they stepped onto the ground, a clever waiter approached to greet them. "Are you esteemed guests of Tingyu Pavilion?" Jiang Yufei's maid, Zhuer, replied. "Yes, please lead the way." Xie Lingyao found herself surrounded, following the attentive waiter as he guided them up the spiraling staircase to the second floor's private room. Each room bore a name, and as Xie Lingyao glanced around, she noted the elegant titles: Pinching Tea Pavilion, Flowing Clouds Pavilion, Colorful Bloom Pavilion, and so forth. Yao, let me tell you, aside from their exquisite roasted lamb, their marinated quail is also a specialty. Just one bite, and you will surely fall in love. Indeed, I purposely refrained from eating much this morning. I am quite famished now and shall indulge in a hearty meal. Xie Lingyao's words abruptly ceased as a figure emerged from the adjoining room, their eyes meeting directly. The man, with an expression of excitement and fervent eyes, was none other than Li Zi, whom she had encountered just the day before. "Xie. Miss Xie, I am Li Zi. We met yesterday at the Su residence. Do you remember me?" His handsome face flushed slightly with excitement as he looked at Xie Lingyao with anticipation and nervousness. Despite Su Haoxing having informed him of her engagement, he could not help but wish to converse with the woman who had captured his heart at first glance, hoping she would remember his name. Xie Lingyao smiled softly, her voice gentle. "Of course I remember. After our encounter yesterday with young Master Su, Aunt Bai specifically mentioned you, saying that young Master Li is a rare and talented youth." Li Zi's eyes sparkled even brighter, wanting to step forward but then realizing it would be inappropriate. He quickly halted. "Aunt Bai is overly kind. I am but an ordinary man." Jiang Yufei, perceptive as ever, understood Li Zi's less than pure intentions and promptly pulled Xie Lingyao in front of her, forcing a smile at Li Zi. "Young Master Li, we are all quite hungry. Perhaps you may converse with us another time?" Li Zi nodded repeatedly. Yes, let us speak next time. Please, enjoy your meal." Xie Lingyao nodded in farewell, being dragged away by Jiang Yufei. Yao, please do not engage with that simpleton any longer. Look at his foolish demeanor. He cannot compare to your elder brother in the slightest." Jiang Shiqi whispered. "You are mistaken. Your disinterest in literature has led you to overlook young Master Li's prowess. He is quite well known in the capital." Jiang Yufei pouted, firmly believing that Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi were the most perfectly matched pair in existence. No one else would suffice. Even after they had taken their seats, Jiang Yufei and Jiang Shiqi continued to debate whether Li Zi was indeed a simpleton. Xie Lingyao merely shook her head and refrained from intervening in their quarrel. Meanwhile, Li Zi, having spoken, closed the door with lingering thoughts, only to find himself meeting Jiang Shiqi's cold gaze, which momentarily made him feel uneasy. With the recent political reforms, those present were all individuals responsible for the matter at hand. After a fortnight of hectic work, they had finally concluded their tasks and gathered for a meal, with Jiang Shiqi among them. In his excitement, Li Zi had momentarily forgotten that Xie Lingyao was his proper fiancé, yet he was unafraid of Jiang Shiqi's reaction. Rather, he feared a misunderstanding regarding Xie Lingyao. Li Zi awkwardly averted his gaze, returning to his seat with a clumsy demeanor. "Look at young Master Li. He appears utterly distracted. Has he seen his beloved?" Those with keen eyes began to tease him, causing him to spill the drink beside him. Jiang Shiqi tightened his grip on his cup, an inexplicable emotion slowly rising within him. She had claimed that she did not harbor animosity towards him, merely that she was always so aloof and distant with men. Yet, when faced with Li Zi, she was evidently different. even with a door separating them. He could discern the laughter in her voice as she conversed with Li Zi. Jiang Shiqi lowered his lashes, concealing the turmoil in his heart. Lord Niu, please do not speak foolishly. She is already engaged. I merely exchanged pleasantries. Ah, you young ones. Always hesitant. Perhaps you've missed your chance? Regretting it now? Li Zi suppressed the surging tide of regret within him, gazing boldly at Jiang Shiqi, offering a bitter smile. It is not that I acted too late. Rather, fate played a cruel hand. When I encountered her, she was already betrothed. Jiang Shiqi met his gaze directly, his tone indifferent. Young Master Li is truly a gentleman. Since the lady is already engaged, it would be wise to refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shiqi couldn't help but wonder if Xie Lingyao had returned from Su's residence in such high spirits because she had met Li Zi. Ah, mutual affection. Truly a splendid match. Jiang Shiqi raised his cup and drained its contents, rising to his feet. Where are you headed, Lord Jiang? To greet my sisters. Chapter 14, A Special Greeting. Xie Lingyao savored the tender lamb prepared by Bai Chun, and as the rich flavors erupted in her mouth, she let out a satisfied sigh. It was as delicious as she remembered. In Jinzhou, where the cuisine primarily featured fish and shrimp, she had once relished beef and lamb, particularly enjoying the grilled or stir-fried preparations. However, Jiang Shiqi preferred a lighter diet and shunned overly strong flavors. Consequently, upon realizing this, Xie Lingyao made a conscious effort to accommodate his tastes. It had been so long since she had indulged in food that suited her palate. Seeing Xie Lingyao's delight, Zhang Yufei's smile widened. How about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Indeed, it's delectable. I heard from that young lad earlier that there's freshly brewed plum wine today. Let us order a pot to cleanse our palates. Zhang Yufei quickly instructed Zhuer to fetch a pot, turning back with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such an appetite. I was just about to order some, but I thought we'd be drinking later while boating, and I didn't want to risk you getting tipsy. I can handle my liquor. Besides, plum wine hardly counts as strong drink. It's not intoxicating. Bai Chun, however, was quick to expose her false bravado. Miss, you always turn red after a drink. Remember, Granny Li specifically advised you to drink less before you left? A hint of embarrassment crept over Xie Lingyao's features. You could have kept that to yourself. Just then, the wine arrived, but instead of the servant, it was Jiang Shiqi who entered, carrying a delicate wine pot. The moment his tall figure stepped in, Jiang Yufei, who had just taken a bite of a meatball, dropped it, and it rolled across the table and fell to the floor. Jiang Shiqi's gaze was immediately drawn to Xie Lingyao, who still bore a faint smile on her lips. Her full, rosy mouth slightly swollen from the spicy lamb. Jiang Shiqi's expression deepened as he took a seat at the table. Why are you drinking outside? He asked, not with reproach, but knowing that their grandmother was strict about such matters. Jiang Yufei and Jiang Qiuhan regained their composure and called out, Big brother. Jiang Shiqi settled not far from Xie Lingyao's left, and her smile instinctively faded as she straightened in her seat. Grandmother said that since Lingyao is here, we should take her out to enjoy ourselves. We brought plenty of servants. It won't be a bother. Jiang Shiqi nodded, his gaze falling on the several lamb rib bones before Xie Lingyao, surprised that someone so slender had such a hearty appetite. For some reason, his mood lightened. Are you feeling full? Xie Lingyao had initially intended to ignore him, but his direct inquiry left her no choice but to respond. Just a bit. It was me who asked Yufei to order the plum wine, so don't blame her. Big brother, what brings you here? Jiang Shiqi glanced coolly at Jiang Yufei. I happened to be having lunch nearby and overheard Li Zi speaking with you, so I came to check on you. Xie Lingyao shrank her neck slightly and coughed awkwardly. What a coincidence. That fool. Why are you with him? Not just him. There are several gentlemen from the Ministry of Revenue as well. Jiang Qiuhan mumbled. They say he is not a fool anymore. Jiang Shiqi raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Li Zi is learned, courteous, and respectful. How could he be a fool? Miss Xie, what do you think? Xie Lingyao perfunctorily agreed. Yes, someone of Mr. Li's caliber could hardly be considered foolish. Jiang Shiqi's heart sank slightly, though his face remained impassive. What are your plans after lunch? Jiang Yufei hurriedly filled Jiang Shiqi's plate with an assortment of dishes and looked up, saying, This afternoon, we plan to visit the tea house to listen to music, and afterwards, we'll go boating and drink. Jiang Shiqi frowned imperceptibly. More drinking? Jiang Yufei stuck out her tongue, playfully grinning. It's a rare chance to indulge, big brother. You needn't worry about us. With the elder ladies around, even if we do get tipsy, they'll see to us. Besides, we know our limits. Jiang Shiqi said no more, merely halting Jiang Yufei's actions. No need. I've only come for a moment. I must return to continue dining with them. Please exercise discretion and do not lead Miss Ye astray. Jiang Yufei nodded obediently. Once Jiang Shiqi's figure vanished completely from the elegant hall, the three of them exhaled in relief. It's strange, Big Brother never interferes with us, yet I always feel anxious around him. Jiang Qiuhan nodded in agreement. Yes. Even when he smiles, it feels cold and intimidating. However, Xie Lingyao felt a twinge of unease. Despite the indifference between her and Jiang Shiqi, they had been married for a decade, and she understood him well. Why would he come by just to greet her, especially in the presence of his sisters? Was it because of her? Xie Lingyao was not one to indulge in fanciful thoughts, yet Jiang Shiqi's behavior today was indeed peculiar. No, it couldn't be. Jiang Shiqi was proud and aloof. He must only be acknowledging her because she had taken the initiative to break off their engagement, perceiving her sensibility. Surely that was the case. Regaining her spirits, Xie Lingyao resumed her enjoyment of the meat and wine. After they had eaten their fill and listened to music, they took a carriage to the banks of Luhua Lake. Jiang Qianro and Jiang Linglong had already arranged for a spacious boat, waiting by the shore for them. Having consumed some wine, Xie Lingyao felt a bit drowsy, but a gust of Jiang wind revived her completely. From a distance, Jiang Qianro watched Xie Lingyao's graceful figure and striking features, her jealousy intensifying. Jiang Linglong, understanding her well, tugged at her arm, coaxing her softly. Sister, what does it matter if a merchant's daughter is beautiful? What respectable family would ever look at her? She foolishly called off her engagement. In the future, she won't even be able to step foot in our marquisate. Just treat her like a stray cat or dog, and don't take her seriously. Jiang Qianro felt somewhat calmed, lifting her chin with pride. You're right. Perhaps we won't even see her again. I shall graciously host this country bumpkin and broaden her horizons. The two adjusted their expressions and smiled as they approached. I've instructed the servants to prepare delicious food and fine wine. Let us go aboard. All right, let us go. Jiang Yufei, full of enthusiasm, took Xie Lingyao by one arm and Jiang Qiuhan by the other, leading them onto the boat. Lingyao, look. This is Luhua Lake. I heard it's fed by the waters of the Li River, the very same river that flows through Jinzhou. As Xie Lingyao gazed at the flowing water, memories of suffocating coldness engulfed her senses. Lingyao? What's wrong? Recovering her composure, Xie Lingyao forced a smile. I'm fine. Just had a bit too much to drink and felt a little dazed. I'll be all right after a moment. Jiang Yufei couldn't resist teasing her. You said you could hold your liquor. You've only had 3 cups of fruit wine, and even now you're still woozy. You mustn't drink any more. Xie Lingyao suddenly regretted coming to the lake. She hadn't anticipated that after one brush with death, she would begin to fear water. Chapter 15. A fortuitous opportunity once aboard the vessel. Each gentle sway of the hull amidst the azure waves would send a flutter of unease through Xie Lingyao's heart, causing her complexion to falter. Jiang Qianro, holding a wine cup, appeared somewhat taken aback. Yao, are you feeling seasick? Indeed, I am somewhat unwell, Xie Lingyao replied. It wasn't so severe at first, but perhaps the wine I had at noon has exacerbated my discomfort. Following Jiang Qianro's observation, she seized the opportunity to voice her ailment. Grateful for the excuse, Jiang Qiuhan promptly ordered the removal of the wine before substituting it with tea, her brow furrowed with concern. Should we ask the boatman to dock, so we can take it slow this afternoon? Yet, Jiang Linglong interjected. I've heard that seasickness tends to pass after a while. Once one grows accustomed to it, it dissipates. It would be a shame for Yao to ruin our gathering, wouldn't it? Jiang Qianro raised an eyebrow, exchanging a glance with Jiang Linglong, both harboring mischievous intentions. It would be quite delightful if she were to succumb to nausea, her face pale and disheveled, thus spoiling her proud demeanor. Jiang Yufei gently patted Xie Lingyao's back, her voice soothing. I neglected to consider that you've been unwell since your journey from Jianzhou. It seems the seasickness has truly taken its toll, and yet I insisted on bringing you out for a boat ride. Xie Lingyao, refusing to feel wronged, asserted, it is my own indulgence that has led to this. I cannot blame you. Once we dock, a brief stroll will suffice. Very well, I shall accompany you, Jiang Yufei replied. As the boat approached the shore, Xie Lingyao was the first to disembark, with Jiang Yufei following closely. Setting foot on the solid ground, her heart finally found solace. Jiang Qianro slammed her wine cup down with disdain, her contempt evident on her face. How disappointing it is to promise a boat ride, yet be unable to endure it. Jiang Lingyao, however, remained unfazed. Is it not better for her to be absent? We can enjoy ourselves freely. Jiang Qiuhan merely smiled, which elicited a sharp retort from Jiang Qianro. You have dutifully accompanied her for half the day, yet she hardly seems to regard you. Taking a sip of her wine, Jiang Qiuhan replied lightly, I merely fulfilled a task arranged by my grandmother to entertain a distant guest. Why should I seek her regard? Jiang Qiuhan had never intended to form a genuine connection with Xie Lingyao. As long as Xie Lingyao did not marry Jiang Shiqi, she held no significance in her life, and thus there was no need to exert effort to please her. Jiang Qianro shot her a sidelong glance, but chose to remain silent. The three resumed their light-hearted banter as if nothing had transpired. Feeling better? Jiang Yufei inquired as a breeze swept by. With a hint of suspicion, Jiang Yufei leaned closer to observe her. Yao Yao, are you perhaps feigning discomfort to avoid their company? Xie Lingyao, exasperated, rubbed her temples, unable to contain her laughter. Not at all. I truly feel unwell. Today, the lakeside was bustling with visitors, and a vibrant street lined with diverse shops piqued Xie Lingyao's interest, prompting her to pull Jiang Yufei along for exploration. As they descended from the boat, Jiang Yufei had placed a hood over Xie Lingyao's head, and several sturdy attendants guarded her, ensuring that despite the throngs of people, few dared to gaze her way. What makes this shop so popular? Xie Lingyao inquired, pointing at a bustling establishment with curiosity. Jiang Yufei glanced over and explained, It and Oppos. It's merely a fabric store. I suspect the Tianxiang brocade has arrived this month, and everyone is clamoring for it. Xie Lingyao pondered. Is there a specific shop that sells Tianxiang brocade? Not at all, Jiang Yufei replied. Tianxiang brocade is precious. Not every fabric merchant possesses the means to secure a regular supply. It's largely a matter of luck for the merchants to acquire stock to sell in the capital. Xie Lingyao contemplated the rarity of Tianxiang brocade, noting three primary reasons for its scarcity. Firstly, the silk required for Tianxiang brocade could only be produced by the unique silkworms of Tianxiang town in Jianzhou, known as Tianxiang silkworms, which yield silk that is both stronger and finer than that of ordinary silkworms, resulting in exceptionally soft and smooth fabric. However, the output of these silkworms in such a small town is limited, making the raw material inherently rare. Secondly, due to the fine weave of Tianxiang brocade, it cannot withstand prolonged folding. Given the distance from Jianzhou to the capital, unless transported by waterways, the fabric would likely be damaged upon arrival. Yet, this issue is easily resolved. It is merely that no one has yet adopted this method. Thirdly, rumors abound that Tianxiang brocade cannot be exposed to moisture, which deters merchants from using waterways, fearing that the valuable fabric may lose its worth upon arrival in the capital. In reality, the durability of the silk produced by Tianxiang silkworms surpasses that of ordinary fabrics, rendering it largely impervious to moisture. However, these concerns posed no real problem for Xie Lingyao. The largest weaving workshop in Tianxiang town belonged to her family. More precisely, it had been established by her late mother. Xie Lingyao had inherited the workshop from her mother. As for the transportation of Tianxiang brocade, it presented no insurmountable challenge. She could simply convert the traditional folding method to rolling, which, although slightly bulkier, was far preferable to damaged goods. In essence, if she could monopolize the selling rights of Tianxiang brocade in the capital, her fortune would undoubtedly flourish. Xie Lingyao was determined never to return to Jianzhou, where her profit-driven father awaited. She had no desire to encounter him ever again. To establish herself in the capital, she could not afford to be complacent. If she succeeded in this venture, she would be free from financial worries for at least a decade. However, the established fabric merchants in the capital, who had been operating for decades, would likely oppose such a development. Competition among merchants often required cooperation, and any disruption to their established order would invite collective retribution against the instigator. To succeed in this business, she would need to cultivate relationships with the largest fabric shops in the capital. Otherwise, she risked her shop being attacked within days. This meant she required a mediator, someone capable of gathering the proprietors of these major fabric shops to negotiate with her, someone who could ensure that they would be amenable to her presence. The first person who came to Xie Lingyao's mind was Jiang Shiqi. As a member of the Ministry of Revenue, he possessed intimate knowledge of the major merchants in the capital, and she had never encountered anyone who dared disregard his authority. Yet, this was a last resort. Xie Lingyao wished to avoid any association with him. Another alternative was Li Ziyi, who held a similar position and came from a respectable lineage. But that would not do either. Xie Lingyao could not bring herself to approach him. fully aware of his intentions. That would be nothing short of exploitation. After some contemplation, Xie Lingyao resolved to set this matter aside for now, intending to address it after successfully dissolving her engagement. Having been in the capital for nearly 20 days since leaving Jianzhou, any delay in communication from her hometown could spell significant trouble. Nevertheless, with this notion in mind, she would remain vigilant for any suitable shops that might arise. Chapter 16. The Empress Dowager's Summons after Xie Lingyao disembarked. She and Zhang Yufei spent the day purchasing an assortment of items before settling into a tea house for a chat. Their conversation was soon interrupted as they spotted Jiang Qianro and the others descending from the boat. Having enjoyed their outing for so long, the group, feeling fatigued, decided to return directly to the Marquis's residence. Due to their day of merriment, Xie Lingyao found herself drowsy and quickly consumed a few bites of dinner before wrapping herself in blankets and drifting into a deep slumber. Unfortunately, she had scarcely slept for an hour when she was roused by Mama Li's insistent calls. Xie Lingyao buried her head under the covers, attempting to feign sleep. But Mama Li resolutely pulled the blankets away. Ningjier, do not sleep any longer. Someone from the matriarch's side has come to summon you, and it seems rather urgent. Lying there, Xie Lingyao remained motionless, still dazed from her abrupt awakening. Mama Li sighed, urging her, "It is already night, and you are a distant guest. If it were not for an urgent matter, they would not disturb you at this hour. You must hurry. If there is something important that gets delayed, it would be quite unfavorable." Xie Lingyao could not bear to see the worried expression on Mama Li's face. With a long sigh, she irritably grabbed the clothes handed to her by Bai Chun and quickly changed. Without any makeup or an elaborate hairstyle, her long, inky hair cascaded down her back, glossy and smooth, making her petite face appear even smaller. Mama Li expressed her concern. "Will it not be somewhat disrespectful to appear like this?" Xie Lingyao stifled a yawn and, after pouring herself a cup of strong tea, replied, "Isn't it more indicative of my haste to rush over like this?" Mama Li shook her head, and with Bai Chun supporting her on either side, they hurried towards the matriarch's quarters. At that moment, Jiang Shiqi and Madame Zhou were seated in the Fusho Hall. The matriarch occupied the main seat, still in a daze from the earlier events. After dinner, a messenger had arrived from the Empress Dowager, which was not particularly surprising, given that the Marquis's residence was of significant standing. The matriarch had already instructed Mama Wu to prepare the auspicious attire for the next day's audience at the palace. However, the eunuch had delivered the unexpected news that the Empress Dowager wished to see Xie Lingyao. Why would it be Xie Lingyao? The matriarch and Madame Zhou pondered, unable to comprehend how the Empress Dowager had become aware of Xie Lingyao's existence, let alone her reason for wanting to meet her. Madame Zhou felt a wave of unease. If Xie Lingyao were to say something inappropriate in the presence of the Empress Dowager, would this marriage proposal still hold? "Mother, what do you think?" At this moment, the matriarch was equally perplexed. Instinctively, she turned to Jiang Shiqi, who had remained silent, and tentatively inquired, "Qiji, could it be that the Empress Dowager has learned of your engagement to Xie Lingyao?" Before Jiang Shiqi could respond, Madame Zhou interjected anxiously, "Even if she knows, would the Empress Dowager go out of her way to meet her for that reason?" The matriarch fell silent, as this was indeed a valid point. Not to mention Jiang Shiqi, even the princes engaged to be married had not been summoned to meet the Empress Dowager. Was it possible that Jiang Shiqi, as a mere subject, would be favored above them? There's no need to fret. I have sent for Xie Lingyao. Perhaps she has some insight. Once she arrives, we can inquire further. Just as she spoke, Xie Lingyao arrived. Jiang Shiqi instinctively tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling upon the listless Xie Lingyao as she entered, his expression darkening. With her hair cascading like a waterfall and without a trace of makeup, Xie Lingyao's naturally rosy lips and fair, translucent skin appeared even more luminous under the flickering candlelight, as if enveloped in a soft glow, her watery eyes sparkling like stars. "Do not concern yourself with formalities, Yer. Please, do take a seat." Xie Lingyao did not refuse and settled down as instructed. Jiang Shiqi withdrew his gaze from her, unconsciously inhaling deeply. "Yer, a messenger from the palace has just arrived, saying that the Empress Dowager wishes to see you tomorrow." Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she was still dreaming. Why would the Empress Dowager want to meet her? Even in her previous life, when Jiang Shiqi held a high position, the Empress Dowager rarely summoned her. And on the one occasion it happened, it was due to Jiang Shiqi's harsh actions that she was called in to be admonished, with the Empress Dowager hoping she could influence him. At that time, She had been both angry at Jiang Shiqi for involving her and amused that the Empress Dowager had misjudged her. How could someone like Jiang Shiqi be swayed by her advice? Not only she, but even the matriarch could not alter Jiang Shiqi's decisions. He was resolute in his ways, especially since she was regarded as nothing more than Jiang Shiqi's discarded wife. He found even speaking to her tedious, let alone heeding her counsel. Thus, Xie Lingyao resigned herself to her misfortune, having incurred the Empress Dowager's ire due to Jiang Shiqi, returning to the Marquis's residence feeling as though she had suffered an injustice, never voicing her grievances. If it were anyone else, Xie Lingyao might have navigated the situation with ease, but facing the Empress Dowager, she truly felt at a loss. Even if she had not witnessed the Empress Dowager's methods firsthand, she had certainly heard of them. Rising from a lowly position as a concubine of the late emperor to a position of immense power as the mother of the nation was no mere feat of royal affection. It required formidable skill and strategy. Through her extraordinary acumen, she had ensured her son was recognized as the legitimate heir, eliminating all obstacles that stood in his way to the throne. Thus, to the emperor, she was not merely a mother but an unwavering ally. Even now, the emperor showed her the utmost respect and filial piety, allowing no one to defy her. Xie Lingyao felt both reverence and trepidation toward the Empress Dowager, for a single word from her could dictate her fate. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are rendered futile. In this life, she was merely a newcomer from a merchant family. The Empress Dowager had no reason to know her. The unexpected summons caused Xie Lingyao to instinctively furrow her brows. The matriarch, observing her expression, also appeared perplexed, sensing that Xie Lingyao was not privy to the matter at hand. Seeing Xie Lingyao's troubled and bewildered demeanor, Jiang Shiqi spoke calmly. "Tomorrow, I shall personally escort you to the palace." Xie Lingyao silently nodded. When she sensed the threat to her life, she instinctively felt that Jiang Shiqi was reliable. After all, despite the hardships of those 10 years, she had lived a life of comfort and luxury in the Marquis's residence. Though her heart was riddled with wounds, she was adorned in fine garments. After the matriarch meticulously advised Xie Lingyao on the protocols for entering the palace, she noticed it was nearly midnight and instructed the three of them to return to their quarters to rest. Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi exited one after the other, with Wudong Courtyard and Haoan Pavilion in the same direction. There was no escaping her fate. She could only follow Jiang Shiqi slowly, hoping he would quicken his pace to create some distance between them. To her relief, Jiang Shiqi maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, showing no intent to leave her behind. In the night, Jiang Shiqi's long, defined fingers held a lantern delicately, the dim candlelight illuminating the path beneath their feet. "You need not fear. The Empress Dowager is not as terrifying as the rumors suggest." Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang Shiqi was addressing her. His voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, Jiang Shiqi halted, and fortunately, Xie Lingyao had been alert, or she would have collided directly into him. He lowered his head slightly, meeting her gaze, which was filled with confusion. He let out a quiet sigh in his heart and asked, "Miss Xie, may I ask if I have unknowingly offended you at some point?" Xie Lingyao suppressed the urge to smile wryly. It was more than mere offense. "Yet I profess, nay, I have never offended. This is merely our first encounter. How could I have caused any offense to Master Jiang?" Chapter 17. The unyielding heart. Jiang Shiqi pondered whether to ask, "Why are you so indifferent towards me?" But as the words lingered on his lips, he realized that such affected sentiments were truly beyond his capacity to voice. He was acutely aware of her intention to withdraw from their engagement and understood that she should not display warmth towards him. Yet, having witnessed her charming demeanor with others, a flicker of unwillingness ignited within him. Was Li Zi truly so remarkable? Nonetheless, Jiang Shiqi, even amidst the intrigues of the court, maintained an unruffled composure, his expression inscrutable. How much less would he reveal before a mere girl like Xie Lingyao? In an instant, he regained his customary cold and solemn demeanor. "Even if our fates are severed, I shall not forget the Xie family's kindness to the Jiang family. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Xie Lingyao, taken aback by Jiang Shiqi's unexpected inquiry, felt a weight lift from her heart. Logically, if Jiang Shiqi himself spoke of repaying kindness, she need not remain aloof. If trouble arose, she could reluctantly request his help. She was not one to forfeit tangible benefits for the sake of pride. Thus, she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Gongzi. Seeing her visibly relax, Jiang Shiqi inexplicably felt a twinge of irritation. Did she truly wish to sever ties so eagerly? He fell silent, turning away and maintaining a subtle distance as they walked towards the vast pavilion. They momentarily ceased conversation, each absorbed in their own thoughts. If Xie Lingyao had not stumbled over her own cloak and inadvertently grasped Jiang Shiqi's belt in her fluster, the evening would have passed without incident. Yet fate had other designs, and Xie Lingyao herself could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. The more she sought to avoid awkwardness, the more heartache ensued. Clutching Jiang Shiqi's belt with one hand, she pressed her palm against his solid chest, striving to distance her slender waist from him. Jiang Shiqi, not only gifted in literary pursuits but also proficient in martial arts, instinctively turned to support her as he felt her weight shift. However, the incident was too sudden. Despite his quick reflexes, he could not avoid tumbling together with Xie Lingyao, crashing heavily against a nearby rockery. The lantern in his hand fell to the ground, extinguishing with a soft hiss after struggling briefly. As for Zhang Mao and Granny Li, they had discreetly retreated to an unknown location since their departure. Even in the darkness, Jiang Shiqi could sense Xie Lingyao's disordered breaths and the hand that pressed against his chest, as well as her resolute head tilting back defiantly. Her posture, rife with evasion and resistance, made Jiang Shiqi's throat tighten, yet he instinctively cradled the back of her head, which had struck the rough stone surface. His typically unflappable expression momentarily cracked, but the enveloping darkness concealed all traces of his emotions. Although Xie Lingyao was already considered tall among women at that moment, held partially by Jiang Shiqi, she revealed not even a hint of her garment. The unique fragrance that emanated from her enveloped Jiang Shiqi entirely, sweet and alluring. His hand, resting on her slender waist, grew increasingly warm. Were it not for the ingrained decorum and Xie Lingyao's evident rejection, he might have found it difficult to relinquish his hold. After a moment, Jiang Shiqi regained his composure and released her, his tone remaining even and detached. "Are you injured?" Xie Lingyao quickly stepped back, striving to mask her fluster and embarrassment. "No. Nothing. Thank you, Jiang Gongzi." Jiang Shiqi's fingers curled slightly before he naturally placed his injured hand behind his back. "As long as you are unharmed. We must rise early for court tomorrow. It is already quite late." Xie Lingyao nodded, but then, realizing the darkness concealed his gaze, she hastily added, "All right, let us go." It was not until they entered the Wutong residence that Xie Lingyao allowed herself to relax, inwardly scolding herself before hastily washing up and retiring to bed. Meanwhile, upon entering the vast pavilion, Jiang Shiqi found Zhang Mao waiting at the door. "Young master, why have you taken so long for such a short distance?" Ignoring Zhang Mao's teasing remarks, Jiang Shiqi strode directly into the room. "Fetch some bandages." Zhang Mao was startled and, upon closer inspection, noticed the bloody mess on Jiang Shiqi's right hand. "What happened to you?" In a flurry, Zhang Mao hurriedly retrieved medicine, carefully wrapping Jiang Shiqi's hand while chattering incessantly. "How did you end up injuring your right hand? You won't be able to write for the next few days. If the matriarch inquires, how shall I respond?" Growing impatient with Zhang Mao's slow movements, Jiang Shiqi swiftly tied a knot with one hand. "You need not pry into how I was injured. I merely scraped it while walking. Tell grandmother the same if she asks." As Zhang Mao packed away the medicine, he muttered in a voice loud enough for Jiang Shiqi to hear, "Come now, you never scraped yourself like this before turning 8. Now you can hardly walk straight. I can guess it is for Miss Xie, right? She looks delicate, almost like someone who cannot walk steadily." Jiang Shiqi turned his head away, increasingly annoyed by Zhang Mao's chatter. "When you are finished, you may leave." Zhang Mao, sensing his own overstepping, felt a pang of indignation for his master. Lamenting that the ethereal beauty of the Xie family daughter possessed a heart of stone, so firm in her resolve to end the engagement without leaving any room for negotiation. To see his master, a man of such stature, dismissed so easily incensed Zhang Mao more than Jiang Shiqi himself. After sending the incessantly chattering Zhang Mao away, Jiang Shiqi examined his injured hand, his lips pressed together in contemplation. With a soft, weary sigh escaping his lips, he eventually washed up with difficulty using one hand before rolling into bed. Jiang Shiqi seldom dreamed, but that night, he found himself in an unusual slumber. The residence was adorned with crimson silk, and firecrackers echoed, as if a celebration was underway. But whose celebration was it? Amidst the bustling crowd, he heard someone calling him the groom. Jiang Shiqi froze, realizing he was to be married. He looked down to see himself clad in wedding attire. a feeling of reluctance filling his heart. Though he knew he would eventually marry a woman he hardly knew, he was not ready for that day to come so swiftly. Yet the jubilant crowd, laughing and pushing him forward, offered no opportunity for hesitation, and in a mere moment, he found himself in the bridal chamber. The matchmaker, beaming with joy, placed a jade ruby in Jiang Shiqi's hands. "Groom, lift the bride's veil." The crowd behind him chuckled warmly, urging, "Young Master Jiang, let us see if the bride is beautiful." Though Jiang Shiqi had no desire to unveil the bride, he felt as if his hand moved of its own accord. As the veil fell away, the bride shyly lifted her gaze, her captivating eyes fixed upon him, brimming with affection that he recognized all too well. Jiang Shiqi's breath hitched. For the first time in years, his heart began to race. Xie Lingyao? Was he to marry Xie Lingyao? Suddenly, the crowd dissipated, leaving only him and Xie Lingyao, poised gracefully at the edge of the bed. "Husband," Xie Lingyao softly called, her voice laced with shyness. Her earlobes and slender neck flushed with a tempting crimson hue. Jiang Shiqi found himself inexplicably drawn to her, stepping forward to stand before her. At that moment, he was acutely aware that this was merely a dream. In reality, Xie Lingyao had never looked at him with such longing. Her usual demeanor was one of coldness and distance. Knowing this was but a dream, he accepted her call of husband with an ease that felt almost natural. "Are you willing to marry me?" Xie Lingyao's eyes widened slightly, her delicate teeth nibbling on her crimson lip. "Naturally, I am willing. To become your wife has long been my cherished wish. But, do you hold any grievances against me?" Jiang Shiqi's smile faltered for a moment as he responded in confusion, "Why would I harbor any grievances against you?" A look of embarrassment crossed Xie Lingyao's face as she anxiously fiddled with her handkerchief. The crown in her hair swayed gently with her movements, catching the candlelight, as if a flickering glow danced around her. They all say. What do they say?" Jiang Shiqi patiently pressed on. "They say that your marriage to me is not out of genuine desire, but rather out of fear of public criticism, compelling you to wed me." Jiang Shiqi felt a deep sense of misunderstanding from Xie Lingyao. He was not a simple-minded man. Had he not cared, he would not have been concerned with whether others would judge them. "That is not the case. Marrying you is indeed my intention, whether out of gratitude to the Xie family or for other reasons." Relief washed over Xie Lingyao, and she turned shy. "Then, will you treat me well?" "Of course," he replied. Jiang Shiqi, a man of dignity, would certainly treat his wife with kindness, providing her with a life of comfort and the respect she deserved. He stood quietly, watching as Xie Lingyao's red lips moved, but he could no longer discern her words. Young master, it is time to rise." Jiang Shiqi suddenly opened his eyes, a rush of shame and regret washing over him. Xie Lingyao had evaded him, yet here he was, dreaming of marrying her. Truly a bizarre turn of events. He rubbed his temples, feeling quite powerless. Chapter 18. Shared journey since last night. When Li Mama heard that the Empress Dowager was to summon Xie Lingyao, she had been unable to sleep a wink, her mind racing with speculations about the Empress Dowager's intentions. Despite her relentless efforts, she could not conjure a suitable explanation. Early in the morning, she roused Xie Lingyao from her slumber, insisting on proper grooming and attire. After all, the palace was a realm governed by powerful figures capable of life and death decisions. They must present themselves well to demonstrate their earnestness to the Empress Dowager. Xie Lingyao felt a flutter of anxiety within her, but she had mastered the art of maintaining a calm exterior, a skill honed during her marriage to Jiang Shiqi. She understood that revealing her inner turmoil would only invite ridicule and serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to conceal her emotions, swallowing her distress and fatigue, allowing others to perceive her as thriving. "Mama," she said, half amused, as she snatched the ornate golden hairpin from Li Mama's hands and set it aside. "We should adopt a more modest appearance for the Empress Dowager. This pin is too ostentatious." Li Mama hesitated, pondering that perhaps the older empress might appreciate the vibrant allure of youth. However, after much contemplation, she concurred that a simpler adornment was indeed the safer choice and proceeded to dress her in more understated jewelry. Once Xie Lingyao was ready, she found Jiang Shiqi waiting for her outside Wudong Pavilion, clad in a striking crimson official robe, exuding confidence. She noticed a hint of gloom in his expression, but she chose to ignore it, preoccupied with her own concerns. Although the weather had warmed, the mornings and evenings remained chilly, and she clutched her cloak, which she had not yet fastened. "Have you been waiting long, young Master Jiang?" she inquired. He responded tersely, "Just arrived." "Let us go?" Xie Lingyao had chosen not to bring a maid with her, as she could not take one past the palace gates. This decision spared Bai Chun the embarrassment of waiting outside for her. As they approached the entrance, a single carriage awaited them, causing Xie Lingyao to feel a twinge of discomfort. Would she have to share this carriage with Jiang Shiqi? Rest assured, the carriage is quite spacious. I shall not encroach upon your space, he reassured her, discerning her hesitation before stepping inside. When Xie Lingyao remained motionless, Zhang Mao, the driver, kindly urged, Miss Xie, you must hurry. Delay will cost you dearly. Faced with the choice between risking the Empress Dowager's displeasure or maintaining distance from Jiang Shiqi, she unhesitatingly opted for the latter. After all, to incur the Empress Dowager's wrath could seal her fate with a mere word. With resolve, she climbed into the carriage and settled opposite Jiang Shiqi, who feigned sleep, his eyes closed. Relieved by his disinterest, she allowed herself to relax. Zhang Mao's driving was far from smooth, and during several jolts, Xie Lingyao nearly lost her balance. In contrast, Jiang Shiqi appeared unperturbed by the bumpy ride, remaining as steady as a mountain, even with his eyes shut. Determined, Xie Lingyao grasped the cushion tightly, fearing an unintended fall into Jiang Shiqi's lap. Should he misinterpret her proximity as an invitation, she would find herself at a loss for words. Zhang Mao, do you intend to rattle the carriage apart? Jiang Shiqi's voice, cool and commanding, immediately stabilized their tumultuous ride. Xie Lingyao blinked in surprise. So, the young man had been deliberately causing the disruption. With a huff, she released her grip on the cushion, finally able to sit comfortably. As Jiang Shiqi wrestled with his own turbulent thoughts, the sight of Xie Lingyao reminded him of the dream he had the previous night and the inexplicable hopes it had stirred within him. To escape his own turmoil, he chose to close his eyes and feign slumber. After a while, Xie Lingyao, unsure if he had truly fallen asleep, found her own restlessness growing. Having slept soundly the night before, she had no inclination for slumber now. Bored, she lifted the curtain of the carriage window, gazing at the familiar yet foreign scenery outside, only to find it dull, prompting her to lower the curtain and drift into her thoughts. The carriage was a confined space, and without realizing it, her gaze settled on the tranquil face of Jiang Shiqi. She had not truly examined him since her return. In her past life, he had already been 31, burdened by power and responsibility, the weight of affairs leaving their mark on his visage. How different he appeared now, vibrant and youthful. Xie Lingyao marveled at the fairness of creation. How could one man possess such beauty, intellect, and lineage, all in abundance? As her gaze wandered downwards, she noticed the hem of his sleeve, from which a hint of bandaged skin protruded. Curiosity piqued, she leaned forward, attempting to glimpse what lay beneath the fabric. Indeed, his hand was tightly wrapped in bandages. She distinctly remembered his uninjured hands from their encounter at the Dowager's courtyard. Could this injury have occurred during that fall? As she recalled the moment, she felt a pang of guilt. There had been a hand on her head, and behind her lay the treacherous rocks of the artificial mountain. The injury must have been sustained last night. Even with his eyes closed, Jiang Shiqi sensed her unwavering scrutiny, causing him to feel increasingly uncomfortable. In an effort to evade her probing gaze, he leaned back against the carriage wall, pretending to be asleep. In the next moment, a cloak imbued with a fragrant aroma gently draped over his knees. It was Xie Lingyao's own cloak. She felt a sense of justification in offering it, recalling how much Jiang Shiqi owed her from their past. A little injury was inconsequential. He would not perish from it. As thoughts of their previous life flooded her mind, her expression darkened momentarily before the shadow passed. The cloak resting upon Jiang Shiqi's legs stirred another wave of emotion within him. Why was she doing this? Did she feel pity for him? The absurdity of the situation struck him. He, Jiang Shiqi, had become someone deserving of pity. How laughable. They maintained their unspoken silence until the carriage came to a gradual halt, at which point Jiang Shiqi finally opened his eyes. Xie Lingyao's hand, poised to reclaim her cloak, froze in midair. Feigning ignorance of her awkwardness, Jiang Shiqi naturally removed the cloak and exited the carriage. Come now, the palace gates are still a short distance ahead, and the eunuchs are waiting to guide you, he instructed. Xie Lingyao perked up, momentarily forgetting about her discarded cloak, and hurried after Jiang Shiqi as he stepped down. And you? She inquired, not genuinely concerned about his whereabouts, but rather anxious about who would escort her back once she exited the palace. Jiang Shiqi paused, his tone neutral. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty. If I emerge first, I shall wait for you at the palace gates. If you exit before me, Zhang Mao will escort you home. Ah, understood. I appreciate your assistance, young Master Jiang, she replied, grateful yet aware it was a trivial endeavor. As Jiang Shiqi ushered her through the palace gates, the waiting eunuchs approached to greet them. Xie Lingyao exhaled softly, her heart filled with silent prayers for a smooth encounter. If you do not emerge within an hour and a half, I shall come to find you in the Empress Dowager's palace, he assured her, steadying her nerves. She recognized his capability to retrieve her if necessary. Thank you, she expressed sincerely. Chapter 19. The sin of holding precious stones. The towering walls flanking the narrow palace path resembled chains of authority, transforming all who traversed them into mere servants of imperial power. Each time Xie Lingyao stepped into the palace, she felt overwhelmed by its oppressive and solemn atmosphere. Accompanied by the guiding eunuch, she walked for an indeterminate duration until they halted before an imposing palace compound. Miss Xie, we have arrived at the Empress Dowager's Changlu Palace. Please wait a moment, the eunuch announced. With a courteous yet sycophantic smile, he bowed and entered the palace. Shortly thereafter, a young palace maid emerged, beckoning her to follow. Miss Xie, please come with me, the maid said, and Xie Lingyao nodded slightly, keeping her gaze fixed ahead as she followed her inside. Once inside the hall, the young maid withdrew, leaving Xie Lingyao to stand before the Empress Dowager, who sat regally at the head of the room, attended only by an elderly matron, while the other palace servants remained outside. After performing her salutations with the utmost decorum, Xie Lingyao lowered her head, patiently awaiting the Empress Dowager to speak. The Empress Dowager, her demeanor lively despite her advanced years, wasted no time in addressing her directly. Do you know why I summoned you today? Your servant is dull-witted and does not grasp the profound intentions of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, though over 60, was remarkably spirited and forthright, unlike the Lady Jiang, who often cloaked her words in mystery. Ever since you entered the capital, Yin Peiyun has been incessantly pestering me, insisting that I meet you. Xie Lingyao furrowed her brow, perplexed as she did not recognize this Yin Peiyun. Oh, it is understandable that you are unaware of the given name of your elder. She is the matron who married into the Su family. Lady Su. In an instant, Xie Lingyao comprehended the reason for the Empress Dowager's summons, realizing the close connection between the Lady Su and the Empress Dowager, as their familiarity suggested a deep friendship. Her audacity is astounding. Knowing full well that I do not wish to see her, she still insists on intruding into Changlu Palace, which is quite irksome. Xie Lingyao, fortunate to have a rudimentary understanding of the Empress Dowager from her previous life, refrained from taking her words at face value. The Empress Dowager held a status so elevated that had she truly desired to avoid the Lady Su, the latter would not have been granted entry to the palace at all. Why are you silent? Have you lost your tongue? Xie Lingyao quickly responded with respect. Your servant merely finds the situation unclear as to why that old woman insists I meet you. Xie Lingyao nodded earnestly, admitting her confusion regarding the Lady Su's motivations for intertwining her fate with the Empress Dowager's. As a newcomer, it was indeed advantageous to gain protection from influential figures. However, the Empress Dowager's lofty status was a realm far beyond her humble origins as a merchant's daughter. Are you aware of the saying, holding precious stones incurs sin? I am, but as your servant possesses nothing of value, how could I hold precious stones? Xie Lingyao was the key to breaking the ice between Yin Peiyun and the Empress Dowager, who harbored significant leniency towards her. Patience, allow me to elucidate. You possess remarkable beauty, and do you realize that once you dissolve your engagement with Jiang Shiqi, how many eyes in the capital will covet you? Without the Jiang family's protection, who will care whether you consent or not? Xie Lingyao fell silent, for the Empress Dowager's words echoed events from her past life. Shortly after her arrival in the capital, a certain banquet had drawn the attention of a man over 50, the Marquis of Jingyang, who, upon discovering her humble origins, brazenly declared his intention to take her as a concubine before the assembled crowd. Had Jiang Shiqi not intervened and acknowledged their engagement, she would have been at a complete loss as to how to respond. Even now, the memories of that humiliation and fear returned vividly to her. Following that incident, their engagement became common knowledge throughout the capital, and no similar occurrences transpired thereafter. But what of this life? Unbound by any engagement, should a powerful figure pursue her, what reason would Jiang Shiqi have to come to her aid? In a place like the capital, where one could easily crush a noble minister, who could she afford to offend? Xie Lingyao felt her eyes welling with tears, touched by the Lady Su's concern for her well-being despite their brief acquaintance. In the grand scheme of things, aside from the emperor, who could possibly surpass the Empress Dowager in prestige? As long as she secured her protection and refrained from causing chaos or antagonizing the royal family, she would likely remain unharmed. Thus, the gratitude she owed to the Lady Su and the Empress Dowager was insurmountable. She could only pray for their well-being and prosperity. Enough of this. I have never placed faith in deities, relying solely on my own strength while alive. As for what comes after, we shall see then. One should concern themselves with the present rather than fret about the future. In her previous life, Xie Lingyao had also held no belief in such matters. Yet, having been granted a second chance, she found herself imbued with a newfound sense of caution and faith. The Empress Dowager did not harbor any particular fondness for Xie Lingyao, yet she did not despise her either. The girl's eyes held depths beyond her years, a maturity that was atypical for someone of her age, rendering the Empress Dowager momentarily at a loss for judgment. With a gentle clap of her hands, the elderly matron re-entered the room, bearing a tray. With this token, you may visit me in the palace at your leisure. Since I promised Yin Peiyin to protect you, it is only fitting that you maintain a closer rapport with me in public. May I accompany the Lady Su during her next visit to pay my respects? Yes, that old woman is quite taken with you. It would do you well to spend more time with her. Xie Lingyao accepted the token, momentarily unsure whether to take her leave or remain. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager appreciated directness. With a wave of her hand, the elderly matron gestured for Xie Lingyao to exit. Miss Xie, should anyone inquire why the Empress Dowager summoned you, simply state that she wished to ask about the situation in Jianzhou and found you charming, hence granting you this token to allow frequent visits. Thank you for your guidance, matron. The Empress Dowager had even concocted a reason on her behalf. However, Xie Lingyao found the first part of the statement somewhat nuanced. What situation? Was it regarding local customs or the state of the populace? It appeared that the court intended to tighten control over Jianzhou, and disseminating this information would serve as a warning to its officials. With the Empress Dowager personally inquiring about Jianzhou, how could they dare to act recklessly any longer? Xie Lingyao spent less than half an hour in the Empress Dowager's palace. When the guiding eunuch escorted her back to the entrance, Jiang Shiqi had yet to emerge. Following her memory, she located the carriage and stumbled upon Zhang Mao, who sat idly beneath a tree. There are ants, Xie Lingyao pointed out, noticing the little creatures climbing up Zhang Mao's boots, wishing to offer a friendly reminder. Zhang Mao, upon seeing Xie Lingyao, felt a mix of annoyance regarding her dissolution of the engagement with Jiang Shiqi, yet he was also captivated by her beauty, resulting in a rather complicated expression. What troubles you? Xie Lingyao asked, alarmed by his peculiar demeanor. Nothing much. Miss Xie, you're out quite early. My master instructed that if you finished sooner, I could escort you back. Xie Lingyao was reluctant to wait for Jiang Shiqi, but equally disinclined to return to the Jiang residence. Are we leaving now? Zhang Mao did not wish for Xie Lingyao to depart just yet. If she left now, it would result in a lengthy delay for him when he returned to fetch Jiang Shiqi. Moreover, he believed his master would prefer Xie Lingyao to wait for him. Does he have other engagements? My master has taken leave for the afternoon and will return home directly. Then let us wait for him together. The sun shone brightly outside, and Xie Lingyao chose not to enter the carriage. Instead, she retrieved 2 handfuls of fodder from a nearby bag and, with great interest, began to feed the 2 robust horses. After all, Jiang Shiqi would not intentionally seek her out for conversation, so waiting for him was of no consequence. Moreover, with no one around, she could subtly gauge the matriarch's stance on the matter of the annulment, although she was aware that the matriarch was quite favorable towards the dissolution. The lack of any response from her side over the past few days left Xie Lingyao feeling somewhat apprehensive. Upon hearing Xie Lingyao's willingness to wait for Jiang Shiqi, Zhang Mao's demeanor softened considerably. Miss Xie, these 2 horses can be quite temperamental. It would be wise to keep your distance, he cautioned. Xie Lingyao remained captivated by the sight of the horses' mouths eagerly curling around the fodder, their thick lips moving in a curious manner. Do they only eat hay? She inquired. Intrigued. Is it really possible for them to pull such a heavy carriage just by consuming grass? Only eating hay is certainly insufficient. They also require supplements like beans, wheat, and millet. That's about all I know. For more details, one would have to consult the stableman, he replied. Do they take baths? She continued with her whimsical queries. Yes. Zhang Mao was puzzled by her unexpected fascination with the horses. Yet he could not feign ignorance and thus responded to her seemingly trivial questions with a casual air. As Jiang Shiqi approached, he noticed Xie Lingyao engaged in lively conversation with Zhang Mao. Drawing closer, he observed the smile on her face, one that she seldom revealed so easily to him. Jiang Shiqi felt a surge of curiosity and indignation, questioning in his mind why she had claimed that all men were so indifferent, yet here she was, displaying warmth towards Li Zi and Zhang Mao, contrary to her assertions. However, he recognized that he held neither the position nor the right to confront her. If only Jiang Shiqi had been a bit more patient, he might have discerned that the smile on Xie Lingyao's face was not directed at Zhang Mao, but rather a joyful response to the antics of the two horses before her. Chapter 20. The Unforeseen. What brings you here, Your Highness? Xie Lingyao, upon hearing the voice, realized that Jiang Shiqi was already standing behind her. After stuffing the last few strands of dry grass into the horse's mouth, she patted her hands and turned to repeat the words that the matron had instructed her to convey. With the Empress Dowager's protection, traveling in the capital will be much more convenient for you. Xie Lingyao smiled softly but did not respond, merely gesturing towards the carriage. The two sat in silence. Much like their earlier journey, though this time Xie Lingyao harbored the intention to initiate conversation. The matron's eagerness for the Empress Dowager's favor stemmed from her concern that after Xie Lingyao's engagement to Jiang Shiqi was called off, she would have no support, which indirectly indicated that the Su family had accepted her decision to withdraw from the engagement. Furthermore, with the Su family explaining to the other four families, there would be no obstacles to dissolving the betrothal. After much hesitation, Xie Lingyao cautiously spoke. Young Master Jiang. Sensing her reluctance, Jiang Shiqi set aside the small document in his hand and took the initiative to respond. Miss Xie, feel free to speak your mind. Even though he anticipated that Xie Lingyao would not have anything particularly pleasant to say. Regarding the matter of our engagement that we discussed earlier, when shall we formally proceed with it? Jiang Shiqi countered. Are you in such a hurry, Miss Xie? Xie Lingyao smiled wryly. This matter should not be delayed. You have reached adulthood and should hasten to seek a suitable match. And you? Xie Lingyao asked in confusion. What do you mean? Are you eager to dissolve the engagement as well? Perhaps to consider another suitor? Is it Li Zi? For the first time, Xie Lingyao smiled at Jiang Shiqi, though it was a smile tinged with mockery that he could not decipher. How could I compare with young Master Jiang? Your status is exalted, and your future is boundless. The matron and the mistress are surely busy seeking a lady of equal standing to manage your household. As for me, never mind. I hope young Master Jiang can enlighten me on the matron's true intentions. Jiang Shiqi indeed wished to know what Xie Lingyao had left unsaid, but ultimately, he merely relayed what he knew. According to my grandmother's wishes, on the day of her birthday celebration, all 5 families that witnessed our engagement will be invited, and before them, our engagement will be formally dissolved. Her birthday celebration? Xie Lingyao exclaimed, but that is nearly 2 months away. Jiang Shiqi's expression darkened involuntarily. Miss Xie, 2 months is not a long time. To hastily dissolve the engagement would also be disrespectful to you. Could she not wait for 2 months? How could Xie Lingyao not feel anxious? If her profit-driven father learned of her intent to withdraw from the engagement, he would surely rush to the insisting she marry. Actually, there is no need for all those formalities. If we simply return our tokens and tear up the marriage certificate from that year, it would suffice. Jiang Shiqi paused, his tone measured. Miss Xie, our marriage has never been merely a matter between 2 individuals. It is a serious affair, reflecting both my respect for you and the Jiang family's respect for the Xie family. Xie Lingyao pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further. 2 months would not be unbearable. If the matter arose with her family in Jianzhou, she could deceive them for now and reveal the truth after the engagement was dissolved. Now that she had the Empress Dowager's protection, what was there to fear? Moreover, given the current situation, having witnesses to their dissolution would likely alleviate many future troubles. I plan to visit the Su family this afternoon. Jiang Shiqi paused, perplexed by the tone that suggested consultation and notification. Realizing her momentary distraction, Xie Lingyao acknowledged that she had only returned for less than a month, and occasionally, she would lose herself in thought. Just like now, she had momentarily forgotten the boundaries between her past and present, inadvertently revealing the demeanor of her former self in her interactions with Jiang Shiqi. Regaining her composure, Xie Lingyao subtly sought to justify her request. Young Master Jiang, is that all right? Of course. You are a valued guest of the Jiang family. Where you wish to go or what you wish to do requires no permission from us. Simply proceed. When Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi returned to the Jiang residence, word had already spread about her favor with the Empress Dowager. The matron summoned her to inquire about the details, and upon seeing her waist plaque, she could find no further words to say. Even the esteemed matron of it could not enter the palace at will. Yet Xie Lingyao could accompany the Empress Dowager at any time. What an extraordinary honor. Is this girl truly so charming? Xie Lingyao casually informed the matron that she intended to visit the Su family that afternoon. The matron's attitude mirrored Jiang Shiqi's. Wherever she wished to go was acceptable, as long as she informed someone of her whereabouts. Upon returning to Wudong residence, Xie Lingyao sent an invitation to the Su family. Meanwhile, Jiang Yufei rushed excitedly into Wudong residence, holding 2 plump bottles. What is this? Xie Lingyao shifted the pastries on the small table and helped Jiang Yufei place the bottles. This is called Luo Shinzue, a peach blossom wine I discovered at Dufang. When shall we taste it together? Dufang is the largest winery in the capital, owned by Du Su, a connoisseur of wine who often traveled the world in search of rare vintages. Xie Lingyao curiously poked at the round bottle. Is it delicious? Jiang Yufei leaned in, poking the bottle alongside her. I don't know. It's a unique item. There are only these 2 bottles in the entire wine cellar at Dufang, and I bought them both. Xie Lingyao felt tempted. I plan to go out this afternoon. How about we taste the wine together tonight? Yes. I heard from the matron that it's sunny today, so we should definitely see the moon tonight. Let us enjoy the moon and wine together. How delightful. As noon approached, the servant who delivered the invitation returned, stating that the matron had gone to the outskirts of the city to offer prayers and would not be home. In light of this, Xie Lingyao decided not to go anywhere that afternoon. Having not slept well the previous night, and with plans to drink wine with Jiang Yufei in the evening, she needed to catch up on her rest. However, Jiang Yufei was not about to let her off easily. Upon hearing from the servant that Xie Lingyao would not be going out that afternoon, she insisted they go to the peach grove to pick flowers. Yao, with the weather warming up, the peach blossoms are bursting forth beautifully, one cluster after another. The small peach grove in our backyard is currently in full bloom. Let us pick a few branches to display in a vase. They would perfectly complement our wine tasting tonight. Xie Lingyao questioned, then why not drink wine directly in the peach grove? Because it's too secluded, Yao. Don't be so lazy all day. You should go out more. Yufei, spring brings drowsiness, and this season is perfect for sleeping. Yet, Xie Lingyao could not resist Jiang Yufei's enthusiasm. Just as she swallowed the last spoonful of soup at lunch, she was dragged off to the small peach grove. With the warm sun shining and a gentle spring breeze blowing, Xie Lingyao found herself amidst the fluttering peach blossoms, greedily tilting her head back and inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her. Xie Lingyao carefully accepted the 2 branches of peach blossoms that Jiang Yufei handed her, cradling them as if fearing the delicate petals might fall at any moment. Jiang Shiqi, with a tumultuous heart, idly strolled along the path until he found himself outside the peach grove. Yufei, I can't carry any more. Jiang Shiqi halted, recognizing the voice. Although he harbored no fondness for peach blossoms and had intended to keep his distance, an inexplicable urge drew him closer, step by step. Chapter 21. Choices and Fulfillment. Xie Lingyao, adorned in a flowing emerald green gown with wide sleeves, stood gracefully amidst the pink peach blossoms, resembling a piece of exquisite jade enveloped in smooth silk. Delicate petals danced down, settling in her dark hair and upon the hem of her skirt, as she cradled a large bouquet of peach blossoms, which fluttered down from the branches with her every movement, cascading around her feet. Jiang Shiqi observed her genuine and charming smile, and silently found himself mirroring her expression, struggling to hold the flowering branches. Xie Lingyao sensed a gaze upon her and turned to search, yet found no one there, for Jiang Shiqi had already slipped away unnoticed. Back at his desk, his heart grew increasingly restless as he picked up the book he had been reading, yet found himself incapable of absorbing a single word. Closing his eyes, he envisioned Xie Lingyao, embracing the peach blossoms, laughing sweetly in the orchard. It was only after he had completed his sketch that he realized, with astonishment, that he had secretly captured the scene of Xie Lingyao's playful smile amidst the peach trees. For the first time in his life, Jiang Shiqi experienced the feeling of a thief burdened by guilt. He raised his hand, contemplating tearing the drawing apart, yet found himself unable to do so. Frustrated, he rolled the sketch and cast it aside, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. He clearly did not wish to call off the engagement with Xie Lingyao. However, if she was truly unwilling, then so be it. Such matters should not be forced. In light of Xie Lingyao's resolute desire to end the engagement, Jiang Shiqi could only arrive at one reasonable conclusion. She must have given her heart to another. He held the confidence that if Xie Lingyao's heart had not been pledged elsewhere, she would be inclined to marry him. Yet, feelings are often dictated by timing. Reluctant and unwilling, he still chose to acquiesce. In truth, he had no choice but to do so. He was no different from Li Ziyi, having never even possessed the opportunity to vie for her affection. Meanwhile, within Wudong Courtyard, Xie Lingyao and Zhang Yufei each held a bottle of wine, eagerly awaiting the onset of nightfall. When the moon finally peeked out, they joyfully joined hands and made their way to the moon-gazing pavilion. Granny Li, observing their exuberant figures, found their excitement amusing. Indeed, their Ning girl had become increasingly lively. "Manxiao, take that vase of peach blossoms to the young lady. They forgot it," she called out. The moon-gazing pavilion was not far from Wudong Courtyard, a small loft specially constructed by the Jiang family for moonlit entertainment. Ascending the loft, a small table by the window was already set with an assortment of snacks, and the two, brimming with enthusiasm, settled down with a jug of wine in hand. "Do you feel like we've forgotten something?" Xie Lingyao mused while pouring the wine. "Haven't we brought both jars of wine?" Jiang Yufei replied, rummaging through a small box to retrieve 2 short flutes, carefully placing them on the ebony stand nearby. As young ladies of the boudoir, they were all quite talented, and in due course, as the wine flowed, they intended to add music to their revelry. "Miss, Manxiao has delivered the peach blossoms. Shall we have them brought up?" They exchanged glances, and both burst into laughter, smacking their foreheads in realization. After Bichuan arranged the flowers, she retreated. Since they were in the Jiang estate's backyard, there was little fear of encountering outsiders, and thus they were accompanied only by their trusted maids, Bichuan and Zhuer. The lower level was furnished with tables and chairs, allowing Bichuan and Zhuer to enjoy the moonlight and snacks below. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers mingled with the aroma of wine, and the exquisite Luo Shunzue glimmered enticingly in its specially crafted glass, beckoning to be tasted. Xie Lingyao took the first sip, her eyes lighting up. "This wine is smooth, sweet, and fragrant, exactly to my liking." Jiang Yufei followed suit, taking a sip, her brows knitting slightly. "Something's not right. What's wrong?" "This isn't peach blossom wine, it's rose wine. But it doesn't matter what kind of wine it is, as long as it's good wine," Xie Lingyao replied. After sharing 2 cups, they fully opened up to each other. "Yao Yao, my big brother is so wonderful. Why do you insist on breaking off the engagement?" Jiang Yufei had long wanted to ask this, but feared that Xie Lingyao might have compelling reasons that would make such a direct inquiry uncomfortable. However, emboldened by the wine, she found herself asking without hesitation. Xie Lingyao gazed intently at her wine cup and replied, "Perhaps he is indeed wonderful, but he is not suited for me." Jiang Yufei, a bit anxious, countered, "How can you know he is unsuitable if you haven't even tried?" Xie Lingyao smiled wryly. "How could I not have tried? 10 years, a full decade is sufficient for me to understand. If I were someone else, I might not persuade you further, but he is my big brother. A man like him, if you don't marry him, it would truly be a shame. Moreover," Jiang Yufei added regretfully, "if you don't marry him, we won't be able to become family in the future." Xie Lingyao found herself appreciating Jiang Yufei's character. If she could be her sister-in-law, it would be wonderful to have her company every day in the household. She chuckled, her eyes bright and crescent-shaped, leaving Jiang Yufei momentarily entranced. "Even if Jiang Gongzi is a paragon of virtue, he is not my destined partner. Yufei, not everyone in this marquisate is as unprejudiced as you. They look down upon my status. Once I marry Jiang Gongzi, everyone will perceive it as me climbing too high, and relying on past favors will not secure my standing in this household." Jiang Yufei wished to refute, yet she recognized the truth in Xie Lingyao's words. "Though my background is humble, I possess my own pride and dignity. I cannot endure a life of constant ridicule." Jiang Yufei empathized. She herself hoped for kindness from her in-laws when she married. Why should Xie Lingyao endure the disdain of those who looked down upon her? Contemplating this, Jiang Yufei sincerely said, "Yao Yao, I understand now. I will no longer urge you to marry my big brother. You are right. No matter how exceptional he may be, it cannot compare to your own freedom and happiness." Xie Lingyao raised her cup. "Yufei, you are my only friend in this capital. I regard you as my confidant, and it is only to you that I can express these thoughts. If I were to share the same with others, they would only mock me for being ungrateful in my fortune." Jiang Yufei leaned her head on her hand, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. "This wine seems a bit off." Xie Lingyao also massaged her temples. "Indeed, This wine appears to be stronger than we anticipated. No wonder it's called Luo Shinzue. Its flavor is quite deceptive. Had we known, we would have only sipped a few drops. Now that we've come this far, let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Yufei casually picked up the jade flute and, bolstered by the wine, played a tune. The melancholy yet lingering notes of the flute stirred a deep-seated sorrow within Xie Lingyao. Even in this new life, she struggled to fully let go of the echoes of her past. Your turn, Xie Lingyao said, taking up another flute. Rising to face the crescent silver moon, she began to play a soft, melodious tune that floated gently on the wind, reaching the distant Haohan pavilion. Jiang Shiqi, immersed in his writing, was jolted by the sound, causing his brush to slip and mar the pristine paper. Even if he could not discern every note clearly, he recognized the melody as one he had composed, the Meihua Tiao. He distinctly remembered that this piece had never been shared with anyone before. Setting down his brush, he hastened toward the source of the sound, arriving at the moon-gazing pavilion with swift steps. To his astonishment, he discovered that the one standing in the moonlit loft was none other than Xie Lingyao herself. Chapter 22. The ravages of intoxication. Xie Lingyao set down her flute and stumbled back to her seat, only to find Jiang Yufei had unknowingly succumbed to drunkenness. Sprawled across the table, with delicate fingers, she gently lifted the exquisite wine cup, draining its contents in one go, her consciousness gradually fading into a haze. Jiang Shiqi lingered outside the loft, contemplating whether to inquire about the origin of her melody. Could it be that in this vast world, two souls separated by 1,000 miles could compose identical tunes? Young master. Upon noticing Jiang Shiqi's steady approach, Zhu were promptly pulled by Chun to bow. Jiang Shiqi merely instructed, "There is no need for you to follow. I shall go upstairs for a moment." With a heart full of unexplainable emotions, he stepped into the loft. Jiang Shiqi, what brings you here? Xie Lingyao's voice sent a jolt through him. She had always addressed him as Jiang Gongzi with courtesy and distance, but this was the first time he heard her call his name directly. You. As he moved closer, the aroma of wine enveloped him. Jiang Yufei remained oblivious, her head resting on the small table, clearly inebriated. Meanwhile, Xie Lingyao sat still, her expression betraying no sign of severe intoxication. Yet the fact that she could call his name suggested she was far from sober. Jiang Shiqi. Her voice was slightly slurred as she propped herself against the edge of the table, her chin resting on her hand. The pallor of her face now tinged with a charmingly vivid flush due to the wine. Her bright, glistening eyes, now glazed with a moist sheen, gazed dreamily at him. I am here. Jiang Shiqi completely forgot the reason for his visit. Jiang Shiqi. Her gaze suddenly turned fierce, akin to a small beast in a fit of rage, leaving him frozen in place. He had always sensed her unadulterated aversion and avoidance, previously attributing it to her efforts to compel him to withdraw from their engagement or to avoid suspicion regarding her true affections. Yet, her resentful glare now suggested that the matter was far more complex than he had presumed. Suppressing his doubts, Jiang Shiqi patiently prompted, "Speak." Scoundrel. Jiang Shiqi was taken aback. In his 2 decades of life, this was the first time someone had openly berated him in such a manner. He was bewildered as to why he had become the target of her ire. Strangely, he felt no anger, instead questioning whether he had unknowingly wronged her in some grievous way. As he pondered this, Xie Lingyao stood unsteadily and approached him. He instinctively stepped back, unsure of her intentions. Lower your head. Jiang Shiqi's breath hitched. A flicker of panic crossed his elongated eyes. Why did she want him to bow? What was she planning? As he swallowed hard, he retreated another step, his voice cool, yet laced with a warning. Xie Lingyao, you are inebriated. But she was relentless, inching closer. The intoxicating scent of roses clung to her, ensnaring him in a way that made him yearn to push this troublesome woman away. Yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed without crossing boundaries. Xie Lingyao defiantly tilted her head, her delicate features still fierce. Her voice cold as she growled, Jiang Shiqi, bend down. His composure faltered, and he found himself bending at her command, a flicker of secret anticipation igniting within him. Smack! The sound of her palm striking his chin echoed, and even though he instinctively dodged, the impact was still felt. Ouch! She cradled her hand, crouching on the floor, indignantly lamenting her plight. Jiang Shiqi, who had just been subjected to both verbal and physical assault, struggled to suppress his urge to throw her off the loft, grinding his teeth in frustration. Xie Lingyao, have you lost your mind? Jiang Shiqi. Her voice trembled as she insisted, crouch down. It felt as though he were in a surreal nightmare. Determined to disregard this drunken folly, he resolved to leave and summon her maids to escort her back to rest. However, Xie Lingyao had no intention of conceding. As he tugged at the corner of his garment, which she clutched tightly, his patience waned. Xie Lingyao, release me. Jiang Shiqi crouched down. Her obstinacy was exasperating, and had it not been for years of cultivated decorum, he might have kicked her away without a second thought. What do you want? Biting her lip, she implored with an air of vulnerability. Crouch down. I have something to say. After a moment's hesitation, he gauged that she was indeed crouching and, with his vigilance, could evade her attempts at aggression. With a stern expression, he complied and crouched down. Does your face hurt? Not at all. What a pity it was his chin that throbbed. Such a small hand. Yet how could it pack such a punch? She pointed at his chin with her delicate finger. Blinking innocently. It's red. Jiang Shiqi touched his chin with his index finger. Thankfully, it was not swollen. He averted his gaze, exasperated. What do you wish to say? Jiang Shiqi. His demeanor softened, and with a resigned sigh, he replied, speak. Prepare to meet your doom. She suddenly lunged forward, her hands reaching for his neck. Thankfully, he had not been foolish enough to fall for her drunken tricks. It was quite extraordinary that this inebriated woman still knew to engage him in conversation to lower his guard. Amused, he realized he was ready for her antics. Managing to catch her wrists together with one hand, lifting them above her head. Jiang Shiqi, let go of me. Frustration boiled within him as he grappled with the absurdity of being outsmarted this late at night. Xie Lingyao was persistently wriggling, attempting to break free. Caught in a dilemma, he contemplated summoning her maids, yet feared the potential for scandal should they overhear. Conversely, if he released her, she was becoming ever more audacious, and he wished to avoid drawing attention to her disheveled state. Xie Lingyao, Xie Lingyao, Xie Lingyao, let go of me. My hand hurts. She was preparing to kick him. Be quiet. With a resigned effort, he forcefully released her hands, warning, if you continue to act up, I shall bind you. Scoundrel. The sheltered young lady, raised in seclusion, could barely curse effectively. Xie Lingyao rubbed her wrist, her eyes glistening with tears, her attire in disarray from their tussle. Jiang Shiqi averted his gaze, removing his cloak, knowing full well that her current state would invite unnecessary speculation. Wrap it around. I refuse. Xie Lingyao. Jiang Shiqi. As Zhang Yufei was startled awake by Xie Lingyao's slap to Jiang Shiqi, the scene was so shocking that she dared not move. Eventually, Jiang Shiqi noticed the dazed Jiang Yufei, who had unknowingly sat up. Why haven't you taken her back? Jiang Yufei urged, pushing her lips together and scrambling over to tug at Xie Lingyao. Yao Yao, we must hurry back. Xie Lingyao sniffed, pointing at Jiang Shiqi, whose face was darker than the night outside. I absolutely loathe you. Jiang Shiqi was completely taken aback. What had she to hate him for? Jiang Yufei quickly pinched Xie Lingyao's finger and, with a forced smile, dragged her towards the exit. Big brother, she's just muddled from the drink. Please overlook her. We should leave now. Zhuer, quickly come and lend a hand. Jiang Shiqi tossed his cloak into Jiang Yufei's hands. Help her put this on. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Shiqi glanced at the wine on the table. Luo Shinzue. This was an exceptionally potent drink. It was no wonder Jiang Yufei, the foolish girl, had purchased it simply because of its melodious name, resulting in both of them becoming so inebriated. With a decisive sweep of his hand, Jiang Shiqi confidently took away the unopened bottle of Luo Shinzue. Chapter 23. The embarrassment of sobering up the following day, Xie Lingyao sat in a daze on her bed, staring thoughtfully at the small bruise encircling her wrist, diligently recalling the events of the previous night. Just as she pondered, Zhang Yufei entered the bedroom, guided by Aunt Li. Xie Lingyao, clutching the brocade quilt, hurriedly invited her to sit. Yufei, you arrived just in time. Look at my wrist. Zhang Yufei's expression was complex as she glanced at Aunt Li and the waiting Bichuan. Understanding her intent, Xie Lingyao shooed them away. Once they were alone, Zhang Yufei struggled to speak. You were intoxicated last night. Xie Lingyao pressed her fingers to her temples, her head still throbbing. I know. I was utterly drunk and cannot recall a single thing from last night. She couldn't remember how she returned from the moon viewing pavilion or how the bruise on her wrist had come to be. The mark appeared as though someone had seized her forcefully, and the strength required to grasp both her wrists could only belong to a robust man. This conjecture unsettled her. However, her trust in Jiang Yufei compelled her to seek answers. Jiang Yufei offered her a sympathetic glance and uttered words that plunged Xie Lingyao into despair. Last night, my elder brother came. Jiang Shiqi. How could he possibly come? An ominous premonition surged within Xie Lingyao, and she nervously swallowed, her voice trembling at the end. And then, you called him names, cursing him as a scoundrel. You even slapped him. Xie Lingyao's body weakened, collapsing onto the bed, her breath barely a whisper. Is there more? Zhang Yufei propped her up, sighing as she patted her frail shoulder. You even attempted to strangle him, but fortunately, your elder brother is both learned and skilled, and he subdued you. Xie Lingyao covered her face with her hands, her sobs escaping through her fingers. Why did it come to this? Although she occasionally fantasized about eliminating Jiang Shiqi once and for all, she never imagined her thoughts would one day be laid bare before him, much less in his presence. Zhang Yufei could not fathom how someone as delicate as Xie Lingyao could exhibit such aggression when intoxicated. She scratched her head, equally perplexed. I cannot comprehend why my elder brother suddenly appeared, nor why events escalated in such a manner. I too was quite inebriated. After a prolonged moment of self-soothing, Xie Lingyao managed to regain her composure. Yufei, you witnessed everything. Why didn't you intervene? Yao, I was so stunned by your actions. Truly, I was already dizzy, and seeing you in such a frenzy made me question if I were dreaming. Had it not been for Jiang Shiqi calling my name, I would have doubted the reality of the scene before me. What happened next? Surely, given Jiang Shiqi's temperament, he must have contemplated tossing you off the balcony? Not at all. He merely instructed me to take you home. Xie Lingyao's gaze turned vacant, her eyes hollow, unsure of what to say. In that moment, she wished to bury herself under the quilt, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Zhang Yufei could empathize with Xie Lingyao's overwhelming embarrassment, yet her own emotions were equally complicated. Yao, you must admit, your grievances are rather excessive. Not only do you wish to break off the engagement, but you also resorted to violence. Yufei, please leave me be. I desire solitude. Xie Lingyao lifted her gaze to the ceiling, overwhelmed with sorrow. In truth, it's not entirely dreadful. My elder brother doesn't seem particularly angry. Look, that cloak hanging there is a gift from him. Xie Lingyao, following Jiang Yufei's gesture, noticed the black cloak with silver edges that Aunt Li had carefully hung up. In despair, she flipped herself over, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, refusing to show her face. Jiang Yufei gently prodded the bundled quilt, offering kind advice. Yao, once you've cried enough, you ought to apologize to my elder brother. He is not petty and will not hold a grudge against you. Even if he does, fret not. I shall take responsibility, for it was I who urged you to drink. I will not abandon you. From within the quilt, Xie Lingyao's muffled voice emerged. I understand. Allow me a moment to gather myself. Jiang Shiqi is not a petty person? What nonsense. She recalled how he had previously cast away her cherished dog due to her inadvertently releasing a cat destined for Xinwanqiu. This thought further fueled her stubbornness to avoid apologizing to Jiang Shiqi, for her feelings were not genuine. Jiang Shiqi, having spent a sleepless night, consumed most of a bottle of wine, yet his mind remained clear. The image of Xie Lingyao's despairing expression, filled with resentment towards him, lingered in his thoughts throughout the night. He found it incomprehensible that Xie Lingyao harbored such unwarranted animosity against him. Had his mother done something in his name to sabotage a marriage she disapproved of, leaving Xie Lingyao unable to forgive? As dawn broke, Jiang Shiqi pondered before summoning Zhang Mao. Investigate all matters concerning Miss Xie, especially those connected to the Ho residence in Jianzhou. Zhang Mao sensed Jiang Shiqi's suppressed emotions and, unusually, refrained from prying further. He nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Jiang Shiqi anticipated that Xie Lingyao would likely come to apologize, yet he harbored a mischievous intent to prolong the situation. Stepping into the morning dew, he donned a fresh outfit and ventured out. Sure enough, Xie Lingyao arrived only to find him gone. Having finally adjusted her mood, she approached Haohan Pavilion with a heavy heart, only to be informed that Jiang Shiqi had long since left. Disappointment washed over her, yet she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, instinctively. She chose to evade this troublesome matter. After hearing Jiang Yufei's vivid recounting and piecing together her own fragmented memories, she vaguely recalled the events of the previous night. The slap she had unleashed, fueled by her pent-up emotions, was the first to resurface in her mind. Had it not been for Jiang Shiqi's timely evasion, he would have likely awakened with a swollen face. How would he explain that? Would he claim that a drunken woman from the Ho residence had not only berated him, but also attempted to assault him? Reflecting on her actions, Xie Lingyao began to shift the blame onto Jiang Shiqi. She had been enjoying a drink and moonlit night with Jiang Yufei. Why did he intrude? Had he not shown up, none of these calamities would have ensued. Even in her sober moments, she struggled to suppress her vengeful impulses. How could she have been expected to control herself when intoxicated? Thus, she resolved that in this matter, while she bore some fault, Jiang Shiqi was not entirely blameless either. If he had simply remained at Haohan Pavilion that night, she and Jiang Yufei would have returned home peacefully, and none of this turmoil would have arisen. Regardless, Xie Lingyao had made up her mind. No matter how Jiang Shiqi questioned her about the nonsensical things she had said, she would merely claim she was drunk, knowing nothing and recalling nothing. As for everything else, she decided to throw caution to the wind, doubting that Jiang Shiqi would truly take any drastic measures against her. Chapter 24. The matchmaking of the Su family. Xie Lingyao comforted herself, finally coming to terms with her situation, not so much understanding it as simply accepting it. Her relationship with Jiang Shiqi was destined to be one of mutual indifference. This recent commotion may have startled him into hastily proposing to annul their engagement, which, in truth, was precisely what she desired. Later, Xie Lingyao received an invitation from the Su family, stating that the matriarch had returned home and that she was welcome to visit at any time. Since she felt out of place at the Ho residence, she promptly summoned Bai Chun to accompany her on her outing. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Xie Lingyao was surprised to find Li Zi there as well. Initially believing it to be mere coincidence, she was taken aback when, after her conversation with the matriarch concluded and she was preparing to leave, he was still present. Dressed in a blue and white long robe, Li Zi exuded an air of calmness and restraint as he stood quietly beneath a parasol tree, seemingly waiting for someone. Madame Bai held Xie Lingyao's hand, gently patting it with a knowing smile. "Xiao Yao, go ahead. There are plenty of fine gentlemen in the capital. Let us not hang our hopes solely on Jiang Shiqi." Xie Lingyao pressed her lips together and smiled slightly. While she understood that there was unlikely to be any romantic connection with Li Zi, she did not wish to disappoint the matriarch and Madame Bai. Thus, she nodded in acknowledgement and gracefully approached Li Zi. Bai Chun attempted to follow but was swiftly pulled aside by Madame Bai. "Silly girl, what are you following for? Don't worry, there are no outsiders in this residence. There is no need to fear gossip. Li Gongzi, it is a pleasure to see you again. What a coincidence." Xie Lingyao greeted. Li Zi, initially nervous, found solace in her amiable smile. He had resigned himself to the notion that he and Xie Lingyao were not meant to be together. However, Su Haoxing had mysteriously pulled him aside the day before and inquired whether he still held any feelings for her. Though he knew he should not entertain such thoughts, he could not bring himself to deny it. Li Zi, straightforward and unabashed, accepted his feelings without pretense, fearing only that his untimely affection might burden Xie Lingyao. He had thought Su Haoxing would scold him for ignoring advice, but instead, the latter brought him exhilarating news. The engagement between Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi was soon to be dissolved. Li Zi could not help but marvel at the benevolence of fate. This meant he had a chance to win over the woman he had admired at first sight. "It is no mere coincidence, Miss Xie. I came expressly to see you." Xie Lingyao had anticipated Li Zi's forthrightness, recalling how in a previous life he had boldly confronted her with his feelings. Amusingly, she had been quite startled by his audacity at the time. Had he not possessed a countenance that radiated integrity, she might have cried on the spot. Not wishing to dwell in awkwardness, Xie Lingyao stated directly, "I believe I understand your intentions, Gongzi Li, but given our limited encounters, is it not a bit premature to discuss such matters?" Li Zi did not falter at her words. Rather, his gaze brightened. "You mean we could meet more often to foster a deeper understanding between us?" Xie Lingyao hesitated. Was that truly what she meant? "Rest assured, I shall not intrude on your space." Realizing he had been overly impulsive, Li Zi quickly clarified. Upon reflection, he recognized his eagerness to disclose his feelings was indeed premature. It would be more prudent to gradually win Xie Lingyao's affection, especially before she successfully annulled her engagement, as any overstepping could tarnish her reputation. "At this moment, my engagement to Jiang Shiqi is still in place. Perhaps we should revisit this topic when the time is right?" He nodded, expressing contrition. "I understand, Miss Xie. Today, I acted too hastily. Please do not feel burdened by it." Xie Lingyao reassured him with a smile. "I know you to be sincere and forthright, a person of genuine character, and I harbor no grievances." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xie Lingyao seized the opportunity to take her leave. Her carriage came to a gentle halt before the Ho residence, just as Jiang Qianro had escorted her out. Yao Linlin glanced up, inquiring, "Is this your guest?" Jiang Qianro cast a disdainful look, unable to hide her contempt. "Isn't she the one I mentioned?" Yao Linlin snorted and strode purposefully towards Xie Lingyao, declaring, "I wish to see what sort of person she is, especially since even Jiang Shiqi is not worthy of her regard." "Linlin, you." Jiang Qianro halted, her hand poised to stop her. Yao Linlin had always been headstrong and reckless, boldly seeking to confront Xie Lingyao, who had inadvertently humiliated her by annulling her engagement to Jiang Shiqi. Jiang Qianro, already harboring resentment towards Xie Lingyao, chose to remain uninvolved, allowing the confrontation to unfold. As Xie Lingyao descended from her carriage, she encountered a young woman with an unfriendly demeanor. She recognized her, Yao Linlin, the sole daughter of the Jingyang Ho. This father-daughter duo had brought her nothing but trouble. One had insulted her openly at a banquet while the other had made her life difficult due to an unrequited infatuation with Jiang Shiqi. They were both insufferable nuisances. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao's exquisite beauty, Yao Linlin's animosity deepened. "You are Xie Lingyao?" Xie Lingyao brushed non-existent dust from her sleeve, arching an eyebrow in feigned ignorance. "And you are?" Yao Linlin's maid, holding her head high, replied arrogantly, "Our young lady is the daughter of the Jingyang Ho." Xie Lingyao's expression remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing her lips as she responded nonchalantly, "I beg your pardon. But as I am new to the capital, I am not well acquainted with its nobility. Aside from the Jiang family of Jingyuan Hofu, the Lu family of Huairong Hofu, and the Zhang family of Morong Hofu, I am unfamiliar with others. May I ask for your esteemed surname?" There were only 4 marquises in the capital, and Xie Lingyao had intentionally omitted Jingyang Ho. This was not merely to provoke Yao Linlin, but also because the Jingyang Ho had squandered his title through years of indulgence and had accomplished little in the court, his house now waning in influence. With no promising heirs, the future of the Jingyang Ho estate appeared bleak. Yao Linlin's brows knitted in anger, her smile icy. "You are not worthy to know who I am, nor do you need to. But I know some individuals have lofty ambitions yet fragile lives. Since you arrive with ill intentions, I shall excuse myself." Concealed within her sleeve was the imperial waist token bestowed by the Empress Dowager, her source of confidence. She had no need to endure Yao Linlin's scorn. "Xie Lingyao, do not think that in a place like the capital, you can stand your ground solely on your looks." Xie Lingyao chose to ignore Yao Linlin's incessant taunts, turning to leave. "Stop. I have not finished speaking. Do you dare walk away?" Almost as Yao Linlin finished her sentence, her entourage swiftly closed in on Xie Lingyao, blocking her path. Through the throng, she caught sight of Jiang Qianro hesitating, uncertain whether to intervene. What a foolish girl. Regardless of her status, she was a guest of the Jiang family. To allow Yao Linlin to bully her at the Jiang family's doorstep would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. It is truly amusing that the esteemed Jiang Qianro, raised with such care as a legitimate daughter, fails to comprehend this seemingly simple principle. Chapter 25. Relentless Denial. As Xie Lingyao stepped outside, she was accompanied only by a coachman and by Chun. At this moment, both were restrained by 2 burly women. Unable to approach the encircled Xie Lingyao, is she truly planning to resort to violence in the street? Xie Lingyao, aware from her past life that Yao Linlin was both venomous and foolish, knew that any unfortunate servant who crossed her path would face dire consequences. However, she was not a servant. Despite Yao Linlin's noble status as the daughter of a marquis, she had no right to lay hands on her in public. Otherwise, the censors from the imperial court would not remain idle, and the charges against the Jingyang marquis's household would come pouring in like a flurry of snowflakes. Over the years, the Jingyang marquis had acted recklessly, offending many in the court, and should he be caught in a scandal, there would be far more who would seek to undermine him than to offer assistance. Xie Lingyao was well aware of the emperor's long-standing dissatisfaction with the Jingyang marquis. Otherwise, he would not have been so careless as to offend the petty Jiang Shiqi, resulting in the swift downfall of the once mighty marquisate. At that time, Xie Lingyao had been married to Jiang Shiqi for barely a year. Although Jiang Shiqi wielded considerable power, it paled in comparison to the influence he gained after the new emperor's ascension. Relying solely on Jiang Shiqi's capabilities, the marquisate would not have collapsed so easily. For even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and Jiang Shiqi would not have acted with such ease. With a malicious smile, Yao Linlin attempted to touch Xie Lingyao's face, only to have her wrist seized firmly by Xie Lingyao. Yao Linlin exerted some force to withdraw her hand, then shifted her demeanor, feigning civility. "Miss Xie, we seem to have an affinity. I merely wish to invite you to the Jingyang Marquis' residence as a guest. Why such a strong reaction? Xie Lingyao nonchalantly pulled out a handkerchief from her waist and meticulously wiped each of her delicate fingers before responding with indifference. I shall not go. Everyone in the capital knows that the cook from the Jingyang Marquis' household is unparalleled. Miss Xie need not feel obliged to join me in sampling the local delicacies. Unfazed by Xie Lingyao's refusal, Yao Linlin spoke grandiloquently, gesturing as if to forcibly take Xie Lingyao away. On the other side, Jiang Qianro, witnessing Yao Linlin's intention to escalate matters, could no longer feign ignorance. If anything were to happen to Xie Lingyao today, the matriarch would not spare her. Linlin, what are you doing? Miss Xie is a guest personally invited by my grandmother. If you wish to invite her to the Jingyang Marquis' residence, you should wait for the next opportunity and send an invitation instead of rushing this moment. Jiang Qianro discreetly tugged at Yao Linlin's sleeve from within her voluminous robes, signaling her to avoid making a scene. Yet, Yao Linlin, in her stubbornness, paid no heed to Jiang Qianro's subtle hints. She's merely a merchant's daughter. Do you truly hold her in such high regard? You may fear your grandmother, but I do not. I will speak to the matriarch myself. You need not worry, I will not truly harm her. Though Yao Linlin was foolish, she was not entirely lacking in sense. She understood that if she truly harmed Xie Lingyao, the subsequent troubles for the Jingyang Marquis' household would be immense. Thus, she merely intended to scare Xie Lingyao, verbally humiliate her a bit, and then release her, hoping to instill a lasting memory. Simultaneously, she aimed to assert her dominance, making it known that Yao Linlin was not to be trifled with. Linlin, Jiang Qianro signaled her, made to quickly find someone capable of managing Yao Linlin. The two continued to tussle, but Yao Linlin lost all patience. Enough. I know what I'm doing. You needn't concern yourself. I guarantee she will return unscathed. If you continue to obstruct me, do not blame me for disregarding our years of friendship. After murmuring a few reassurances to Jiang Qianro, Yao Linlin turned to lead Xie Lingyao away. Miss Yao, where do you intend to take my guest? Jiang Shiqi emerged from the inner gate, his expression as consistently cold as ever. Yet, inexplicably, the aura he exuded conveyed an unmistakable sense of anger. Jiang Qianro shot a glare at her maid, frustrated that she had summoned the intimidating Jiang Shiqi instead of someone more suitable. The maid, too, felt wronged. She had intended to fetch her mistress, but had inadvertently encountered Zhang Mao. Seeing her flustered expression, Zhang Mao had pressed her for information, and before she knew it, she had spilled everything. Brother Shiqi, Yao Linlin, oblivious to the tension, approached him with a smile. I didn't know you were at home. Qianro said you were away. With that, Yao Linlin cast an accusatory glance at Jiang Qianro. Jiang Qianro's face darkened. Jiang Shiqi was known for his elusive nature, and she had no way of knowing he would be at home this afternoon. It was unfair for Yao Linlin to blame her for his sudden appearance. Jiang Shiqi paid no mind to Yao Linlin's antics and walked straight towards the dazed Xie Lingyao, who seemed lost in thought. Did they lay hands on you? Xie Lingyao instinctively looked up, her gaze landing on his bruised jaw, and promptly chose to feign ignorance. No, Jiang Shiqi had never found Yao Linlin's arrogance so detestable. Previously, he had tolerated her youth and gender, but today, he felt no inclination to show her any mercy. Zhang Mao, detain all these vile servants. Yao Linlin hurried to his side, puzzled by his words. Brother Shiqi, they belong to me. Have the Jingyang Marquis himself come to collect them today, otherwise, they will not leave my Jingyuan Marquis' residence. Though Jiang Shiqi's tone was calm, Xie Lingyao understood him well enough to perceive the barely restrained fury beneath the surface. This was what a normal person would do, stand firm against the Yao family's bullying at their doorstep, just as he was doing. Yao Linlin, in disbelief, pointed at Xie Lingyao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Shiqi, are you defending her? I haven't even done anything to her yet, and you're going to detain my people for her? Jiang Shiqi's gaze dropped, cold and unyielding. Miss Yao, you may address me as young Master Jiang. It seems we are not well acquainted. Xie Lingyao had no interest in the state of Yao Linlin's fragile heart. She had not rested all day and merely wished to return home, eat, and lie down. Feeling impatient, she interrupted, May I take my leave now? Yes. Jiang Shiqi ignored Yao Linlin, who was now sobbing quietly, and warned Jiang Qianro, in the future, I do not wish to see any members of the Yao family at our door again. There is no honor to be gained from a faltering Jingyang Marquis. After walking some distance, Xie Lingyao could no longer contain herself and turned to Jiang Shiqi, who was walking half a step behind her. Do you have something to discuss, young Master Jiang? Jiang Shiqi shot her a cool glance, seemingly nonchalant as he brushed his fingers over his chin. I had thought Miss Xie would have something to say to me. Initially, Jiang Shiqi intended to leave her hanging for a couple of days, but at this moment, he changed his mind. Earlier, Yu Fei came to see me. Xie Lingyao swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. What did she say? She mentioned. Jiang Shiqi elongated his words, teasingly withholding the information, yet he refused to divulge it. Xie Lingyao, fully aware of his intent, could not help but ask. What exactly did she say? She said you felt remorse for your actions towards me last night and sought my forgiveness. However, it seems to me that Miss Xie does not appear sincere. Xie Lingyao. I apologize, I was quite tipsy last night, and many events have slipped my mind. If I have caused any offense, I kindly ask for your forgiveness, young Master Jiang. Jiang Shiqi displayed a look of perplexity. I have completely forgotten. Xie Lingyao nodded with utmost certainty. Not a single detail has come to mind. In any case, she would never admit to it. Have you also forgotten about my indiscretions? Xie Lingyao. Chapter 26. Deciding to cling to her, Xie Lingyao was left in a daze by the few words spoken by Jiang Shiqi. It was utter nonsense. Impossible. She was resolute. Her restraint from harming Jiang Shiqi was merely due to the constraints of law and the weight of power upon her back. How could she possibly lose her senses and act so frivolously? Yet, Jiang Shiqi did not strike her as a person who would lie about such matters. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her confidence began to wane. The subtle shift in her expression did not escape Jiang Shiqi's keen observation. He remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to watch her intently. Xie Lingyao felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze and swallowed hard to mask her anxiety. I am not that kind of person. Jiang Shiqi saw through the underlying insecurity in Xie Lingyao's vehement denial. Are you implying that I am lying, Miss Xie? Xie Lingyao felt a wave of despair, tugging at her handkerchief in frustration, unable to comprehend how such absurdity could unfold. She longed to question Jiang Shiqi. For if his words were indeed true, why had she not heard a whisper of it from Jiang Yufei? Yet, Jiang Yufei herself was inebriated, though her composure was superior to Xie Lingyao's, leaving her neither raving nor forgetful. Still, if one were to claim that the information she conveyed was complete, even she would struggle to guarantee it. Jiang Shiqi subtly shifted his position, allowing Xie Lingyao to clearly see the faint red marks on his neck, evidence of her frantic scratching in a moment of confusion. It was her own incriminating evidence. Poor Jiang Shiqi, though innocent, had endured countless teasing glances from colleagues throughout the morning. He wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning himself to bear this unjust blame. After a serious contemplation lasting half an hour, Jiang Shiqi resolved to abandon any concern for his reputation and instead cling to Xie Lingyao. Perhaps he should feel fortunate that she had unwittingly provided him with a narrow, selfish justification. Despite years of scholarly pursuit, he had not cultivated a virtuous heart under the influence of his esteemed teachers. In the court, he could weave schemes, and with Xie Lingyao, he could equally resort to cunning for his own desires. He was acutely aware, more than anyone else, that Jiang Shiqi was certainly no good man. Xie Lingyao trembled as she opened her palm, fixating on her guilty hands, resolutely vowing never to drink recklessly again. Miss Xie, have you not yet sobered up? Jiang Shiqi interrupted her inappropriate reverie impatiently. With a futile struggle, Xie Lingyao asked, then tell me, how did I act so frivolously towards you? Jiang Shiqi instinctively pressed his lips together, a faint blush gracing his ears. Such a simple action carried profound implications. Xie Lingyao felt darkness cloud her vision, and she reached out to steady herself against a pillar in the corridor. Could she truly have committed such a shameless act? No, it was utterly impossible. She was not some lecherous fiend. Mr. Jiang, regarding last night's events, I hope you will not take them to heart. My indiscretions were entirely due to intoxication and were not intentional. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Miss Xie, your tendency to attribute all faults to alcohol is quite irresponsible. Jiang Shiqi's pointed accusation left Xie Lingyao speechless, even though she found herself unable to defend her stance. But I speak the truth. Taking advantage of her feeble rebuttal, Jiang Shiqi pressed on. I had no intention of making things difficult for you, Miss Xie. A mere scratch is of little concern to me. Xie Lingyao nodded repeatedly, offering insincere flattery. Mr. Jiang, your magnanimity is truly admirable. However, Jiang Shiqi's innocence. Xie Lingyao found the situation utterly ridiculous. She could not accept that she would be so drunk as to act inappropriately towards Jiang Shiqi. At this moment, she simply lacked the evidence to counter his claims, yet deep down, she felt profoundly wronged. Even if she had indeed kissed Jiang Shiqi as a man, what significance did his innocence hold? In her past life, unbeknownst to her, he may have shared countless intimate moments with his cherished cousin, yet he never seemed to care about his reputation then. Moreover, if Jiang Shiqi's innocence was paramount, was her own not equally valid? Mr. Jiang, such matters remain undisclosed as long as you choose not to speak of them. Undisclosed? The entire Ministry of Revenue has already heard of it. So what? At your age? There are many who are married and even have children. Why must you cling to such trivialities? Xie Lingyao longed to assert, as a man, do you really need to concern yourself with purity and virtue? But intuition warned her that such thoughts should remain unspoken. A cold snort escaped Jiang Shiqi's lips as he turned away, leaving Xie Lingyao with his indifferent back. From a distance, Bai Chun noticed Jiang Shiqi departing and hurriedly approached Xie Lingyao, carefully steadying her. Miss, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite dreadful. Did Mr. Jiang say something unpleasant? Xie Lingyao rubbed her temples in frustration, pondering how, after living a second life, she found Jiang Shiqi ever more inscrutable. What was it that he truly sought? It's nothing. Bai Chun, please deliver a letter to the Su residence for me. She had never been able to decipher Jiang Shiqi, even after spending a decade living alongside him. However, Xie Lingyao had long since lost the inclination to delve into the convoluted workings of his mind. It was better to avoid any potential blunders altogether. Upon returning to Wudong Courtyard, Xie Lingyao carefully sealed the letter and instructed Bai Chun to personally deliver it to the matriarch of the Su family. Previously, the matriarch had discussed with her the possibility of her staying longer at the Jiang residence before being taken to the Su residence, and now the time had come. The night air was chilly, yet Jiang Shiqi stood by the window, oblivious to it all. Only when Zhang Mao knocked on the door did he snap back to reality. Sir, Miss Xie has given a letter to her maid. Jiang Shiqi gently rubbed the scab on the back of his right hand with the pad of his left fingers, his expression growing icy. To the Su family? Who it is for remains unclear, but the maid has gone to Yilan Courtyard. Yilan Courtyard belonged to Jiang Shiqi's mother, Madame Zhou. Jiang Shiqi's gaze sharpened, taking on a dangerous edge. Do you intend to go over? Zhang Mao was acutely aware of Jiang Shiqi's aversion to others meddling in his affairs, even if that individual was his own mother. Find a way to relay the information to her. Let her handle it herself. Though Jiang Shiqi did not specify who she was, Zhang Mao instantly understood he referred to Xie Lingyao. However, given Miss Xie's youth and her kind disposition, it was likely she would handle the matter with leniency, treating the traitorous maid with a light touch rather than imposing severe punishment. Jiang Shiqi was uncertain where Zhang Mao had drawn this conclusion, but he had always been perceptive of people. The true Xie Lingyao was entirely different from the persona she displayed. The contrast was even greater than Zhang Mao had suggested. Proceed as I instructed. Chapter 27. The betrayal of Bichuan. It was only until dusk that Bichuan hurriedly returned. Xie Lingyao, engrossed in her writing, paused momentarily. Wasn't she supposed to come back right after delivering the message? Why was she so late? Bichuan lifted her sleeve to wipe the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead, still slightly panting. When I arrived at the Su residence, the matriarch still had guests, so I was asked to wait for a while. Xie Lingyao did not inquire further, lowering her head once again to practice her calligraphy. Very well, you may leave now. You must be tired today. There's no need for you to serve me tonight. Go and rest. Bichuan bowed slightly and gently pushed the door open to exit. Once she was certain that Bichuan had gone far, Xie Lingyao's expression suddenly darkened, and she heavily set down her brush. On Bichuan's hairpin rested a tiny white petal that she herself had not noticed, a petal from the white-ribbed ginkgo tree. As the weather warmed, flowers bloomed in abundance, and it was not unusual for a petal from an apricot blossom to land on Bichuan. Yet, the petal's edge bore a distinct silver lining, and Xie Lingyao instantly recognized its species. The matriarch, Zhou, cherished apricot blossoms. When she first married into the Jiang family, her relationship with Jiang Yuqing, Jiang Shiqi's father, was filled with affection. Knowing her fondness for apricot blossoms, he had specially sent someone to Lingzhou to procure this rare variety and plant it in the Yilan courtyard. Thus, the existence of this apricot tree spanned the years since Zhou entered the Jiang family. Had Xie Lingyao not lived in the Jiang residence for over a decade in her past life, she might not have recognized this variety so swiftly. In her previous life, Every time she visited Zhou to pay her respects, she was often subjected to petty grievances, forced to stand in rigid postures under various pretenses, all beneath that very apricot tree. Through the changing seasons, Xie Lingyao witnessed the tree in full bloom, observed its lush green leaves, watched its yellowed leaves wither, and even saw its branches blanketed in snow. She was certain she would never mistake it. This particular variety existed solely in the Jiang family, and the Su family had none. This indicated that Bichuan had indeed visited the Yilan courtyard. Xie Lingyao's gaze turned icy. Zhou's hostility towards her had never waned from her past life to the present. There was no need for speculation. Xie Lingyao understood that Zhou was well aware of her movements, harboring ill intentions. Yet, she felt a pang of heartbreak. Bichuan had betrayed her. Bichuan had been brought to the Jiang residence at the tender age of 8, a frail little thing resembling a pitiful chick, unwanted by anyone for service. Xie Lingyao's stepmother, Wang, intended to send her to the kitchen to tend the fire. Such a delicate frame, if made to work in the kitchen, would not survive long. At merely 10 years old, Xie Lingyao had felt compassion and brought her to serve at her side. Although Bichuan was merely her maid, Xie Lingyao reflected that she had never made Bichuan perform any arduous tasks and always kept her close, treating her as a trusted confidant akin to old Madame Li. However, reality dealt Xie Lingyao a harsh blow. Less than a month after Bichuan arrived in the capital with her, she had already been bought off by Zhou. Furthermore, Bichuan was an orphan, with no family to threaten her. Thus, only wealth could entice her. Consequently, the maid whom Xie Lingyao had treated sincerely had, without hesitation, sold her out for mere riches. Xie Lingyao still vividly recalled how heartbroken she was in her previous life, when Bichuan was beaten to death under Jiang Shiqi's orders. How she had frantically sought revenge against him. Now, Bichuan had betrayed her, and just as in her past life, she might be swayed by Zhou. Contemplating this, perhaps Bichuan's fate of being beaten to death was not entirely undeserved. Xie Lingyao hesitated momentarily, grappling with the question of what was real and what was false. Pushing open the window, the night wind brushed against her face, gradually liberating her from disappointment and disbelief, bringing her to a state of calm. Leaning against the windowsill, she swiftly made a resolution. Regardless of Bichuan's motivations for betrayal, she could no longer remain by her side. The following morning, Jiang Yufei arrived with a peach-pink invitation in hand, seeking out Xie Lingyao. Yao, Princess Qiongji intends to host a peach blossom banquet tomorrow and has sent an invitation to the Marquis's residence. The princess specifically requested that you accompany her. Me? Xie Lingyao was well aware of the upcoming peach blossom banquet, for it was at this very gathering that Marquis Jingyang had shamelessly declared his intention to take her as a concubine, subjecting her to humiliation. It was also at this gathering that Jiang Shiqi had come to her aid, compelling her to publicly acknowledge their engagement. Originally, she had planned to avoid this event at all costs. She had no desire to confront the lecherous face of Marquis Jingyang, nor did she wish to be bound to Jiang Shiqi once more. Princess Qiongji's motive for organizing this so-called peach blossom banquet was merely to observe eligible young women in the capital, as she sought a suitable daughter-in-law for her son. The Duke of Xinghua, not wanting to be too overt, she invited not only female guests but also a selection of male attendees. However, her true aim was to attract accomplished young ladies from prestigious families, such as Jiang Yufei and Jiang Qianrou. In her past life, it was Jiang Yufei who brought her along to such events. Why was Princess Qiongji now specifically mentioning her? Xie Lingyao suddenly recalled that Princess Qiongji was the daughter of the Empress Dowager, someone favored by the court. As such, Princess Qiongji would undoubtedly extend her regard towards her. Given this, Xie Lingyao felt obliged to attend. Otherwise, it would seem rather ungrateful. Times had changed. She was personally invited by Princess Qiongji, and should Marquis Jingyang cause a scene, the princess would surely intervene. Moreover, Xie Lingyao would deliberately avoid Marquis Jingyang, as long as she lingered among the crowd. It would be inappropriate for a man of his age to fixate on a throng of young maidens. Yes, I shall come with you tomorrow, she replied. Yao, you have no idea. Princess Qiongji shares blood with His Majesty. Her status is immensely esteemed. I dare say, throughout the capital, aside from the imperial kitchen, you will not find another household with culinary skills surpassing hers. Xie Lingyao suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, smiling faintly as she replied, Is that so? Then I shall make sure to savor it tomorrow. Jiang Yufei glanced towards the door, where only a small maid awaited, and then dared to inquire about the events of the previous night. What did your elder brother say about it? Xie Lingyao opened her mouth, uncertain of how to convey her predicament to Jiang Yufei. She simply could not bring herself to confess that she might have shared a kiss with Jiang Shiqi, or perhaps several, even though she still harbored suspicions that Jiang Shiqi was slandering her. With a bitter tone, Xie Lingyao lied. Young Master Jiang is broad-minded and did not say much. Only then did Jiang Yufei breathe a sigh of relief, playfully teasing. You are fortunate to have met my elder brother. Had it been anyone else, you might have found yourself in quite a predicament. Xie Lingyao felt a wave of emotion, as Jiang Shiqi's inexplicable demeanor left her feeling unsettled. Otherwise, she would not have been so unscrupulous as to consider evading the situation altogether. Chapter 28. The Peach Blossom Banquet of Princess Qiongji. The banquet hosted by Princess Qiongji was not an affair that just anyone could attend. It was reserved for high-ranking officials and royal relatives, those privileged enough to frequently present themselves before the emperor. Thus, when a figure of extraordinary beauty, Xie Lingyao, mingled among these illustrious guests, she inevitably drew attention, despite her attempts at discretion. Fortunately, having borne the title of Lady Jiang for over a decade, Xie Lingyao had grown accustomed to such grand occasions, remaining composed and unperturbed, unlike her former self who would have quailed in anxiety. In her past life, the knowledge that Jiang Shiqi would be present had prompted her to invest considerable effort into her appearance, only to find that her efforts failed to captivate him and instead led to complications. Today, having learned from her previous missteps, she eschewed her usual vibrant colors in favor of a simple yet elegant dark green dress adorned with delicate floral patterns. Her hair was modestly styled with a single long hairpin. While she sought to avoid standing out, she also wished to avoid appearing shabby, ensuring that each piece she wore, though understated, was of exquisite quality. The princess, being the emperor's sister, enjoyed a lavish residence even in the capital where land was scarce. The so-called Peach Blossom Banquet was indeed fitting, for the palace gardens boasted a sizable peach orchard, which was presently in full bloom, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. However, the seating arrangements were not placed beneath the trees, as the esteemed guests were too refined to tolerate fallen petals or insects in their food. The Jiang sisters each had their close friends, and as soon as they entered the orchard, they dispersed in various directions. Only Jiang Yufei remained by Xie Lingyao's side, shielding her from prying eyes and leading her to a quieter spot to admire the blossoms. Lingyao, I've heard that after the feast begins, the Grand Princess will invite us to partake in peach blossom wine. Do take care to sip thoughtfully, Jiang Yufei advised, genuinely concerned for her friend. Xie Lingyao sighed inwardly, knowing that her past experience had not equipped her with the same tolerance for alcohol in this life. I am aware. Such a situation will not arise again, she reassured, vowing to avoid any future embarrassment. Having arrived with the Jiang sisters, Xie Lingyao noticed several guests inquiring about her after they had separated. Before their outing, the matriarch had instructed them to refrain from mentioning Xie Lingyao's impending dissolution of her engagement to Jiang Shiqi, lest it provoke gossip. Consequently, they had all responded that she was a distant guest from Jianzhou. Jiang Qianrou and Jiang Linglong, for reasons unknown, deliberately concealed the fact that Xie Lingyao had been personally invited by Princess Qiongji. Upon learning of her less than illustrious background, many of those who inquired about her exhibited knowing smiles that hinted at their disdain. A beautiful woman of modest standing attempting to join an assembly of the elite naturally led to uncharitable speculations. The stunning figure that had once captivated attention now found herself sullied by the mud of judgment. Despite the malice concealed within their glances, Xie Lingyao remained acutely aware of their scrutiny, prompting an exasperated sigh from the depths of her heart. No matter her thoughts or actions, the vast chasm separating her from these so-called nobility condemned her to endure their unfounded scorn. Jiang Yufei, ever carefree and oblivious to the weight of judgment surrounding them, enthusiastically led Xie Lingyao through the expansive peach orchard. There's an empty space on the eastern side of the Marquis' garden. I believe we should plant a grove of fruit-bearing trees there. In season, we could enjoy the blossoms and wine, she mused. Xie Lingyao refrained from disrupting Jiang Yufei's delightful reverie, recalling that the eastern corner had been planted with her favorite hibiscus the second year after Xin Wanchu arrived at the Marquis' residence. The sight was indeed beautiful, yet painfully glaring. As half an hour passed, and the time for the feast drew near, Xie Lingyao and Jiang Yufei took their seats. Yufei, you've been inseparable from that girl beside you. Why not converse with us? Have we grown distant in just half a month? Inquired Lu Yuran. the eldest daughter of the second branch of the Marquis family. After overhearing Jiang Linglong's veiled disparagement of Xie Lingyao, she looked down upon Jiang Yufei's attentiveness with disdain. Jiang Yufei, holding her teacup, glanced at her with a perplexed expression before bursting into laughter. Yuran, what's with you? You sound almost jealous. Lu Yuran was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if Jiang Yufei was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Yufei, we've shared years of friendship. You should steer clear of certain individuals, she cautioned, her tone dripping with condescension. Xie Lingyao focused on adding tea leaves to her cup, pretending not to hear Lu Yuran's insinuations. Being a woman of 27, she would not stoop to quarreling with a 16-year-old girl. Indeed, it's best to refrain from lowering oneself to such company. I advise you to distance yourself from those of lesser status and dubious character. Otherwise, you risk being judged by association. Lu Yuran's companion, Yao Linlin, interjected briskly, her gaze towards Xie Lingyao laced with venom. For the sake of a mere Xie Lingyao, Jiang Shiqi had deprived her of all her guests. The Marquis, embarrassed, refused to assist her in reclaiming them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shiqi had sent her entourage straight to the authorities, claiming they were harmful servants. With Jiang Shiqi's influence, the officials acted swiftly, resulting in the loss of many of her close companions overnight. Yao Linlin, unable to direct her anger at Jiang Shiqi, redirected all her resentment towards Xie Lingyao, wishing she could tear apart the lovely visage that irked her so. Jiang Yufei forcefully set her teacup down, ready to speak, but Xie Lingyao grasped her wrist to stop her. Understanding that Xie Lingyao wished to avoid offending two noble ladies simultaneously, Yao Linlin, who was one matter, but Lu Yuran, with whom she had genuine history, Jiang Yufei chose to feign ignorance of Yao Linlin's comments. Lingyao, come, taste this year's new tea. It's fresh and delightful. Jiang Yufei offered, deliberately ignoring Yao Linlin. Yao Linlin, feeling disregarded, scowled even more fiercely. Jiang Yufei, I'm speaking to you. She snapped. Jiang Yufei turned back, feigning surprise. Oh, were you speaking to me? My apologies. I thought you were addressing Yuran, considering you mentioned her incessant chatter with the Tong family's Tong Jiame last time. Lu Yuran's expression twisted in anger, and she rose indignantly. Yao Linlin, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yufei, stop spreading nonsense. Yao Linlin retorted, her frustration boiling over as she kicked over the small table and advanced toward Jiang Yufei, her furious demeanor startling everyone nearby. Xie Lingyao quickly stepped in front of Jiang Yufei. Miss Yao, we are in the princess's residence. Please mind your behavior. Yao Linlin's outburst garnered the attention of many onlookers. Yao Linlin was deeply troubled by her inability to confront Xie Lingyao, and at that moment, seeing her stand before her without any pretense, the last thread of reason snapped completely. She raised her hand, ready to strike Xie Lingyao. How audacious! Yao Linlin, do you think my princess's residence is a mere marketplace? A voice, rich with authority, resounded, causing everyone to turn and look. The grand princess approached, accompanied by a retinue of servants, adorned in resplendent attire, walking with a measured grace. Chapter 29. The engagement exposed. Yao Linlin flinched, hurriedly retracting her usual arrogant demeanor as Nua turned to greet the ladies. We have met Her Highness the Princess. Princess Xiongji stood still, casting a disdainful glance at Yao Linlin. She had never harbored any fondness for the Yao family, and now, witnessing Yao Linlin's willful behavior, her displeasure deepened. After all, she was a young lady raised in a noble household. How could she behave so rudely like a commoner? Yao Linlin, stung by the princess's merciless critique, felt her eyes welling with tears. Your Highness, please see. It is Xie Lingyao who, Princess Xiongji had noticed Xie Lingyao since her arrival. She possessed a unique appreciation for beauty and held an immense tolerance for those who were strikingly attractive. You are Xie Lingyao? Ignoring Yao Linlin, who stood beside her, ready to retaliate, the princess's eyes sparkled with delight as they fell upon Xie Lingyao's visage, completely shedding her previous sternness. Before Xie Lingyao could respond, Princess Xiongji beckoned her over. Come, approach and let me take a closer look at you. In her past life, Xie Lingyao had little interaction with Princess Xiongji. Yet each time they met, the princess's expression mirrored the delight she exhibited today. Initially, Xie Lingyao felt a sense of confusion, but upon realizing that the princess simply admired her beauty, she no longer resisted the straightforward and pure gaze of appreciation. Indeed, as my mother said, you, dear girl, are truly a sight to behold, dazzling to the eyes. It was worth my effort to personally invite you here. The praise from the Empress Dowager? An invitation from Princess Xiongji herself? The onlookers, who had previously regarded Xie Lingyao with disdain, now altered their perception in an instant. Thank you for your kind words. Your Highness, I am overwhelmed. Reluctantly, Princess Xiongji shifted her gaze away from Xie Lingyao, feeling a pang of regret. Such a stunning woman, if her status were higher. The princess would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to marry her son without hesitation. However, the Xie family had long since fallen from grace, reduced to mere merchants. It was indeed a mismatch in status for her precious son. Yet, if one were to judge solely by looks, her son could hardly match Xie Lingyao. Perhaps, to take her in? This thought startled Princess Xiongji. The Empress Dowager had clearly indicated her stance with the token allowing immediate access to the palace. No one should belittle Xie Lingyao, not even the royal family. To do so would be to slap the Empress Dowager's face. Though they were mother and daughter, Princess Xiongji had witnessed the formidable power of the Empress Dowager and felt a sense of trepidation beneath their familial bond. Moreover, Princess Xiongji remembered the engagement between the Xie and Jiang families, with the third brother of the Duke of Xian, Liang Jie, being one of the witnesses. She had overheard him mention it once. Jiang Shiqi, a man of exceptional talent, would undoubtedly achieve great things given time. Even someone as exalted as Princess Xiongji would not risk offending him over trivial matters. Do not fret, you are deserving. With a smile, Princess Xiongji continued. I had been pondering how Jiang Shiqi, with such a face that disregards the feelings of young ladies, managed to win over a maiden from the capital. I didn't expect that you already had a prior engagement. Yet, in my opinion, you two, the Xie girl and Jiang lad, are quite well matched. Xie Lingyao felt as though her mind had exploded, momentarily rendered speechless, a stark contrast to the animated crowd around her. She had never anticipated that her concealed engagement would be so thoroughly unveiled by Princess Xiongji. Jiang Shiqi had an engagement? How could such news be concealed from the outside world? How could it be? What status did Jiang Shiqi hold to marry a merchant's daughter? Would the Jiang family even agree? Your words suggest that you are rather upset. It has already been confirmed as an early engagement, one agreed upon by both families. Would the Jiang family be unwilling? I say, this Miss Xie is truly fortunate to marry Jiang Shiqi. If I were her, I would likely be smiling in my dreams. Lower your voice. How can you speak so indiscreetly? I believe this Xie Lingyao is merely a pretty face. Jiang Shiqi would not regard her highly. Otherwise, how could this engagement remain so tightly under wraps? Xie Lingyao's mind spun, and she gradually became oblivious to the surrounding discussions, until Princess Xiongji departed. Zhang Yufei gently shook Xie Lingyao's arm. Yao Yao, I fear this matter cannot remain concealed any longer. With so many people present, by evening, this news will spread throughout the capital. Even if the Jiang family wishes to keep it under wraps, they cannot. Do not worry, as long as you hold firm. The engagement can still be annulled. Xie Lingyao closed her eyes to collect herself, and after a moment, her expression returned to normal. Yufei, I am fine. Please sit. Zhang Yufei was not mistaken. Whether the engagement became common knowledge did not affect her ability to withdraw from it. Jiang Shiqi arrived late, almost stepping in as the banquet commenced. As soon as he took his seat, several familiar colleagues surrounded him. Little Jiang, your mouth is rather tight-lipped. Jiang Shiqi, puzzled, asked, what are you all discussing? Come now, we heard Princess Xiongji mention that you have long been engaged to that Miss Xie. She is officially your fiancée, and you kept it so well hidden, not a word shared with us. Nearby, Li Zi clenched her fists, her head drooping in despair. Jiang Shiqi suddenly thought of Xie Lingyao. She must be infuriated, right? She had only just arrived in the capital, and this matter could wait. When the time came, he would certainly inform everyone of the truth. Not urgent. A colleague leaned in, exclaiming, you may not be anxious, but others certainly are. Little Jiang, you came late and missed the scene. Duke Jingyang's eyes were practically glued to Miss Xie. Indeed, he didn't even intervene when his daughter clashed with Miss Xie. He merely sat there, drooling. That old fellow, with a daughter of Miss Xie's age, still harbors such vile intentions. Truly disgraceful. Duke Jingyang was notoriously ill-regarded. So when he was mentioned, no one held back their words. Duke Jingyang? Disgust surged within Jiang Shiqi, his fingers tightening beneath his sleeves. Had he known Xie Lingyao would be present today, he would have arrived earlier. In just a short while, she had already suffered indignities. With a fleeting glance towards Duke Jingyang, Jiang Shiqi maintained a neutral expression, yet within, he was already devising his plans. Chapter 30. A tumult of emotions after lunch. Xie Lingyao was once again drawn into conversation by Princess Qiongji, who held her captive for quite some time before finally allowing her to leave. The winds of the capital are notoriously fickle. When Xie Lingyao first arrived, the gazes of those around her were filled with disdain, yet veiled with scrutiny. However, as she departed from the princess's residence, everyone greeted her with unexpected warmth, as if a sudden wave of friendliness had washed over them. Once she entered the carriage, her smile, which had grown stiff from the social charade, finally had a moment to breathe. Jiang Yufei and her companions had already returned, leaving Xie Lingyao alone to ride to the marquis's residence. She leaned back against the soft cushions, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing her to open her eyes in surprise as a long, graceful hand brazenly lifted the curtain. Jiang Shi, Mr. Jiang? Xie Lingyao gasped softly, unable to believe that Jiang Shiqi had the audacity to intrude upon her carriage in such an unseemly manner. Jiang Shiqi, however, appeared completely at ease as he settled himself comfortably beside her. I took my colleague's carriage when I arrived, and since Miss Xie is also heading to the marquis's residence, I would be most grateful if you could take me along. Xie Lingyao had never witnessed such an impolite side of Jiang Shiqi. Stunned for a moment, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Thank you. Now that he was already inside, it would seem ungracious to ask him to leave. At that moment, she had neither the inclination nor the energy to dwell on the impropriety of the situation. She adjusted her posture, making a bit more room for Jiang Shiqi's tall frame. Before closing her eyes once more, Jiang Shiqi's gaze wandered over Xie Lingyao's features, eventually resting on the delicate hairpin that swayed gently with the movement of the carriage. Are you troubled by Princess Qiongji's meddling in our engagement? Not only that, what else is troubling you? Xie Lingyao kept her eyes shut, her voice tinged with fatigue. Your attitude, Mr. Jiang. She knew that Jiang Shiqi would never squander his energy on trivial matters. His willingness to engage with her was a clear sign of his wavering resolve. A light chuckle escaped Jiang Shiqi's lips, clearly surprised by Xie Lingyao's forthrightness. Miss Xie, since it is just the two of us, perhaps we should speak candidly. Jiang Shiqi brushed his fingers along his jawline, feeling a slight discomfort. He himself was yet to clarify his intentions and found himself ensnared in a web of hesitation, torn between the desire to fulfill and the urge to possess. As adept as he was at managing circumstances, Xie Lingyao's predicament also served to challenge him. Since you believe we ought to be honest, might I ask you to enlighten me about what you said in your drunken state that day? Xie Lingyao struggled to recall her words, only aware from Jiang Yufei's account that she had called Jiang Shiqi a scoundrel, and she was not mistaken. I fear I may disappoint you, Mr. Jiang. I have no recollection of what I said or did that day. That's quite all right. Jiang Shiqi paused. I remember it all. I can help you recall. Xie Lingyao's lips twitched involuntarily, and she managed a dry laugh. There is truly no need for that. Yet Jiang Shiqi, being rather insensitive to her refusal, pressed on without hesitation, his expression unwavering as he voiced his curiosity. You said you despised me. Why? What is the reason for your hatred? A sharp pang struck Xie Lingyao's heart. Why? It felt decidedly unfair. She bore the weight of past grievances while Jiang Shiqi, blissfully ignorant, dared to question her feelings. Her once vibrant heart had been extinguished by the deluge of his indifference, leaving only wisps of smoke to linger in its wake. What answer do you seek, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Shiqi replied, word by word, just speak the truth. Xie Lingyao was not one to lie. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to fabricate a response. It is because this unwanted engagement stands between me and the one I truly care for, that my deep affections must remain buried within. Should I not resent you for that? Jiang Shiqi's mouth gradually turned downwards, the taut line of his jaw betraying his displeasure. Do you truly have someone else in your heart? Yes. Xie Lingyao opened her eyes, meeting Jiang Shiqi's narrowed gaze head-on, affirming her words. Who is he? Xie Lingyao evaded the question, simply stating, that is my private matter and I cannot disclose it. I hope you understand. The atmosphere gradually quieted. Jiang Shiqi's downcast eyes hidden beneath long lashes, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Just when Xie Lingyao believed he would remain silent, he suddenly spoke again. Is it Li Zi? Absolutely not. Xie Lingyao quickly retorted. I have hardly seen him more than a few times. At that moment, she desperately needed a shield. Yet she had no intention of involving Li Zi in this matter. Although she felt no affection for him, She understood that genuine emotions should not be trampled upon. He and I share a history, having grown up together in Jianzhou. Our feelings are profound yet ensnared by this ill-fated engagement. Once our betrothal is annulled, I shall return to Jianzhou to marry him. As night fell, Jiang Shiqi found himself haunted by Xie Lingyao's merciless words. Silently, he sipped from his drink. The emotions lodged within him were neither anger nor resentment, but rather a sense of injustice. How could Xie Lingyao love another when he had a prior engagement with her? He was reluctant to admit that his heart had been stirred, yet the truth was undeniable. Jiang Shiqi found it laughable that after more than 20 years of emotional detachment, he could be so easily swayed. Despite Xie Lingyao's evident aversion to him, akin to fleeing from a plague, he still foolishly yearned to offer her his sincere heart. After consuming half a pot of wine, Jiang Shiqi's usually clear mind became clouded. He forced himself to collapse onto his bed after bathing, seeking solace in slumber. Yet the very act of drinking to forget brought him no peace. He dreamt once more of Xie Lingyao. He felt that the vastness of Haoan Pavilion was somewhat desolate. Despite the opulent furnishings added by the Zhou family, it still bore an emptiness. However, his dreams painted a different picture. Since Jiang Shiqi entered the courtyard, he had noticed many signs of gradual encroachment. The flowers and plants were arranged meticulously, vibrant blossoms adorning the lush greenery, with a simple swing constructed in the center, entwined with roses, clearly prepared for a special lady. Jiang Shiqi ventured along the path, a mix of anxiety and anticipation coursing through him. Could it be her? As he entered, the bustling servants seemed oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their tasks. Haoan Pavilion had never been so lively. Upon reaching his bedroom, Jiang Shiqi looked up, his pupils contracting in shock. Through the wide-open window, he beheld Xie Lingyao, dressed as a woman of the household, her hair elegantly gathered, revealing a delicate neck. She cradled a swaddled infant in her arms. The sunlight filtered through the blooming silk tree outside, casting a warm, ethereal glow upon her serene and gentle smile. Was that Xie Lingyao's child? Jiang Shiqi stood frozen, his feet moving of their own accord as he approached. Upon entering the room, he surveyed the surroundings. A large dressing table filled with Xie Lingyao's cosmetics, the bedding transformed into vibrant hues, and the open wardrobe overflowing with her beautiful garments. His once desolate quarters were now filled with the traces of Xie Lingyao's gradual intrusion into his life. Xie Lingyao heard a sound, looked up at him, feeling somewhat flustered. She hurriedly rose to place the child back into the crib. Why was her husband back today? Jiang Shiqi felt a warmth in his heart. So that was Xie Lingyao and his child? Husband? Xie Lingyao moved closer to Jiang Shiqi, cautiously raising her hand to embrace his arm. Are you tired? Jiang Shiqi stiffened, glancing at the sleeping child, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Xie Lingyao's eyes curved into a smile as she released his hand and picked up the child instead. Suddenly, Jiang Shiqi's arm felt empty, and before he could feel the pang of loss, a soft little one rested in his hands. Today, the child had been exceptionally good, sleeping soundly after a hearty meal without causing any fuss. Jiang Shiqi curiously pinched the child's delicate fingers, which were both soft and tender. Weighing the child, Jiang Shiqi chuckled. Quite heavy indeed. Xie Lingyao blushed shyly and replied, Zhou must have eaten well. She refuses the wet nurse and insists on my feeding her personally. Jiang Shiqi instinctively glanced at Xie Lingyao's already ample bosom, and indeed, he felt a rush of warmth in his breath, struggling to divert his gaze. Xie Lingyao appeared somewhat hurt, biting her lip with reddened eyes. Does my husband find me fat? No, Jiang Shiqi replied awkwardly. You look wonderful just as you are. Jiang Shiqi spoke the truth. The extra flesh on Xie Lingyao did not render her bulky, but rather endowed her with a unique allure. Yet you, since my pregnancy, you haven't touched me at all. Xie Lingyao, overwhelmed with embarrassment, turned away, unwilling to let Jiang Shiqi see her flushed face. Jiang Shiqi nearly lost his grip on the child, for he was a normal man. Even without experience, he understood the implications of Xie Lingyao's words. His breath quickened, his throat tightened, and the child in his arms suddenly felt cumbersome. This was merely a dream. The moment he kissed Xie Lingyao's soft lips, the only thought left in his mind was this self-soothing notion. How could the events of a dream be taken seriously? Perhaps he should indulge just this once. Jiang Shiqi was merely theorizing about such matters, meant to be unacquainted, yet in the realm of dreams, he was unmistakably familiar. After a gentle brush of their lips, He skillfully pried open her tightly closed mouth with his tongue, and then everything spiraled out of control. After the peak of ecstasy, Jiang Shiqi awoke completely. The disarray beneath him brought tears to his eyes and a bitterness to his throat. In the pitch-black night, he turned over, desperately pulling the blanket over his face, concealing his shame. In the stillness, the tremor of Jiang Shiqi's low murmurs echoed. Jiang Shiqi, how could you be so shameless? Chapter 31. Betrayal. Xie Lingyao had already reconciled with the matriarch of the Su family, and today she intended to visit the Hou residence to discuss with the matriarch of the Jiang family the arrangements for her visit to the Su household. However, the outcome was less than favorable. Princess Qiongji had revealed the engagement between Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi, and now the public praised the Jiang family for their gratitude and adherence to promises. At such a crucial moment, the matriarch could not allow Xie Lingyao to leave the residence, fearing that those with ulterior motives might speculate about the Jiang family's intentions to withdraw from the engagement. Xie Lingyao respectfully bid farewell to the matriarch of the Su family, expressing her gratitude for the matriarch's efforts. The matriarch gently patted Xie Lingyao's hand. Her voice filled with warmth. My dear, now that your engagement has come to light, even His Majesty seems to be aware. The Hou family is particularly sensitive to reputation, and it is unlikely they will permit you to leave the residence for the time being. Xie Lingyao nodded obediently. I had anticipated this outcome and do not feel particularly disappointed. After all, I will only have to wait until the matriarch's birthday, and then everything will be settled. Once all is resolved, I shall visit your esteemed residence to keep you company. The matriarch, touched by Xie Lingyao's understanding, held her hand once more, offering words of comfort before reluctantly sending her off in the carriage. After seeing her off, Xie Lingyao could no longer suppress her sorrow. Bai Chun, her maid, glanced at her with a flicker of concern and softly suggested, Miss, if you truly do not wish to marry, why not simply escape? Xie Lingyao forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. Escape? If I were to do so, I would be unwelcome in the capital, and I fear I would not even be able to return to Jinzhou. Bai Chun lowered her voice conspiratorially. In my opinion, young Master Li is a worthy gentleman. If the Jiang family continues to delay, perhaps you should consider. Xie Lingyao's heart tightened, a surge of anger rising within her. She clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure in front of her maid. Without uttering a word, she returned to Wudong courtyard with Bai Chun. Once inside, Xie Lingyao questioned, Bai Chun, what are you trying to incite me to do? Her voice was as cold as the waters of a frigid pond, causing Bai Chun to shiver in fear. She hurriedly replied, Miss, it was my careless words. I only wish to alleviate your worries. Please do not be angry with me. You may punish me, but do not let it affect your health. Xie Lingyao temporarily set aside the earlier matter, not intending to absolve Bai Chun, but rather preoccupied with other tasks. Clearly, Bai Chun had not only betrayed her trust, but had also acted on other instructions from the Wu family, such as attempting to persuade her to ruin her own reputation. Reflecting on her past life, Xie Lingyao recalled how Bai Chun often made seemingly well-meaning suggestions that, upon closer examination, were far from benevolent. Li Mama, please come in, she called, ignoring Bai Chun's pitiful demeanor. Li Mama entered, noticing Bai Chun's distressed state. Bai Chun, what are you doing crying in front of the miss? Have you done something to provoke her? Li Mama was well aware of Xie Lingyao's kind nature. She was generous and forgiving, never punishing her servants unless they crossed a significant line. Bai Chun had served Xie Lingyao since childhood, and she had always indulged her, rarely even scolding her. Seeing Xie Lingyao upset indicated that Bai Chun must have committed a grave offense. Bai Chun, suppressing her tears, stammered, Mama, I have not. I was merely too concerned for the miss, and spoke thoughtlessly. Li Mama shot her a disapproving glance, but then smiled and urged Xie Lingyao to sit down. Ning girl, do not be angry. This child is always reckless and speaks without thinking, but her intentions are not malicious. I shall take her back and discipline her properly. Xie Lingyao wearily waved her hand, instructing Li Mama to shut the doors and windows. Bai Chun, you must answer my questions honestly. Do not forget that your contract of servitude is in my hands. No matter how many benefits others may offer you, as long as I do not release you, you will forever remain a servant. Li Mama's expression hardened as she stood protectively by Xie Lingyao. Bai Chun, appearing flustered, quickly regained her composure, lowering her head and shedding tears as she spoke with steady resolve. Miss, has someone spoken ill of me? I have been by your side for nearly a decade, loyal and true. Why do you not trust me and instead believe the words of outsiders? Xie Lingyao slammed her palm on the table, her delicate hand instantly turning red. Yet she felt no pain. Bai Chun, I do not have the patience for this. Startled by the loud noise, Bai Chun instinctively knelt on the ground. Li Mama's eyes revealed a steely resolve. Having raised Xie Lingyao herself, she regarded her as both a master and a beloved daughter, and she would not tolerate anyone harming or betraying her. Bai Chun, the miss is kind-hearted and may not punish you severely, but I am not so lenient. Bai Chun recalled a time when Li Mama had nearly drowned a servant who had spoken ill of Xie Lingyao, leaving him unable to survive the winter. She began to tremble uncontrollably. After spending years with Xie Lingyao, she understood that Li Mama's fierce loyalty was not mere bravado. I ask you, on the day I sent you to deliver a message to the Su family, where did you go first? As a mere 15-year-old girl, this was her first act of betrayal. Although Bai Chun bit her lip and remained silent, her trembling body and glistening tears betrayed her guilt and anxiety. Li Mama, lacking Xie Lingyao's patience, swung her arm and struck Bai Chun across the face, leaving it red and swollen. Despite their 7-year relationship, Li Mama's feelings for the girl only deepened her disappointment. The miss is asking you a question. Will you answer or not? Bai Chun, stunned by the slap, covered her face and curled up on the floor, her face smeared with tears and mucus, sobbing yet refusing to speak. Xie Lingyao had thought she could be heartless, but upon seeing Bai Chun's pitiful state, her resolve wavered. Just as Li Mama prepared to strike again, Xie Lingyao raised her hand to stop her. You went to Yilan courtyard, did you not? Bai Chun's body stiffened, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. Li Mama, frustrated, scolded her. Foolish child. After all these years of kindness from the miss, how could you betray her? Do you have no conscience? Upon hearing Bai Chun's admission, Xie Lingyao's eyes finally filled with tears. What did you go there for? She asked me to watch you and report any movements, Bai Chun admitted, her fear of Li Mama's anger prompting her to speak the truth. And what else? Bai Chun hesitated before murmuring. She also asked me to encourage you to pursue young Master Li. Xie Lingyao replied calmly. To incite me into an illicit relationship with him? Yes. If Xie Lingyao were to lose her virtue, the Jiang family could justifiably break off the engagement. As long as the blame rested on Xie Lingyao, Jiang Shiqi's withdrawal would be met with applause, and no one would accuse the Jiang family of being untrustworthy. This would eliminate future troubles while allowing them to escape public scrutiny. What a splendid idea for a one-time solution. This time, old Madame Li refrained from taking direct action and instead delivered a forceful kick to Bai Chun's chest, sending her sprawling to the ground, her vision blurring as she struggled to catch her breath. Bah! Despicable creature. Xie Lingyao sighed with a bitter smile, her head bowed. What promises did she make to you? Bai Chun gasped for air, her body limp on the floor, her gaze fixed on the dark beams above, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. I do not wish to live as a servant, even if my talents are lacking and I cannot rise above my station. Yet, I also do not want to endure a life of servitude. Old Madame Li looked down at her coldly. The 15th birthday gift from the young lady remains with me. Yet you have not expressed any curiosity about its contents. It is your contract of servitude. The young lady does not desire for you to be a servant for life. Yet she is currently unable to secure her own safety, let alone protect you. Bai Chun, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. Each of old Madame Li's words struck Bai Chun like heavy blows, her pupils gradually losing focus until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The final tears that spilled from her eyes intertwined with regret and perhaps other emotions, their true nature forever shrouded in mystery. Old Madame Li cast a disdainful glance at her before returning to Xie Lingyao's side. My lady, it is not worth lamenting over such a treacherous maid. Xie Lingyao took a sip of tea, swallowing the bitterness along with it. I understand. Madam, find a doctor for her. Once she recovers, give her the contract and arrange for someone to escort her out of the capital. From that moment on, let her soar freely in the vast sky and sea, but ensure she does not reappear before me. Old Madame Li sighed silently. You are ultimately soft-hearted. Soft-hearted? Xie Lingyao scoffed. Administer that medicine to her. If she dares to conspire against me again, let her suffer a fate worse than death. Granting her a chance at life is merely a gesture of goodwill for the 7 years of companionship. However, a person who has betrayed once may betray again. Caution is warranted. By the way, as we are indeed guests, it would be best to leave the matter of summoning the doctor to the head of the household. Madam, please visit the Yilan courtyard and ask the lady of the house to assist in sending for a physician for Bai Chun. Old Madame Li immediately grasped Xie Lingyao's intent. She intended to inform Zhou that she was aware of their sordid dealings. Yes, I shall go at once. You rest here. Never mind. With the engagement on the verge of dissolution, it is best not to complicate matters further. I shall bear this silent grievance. Indeed, this is her domain after all. As old Madame Li reached the door, she could not help but glance back. Xie Lingyao sat there in a daze. Weary against the back of her chair, her head lowered as she stared at her fingertips, lost in thought. Her dear Ningjier had changed so much. It was as if she had matured overnight upon arriving in the capital. No longer timid or indecisive, she no longer cried at the slightest provocation. This was indeed commendable, yet it caused Xie Lingyao great heartache. If only the madam were still alive, how could she allow her daughter to face such trials alone? Chapter 32. Do you like her? Today marks the day when Xie Lingyao enters the palace. The matriarch, who has not shown her face for several days, sought her out last night, fearing that Xie Lingyao might hear some unfavorable words about Jiang Shiqi from the Empress Dowager. Early in the morning, Mama Li informed her that Bichuan wished to see her, but without a moment's hesitation, Xie Lingyao declined. After all these years of sincere devotion, she felt as though it had been fed to dogs, and she had no interest in debating right or wrong with her. If Bichuan sought her out, it was either to express righteous indignation over the injustices of the world or to kneel in repentance, weeping bitterly over her past mistakes. Either scenario held no appeal for Xie Lingyao. Having instructed Mama Li to ensure that Bichuan was kept at a distance, Xie Lingyao then boarded her carriage to the palace. Upon her arrival at the Empress Dowager's quarters, she found Lady Su already seated with the Empress Dowager, engaged in tea and conversation. The Empress Dowager was in good spirits and waved her over to sit beside Lady Su without waiting for Xie Lingyao to perform her formalities. I initially thought that Xiongji was unaware of your engagement with Jiang Shiqi, so I refrained from elaborating further. To my surprise, she not only knows, but has openly spoken of it. It seems I have been remiss, the Empress Dowager remarked. Lady Su, however, dismissed the concern. Do not worry, Your Majesty, this will not affect the outcome of the engagement. Seeing Xie Lingyao quietly seated beside them, neither fawning nor flustered, her delicate beauty juxtaposed with her calm demeanor, the Empress Dowager found her increasingly agreeable. The Empress Dowager was known for her clear preferences, and she was willing to engage Xie Lingyao in conversation. Look at you two. What could possibly be wrong with Jiang Shiqi? Why the urgency to break off the engagement? Xie Lingyao offered a forced laugh, responding, Master Jiang is indeed a fine young man, but the disparity between us is vast, as different as heaven and earth. It would be quite inappropriate. A man like him deserves a match from a noble family, and I would only serve to hinder him. The Empress Dowager regarded her with a knowing smile, her keen eyes seeming to pierce through Xie Lingyao's facade. Half-truths are the most confounding. Xie Lingyao slowly lowered her gaze, fiddling anxiously with the handkerchief in her grasp. The Empress Dowager, having sustained her position amidst intrigue and rivalry for decades, proved her shrewdness and discernment. Faced with such an inscrutable figure, Xie Lingyao felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, as if she were completely exposed before the Empress Dowager. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager did not press further but accepted Xie Lingyao, prompting her to share more. Jiang Shiqi's future is limitless, should you let him slip away. It would be a great pity. Lady Su, however, clearly disagreed. I acknowledge that Jiang Shiqi is indeed a remarkable young man. Yet one must understand that with gain comes loss. My dear Lingyao is seeking a husband, not merely a suitable match. What use is a partner who is away all the time, no matter how accomplished he may be? The Empress Dowager frowned, retorting, what good is a devoted husband? A man must stand tall and serve his country with all his might. What kind of man is he if he spends all his time devoted to love and affection? Are you suggesting that a career is paramount? Should a wife and children merely be an afterthought, cast aside? Their argument escalated until, just as Xie Lingyao was about to leave the palace, they finally ceased their debate. After bidding farewell to Lady Su at the palace gates, Xie Lingyao climbed into her carriage. Today, she rode in her own carriage, with the driver and maidservants she had brought from Jianzhou. Noticing the day was still young, she chose a lively route through the bustling market to enjoy some leisurely shopping. Upon arriving in the vibrant marketplace, Xie Lingyao alighted from her carriage, accompanied by 2 maidservants and 2 young attendants. The betrayal by Bichuan had wounded her far deeper than she had ever let on. In her previous life, whenever she felt wronged by the Jiang family, she would indulge herself by purchasing a myriad of frivolous items. squandering Jiang Shiqi's wealth as a means of retaliation and emotional release. This unfortunate habit had resurfaced. Though Xie Lingyao did not lack for money, she spent liberally, even if it was not Jiang Shiqi's funds. Before long, her attendants were laden with an assortment of boxes. As she strolled through the market, her spirits gradually lifted until she turned a corner and noticed a once bustling shop now in disarray, with broken furniture scattered about, and only an elderly man bent over cleaning. With a glimmer of interest, she stepped inside. "Miss, you must have taken a wrong turn. This tea house is no longer in business. The dust is everywhere. You should leave before it soils your dress," the old man grumbled, tossing a stool into the corner with a clatter. Xie Lingyao waved her handkerchief to ward off the dust. "Is this shop being put up for lease?" Without lifting his head, the old man replied, "Yes, but the price is steep. It has been over a month, and no one has taken it up. I would like to speak with the owner of this establishment." "Could you relay a message for me?" Xie Lingyao inquired, having taken a liking to the shop. Its location and size were perfectly suited to her needs. Whether or not her previous plan to venture into the silk business would come to fruition was uncertain. However, opportunities like this were rare and should not be missed. Finally, the old man raised his head, scrutinizing the delicate young woman before him, and hesitantly asked, "Are you interested in taking it over?" "Indeed." "Then, please, let's discuss it. This shop belongs to me." Meanwhile, Jiang Shiqi stood on the second floor of the tea house across the street, watching as Xie Lingyao entered the defunct establishment. "What are you looking at? Have you encountered an acquaintance?" His friend, Shen Jibai, the second son of the general of the state, inquired, noticing Jiang Shiqi's unwavering gaze. Following Jiang Shiqi's line of sight, Shen Jibai caught a glimpse of a figure clad in deep purple entering the abandoned tea house. "Are you secretly watching a lady?" Shen Jibai was astonished, never having expected Jiang Shiqi to be so entranced by a woman. Ignoring Shen Jibai's surprise, Jiang Shiqi called for Zhang Mao to come inside. "Once she leaves, inquire what they discussed," he instructed. "Who?" Zhang Mao peeked in, surprised. "Miss Xie?" "Yes," Jiang Shiqi confirmed, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Xie Lingyao. Once Zhang Mao departed, Shen Jibai began clapping his fan against his palm. "You're acting strangely," he concluded. "What do you mean?" Jiang Shiqi replied patiently to his excitable friend. "You like her," Shen Jibai stated, his tone devoid of doubt, filled instead with certainty. Jiang Shiqi tightened his grip on the railing, but offered no denial. "Silence is tantamount to admission, then? What is there to be embarrassed about? She is to be your future wife. Naturally, you should harbor affection for her, lest you become enemies. But she claims to despise me." Shen Jibai was taken aback. It seemed even someone as exceptional as Jiang Shiqi could experience rejection and disappointment. "That's unfortunate," he sympathized. The complexities of love eluded him, and it appeared even the astute Jiang Shiqi found it equally perplexing. Chapter 33. I want to marry her. After successfully acquiring the shop at a price exceeding the market value by 30%, Xie Lingyao did not linger. She promptly paid with a silver note and returned home. However, no sooner had she left than a tall man dressed as a guard swiftly entered the shop. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Mao emerged and headed straight to the tea house across the street to report. "Sir, I have inquired with the old shopkeeper. Miss Xie has purchased the shop from him. They were just negotiating the price." Jiang Shiqi watched as Xie Lingyao gradually disappeared into the bustling crowd. Her acquisition of the shop indicated her intention to remain in the capital, thereby rendering her previous claim that she would return to Jianzhou to marry her beloved once their engagement was dissolved utterly implausible. She was lying. How long would it take for someone heading to Jianzhou to return to the capital? Tonight, at the latest. Jiang Shiqi narrowed his gaze. "Have him come directly to the manor to see me upon arrival." As Xie Lingyao reached Wudong Courtyard, she spotted Mama Li anxiously pacing at the entrance, clutching a letter. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao, Mama Li hurried to her side and whispered, "Miss, there is news from over there." Xie Lingyao took the letter and, while walking into the courtyard, tore it open with little care. Indeed, the letter urgently inquired when she and Jiang Shiqi would wed. Observing Xie Lingyao's expression, Mama Li surmised its contents. "Miss, is it that the master can no longer wait? How shall we respond? What is there to fear? He lacks the courage to cause a stir in the capital. We shall keep him steady." Xie Lingyao entered the room, summoned writing materials, and sat down, writing only a few brief words. "Send it back." Mama Li took a glance and saw that it bore only the date March 23rd, with no signature. March 23rd was the day Xie Lingyao had wed Jiang Shiqi in her previous life. She casually pinned it down. Will this suffice? Mama Li hesitated. There is nothing amiss. Send it out. Mama Li sealed the letter and handed it to a quick-footed servant before returning to find Xie Lingyao had taken another sheet of paper and was already writing a lengthy note. Mama, I purchased a shop at Guannan in the southern part of the city today. Mama Li recognized that Xie Lingyao was quite determined now. It was no surprise for her to buy a shop while out shopping. Is Ningjia planning to start a business? Have you thought about what you want to do? Mama Li set down a low stool, sat at the entrance, and began sewing a silk shirt for summer while conversing with Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao put down her pen, propped her chin on her hand, and smiled, asking, Mama, do you have any ideas? I am just an old woman. What do I know of such matters? It is you who has the plan, yet you still come to ask me? Xie Lingyao squatted beside Mama Li, surprised. How did Mama know I had ideas? Mama Li set down the basket she was holding on the threshold and pointed to the large black wooden chest at the foot of Xie Lingyao's bed. You gaze at that chest filled with Tianxiang brocade day after day. How could I not know? Xie Lingyao smiled playfully and clung to Mama Li's arm. In this world, you understand me the most, Mama. Indeed, I wish to engage in the Tianxiang brocade business. Xie Lingyao shared her preliminary ideas with Mama Li, and before Mama Li could respond, she began to fret. The trouble now lies in how to avoid my father sending the Tianxiang brocade to the capital, and secondly, we lack recommendations. Without them, it will be difficult for us to establish ourselves in the capital. Though I have connections with the Empress Dowager now, I cannot bring myself to ask her for such a matter. Mama Li comforted her. There is no need to rush. Let us tackle one thing at a time. We can consider it further after the marriage is annulled. Xie Lingyao yawned, wrapped herself in a velvet blanket, reclined on a nearby chaise, and picked up a book to casually flip through. However, she had barely glanced at it when her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell asleep. After a while, Mama Li, noticing the silence, looked up to see Xie Lingyao's face mostly hidden beneath the blanket, revealing only her full forehead and tightly shut eyes, her breathing light and steady. Mama Li gently closed the window and, gazing at Xie Lingyao's serene sleeping face, could not help but feel tears welling up. Her poor Ningjia, so obedient and understanding. Why is it that no one cares for her? As Jiang Shiqi entered the gates of the Marquis's residence, Mama Un, who was beside Madame Zhou, intercepted him, her plump face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Sir, the madam wishes to see you. She has urgent matters to discuss with you. Zhang Mao immediately stepped forward to distance her, and Jiang Shiqi did not falter, pretending not to notice her. He knew all too well why Madame Zhou sought him out and had no desire to meet her. Yet, while he avoided her, she came to him, just after nightfall. Madame Zhou personally arrived at Wudong Courtyard. Shiqi, have you been weary lately? I have prepared some soup for you. Drink it while it is hot to warm your stomach. In stark contrast to Jiang Shiqi's indifference, Madame Zhou appeared much more enthusiastic, yet her calculating demeanor was all too apparent to Jiang Shiqi. Thank you, mother. I will remember to drink the soup, but I have unfinished business and cannot stay. Seeing Jiang Shiqi's intent to leave, Madame Zhou urged him, Shiqi, about your uncle. Madame Zhou had married into the Marquis's residence when her family was still in its prime, but with the successive deaths of her father and elder brother. Only her younger brother, Zhou Jinfeng, remained to support the family. Unfortunately, Jiang Shiqi's uncle proved to be utterly inept, neither scholarly nor martial, and furthermore, he was indulgent in gambling and lust. Over the years, under Madame Zhou's unrestrained indulgence, he had grown arrogant and dismissive. Recently, Zhou Jinfeng had caused a commotion at a well-known brothel in the capital, seriously injuring someone in a brawl over a courtesan. Now, the victim had reported him to the authorities. Madame Zhou initially intended to resolve the matter with money and influence, but unexpectedly, the opposing party was not a mere commoner. They were far more formidable than Zhou Jinfeng, who relied solely on his sister's influence. Ultimately, Madame Zhou, a woman of the inner chambers, found herself at a loss when the other party threatened to imprison Zhou Jinfeng. Unable to approach her husband for assistance, she sought to bind Jiang Shiqi with familial ties. Yet Jiang Shiqi was not blind to Madame Zhou's intentions. It is a fact that he harmed another. What can I do? Your uncle is simple-minded. Though he has been reckless, he has not caused trouble in recent years. It must have been that vile courtesan who instigated him. Otherwise, how would he dare to act? Madame Zhou instinctively defended Zhou Jinfeng, but upon seeing Jiang Shiqi's cold demeanor, she gradually softened her tone. Let us not dwell on right and wrong for now, Shiqi. Your uncle cares for you greatly. You surely do not wish to see him suffer in prison, do you? Let us use our connections to secure his release. Spring has just begun, and the nights are still chilly. He has been pampered since childhood and cannot endure it. The man he harmed still lies in bed, uncertain of life and death. Your brother is precious, but what of the son and brother of another? Jiang Shiqi often witnessed Madame Zhou's anxious demeanor. Whether Zhou Jinfeng lost money gambling, married an unsuitable wife, or had children who did not meet her expectations, her agitation was always palpable. Even a mere sneeze from him could prompt her to react as if the sky were falling. She often felt that her increasingly unfavorable standing in the Marquis's residence stemmed from her family's decline. Consequently, she was eager to elevate Zhou Jinfeng, never realizing that her unwavering focus on the Zhou family had already incited discontent among many, leading her to gradually lose the support of those around her. How can that be the same? Jiang Shiqi humbly inquired. That is your uncle. Zhou's anger flared. Jiang Shiqi let out a soft laugh, causing Zhou to feel a prickling unease. Mother, I have warned you once not to meddle in my affairs. Yet you insist on disregarding my counsel and have even turned your attention to Xie Lingyao, bribing her maid. Have you forgotten the message I had Zhang Mao deliver to you? I made it clear that if you continued to interfere in my matters, the Marquis's residence would no longer intervene in the Zhou family's issues. Zhou was taken aback, not anticipating that Jiang Shiqi would be aware of this. Yet she would never concede. Do not listen to Xie Lingyao's baseless chatter. That girl has ulterior motives. Her words cannot be trusted. This does not concern her. Jiang Shiqi's expression turned icy. Zhou understood her son's disposition and realized he was defending Xie Lingyao. A wave of panic washed over her. Despite her meticulous precautions, Jiang Shiqi had seemingly grown so close to Xie Lingyao. She couldn't even utter a single word against it. If you wish to involve yourself in my affairs, it would be wiser to go to their residence and offer a sincere apology, perhaps even compensate them generously to gain their forgiveness. Zhou was unwilling. If peace could be bought with money, it would only come at the cost of her own assets. Over the years, she had already depleted her finances to support the Zhou family, and after this incident, she feared she would be left with nothing. If she dared to take funds from the Marquis's residence, the matriarch would undoubtedly not let her off lightly. Why must I humiliate myself before them to seek forgiveness when you could resolve it with just a few words? I am your mother. Even if I did interfere in your affairs, it was for your own good. Given Xie Lingyao's background, I would rather she be a concubine than your legitimate wife. Enough. Jiang Shiqi struggled to contain his emotions. You should know that my patience is limited. Realizing she had spoken too harshly in her haste, Zhou hurriedly grasped Jiang Shiqi's sleeve, only to have him brush her off. Just this once, if you assist your uncle, he will never trouble you again. Your affairs will no longer be interfered with by me. Jiang Shiqi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou, standing cautiously by, gazed at him with anticipation. Or perhaps, Jiang Shiqi suddenly spoke. If they are willing to forgive, I will cover any expenses. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou exhaled deeply. Indeed, Qi is the most filial. On one condition, you must agree to one thing. Speak freely. I wish to marry Xie Lingyao, and you must not obstruct this. Zhou was taken aback. No, she is merely a merchant's daughter. How can she possibly be worthy of you? Do not be deceived by her appearance. It is not a matter of whether I should marry her, but rather whether she is willing to accept my proposal. If you disagree, then I suggest you meet with her more often, for you may not have the chance to see her again. Jiang Shiqi's indifferent threat sent a shiver through Zhou. After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her teeth and nodded in agreement. Yet, her heart boiled with anger. That's Xie Lingyao. Such a beguiling vixen to have ensnared Jiang Shiqi in this manner. Just wait. Once I rescue Jinfeng, I shall deal with Xie Lingyao at my own pace. Mother, you must fulfill your promise. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. Zhou, flustered and dazed, stumbled towards the exit. Hold on. Zhou turned hopefully. Qi, do you have more to discuss with your mother? The soup has cooled. Please take it back with you. Zhou finally realized that she had kept Jiang Shiqi in the vast hall for half an hour, and that bowl of soup had long since gone cold. Chapter 34. A midnight encounter after Zhou's departure. Jiang Shiqi reclined in his chair, his left hand clenched into a fist pressed against his forehead. He believed he must have been possessed, for how could he have suddenly spoken of marrying Xie Lingyao? Yet, the dream had felt so vivid, so genuine, that it led him to believe Xie Lingyao was destined to be his wife. The mere thought of another man sharing a bed with her, fathering children, ignited a flame of jealousy within him. However, he could not comprehend why, despite her claims of hating him, Xie Lingyao would rather lie than accept his proposal. nor could he fathom why the melody she played at the moon-viewing pavilion mirrored the one he had composed. There were too many mysteries surrounding Xie Lingyao. Young master, they have arrived. Come in. Two weary figures entered Jiang Shiqi's study, illuminated by the moonlight, reporting the details they had gathered over the past few days. The thin stack of papers effortlessly chronicled Xie Lingyao's life. Jiang Shiqi read through it thrice, yet could not uncover any reason for her supposed hatred towards him. Could it truly have been mere drunken ramblings? Nevertheless, he learned that during her time in Jianzhou, she had indeed been devoid of any romantic entanglements. A realization that brought him some solace. Regardless of her reasons for resisting marriage, as long as her heart harbored no one else, he could pursue her without guilt. As the night deepened, Jiang Shiqi lay in bed after his bath, staring at the ceiling, uncertain if he would dream again tonight. The last time had been embarrassing, yet the sensations had been intoxicating. Jiang Shiqi, I hate you. His heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly. He could not understand why Xie Lingyao had looked at him with such venomous eyes. She appeared much thinner than he had last seen her in the dream. Still beautiful, but evidently fragile and broken. Sitting at the vanity, she hurled a delicate rouge box at him, the powder exploding into the air, scattering across the floor. Jiang Shiqi did not wish to know why she treated him thus. All he wanted was for her to cease her sorrow. Hesitating for a moment, he drew her into his embrace. In that instant, he noticed she was even more emaciated than he had imagined. What has made you so angry? Xie Lingyao struggled against him, eventually biting down hard on his shoulder. The sharp pain elicited a muffled groan from him, yet his grip remained unyielding. Boat is still so small, and you would take him from me over a mere word from that woman. Jiang Shiqi lifted his head from where it had buried itself in Xie Lingyao's neck, incredulous. That woman? Have I betrayed you, Xie Lingyao? Impossible. Xie Lingyao stopped her struggles, weeping uncontrollably, desperately seeking their child, their boat. Jiang Shiqi was at a loss for how to console a crying woman. He could only hold her tightly, offering silent comfort. This must be a misunderstanding. He was certain he was not one to easily fall in love. Xie Lingyao was an exception, and he refused to believe there could be many exceptions in his life. Thus, he would never betray her. Through her sobs, Xie Lingyao gasped, Then return boat to me. Jiang Shiqi gently lifted her chin, kissing away the tears clinging to her lashes, his gestures tender and sincere. Very well. I will return him to you. Please, do not cry. Xie Lingyao blinked in surprise, confusion dancing in her swollen eyes. Jiang Shiqi, you seem unusually strange today. Jiang Shiqi, noticing the loose strands of hair tucked behind her ear, focused intently on her. In what way am I strange? You are not typically like this. Jiang Shiqi found himself pondering, how am I usually? Xie Lingyao sniffled, playfully pinching his cheek, even doubting his authenticity. You feel cold, as if I owe you a great deal of money. How could that be? Jiang Shiqi acknowledged his demeanor was somewhat frosty, but that was only towards others. That was merely an act. Xie Lingyao blinked, perplexed. Why would you need to act? Jiang Shiqi reflected, unable to discern why he would feign indifference towards her when he had no need to in the Duke's residence. Ultimately, he took her hand, placing it upon his chest. It is fated that Jiang Shiqi loved Xie Lingyao. Perhaps aware it was merely a dream, he spoke these affectionate words without burden, as though they flowed from his lips effortlessly, without hesitation. Xie Lingyao withdrew her hand, suddenly scoffing. That woman resides in the manor. Do you not think it hypocritical to speak such words? Jiang Shiqi felt a surge of anger. He was determined to discover the identity of the woman Xie Lingyao mentioned. Come, let us confront her together. He swept her into his arms, but as he reached the door, a flash of white light engulfed him, and Jiang Shiqi awakened once more. He felt a pang of regret. Xie Lingyao in his dream was in distress, and he had awakened too soon. In that moment, Jiang Shiqi yearned to see Xie Lingyao, whether in dreams or reality. He donned a robe and found himself outside Wu Tong residence without realizing it. Xie Lingyao had taken a long nap that afternoon and was now wide awake, crouched beneath a peach blossom tree, plucking flowers by moonlight. She turned to see Jiang Shiqi silently appearing behind her, nearly stabbing him with her shears in fright. Startled, she tossed aside the shears in a flurry. Jiang Shiqi, what are you doing awake at this hour? This was the first time Xie Lingyao had called his name while fully awake, reminiscent of their dreamlike encounters. Jiang Shiqi snapped back to reality in that fleeting moment. Miss Xie, I see you are awake as well. I am just about to sleep, she declared, attempting to return inside, only to have her wrist seized. Will you stay and chat with me? Though posed as a question, The grip on her wrist did not relent. Xie Lingyao replied, "Are you out of your mind? I am tired. Why do you always avoid me?" He pressed. Xie Lingyao was exasperated, gesturing to her disheveled appearance, then to his equally unkempt state. "Do you think if we were caught like this, we could explain ourselves?" Jiang Shiqi nodded vigorously, pulling her into the shadows. "In this way, we shan't be seen." Xie Lingyao, exasperated, squatted beside a stone stool, feeling despondent. Had she known, she would not have come out at all. If she couldn't sleep, she could have simply wandered within Wu Tong residence. Jiang Shiqi's temperament was unpredictable now, even more so than in their previous life. He stood beside her, glancing down at her tousled hair. "Can't sleep?" "Yes, I napped too long this afternoon." "Are you cold?" Xie Lingyao wrapped her cloak tighter around her and shook her head. "Not cold, and do not think about giving me your cloak. You are only wearing an inner garment beneath and would look quite unseemly without it." Jiang Shiqi was at a loss for words. "I did something, do not blame me." Xie Lingyao stood warily, attempting to gain the upper hand, only to realize that even atop the stone stool, she was barely level with Jiang Shiqi. "What did you do?" Jiang Shiqi confessed, "I sent someone to Jianzhou." Xie Lingyao's anger flared. "You were investigating me? Because I do not understand why you say you hate me." Xie Lingyao clenched her fists, her chest heaving. "I already said, that was merely the ramblings of drunkenness. In vino veritas. I believe that such utterances are not merely the ramblings of inebriation. The faint rustling of footsteps approaches, signaling the presence of a night watchman. Xie Lingyao's pale crescent-white cloak, even in the shadows, emanates a subtle luminescence. Jiang Shiqi instinctively envelopes her entirely within his own cloak. After all, their appearance in such a manner might raise eyebrows. While he himself is indifferent, he cannot disregard Xie Lingyao's reputation. Chapter 35. Destined to oppose her, Xie Lingyao was more fearful of being seen than Jiang Shiqi. She hardly resisted his sudden and fervent advance. Instead, she quickly lowered her head, resting it against the solid chest of the man. Internally, she was not the innocent, naive girl she once was. In her previous life, she and Jiang Shiqi were akin to an old married couple. Such a hint of intimacy, while unfamiliar, was not enough to make her scream in embarrassment. However, the still youthful Jiang Shiqi did not share her sentiments. The moment Xie Lingyao's soft, warm body pressed against him, he found himself frozen, unable to move. Dreams, no matter how vivid, could not compare to the thrill of this moment. The unique fragrance belonging solely to Xie Lingyao enveloped him, momentarily clouding his thoughts. As the sound of footsteps faded away, Xie Lingyao cautiously peeked out. Yet she dared not move further, for she could hear Jiang Shiqi's disordered and rapid heartbeat. Was it fear of being discovered? Xie Lingyao felt somewhat bewildered. Jiang Shiqi, a man seemingly composed and unflappable, how could he be so startled by this? Observing that Xie Lingyao did not flee or struggle, Jiang Shiqi's strong arms swiftly enveloped her, lowering her gently from the stone pedestal to the ground. "You." Xie Lingyao barely had time to speak, only to be drawn in tighter by Jiang Shiqi's embrace. Her head barely reached his chin, and in the darkness, neither could discern the other's expression. Jiang Shiqi's slightly hurried breaths were palpable in the still night, causing Xie Lingyao to feel a sudden sense of fear. She did not understand what Jiang Shiqi was doing and found the situation absurd. "Young Master Jiang, the people have left. Please let me go." Jiang Shiqi held her slender waist firmly, unmoving. "Young Master Jiang?" Panic surged within Xie Lingyao as she attempted to push him away, only for him to grasp her wrist instead. "Xie Lingyao," Jiang Shiqi's voice came out hoarse, "marry me." Xie Lingyao's already frayed composure was shattered by his words, leaving her mind blank. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. She ceased her struggles, and Jiang Shiqi patiently awaited her response. The chilly night breeze brushed past, yet the two heated bodies remained oblivious to the cold. Xie Lingyao struggled to articulate her feelings, perhaps finding it laughable, impossible. Her resolute rejection brought a pang of sorrow to Jiang Shiqi. "Why? If your heart is unoccupied, why not marry me? You have stated that my heart is vacant, thus it holds no place for you. Why should I marry you? Because I am a fine choice." Jiang Shiqi added, "I will not let you suffer." Xie Lingyao laughed, tears escaping her eyes, grateful for the darkness that concealed her from him. All her grievances in her past life stemmed from this very man. She suddenly yearned for Jiang Shiqi to return to this moment, when he was completely oblivious. In the face of this uninformed Jiang Shiqi, she could do nothing but distance herself, her pent-up resentment having nowhere to go, leaving her only with the option to escape. Yet he insisted on approaching her. Why was she rendered powerless? In her past life, despite her efforts, she could not win Jiang Shiqi's heart. In this life, she sought to rid herself of her past, yet Jiang Shiqi would not grant her that wish. Was Jiang Shiqi destined to thwart her, Xie Lingyao? She lifted her head, letting the wind carry away her tear. Jiang Shiqi, I can marry anyone, but you. Why? Jiang Shiqi had never encountered a situation so vexing. Because I do not wish to repeat the past. There is no reason. Jiang Shiqi's powerful arm slowly fell away, allowing Xie Lingyao to break free easily and step back without hesitation. It is late. I shall return. Young Master Jiang, take care. With that, Xie Lingyao's figure flickered as she entered the Wutong residence. Had it not been for the lingering warmth and fragrance of her on his body, Jiang Shiqi would have believed it all to be a dream. He stood tall for a long while before finally fading away from the Wutong residence. In the days that followed, Xie Lingyao did not encounter Jiang Shiqi at the Marquis's residence. She was filled with trepidation, fearing he might approach the matriarch to declare he wished to break off the engagement. However, no such event transpired, leading her to believe he had not done so. After all, Jiang Shiqi, with his pride, would likely not persist following a rejection. Today, with the spring sun shining brightly, Xie Lingyao did not wish to squander the day and finally accepted Jiang Yufei's invitation to visit the Xiaoyao Tower for music. Last time I invited you, you said you were unwell. Are you feeling better today? Jiang Yufei glanced around, relieved to see Xie Lingyao's complexion had indeed improved. Much better, otherwise. I wouldn't venture out. By the way, do we have any other plans after the music? Let us go shopping. I need some beautiful fabric for spring clothing. Xie Lingyao had plenty of Tianxiang brocade, so she suggested, later, we can pick some from my collection. All of it is Tianxiang brocade, vibrant and exquisite. You will surely like it. Jiang Yufei was taken aback, speechless for a moment, before tightly embracing Xie Lingyao. If you truly consider me your sister-in-law, that would be splendid. Xie Lingyao found it amusing, pushing Jiang Yufei away. There are plenty of people in the capital who would like to be your sister-in-law. Go embrace them. Upon arriving at Xiaoyao Tower, they were led directly to a private room on the second floor. The first floor featured a large stage at its center, surrounded by individual seating, while the second floor housed one elegant room after another. By opening the door to their chosen room, they could easily see the stage, providing a splendid view. They arrived early, and only a few musicians were warming up with familiar tunes. Sitting closely together, they chatted merrily. Suddenly, a servant came to deliver a message, stating that Marquis Jingyang was outside and wished to see Xie Lingyao. Zhu scolded, "Foolish creature. Our two young ladies are in the boudoir, without an elder present. How can they meet a man? Moreover, he was an old man with lustful desires." The servant bowed and exited to relay the message, leaving the outside quiet once more. However, Xie Lingyao knew that Marquis Jingyang would not easily relent. He might very well be waiting in the adjacent room, ready to engage her in conversation when they descended. Xie Lingyao was not concerned about him making any indecent moves in public. She merely felt nauseated at the thought of his plump, greasy face. You need not fear. Marquis Jingyang would not dare offend the Jiang family, especially with the Empress Dowager backing you. No one can harm you now, Jiang Yufei comforted, noticing Xie Lingyao's disquiet. As the performance began downstairs, the two ladies put the incident aside, their attention drawn to the handsome young performers below. His voice is quite good. Zhu, do reward him. Zhu smiled as she brought a small tray forward. Miss, shall I proceed as usual? Yes, as always. Seeing Xie Lingyao curiously eyeing the tray, Jiang Yufei explained. At Xiaoyao Tower, the singers do not earn much. They rely on the patrons' tips to make a living. We reward those we find impressive, allowing them to thrive while encouraging their talents. Xie Lingyao followed suit, placing 20 taels on the tray. I shall reward him as well. I think the one in blue sings well and appears quite charming. What nonsense. The one in green is far better. Blue, green, blue, green. As the two individuals engaged in a childish dispute, a sudden cacophony erupted from the nearby elegant abode, accompanied by piercing screams of distress. This was followed by the hurried and chaotic sounds of servants bustling about, either running or shouting. How dare you lay a hand on our esteemed lord? Exclaimed one. Jiang Yufei and Xie Lingyao exchanged glances, and with a clatter, they discarded their teacups and hastened towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 36. The allure of beauty. For several consecutive days, Jiang Shiqi did not return to his residence, and even the matriarch assumed he was preoccupied with official duties. In truth, he was merely troubled in mind and wished to avoid returning. Shenji Bai, observing his perpetual frown, took the initiative to grant him leave and dragged him to the leisure pavilion to enjoy some music. However, upon arrival, Jiang Shiqi silently drowned himself in alcohol, speaking not a word and ignoring those around him. Shen Jibai, unable to elicit any explanation, resigned himself to listening to the melodies while Jiang Shiqi continued to drink in solitude. Unfortunately, the private rooms were not as soundproof as one would hope. While normal conversation was bearable, the neighboring Jingyang Marquis had evidently lost his temper, shouting at the top of his lungs. Jiang Shiqi heard every word distinctly, laden with insults and lascivious thoughts directed at Xie Lingyao. Gradually, he set down his cup, his expression calm as he rose to his feet. Before leaving, he uttered his first words of the day to Shen Jibai, "Have someone warm the wine for me." Shen Jibai, taken aback, nodded and watched as Jiang Shiqi exited. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shiqi entered the adjacent room, and the sound of fists striking flesh ensued. Shen Jibai realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over. But it was already too late. The Jingyang Marquis lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, his aged face marred with bruises. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiqi stood quietly to the side, meticulously wiping his hands with a handkerchief, as if the cries of the Marquis were none of his concern. When Xie Lingyao and Jiang Yufei arrived in haste, they witnessed Jiang Shiqi's cold demeanor as he carelessly tossed the bloodied handkerchief onto the Marquis. Once the Marquis recovers, we shall discuss this matter before the Emperor. Turning to Xie Lingyao, Jiang Shiqi's gaze did not linger on her, but addressed Jiang Yufei. Return home. Jiang Yufei was understandably frightened by Jiang Shiqi's earlier ferocity and violent outburst. Big brother. Return. Xie Lingyao turned first, pulling Jiang Yufei back home. Do not worry. He can handle it. Although Xie Lingyao was uncertain of Jiang Shiqi's motives for confronting the Marquis, she believed he was not one to act impulsively. If he chose to strike, he must have considered the consequences. Yet, this time, she was evidently mistaken. Jiang Shiqi stepped aside as servants from the Marquis's estate rushed in, hoisting the injured man and hastily taking him for medical attention. Shen Jibai, exasperated, pondered the aftermath. What now? The Marquis, despite his unpopularity with the Emperor, is still a legitimate nobleman. How could you act so rashly? There are countless ways to deal with him, yet you chose such a troublesome approach. Unable to contain himself, Shen Jibai shook his head and sighed deeply. Beauty is truly beguiling. Moreover, I noticed that she left without a trace of hesitation. Indeed, had she cast even a single glance back at him, it would have brought him some solace. Had I known, I would not have dragged you to the leisure pavilion. Where are you going? To bathe and change, then to see the Emperor. Jiang Shiqi descended the stairs. Having damaged some items, he voluntarily compensated for the losses. At the counter, he saw a tray with two 20-tael silver pieces, each weighed down by a note bearing the names of the two performers from earlier. He recognized one of the handwriting. It was Jiang Yufei's. The other was self-evident. Which one is Qing Shan? The one in the blue attire. Following Shen Jibai's. Jiang Shiqi scrutinized Qing Shan several times before departing with an inscrutable expression. Xie Lingyao's taste is rather unimpressive. Jiang Yufei and Xie Lingyao arrived with high spirits, but returned dejected. On their way back, Jiang Yufei worriedly patted her chest. I thought Big Brother was just cold-natured. I never imagined he could be so ruthless. Yao, do you think I should inform grandmother? If the Marquis truly suffers from this at Big Brother's hands, we need to strategize. As matters concerning the Jiang family were not within her purview, Xie Lingyao replied, this decision is yours to make. Jiang Yufei nodded gloomily. Soon reaching a conclusion, such events are bound to come to light. Besides, Big Brother didn't tell me not to speak of it, so I shall inform grandmother. Perhaps I can help Big Brother devise a plan. Upon returning home, Jiang Yufei hurried to the matriarch's courtyard, while Xie Lingyao made her way back to Wudong residence. Night fell when Jiang Shiqi emerged from the palace, only to be summoned by the matriarch. Today's incident at the leisure pavilion has been recounted to me by Yufei. Do not blame her for speaking out of turn. Such a significant event warrants inquiry, even if I can offer no assistance. With only Jiang Shiqi and the matriarch present, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Jiang Shiqi, what grievance did the Marquis provoke in you to incite such a violent response? Were it not for Jiang Yufei's eyewitness account, I would find it hard to believe that you would ever engage in a brawl. Since the age of 7 or 8, Jiang Shiqi had been raised under the careful guidance of the late Marquis, always measured in his actions and thoughts. Never before had he acted so impulsively. As her beloved grandson, The matriarch understood Jiang Shiqi better than anyone. If this were a matter of politics, she would not believe it, as the Marquis held no significant position in the court and had no real power to conflict with Jiang Shiqi. Moreover, even if political issues were at play, Jiang Shiqi possessed ample means to address them without compromising his own standing. Seeing Jiang Shiqi remain silent, the matriarch's tone grew stern. Do you intend to kneel before your grandfather's spirit tablet before you will speak the truth? Grandmother, it concerns personal matters. I have already conveyed my grievances to His Majesty in the palace. The Marquis has long behaved inappropriately, accumulating enemies over the years. His Majesty has harbored discontent towards him, and this serves as an opportune moment to reprimand him. I am not inquiring how you intend to resolve this. I wish to know why you resorted to violence. The matriarch, perceiving Jiang Shiqi's resolve not to speak, pressed on. When Yufei arrived, your mother was present as well. Upon learning that Yaoer was there, she remarked that you must be infatuated. I know your mother well. Although she often speaks frivolously, she would not dare to jest regarding your matters. Jiang Shiqi, did you act out of affection for her? Previously, Jiang Yufei had mentioned in passing that the Marquis was a lecherous old man, still full of lust at his age. Unable to move past Xie Lingyao, the matriarch had reason to believe that the Marquis had said or done something to provoke Jiang Shiqi's wrath. Jiang Shiqi did not deny it. The Marquis spoke vilely of her. As her grandson, I could not stand idly by. Hearing Jiang Shiqi's words, the matriarch found it hard to believe. Her most esteemed grandson had, indeed, fought for a woman who had her heart set on breaking off their engagement. Have you developed feelings? Jiang Shiqi responded with silence. The matriarch pounded the smooth tabletop in frustration. Foolishness. What virtues does Xie Lingyao possess aside from her beauty? Among the noble ladies of the capital, who does not surpass her? How could you? Noticing Jiang Shiqi's slight frown, the matriarch abruptly ceased her tirade and asked, Then will this marriage be annulled? Jiang Shiqi recalled Xie Lingyao's resolute demeanor. Since she wishes to break it, let it be. The matriarch, incensed, cast aside the 2 polished walnuts in her hand. What is this nonsense? Grandmother, she knows nothing of this. Neither you nor mother should discuss these matters with her. Madam, it seems we can no longer wait until the birthday banquet. She must swiftly dissolve the marriage contract while Jiang Shiqi has yet to change his mind. Chapter 37. The princess in marriage alliance. As the Marquis of Jingyang managed to rise from his sickbed, he dragged his ailing body into the palace to seek an audience with the emperor, intending to accuse Jiang Shiqi and compel him to bow his head in contrition before the throne. To his dismay, not only did the emperor not chastise Jiang Shiqi, but he also delivered a severe reprimand to the Marquis, nearly causing him to faint from indignation. This was not the end of his tribulations. The Empress Dowager dispatched 2 elderly eunuchs to the Marquis's residence, where they reprimanded him thoroughly. Under the relentless scrutiny of both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, the people of the capital began to sense the shifting tides, further isolating the already unfavored Marquis of Jingyang. Even the typically haughty Yao Linlin withdrew from public view, fearing ridicule should she step outside. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Marquis's household was not idle. She sent an invitation to the Su family and personally visited them to negotiate the dissolution of the marriage contract. During this time, Jiang Shiqi had been deliberately avoiding Xie Lingyao, and despite both residing in the Marquis, they had not crossed paths for nearly 10 days. Upon hearing from the matriarch of the Su family that the annulment would occur within days, Xie Lingyao felt at ease and continued to enjoy herself with Jiang Yufei in the Marquis. However, Xie Lingyao was not idle. She sent someone to tidy up the shop she had previously purchased. Shortly after noon, Jiang Yufei came to visit her. Without waiting for an invitation, Jiang Yufei plopped down beside Xie Lingyao and poured herself a cup of tea, draining it in one go. Lingyao, I have a piece of intriguing news to share with you today. Xie Lingyao chuckled. What could be so extraordinary that it warranted your visit? Jiang Yufei set down her cup and, with a mysterious air, declared, The kingdom of Qiongfeng is sending a princess here for a marriage alliance. Xie Lingyao was already aware of this. After all, Qiongfeng was merely a small border nation, and its princess was not of particularly high status. The emperor, now advanced in years, had no desire to take more consorts, and the princes already had their rightful wives, leaving the question of how to accommodate her somewhat ambiguous. Though Qiongfeng was a diminutive realm, it was the first to voluntarily submit to the Great Li, making its peaceful integration rather welcome. In gratitude for Qiongfeng's sincerity, the Great Li would undoubtedly treat the princess with respect, To have her travel such a distance only to become a secondary consort would indeed be a slight. Nonetheless, Xiongfeng was aware of the situation in the Great Li and did not overreach, merely suggesting that a noble house would suffice for the princess's marriage. This expanded the pool of eligible suitors significantly, allowing for a multitude of talented young men to be considered. Xie Lingyao recalled that in her past life, this Xiongfeng princess eventually married the second son of Princess Qiongji. What was so remarkable about a marriage alliance? It was not the alliance itself that was unusual, but rather that Xiongfeng did not insist on a royal match, being content to seek a union with a noble family instead. Xie Lingyao smiled. Compared to the royal family, a noble house offers a wider selection of young gentlemen. The princess is bound to find a worthy companion. Zhang Yufei gently nudged Xie Lingyao's shoulder. Guess who has caught her eye? Xie Lingyao, already privy to the answer, feigned ignorance and asked, Who? My elder brother. Zhang Yufei exclaimed. Xie Lingyao's smile faltered momentarily. How could it be Jiang Shiqi? In her previous life, he had no connection to her. She was not particularly concerned about whom Jiang Shiqi attracted. Rather, she found it unsettling when events strayed from their predetermined outcomes. Look at you. What an expression. Are you perhaps regretting it? Xie Lingyao laughed lightly. You wish for me to regret it, but I shall not. It is merely curious. The princess has just arrived in the capital. And how could Jiang Shiqi have caught her attention so swiftly? Zhang Yufei shrugged. What do you mean by caught her attention? With a man like my elder brother, what woman could resist? Xie Lingyao pointed to herself, grinning mischievously. I could. Only you. Zhang Yufei teased. Come, accompany me outside. Why do we need to go out again? Xie Lingyao protested. The 2 bolts of fabric you gave me, I've taken to have made into garments. They're ready today. We must go see them. If the measurements are off, I shall adjust them there. After changing her attire and retouching her makeup, Xie Lingyao followed Zhang Yufei outside. Upon arrival, she discovered a shop specializing in ready-made garments, with the first floor selling clothing and the second floor dedicated to custom tailoring. Zhang Yufei was led into a small room for a remeasurement while Xie Lingyao stood by the window. Observing the distance between this shop and the one she had purchased previously, the two were quite far apart. She could emulate this model and consider acquiring the second floor as well, with the first floor selling fabrics and the second catering to custom orders. The distance would prevent any business conflict. Miss Xie? A handsome young man approached her with a smile. She recognized him as Shun Jibua, a friend of Jiang Shiqi. Young Master Shun. Shun Jibua was taken aback. Miss Xie recognizes me? Xie Lingyao quickly remembered that in this life, she should not know Shun Jibua. For a brief moment, her face betrayed her surprise, and under Shun Jibua's gaze, she shyly turned her head away. This was the quickest ruse she could devise to evade the situation. Shun Jibua boldly speculated that perhaps Miss Xie had taken a liking to him and had made inquiries about him. The idea of being favored by such a beauty was delightful, but before he could indulge in further fantasies, a chilling presence behind him sent a shiver down his spine. Jiang Shiqi ascended the stairs with a stern expression, followed by a woman clad in unusual attire. Hearing the commotion, Xie Lingyao instinctively turned her head, and for a brief moment, their eyes met before they both swiftly averted their gazes. She felt a twinge of exasperation. How was it that she encountered Jiang Shiqi yet again? Was the capital truly so small? With just a glance, she recognized the oddly dressed woman as the Qiongfeng princess. Jiang Shiqi, who had recently proposed to her, was now in close company with the Qiongfeng princess. Thankfully, she had remained resolute. Otherwise, the Qiongfeng princess entered excitedly and called for her garments to be brought out for her to try on. Jiang Shiqi took a few steps forward and seated himself on a nearby chair. Shun Jibua sensed the awkwardness in the air and broke the silence. Miss Xie, are you having clothes made? Xie Lingyao wore a gentle smile and replied softly, accompanying a friend. Sister Ning. She was abruptly interrupted as she looked out the window, her face lighting up. Brother Chun. The tone of her delight caused Jiang Shiqi, seated nearby, to feel a pang of discomfort. What manner of brother warranted such familiarity? Sister Ning? Was that Xie Lingyao's childhood name? Feeling somewhat apologetic, Xie Lingyao turned back to Shun Jibua. I apologize, young Master Shun. I must take my leave. Of course, you go on ahead. Shun Jibua graciously stepped aside for her. Xie Lingyao hurried to the staircase but then turned back, walking past Jiang Shiqi towards Zhur, saying, Please inform your young lady that she need not wait for me once she has finished trying on the garments. I shall return on my own. Zhur bowed her head. Yes, Miss Xie. You have only brought 2 maidservants today. Perhaps you should take 2 more young men with you, just in case you encounter any trouble. Not necessary. I trust that person. I shall take my leave now, and do remember to inform your young lady, Xie Lingyao stated as she gracefully descended the stairs. Her steps light as she approached Lu Chun. Shun Jibor raised an eyebrow at Jiang Shiqi. If you wish to see, then look. If you do not, she'll be gone before you know it. Jiang Shiqi clenched his fist, stood abruptly, and approached the window, gazing down where Xie Lingyao stood, her eyes sparkling with joy as she conversed with the young man before her. Lu Chun was a cousin from Xie Lingyao's maternal side, who visited her annually at the behest of her aunt to ensure her well-being in the capital. In my earlier years, I heard that you had arranged a marriage in Kyoto, and this year, I specifically came to witness the union. Since I was already en route to Kyoto, I decided to pay you a visit, and just as I pondered how to reach you, I fortuitously spotted you. Brother Chun, have you just arrived? Do you plan to stay in Kyoto for several days? As the two conversed, they gradually walked out of Jiang Shiqi's line of sight. With genuine concern, Shun Jibai proposed. Shall I find someone to accompany you? No. Shun Jibai nodded with relief. There was still hope. I will have Zhang Mao go. Shun Jibai. What were you discussing when I arrived? Shun Jibai. He knew that the chill behind him was certainly not an illusion. You can guess for yourself. Truly hopeless. Princess Qiangfo emerged, tugging at her skirt, and eagerly inquired of the two gentlemen, young Master Jiang, young Master Shun. Do you think this outfit is beautiful? Jiang Shiqi replied, Indeed, it is beautiful. Princess Qiangfo responded. Could you not turn back to reiterate that sentiment? Having just been mesmerized by Xie Lingyao's beauty, Shun Jibai found Princess Qiangfo somewhat lacking in comparison. However, that was of no consequence. He excelled at flattery. After Shun Jibai extolled Princess Qiangfo's virtues with grandiloquent praise, she waved her hand decisively and purchased a multitude of garments, returning laden with treasures. Chapter 38. Conditions for marriage. Xie Lingyao was undeniably captivating, and Lu Chun, unable to quell his concerns, chose to accompany her carriage all the way to the gate of the Marquis's residence before he halted. Ning sister, I am staying at the Qinglai Inn and will likely remain in the capital for another fortnight. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to fetch me. Xie Lingyao refrained from further conversation, offering a polite bow to Lu Chun before entering the estate. She felt quite at ease, unaware that turmoil had already ensued within the Marquis's household. The matriarch and several daughters-in-law sat in silence, while Zhou Shi was visibly distressed, tears brimming as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Mother, what shall we do if the princess of Qiongfu truly marries Qi Jin? Must our family really welcome a foreign princess as our grandson's bride? Despite her historical discord with Zhou Shi, Gu Shi found little joy in the situation. After all, the princess of Qiongfu, even if of lesser status, was still a princess, and the emperor held her in high regard. If she were to enter their family, it was likely that everyone in the Marquis's household would have to cater to her. Indeed, mother, Zhou Shi chimed in. Qi Jin is our eldest grandson, his legitimate son. How could he possibly have foreign blood? I heard that the Qiongfu people have blue eyes, resembling cats, which is rather frightening. Zhou Shi's lament only intensified with Gu Shi's words. Mother, please think of a solution. If she speaks to the emperor, it may be too late. The matriarch pressed her forehead, equally troubled. However, Zhao Shi, with a clearer mind, suggested quietly, Qi Jin is still engaged at present. Zhou Shi's cries halted abruptly, and the matriarch raised her head sharply. With an existing engagement and Miss Xie having caught the Empress Dowager's eye, this marriage, with her backing, cannot be easily shaken, regardless of any princess or noble lady. Gu Shi clapped her hands and exclaimed, Indeed, mother, elder sister, although Miss Xie's family background is somewhat lacking, she frequently visits the Empress Dowager, which changes the situation entirely. Moreover, she remains one of our own from Dali and is quite beautiful. Imagine how lovely her children with Shiqi would be. The matriarch felt a stirring in her heart, but hesitated. Yet, they have already reached the point of considering a withdrawal from the engagement. Gu Shi shrugged. At this juncture, if we withdraw from the engagement, we might as well prepare to welcome a blue-eyed child into our family. The next generation of our Jiang family could be a whole brood of blue-eyed children. Zhou Shi contemplated the implications, envisioning the princess of Qiongfu with a child, both staring at her with their striking blue eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. Furthermore, she had previously promised Jiang Shiqi not to obstruct his marriage to Xie Lingyao. Zhou Shi hesitated and suggested, What if we simply do not withdraw? The matriarch shot a stern glance at them. Have you forgotten? It is she who refuses to marry, not us who refuse to wed. Gu Shi rolled her eyes and countered. Then, What if we force the issue? Do not speak such nonsense. The matriarch slammed the table in anger. No one is to employ such despicable tactics. You, a mother yourself, how could you even suggest such a thing? Gushi recoiled, muttering her discontent. Nothing is permitted. And what are we to do with the daughter-in-law? Everyone return for now. We shall discuss it further when Qi Jin returns. After dismissing them, the matriarch discreetly summoned Wu Mama to invite Xie Lingyao. Upon returning, Xie Lingyao felt a sense of unease, which only deepened after hearing the matriarch's counsel. Her heart sank entirely. Yaoer, I do not wish to pressure you. Please return and contemplate the matter, all right? The matriarch felt the unpredictability of life. A month ago, they had looked down on Xie Lingyao's origins, desperately seeking ways to annul the engagement. Yet now she found herself imploring Xie Lingyao not to withdraw from it. Xie Lingyao entered Wudong residence in a daze, but soon rose abruptly and made her way to Haohong Pavilion. Is young Master Jiang in? The attendant at Haohong Pavilion, upon recognizing Xie Lingyao, responded politely, the young master has not yet returned. I shall inform him of your presence as soon as he arrives. Very well. Xie Lingyao returned to Wudong residence, burying herself in her bed, never anticipating such developments at this critical juncture. While the matriarch's words were soothing, Xie Lingyao was acutely aware of her formidable nature. Should they find her unyielding and turn to her father, it would be utterly disastrous. Now, she conceived another plan, contingent upon Jiang Shiqi's agreement. Jiang Shiqi, aware of the numerous matters at hand that evening, returned early to the estate without the matriarch's prompting. Your mother and I believe that Yaoer is a wonderful girl, and you harbor feelings for her as well. Perhaps we should not annul this engagement. Jiang Shiqi replied coolly, what we think is inconsequential. If she does not agree, there is nothing to be done. Then we must find a way, the matriarch sighed. She is still a young girl. You ought to spend more time with her, to charm her. Jiang Shiqi pondered silently, thinking her heart was like iron. How could she be swayed? Regardless, make an effort. Wudong residence is not far from your Haohong Pavilion. A brief walk will suffice. You need not be consumed by your duties all day. You are of age now, and certain matters should be prioritized. The matriarch never imagined that one day she would be instructing Jiang Shiqi on how to win a girl's affection. As Jiang Shiqi left the matriarch, he took a path back, encountering the pale-faced Xie Lingyao along the way. Jiang Shiqi, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Shiqi stepped past her. Let us find a more secluded place. Xie Lingyao followed him to his study. Jiang Shiqi gestured for her to take a seat, while he languidly settled into the chair opposite her. What is it that Miss Xie wishes to discuss? Xie Lingyao lifted her eyelids, her voice weary. We can proceed with the marriage. Jiang Shiqi appeared somewhat taken aback, sitting up straighter. Oh, I wonder what has prompted Miss Xie to change her mind so suddenly. Are you truly feigning ignorance? Jiang Shiqi stood and approached her, leaning slightly, his towering figure enclosing her in the chair. What are your conditions? Xie Lingyao met his dark gaze unwaveringly. Within 2 years of our marriage, we will choose an appropriate time to part ways. During our union, you shall not interfere in any of my affairs, and naturally, I shall not meddle in yours. Jiang Shiqi remained noncommittal. Is that all? You must not touch me. Go on. I wish to conduct a fabric business in the capital, and you must assist me. Is that all? I will not involve myself in Jiang family matters, nor should anyone disturb me. Jiang Shiqi straightened, his tone light. I shall consider it. Xie Lingyao expressed understanding. How long do you require? 3 days. Very well. Xie Lingyao turned to leave, but halted abruptly. Jiang Shiqi, speak. That night, why did you want me to marry you? Jiang Shiqi's gaze traced her silhouette as he countered. What do you think? Xie Lingyao shook her head. Feeling defeated, Jiang Shiqi remained an enigma to her. Come here. Xie Lingyao turned back, only to find Jiang Shiqi holding a scroll of parchment. Open it and take a look. Curious, Xie Lingyao spread the scroll across Jiang Shiqi's tidy desk, revealing her portrait. Jiang Shiqi stood behind her, his voice resonating from above. Do you understand now? Startled, Xie Lingyao stepped back, colliding with Jiang Shiqi, who swiftly encircled her waist with one arm. Xie Lingyao, I am quite greedy. Xie Lingyao swallowed hard, contemplating the myriad of reasons she had envisioned for Jiang Shiqi marrying her, yet she had never considered the possibility of affection. Why was this so? It was evident that Jiang Shiqi held no feelings for her. How could he possibly like her? His fervent breath tickled her ear, rendering her thoughts incoherent. She felt as though her previous beliefs were being systematically dismantled, leaving her in a state of confusion and anxiety. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will grant you any request you desire. These 3 days are not for me, but for you. Jiang Shiqi was convinced he could warm Xie Lingyao's heart within 2 years, ensuring she would find it difficult to part from him. Xie Lingyao could scarcely hear his words. Absurdity. How could this be so absurd? Jiang Shiqi released her, stating, I must step out for a while, precisely 3 days. Clutching the portrait he had forced upon her, Xie Lingyao floated back to Wutong residence, her mind in a haze. It was only after indulging in a bath and lying on her bed that her thoughts began to clarify. She rose to open the portrait, staring blankly at it in the candlelight. After a stick of incense had burned down, she stowed the portrait away, tossing it into the space beneath her bed with a thud. The things she once yearned for in her past life had become insignificant to her in this one. Chapter 39. He has returned. Reborn. Jiang Shiqi was dispatched to Rongqing on official business, a task that was not particularly troublesome, as the journey would only take 3 days back and forth, a distance not too far. Such assignments were common for Jiang Shiqi. Yet no one anticipated that an incident would occur on his return journey. As Jiang Shiqi led his companions around the dense forest outside Luoyang City, a sudden ambush emerged from the woods with 10 or so figures clad in black, resembling vengeful spirits. Their moves were ruthless. Each strike aimed to take a life. And in an instant, more than half of Jiang Shiqi's entourage fell victim. Fortunately, Zhang Mao, skilled in martial arts, successfully safeguarded Jiang Shiqi back to the capital. However, Jiang Shiqi sustained injuries. Though minor, his assailants were determined to claim his life, their weapons tainted with poison. After enduring the ordeal, Jiang Shiqi returned to the marquisate only to collapse from exhaustion. His father, Jiang Qiuhai, sought imperial permission and summoned several court physicians in haste. Yet, even by morning, Jiang Shiqi remained unconscious. The matriarch, anxious and fearful, consumed a bowl of ginseng soup to sustain herself, vigilantly guarding him throughout the night. But as dawn broke, she too succumbed to faintness. Chaos erupted within the marquisate. Jiang Shiqi represented the future of the entire Jiang family, and the other male heirs paled in comparison to him. In the realm of noble families, the understanding of shared lineage and unity was profound. If Jiang Shiqi thrived, so would the entire Jiang clan. The example of Duke Jingyang loomed large, holding a title yet lacking real power, easily reprimanded by the emperor without a shred of consideration. Now that Jiang Shiqi lay incapacitated, the atmosphere in the marquisate was somber and bereaved. Xie Lingyao, upon hearing the news, remained relatively unperturbed. After all, it is often said that good people do not live long, while calamities linger for a millennium. Jiang Shiqi, a man of misfortune, was still alive. Xie Lingyao even harbored a somewhat malicious thought. If Jiang Shiqi were to perish, wouldn't her problems dissolve effortlessly? 2 days later, just as Xie Lingyao had anticipated, the poison within Jiang Shiqi was resolved, and he regained consciousness. After a day of recuperation, Zhang Yufei came to invite Xie Lingyao to visit Jiang Shiqi. Initially reluctant, Xie Lingyao's curiosity about his near-death experience ultimately led her to acquiesce. On the way, Zhang Yufei sought out Xie Lingyao, causing them to arrive somewhat late. By the time they reached, the gathering had dispersed, leaving only the two of them at the threshold of Jiang Shiqi's chamber. Even as cousins, there were proprieties to observe. Thus, a screen was placed before the door, and Zhang Yufei stood outside, conversing with Jiang Shiqi. Understanding his naturally reticent demeanor, especially in his weakened state, Zhang Yufei merely advised him to rest well and take his medicine before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a hoarse, low voice pierced the air. Xie Lingyao, stay. Zhang Yufei, taken aback, glanced through the screen at Jiang Shiqi's indistinct figure. How could her elder brother directly call Xie Lingyao by name and even beckon her into his chamber? This was quite improper. Xie Lingyao, however, paid no heed to these nuances. Assuming Jiang Shiqi wished to discuss their engagement, she informed Zhang Yufei and entered the inner room with composure. Jiang Shiqi lay upon the bed, devoid of color, his face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. His strikingly handsome features remained intact, yet he appeared extraordinarily frail. Standing by the bedside, Xie Lingyao frowned slightly, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of medicine. Jiang Shiqi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao, puzzled, touched her face. Is there something on my face? Xie Lingyao. Jiang Shiqi's voice was low, imbued with an emotion that Xie Lingyao could not decipher. Crossing her arms, she instinctively stepped back, repelled by the strong medicinal odor emanating from him. "Young Master Jiang, please speak. It has been a long time." Meeting his gaze, she felt an eerie familiarity in his eyes. Xie Lingyao squinted slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Indeed, it has been a long time. Jiang Shiqi, you have returned as well." Chapter 40. Whom to marry, is it not marriage? Since awakening yesterday, Jiang Shiqi has lain quietly on that familiar, yet strange bed, his mind incessantly replaying the events of recent times. Though it is hard to believe, within the span of an hour, he has accepted the astonishing truth that he has returned to 10 years prior, to the year he came of age. He obsessively reflects on the memories of the past month concerning Xie Lingyao, the vibrant, youthful, and healthy Xie Lingyao who did not perish in his embrace. He longs for her. The 20-year-old Jiang Shiqi, driven by reckless passion, would selfishly scheme to claim Xie Lingyao as his wife. He would deliberately draw closer to Princess Jiangfeng, ensnaring her heart and creating the illusion within the Jiang family that the princess must marry him, thus compelling the matriarch, Madame Zhou, to accept Xie Lingyao and even plead with her to refrain from breaking off their engagement. However, at 30, having lost Xie Lingyao once, Jiang Shiqi dares not entertain any thoughts of coercing her. That woman, resolute and unforgiving, declared her disinterest and departed in haste, leaving him to remember her promise to marry him, a promise tinged with reluctance reminiscent of their past life. Jiang Shiqi has yet to determine whether to release her and grant her the freedom she desires. But it is indeed a rare occurrence for her to come to see him. In his previous life, after a fall, he languished for half a month, and that heartless woman could not even bring him a bowl of soup. Xie Lingyao slowly approaches, playfully twirling a peacock hairpin in her delicate fingers. "Master Jiang, how does it feel to have to start anew? With all the power and prestige you once held now, just a distant memory." Her voice, both crisp and sweet, often provokes Jiang Shiqi to the brink of fury. The arduous path they traverse together now appears to be a mere stepping stone, promising ease in retracing their footsteps. Seated upon the bed, Jiang Shiqi finds himself at the mercy of Xie Lingyao's gaze from above. "No wonder you are the esteemed Jiang, powerful and ambitious. Unlike a carefree idler such as myself." Jiang Shiqi's eyes flicker with suppressed light as he scoffs. "Carefree? Miss Xie, how easily you forget. After your departure, Zhou was consumed with thoughts of you, yet you dismiss him so readily. Should he learn of your indifference, he would wonder whether to be grateful for your carefree spirit or resentful of your heartlessness. Reuniting after 10 years of marriage, neither knows the meaning of mercy in their words." Mentioning their son ignites a fierce fury in Xie Lingyao, her eyes ablaze. "Jiang Shiqi, how could you utter such words that pierce my heart? Do not forget, you are the architect of this situation. Had you not insisted on taking that little child from me, Zhou would not be so estranged from me." Jiang Shiqi gazes at the hairpin in her hand, feeling as if it might soon be plunged into his chest. He wishes to avoid a quarrel with Xie Lingyao upon his return and motions for Zhang Mao to escort her away. Once outside, her fury finds no outlet, and at the entrance of the vast hall, she lashes out, slapping the carefully nurtured orchids that Jiang Shiqi tended to. Zhang Mao stands speechless. Jiang Shiqi's injuries were not severe. After 2 days of rest, he returned to court, and in another 2 days uncovered the truth regarding Marquis Jingyang. The Marquis, harboring resentment against Jiang Shiqi, contemplated hiring an assassin, spending a considerable sum to procure Jiang Shiqi's demise. The evidence was irrefutable, and with no means of denial. The emperor's wrath led to the Marquis's title being stripped away. Naturally, the emperor's decision was not solely due to the Marquis's intentions against Jiang Shiqi. The Marquis was already under scrutiny, and this thorough investigation revealed a plethora of crimes, both grave and minor, that left one astounded. Even if the emperor wished to show leniency, he found it impossible. That old scoundrel, having been granted a reprieve, dared to curse at Jiang Shiqi from his cell, vowing to haunt him. Jiang Yufei, incensed, slammed her palm on the table, berating the imprisoned Marquis. Xie Lingyao poured her a cup of chrysanthemum tea, urging her to calm down and soothe her throat before continuing the tirade. After a hearty sip, Jiang Yufei suddenly fell silent, inching closer to Xie Lingyao. Hesitantly, she spoke. "Before I left today, I overheard my mother mention that grandmother is not permitting you to break off the engagement." Xie Lingyao took a sip of tea herself, needing to cool her ire, for Jiang Shiqi had vexed her greatly. "You are quite well informed." Jiang Yufei, anxious, pressed on. "Why did you not mention this earlier? We could have brainstormed solutions together." Xie Lingyao affectionately pinched Jiang Yufei's chubby cheek, amused. Do you truly believe you could argue with him? You know well that the matriarch is as unyielding as iron. It would be futile. What then? Xie Lingyao rested her chin on her hand and winked. You could simply accept me as your sister-in-law. Have you not lamented my reluctance to marry your elder brother? Jiang Yufei's brow furrowed, her expression grave. Are you in jest? I have considered this. Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. If they insist on breaking the engagement, grandmother cannot prevent it. I suggest you write to your father to negotiate with her. Can one not compel an unwilling party? Yufei, allow me to share a secret. Jiang Yufei nodded earnestly. Speak. And I shall keep it confidential. Xie Lingyao gently took the teacup from her hand to prevent any spills. The decision to break off the engagement was entirely mine. My father is eager to align with the Jiang family. He would drag me to the altar if necessary. Jiang Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment, her words escaping her for a moment. After a while, she managed, Lingyao, your audacity is remarkable. Would it not be better to seek the Empress Dowager's assistance? Xie Lingyao sighed. Ultimately, whom I marry is inconsequential. Though she resists fate and power, she finds herself unable to defy them. The Empress Dowager's protection has already been secured through the matriarch's humble intervention. She cannot further impose upon the Empress Dowager for such a contentious matter. In this life, marrying Jiang Shiqi does not seem entirely unfortunate, for she does not love him. By not pursuing an ethereal love, she shields herself from heartache. When Shun Wanchu reaches marriageable age, she will willingly step aside, allowing the two kindred spirits to unite. She shall sincerely wish them a lineage that ceases to exist, ensuring their eternal unrest. But you do not harbor feelings for my elder brother. Does it truly matter? Xie Lingyao replied. Yufei, when you have your own husband. She paused, realizing the futility of such discourse with someone so young. Jiang Yufei, a mere month older than Xie Lingyao, interjected. Do not speak in such a manner. My elder brother is quite a decent man. Should you find affection over time, it would not be bad. I have never seen a couple as beautiful as you two. Imagine how stunning your children would be. Their children? The thought of Zhou struck a pang in Xie Lingyao's heart, yet simultaneously ignited a flicker of hope. If only she could bear Zhou again and then part ways. Chapter 41. A grievous couple within the soft confines of her bed. Xie Lingyao lay in a deep slumber, yet an almost tangible gaze disrupted her peace, compelling her to awaken. Who? Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a vague, towering silhouette at her bedside. Instantly engulfed by overwhelming fear, she instinctively prepared to scream, only to be silenced by a firm grasp. It's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xie Lingyao ceased her frantic struggles and forcefully pushed away the hand that covered her mouth. She took a moment to steady her rapid breaths, her anger boiling beneath her voice as she nearly roared, Jiang Shiqi, what are you doing sneaking into my room in the dead of night? Jiang Shiqi rose leisurely to light a candle, taking a seat at the table. The flickering flame revealed the exhaustion etched upon his face. I apologize, I returned quite late. It would have been inappropriate to announce my arrival. And you think climbing through my window is appropriate? Xie Lingyao retorted, then muttered under her breath, lacking great virtue, yet adhering to minor ethics. Jiang Shiqi pretended not to hear her words. Her sharp tongue could inflict wounds upon him, and despite his prowess in the court, he found himself conceding before her. Silence enveloped them until they spoke simultaneously. I know you are unwilling to marry me. I will resolve this matter. Grant me 10 days, and you shall be free. I have made up my mind. Let us marry. They exchanged incredulous glances. Very well. Shall we settle on the original date? Jiang Shiqi swiftly acquiesced, as though his previous statements had never been uttered. At 30, he was far more adaptable than he had been at 20. Though bitter, a couple is still a couple. Heaven had granted him a second chance. He would not allow Xie Lingyao to suffer again at the hands of that vile woman. Even if she did not love him, he would protect her at all costs. Xie Lingyao rolled her eyes. What about the requests I made earlier? Jiang Shiqi feigned acceptance. I shall comply with all of them. Covering her mouth, Xie Lingyao yawned, her long lashes glistening with dewdrops, then gestured towards the window, indicating that he should leave. Jiang Shiqi stood but did not depart. Instead, he approached her bed. As Xie Lingyao pulled up the covers, preparing to lie down, she heard footsteps and turned, puzzled. Do you have something else to discuss? Is Luchin here? He has arrived. Why do you ask? Jiang Shiqi paused. It's nothing. He cast a deep gaze upon Xie Lingyao before slipping out. Once he was gone, she cursed and rose from her bed. Can't anyone see the candle has been left burning? Why must I extinguish it myself? Jiang Shiqi, lingering by the window, couldn't help but smile silently. She was indeed lively. It was delightful. The following day, Xie Lingyao shared her decision with the matriarch, who was utterly pleased and promptly arranged for a divination to set a date. After appeasing the matriarch, Xie Lingyao penned a letter to the matriarch of the Su family, explaining the situation and clarifying that she was not coerced. Her agreement was merely a choice made after careful consideration. Initially fearful that the Su matriarch would be disheartened by her indecisiveness, Xie Lingyao was taken aback when the matriarch praised Jiang Shiqi, declaring Xie Lingyao's choice to be wise. Holding the response, Xie Lingyao felt bewildered. In her previous life, it was Xie Lingyao who sought to marry Jiang Shiqi, receiving disdain from the Jiang family. In this life, it was the Jiang family that desired her as a bride for Jiang Shiqi, showering her with gratitude. Xie Lingyao sighed at the unpredictability of fate. The current atmosphere in Wudong residence was lively, with only Jiang Yufei frequenting the place in the past. Now, Jiang Qinro, Jiang Linglong, and Jiang Xiuhan arrived early and remained until nearly mealtime, leaving Xie Lingyao exhausted from their company. She had hoped to take Jiang Yufei out for some peace. But Jiang Yufei had been preoccupied with Zhao's family in search of a match and could not spare time to entertain Xie Lingyao. Recalling Jiang Yufei's future in-laws, she remembered they were from the Hu family, a match that seemed suitable. Jiang Yufei and her husband, Hu Jingxi, were indeed a couple of talent and beauty, well suited to each other. Yet, inexplicably, after her marriage, Jiang Yufei always appeared troubled whenever Xie Lingyao encountered her. When asked, Jiang Yufei remained tight-lipped. Although she came from a noble family, her straightforward nature and cheerful disposition endeared her to both elders and peers alike. There was no reason for her to become disliked after marrying into the Hu family. Xie Lingyao was almost certain that there was more to this than met the eye. And the issue did not lie with Jiang Yufei. Their bond across lifetimes compelled Xie Lingyao to ensure that Jiang Yufei would not be consigned to the Hu family again. But first, she needed to ascertain what secrets lay with Hu Jingxi. After a moment's thought, Xie Lingyao pivoted and headed towards Haohuang Pavilion. Jiang Shiqi had just recovered and was dealing with matters concerning Marquis Jingyang. She had heard he had a slight fever the previous night, so the matriarch forbade him from leaving the house today. Xie Lingyao surmised he would still be at the estate. With Bichuan absent, Xie Lingyao was accompanied by a maid named Huan Xia, a spirited girl of about 14 or 15, who, while amiable, had a tendency to chatter excessively. Wudong residence was not far from Haohuang Pavilion, and Xie Lingyao arrived swiftly. By now, everyone in the estate was aware of her impending marriage to Jiang Shiqi, and the servants treated her with the respect due to a future mistress. Moreover, Zhang Mao had previously instructed the staff at Haohuang Pavilion to usher Xie Lingyao in without delay. As Jiang Shiqi's confidant, Zhang Mao's word was as good as Jiang Shiqi's. Thus, upon her arrival, two maids kindly escorted her inside. "Miss Xie, the young master is in the study. Please follow me." Xie Lingyao recognized both maids as diligent and trustworthy, which was why Jiang Shiqi had retained them. In her past life, after marrying in for 3 years, she found the two maids to be devoted, and upon learning their intentions, she had granted them favors, allowing them to leave the estate and marry. However, when Zhou Shi discovered this, she accused Xie Lingyao of jealousy, driving away the maids who had served Jiang Shiqi for many years, subjecting Xie Lingyao to a harsh reprimand. Leading Xie Lingyao toward the study, the maid Fei Yun bowed and smiled warmly. "Miss Xie, the young master has instructed us to keep our distance from the study. Please proceed alone." Xie Lingyao was aware of Jiang Shiqi's peculiar habit and nodded slightly to Fei Yun before turning to walk down the corridor. Just as she rounded the corner, she collided with a head-down maid, causing her to stumble. Before she could speak, the maid bent and fled as though pursued by something unsavory. The servants of the Marquis's household were meticulously chosen, particularly those assigned to Jiang Shiqi, who was highly regarded. It was inconceivable for a clumsy and reckless maid to appear in Haohuang Pavilion. Xie Lingyao furrowed her brows. In the hasty encounter, she had only caught a glimpse of the maid's profile, remembering only her remarkably fair skin, far too pristine for a servant. Who could she be? Did Jiang Shiqi have someone else besides Shinhuachu? Chapter 42. A lingering kiss. Xie Lingyao stood at the entrance of Jiang Shiqi's study, her hand poised to knock. But she noticed the door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. Yet, her hand could not retract, and with a faint creak, the door opened slowly. Jiang Shiqi sat with his head bowed at the desk, seemingly oblivious to Xie Lingyao's presence. Observing this, she rapped gently on the doorframe. Jiang Shiqi, may I come in? However, there was no response. He remained in his half-bowed position, unmoving. For a fleeting moment, Xie Lingyao harbored a suspicion that the maid she had encountered earlier was a disguised assassin, and that Jiang Shiqi had already departed from this world. Jiang Shiqi. She called his name hesitantly as she approached him, preparing to nudge him, only to be seized by the wrist. What brings you here? Jiang Shiqi's voice was soft, barely audible in the quiet of the study. What happened earlier? Did you fall asleep? I called, but you didn't respond. I thought you were dead. Disappointed that I'm still alive. Xie Lingyao frowned, noting the abnormal heat radiating from Jiang Shiqi's hand. Fortunately, I need your assistance now. It's better that you're alive. Jiang Shiqi took a deep breath, and Xie Lingyao wondered if he was vexed by her presence. You look strange. Are you running a fever again? I should fetch Fei Yun to call a doctor for you. As she spoke, she attempted to leave, but his grip tightened around her wrist. Unable to break free, she extended her other hand to feel his forehead. Goodness, you're burning up. Release me. I'll bring someone to help you. Otherwise, dying might be the least of your worries. Being left daft would be laughable. Be quiet. Jiang Shiqi shut his eyes, breathing heavily. That cup of tea was tampered with. Xie Lingyao turned her gaze to the teacup beside him, noticing it was only half full, evidently having been consumed by Jiang Shiqi. With her years of experience as a wife, she instantly recognized that he had ingested something harmful. Jiang Gongzi, it seems you have quite the admirers, she remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Jiang Shiqi's grip on her hand suddenly tightened, causing tears to well in her eyes. You're hurting me, Jiang Shiqi. His hand was abruptly released, and as she rubbed her sore wrist, she recounted the suspicious maid she had encountered. I met a maid with dubious intentions when I entered. She must have administered this poison, right? Since when do you have such unscrupulous servants in your vast estate? Jiang Shiqi's eyes reddened, and the veins on his forehead and hand bulged, indicating his suppressed fury. Her name is Yao Linlen. Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned upon her. With Jingyang Marquis imprisoned, only Jiang Shiqi could offer salvation. Yao Linlen's desperate measures were merely an attempt to seek Jiang Shiqi's protection. How pitiful for a woman of noble birth to resort to such despicable tactics. She is to be pitied as well, Xie Lingyao mused, turning to leave. You're in this state. I should fetch a doctor for you. Or do you have a maid of your own? I could call for her. Stop. Jiang Shiqi, suppressing his anger, yanked Xie Lingyao back and swiftly shut the study door. You know whether I have a concubine or not. Xie Lingyao assumed Jiang Shiqi was merely embarrassed about his condition and did not wish for her to seek help. After all, he was the one suffering. She felt no obligation to intervene. Just because you didn't have one when I married you doesn't mean you never did. What do I, a mere commoner, know of the affairs of highborn families? Jiang Shiqi's breathing grew rapid, yet he suppressed his agitation, attempting to reason with Xie Lingyao, even as her indifferent demeanor incited his ire. I have never had a concubine, not before your arrival nor after. Oh, no concubine, yet a well-guarded mistress. Jiang Shiqi ground his teeth, almost in self-punishment as he posed a question. Do you truly not care at all? Xie Lingyao smiled wickedly, each word striking Jiang Shiqi like a hammer. Not in the slightest. Jiang Shiqi narrowed his eyes dangerously, a tempest brewing within. Xie Lingyao, emboldened by her audacity, quipped. Rest assured, your grand estate can easily accommodate 5 or 6 more. Jiang Shiqi, standing by the door, unlocked it slightly, his expression icy. Xie Lingyao, you may leave. Though unsure why she should flee, her instincts urged her to distance herself from Jiang Shiqi, prompting her to approach the door. But as she neared, the door clicked shut once more. Fool, when I said run, I didn't mean to leave. Xie Lingyao was taken aback. The next moment, Jiang Shiqi grasped her waist with one hand and supported her head with the other, forcefully pressing her against the door. Protected by Jiang Shiqi, all the pressure was absorbed by him, and while her back did not ache, the tight embrace left her breathless. I'm sorry. What? Warm lips descended upon hers with fervor. Xie Lingyao stood frozen, wide-eyed, wanting to push him away, but Jiang Shiqi's strength was overwhelming, compelling her to tilt her chin in submission. He withdrew his hand from the back of her head, covering her eyes with his palm, deepening the hard-won kiss. Xie Lingyao lost all sense of time, the heat emanating from Jiang Shiqi, clouding her mind until her body softened, her tongue tingling. Before she could finally see the light again, Jiang Shiqi buried his face in her neck, breathing heavily. Fury ignited within Xie Lingyao, feeling the pressure ease. She summoned her strength and pushed him away, delivering a precise slap across his face. Jiang Shiqi willingly accepted the blow, disregarding the red mark blooming on his cheek, and leaned down to capture her in his embrace again. Unbalanced, Xie Lingyao was puzzled by Jiang Shiqi's words, but his actions spoke volumes. His already swollen lips suffered another bout of torment. Jiang Shiqi turned his face, breath unsteady, voice hoarse. "Come on." Xie Lingyao, unrestrained, delivered another slap. In the end, both felt a sense of relief. Jiang Shiqi received 2 lingering kisses, while Xie Lingyao vented her frustrations with 2 slaps, something she had not managed in her previous life. Yet, Jiang Shiqi's condition did not improve with the kisses. Rather, it intensified, his body emanating heat as if he were being boiled alive. "Fetch me a doctor." Xie Lingyao, covering her swollen lips, nodded fervently as she hurried to the door. Just as she reached it, Jiang Shiqi called out, his voice cold. "If you dare bring a woman here, you will know the consequences." "I understand." As Xie Lingyao stumbled out, Jiang Shiqi chuckled softly, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. This medicine is truly potent. Chapter 43. Confused and out of control, Xie Lingyao, feeling too lazy to deal with the trouble herself, asked Zhang Mao to summon a doctor for Jiang Shiqi and leisurely strolled back to Wudong Courtyard. Distracted by this diversion, she forgot to discuss important matters with Jiang Shiqi, but there was no rush for the moment. In front of the bronze mirror, Xie Lingyao pressed her swollen lips, recalling how Jiang Shiqi had demanded like a vicious dog earlier. She couldn't help but lament how ruthless Yao Linlin could be. Even someone as cold-hearted as Jiang Shiqi could be driven to madness by the effects of the medicine. With Jiang Yufei absent from the residence, Xie Lingyao feared that Jiang Qianro might seek her out for trivial conversation. Thus, she decided to take a carriage with Granny Li directly to Qinglian. Xie Lingyao lingered at Haohan Pavilion for quite some time. Initially thinking that Lu Chun must be busy and likely gone, she had prepared herself for a fruitless trip. To her surprise, Lu Chun was indeed free today. The Lu family had been engaged in business for generations, accumulating wealth over a century, making them unrivaled in Jianglong. Although Lu Chun had a residence in the capital, it was far from where he conducted his affairs, and since he would not be staying in the capital for long, he opted to reside in the inn. Lu Chun had booked the entire 3rd floor of Qinglian. After Xie Lingyao sent a message, he rushed out to greet her within a quarter of an hour. "Ningjie, Granny Li, what brings you here so suddenly? Have you encountered some trouble?" Xie Lingyao teased. "Brother Chun, can't you just wish me well? I came today to discuss business with you." Lu Chun laughed heartily and playfully urged her, "Then follow me. Let us find a refined place to converse." Granny Li, smiling, handed over a food box filled with pastries from Su Wushuang's shop to Lu Chun's attendant. "These are exquisite treats. Even our picky Ningjie finds them delightful. You must try them too, Brother Chun." Granny Li held a favorable view of Lu Chun, believing that he was more suited for Xie Lingyao than the distinguished but aloof Jiang Shiqi. Unfortunately, neither family's elders shared this sentiment, and over the years, Lu Chun and Xie Lingyao had only treated each other as siblings, harboring no romantic feelings whatsoever. She felt regretful yet relieved. If they had other affections but could not be together, it would only deepen their sorrow. Qinglian is also renowned in the capital, boasting not only guest rooms, but also an elegant and tranquil tea house on the 2nd floor. Lu Chun led Xie Lingyao there. Once seated, he poured her a cup of tea. "This tea is my own selection, fine Longjing. Do try it, if you like it. I shall prepare some for you to take home." Xie Lingyao took a sip, the refreshing fragrance enveloping her senses. She nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I know you never skimp on yourself. Your taste in food and attire is impeccable. If you say it's good, then do fill my cup generously so I can savor it later." Lu Chun gazed at Xie Lingyao several times, feeling gratified. "Ningjie, you seem more vivacious than before, which is splendid. Women of your age should indeed be lively." In his eyes, Xie Lingyao was perfect, yet somewhat subdued. Even when she smiled, her eyes seemed to carry a burden of sorrow, evoking sympathy. Upon arriving in the capital, he had anticipated she would be timid and withdrawn due to her lack of kin, yet she appeared to have dispelled his concerns. Xie Lingyao remained silent, having seen through the facade. In her past life, she had been overly cautious, meticulously crafting every word and action, even practicing the curve of her smile before the mirror each night. Yet what was the use? No matter how well she performed, the lofty ladies could easily belittle her with a mere label of daughter of a merchant. Thus, She resolved that rather than bending over backward to please others, it was better to focus on being true to herself. Regardless of her efforts, those people would never regard her highly, so why burden herself further? Taking another sip of tea, she pouted slightly and playfully remarked, "You've turned the conversation to me for just a few sips of tea." Sharp-tongued, Lu Chun rose to fetch 2 plates of delicate pastries from the entrance and placed them before Xie Lingyao. "Now, tell me, what business do you wish to discuss?" Xie Lingyao planned to transport Tianxiang brocade via water, but she did not wish to use the Xie family's boats. Lu Chen's business network spanned the south and north, from Jianzhou to the capital, and he had his own fleet. She briefly explained her intentions to Lu Chun and proposed using his ships. Without hesitation, he agreed, saying, "Tianxiang brocade is rare and won't require many vessels. Use them freely. I will arrange for their deployment whenever you need. As for the compensation you mentioned, refrain from bringing it up again. Our long-standing friendship should not be sullied by such trivial matters." Lu Chun referred to Aunt Yun, Xie Lingyao's maternal aunt. Feeling slightly embarrassed for taking advantage of Lu Chun, she suggested, "Then I shall send you more Tianxiang brocade each year. I heard you have an engagement. It seems I shall soon have a sister-in-law before the summer arrives. I will make her some garments. She will surely appreciate them." When discussing his betrothed, Lu Chen's smile deepened. "On that note, I have a favor to ask of you." Xie Lingyao nodded eagerly, relieved that he was offering her a chance to return the favor. Lu Chen carefully retrieved a half of a jade pendant wrapped in exquisite silk from his pocket. "This is the token for my engagement to your future sister-in-law. She accidentally broke her half, and while I was not overly concerned, she feels quite guilty. Knowing that there are many skilled artisans in the capital, I brought it here to have it repaired, hoping to make it into a golden-laid jade piece. Do you know any skilled craftsmen?" Seeing Lu Chen's careful handling of the jade, Xie Lingyao was reminded of how Jiang Shiqi had carelessly tossed their engagement token aside in the past, and she scolded him inwardly. "Leave it to me. I know a shop with an excellent craftsman. I will take it to them, and you should receive it within 3 days." Xie Lingyao carefully tucked the jade pendant away and prepared to take her leave, feeling they had discussed all necessary matters. However, Lu Chen hesitated, saying, "Your idea is commendable. But how could a noble family like the Jiang family allow you to conduct business? Ningjia the rules of the marquisate are stringent. If you were to marry into it, you must not err." Xie Lingyao smiled gently. "Jiang Shiqi has permitted me to pursue this. Do not worry, Brother Chen. I am not foolish. If the marquisate insists on being difficult about it, I shall simply cease my endeavors." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. "Jiang Gongzi is indeed considerate of you. It seems he truly cares for our Ningjia." Xie Lingyao thought, whatever Lu Chen may think, it was enough that he was at ease, and she hoped he would not worry unnecessarily about her. With Lu Chen reassured, Xie Lingyao planned to return to the marquisate, have lunch, and then deliver the jade for repair. Initially intending to go directly, she decided to stop by her residence to prepare some jewelry as well, ensuring she had sufficient silver on hand. Jiang Shiqi had soaked in cold water for an hour, and despite taking the medicine prescribed by the doctor, he still felt restless. Zhang Mao stood at the door, puzzled. He had clearly noticed Yao Linlin's arrival at Haohan Pavilion, and Jiang Shiqi had allowed her in to see what she was up to. Logically, Jiang Shiqi should have been wary by now. How could he carelessly drink the tea brought by the dubious Yao Linlin? Moreover, why did Yao Linlin not seize the opportunity when she witnessed Jiang Shiqi consume the spiced tea, instead choosing to flee in disarray? Jiang Shiqi felt an icy chill enveloping him, yet beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead as he leaned against the bath barrel, staring vacantly at the rafters above. From the very moment Yao Linlin entered, her intentions were laid bare. He was certainly not foolish enough to drink the tea she had personally served. Furthermore, he mercilessly grasped her delicate neck, compelling her to divulge her motives. Upon hearing her tearful pleas and confessions, Jiang Shiqi disdainfully cast her aside. Had he not faintly heard Xie Lingyao's voice approaching, Yao Linlin would likely have had no chance to escape the vast expanse of the hall. Ultimately, he released Yao Linlin, and upon perceiving the rustling footsteps of Xie Lingyao drawing near, he remained composed and willingly consumed the cup of tea before him. Under the influence of the drug, Jiang Shiqi was disoriented and uncontrollable, yet Xie Lingyao would surely comprehend his plight. Chapter 44. The Bonds of Two Lives Presently. Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi's engagement has been firmly established. Although the matriarch harbors reservations about Xie Lingyao's family background, she cannot overlook that Xie Lingyao has alleviated Jiang Shiqi's immediate troubles leading to a gradual diminishment of her prejudice against Xie Lingyao. To ensure that Princess Qiongwei understands Jiang Shiqi's existing engagement, the matriarch has taken it upon herself to disseminate this information widely, emphasizing that their union was arranged in childhood and not hastily contrived to evade any circumstances. Deep within, Zhou is reluctant to accept this marriage. For her, Xie Lingyao is merely a necessity forced upon them by circumstances. The matriarch, recalling her past kindness, may still harbor discontent concerning Xie Lingyao's humble lineage as time passes. As for Jiang Shiqi's feelings towards her, she places little weight on them. It is common for men to grow weary of novelty. Currently, Xie Lingyao is in the bloom of youth, possessing striking beauty, which naturally captivates Jiang Shiqi. Yet, Xie Lingyao's allure is superficial, lacking in talent, rendering her nothing more than an elegant facade. In a year or two, Jiang Shiqi will likely tire of her, casting her aside to wed a woman of grace and noble lineage. Moreover, even if Jiang Shiqi remains enamored, Zhou is confident in her ability to render him disenchanted. She cannot fathom that a mere inexperienced girl could rival her cunning. Upon returning to Wudong residence, Xie Lingyao intended to change her attire. However, upon entering her room, she was taken aback to find Jiang Shiqi seated within, indulging in tea and literature, exuding an air of ease. She firmly shut the door and sat opposite him, her teeth clenched in disapproval of his audacious intrusion. Jiang Shiqi, have you become addicted to climbing through windows? What? Has the virtuous gentleman grown weary and sought to experience the thrill of a rogue? Jiang Shiqi leisurely turned a page, his gaze fixated on the text. Have you just returned? What does it concern you? What brings you to sneak into my room? With a decisive snap, Jiang Shiqi closed the book, casting it aside, and poured a cup of tea for Xie Lingyao. Did you visit Luqian? Xie Lingyao pressed her lips together in silence, sensing that Jiang Shiqi seemed particularly attentive to Luqian. Yes, she finally replied, then inquired, but you have yet to disclose your purpose for being here. Jiang Shiqi's fingers curled slightly, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes before he casually sipped his tea and said, I came to inquire if you had matters to discuss with me, given your early visit to Haohan Pavilion. Xie Lingyao scrutinized Jiang Shiqi, expressing her thoughts with a TSK. It appears that the physician Zhang Mao invited is quite competent. You are already fit to venture out. Jiang Shiqi's expression darkened. Xie Lingyao, if you do not wish to speak, you need not. Regarding Zhang Yufei, Xie Lingyao chose not to engage in banter with Jiang Shiqi and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Do you remember Yufei's husband from her previous life? Jiang Shiqi acknowledged with a soft hum. Hu Jingxi from the Hu family of Taichung Temple. I suspect there are issues at play, not just with him, but with the entire Hu family. Jiang Shiqi absently tapped his fingers on the table, casually asking, what kind of issues? Upon Yufei's marriage, she never exhibited joy. There must be a hidden vice with Hu Jingxi. Otherwise, given Yufei's disposition, she would not silently endure. Jiang Shiqi regarded Xie Lingyao's frowning face with an ambiguous tone. You seem quite invested in Yufei, not unworthy of her taking you along for shopping and drinking. At the mention of drinking, Xie Lingyao recognized Jiang Shiqi's intention to taunt her about her previous drunken escapade. She feigned ignorance of his mockery, responding with conviction, of course, our bond spans 2 lifetimes. Do you wish for me to investigate? Xie Lingyao retorted, why should it be about me investigating? Yufei is your cousin, shouldn't you, as her elder brother, be concerned about her marital affairs? Realizing his fault, Jiang Shiqi humbly accepted her critique. Very well, I will have someone look into Hu Jingxi. If he indeed possesses any undisclosed vices or habits, I will intervene on her behalf. Now that sounds like a brother should. As she spoke, Xie Lingyao carefully placed the piece of jade that Lu Chun had entrusted to her in the center of the table and rose to select an outfit for her afternoon outing. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Be cautious not to be seen. While you may lack shame, I still have my reputation to maintain. Jiang Shiqi was accustomed to Xie Lingyao's sharp remarks and paid them little heed, yet he felt an unusual curiosity about the intricately protected bundle on the table. Impulsively, he lifted a corner of the fabric to reveal its contents. He recognized it as one half of a pair of circular pendants, symbolizing eternal unity, often exchanged as tokens of engagement. Strangely, this pendant was fractured in 2. In a previous life, he had encountered Lu Chen several times, and each time, she wore a matching pendant at her waist, unmistakably linked to this piece. Since Xie Lingyao had just returned from meeting Lu Chun, it no longer required speculation as to who had presented her with this jade. Jiang Shiqi closed his eyes, feeling a wave of frustration swell within him. Are you not leaving? Xie Lingyao emerged from her quarters, holding a long dress embroidered with chrysanthemum patterns, unceremoniously urging him to depart. Jiang Shiqi gazed at her with growing impatience, swallowing his discomfort as he rose and walked toward the window. As his fingers brushed against the window frame, he abruptly turned and asked in a low voice, "That jade, did Lu Chen give it to you?" Fuming, Xie Lingyao hurled the dress at Jiang Shiqi, exclaiming, "How dare you handle someone else's belongings?" Jiang Shiqi caught the garment before it could fall, stubbornly reiterating, "Did he give it to you?" Xie Lingyao carefully wrapped the jade, her tone irritable. "What do you mean he gave it to me? This belongs to my future sister-in-law. She accidentally broke it. And Brother Chen asked me to find a skilled artisan to repair it with gold thread. This jade is fragile. Why are you meddling with it?" Jiang Shiqi leaned against the window, fiddling with the fabric of Xie Lingyao's dress. "Oh, Lu Chen is engaged? In his previous life?" Jiang Shiqi was aware that Lu Chen eventually married, yet he was oblivious to the fact that her engagement had occurred so early. Xie Lingyao, losing her patience, rushed over and snatched the dress from Jiang Shiqi. "I need to change. You must leave at once." Seeing her expression morph into one of fury, Jiang Shiqi chose not to linger any longer and swiftly exited. Chapter 45. What you should understand today marks the celebration of the first month of the legitimate grandson of the Marquis of Huairou. The Marquis holds this child in high regard, and the banquet is exceptionally grand, with invitations extended to nearly all prominent figures in the capital. The Jiang and Lu families are long-standing acquaintances, and it is only natural for them to attend, with the matriarch unable to venture out due to her age. The four branches of the Jiang family must go. As for Xie Lingyao, although her engagement to Jiang Shiqi is widely known, they are yet to be wed, and she shares little rapport with the Lu family. By all rights, she need not attend. However, due to the Empress Dowager's influence, the Lu family sent her an invitation, which was indeed considerate. Recalling her past life, even if she had not received an invitation, the Jiang family would have brought her along. It was at this very banquet that Xie Lingyao was pushed into a small lake, her attire disheveled, and was rescued by Jiang Shiqi. Previously, Jiang Shiqi had publicly acknowledged their engagement to extricate her from a predicament before the Duke of Jingyang. Yet since then, there has been no news of their wedding. Merely 10 days after her fall into the water, the Jiang family announced their wedding date, leading outsiders to speculate that Xie Lingyao's plunge was a deliberate act to compel Jiang Shiqi to marry her swiftly. Consequently, those ladies who had already held disdain for her displayed their contempt openly upon seeing her. Logically, Xie Lingyao should have distanced herself from this banquet that marred her reputation. Yet she was unwilling to accept such an unjust fate. Normally, if she were to go out, Zhang Yufei would arrive early to accompany her, and today should be no exception. However, upon her readiness, she discovered 4 individuals seated neatly in the hall. Jiang Yufei, Jiang Qianrou, Jiang Linglong, and Jiang Qiuhan had all come. Seeing Xie Lingyao, Jiang Yufei hurriedly rose and embraced her arm, pouting slightly in a playful manner. Xie Lingyao understood that Jiang Yufei resented the 3 who gravitated towards her for ulterior motives. While she herself was not particularly fond of associating with Jiang Qianrou and Jiang Linglong, she had to endure their company for the sake of future tranquility, as these young ladies would still be waiting for several years before they could marry off. Jiang Qiuhan, observing quietly, secretly envied the camaraderie shared between Xie Lingyao and Jiang Yufei, regretting that she had not endeavored to cultivate a closer relationship with Xie Lingyao. Given the current circumstances, Jiang Shiqi, as the legitimate son of the Marquis, was assuredly set to inherit the title, making Xie Lingyao the future Marquise. Whether or not she won Jiang Shiqi's favor was one matter. At the very least, Jiang Qiuhan believed that as long as Xie Lingyao did not commit a grievous error, she would receive the respect befitting a marquise. Moreover, Jiang Shiqi was exceptionally capable, already serving as a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The aged Minister Mo, burdened with many responsibilities, admired and valued Jiang Shiqi, thus intending to nurture him, resulting in the transfer of considerable authority to Jiang Shiqi. This was merely a glimpse of Jiang Shiqi's current glory. At merely 20 years of age, his future potential was immeasurable. Jiang Qiuhan was certain that in the decades to come, Jiang Shiqi would undoubtedly be the pillar of the entire Jiang family. Therefore, to curry favor with Xie Lingyao was to curry favor with Jiang Shiqi. Fortunately, it was not too late, although she and Xie Lingyao were not particularly close. She had not committed the same transgressions as Jiang Qianro against her. As they exchanged pleasantries and laughter, just as they were about to depart from Wutong Courtyard, they noticed a carriage waiting outside. The carriage could enter the back courtyard through the eastern gate of the Jiang residence, saving considerable distance. Yet such privilege was not granted to everyone. Even the favored young ladies like Jiang Yufei and Jiang Qianro typically disembarked at the front and walked in modestly. They could do otherwise, but they feared the gossip surrounding their presumptuousness. Jiang Shiqi, however, seemed indifferent to public opinion, and everyone felt that his actions were entirely justified. Thus, Xie Lingyao need not speculate about whose carriage it was. Perhaps Jiang Shiqi was dissatisfied with Zhang Mao's driving skills, opting instead for the Jiang family's coachman. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao and the others emerge, Zhang Mao promptly approached them. "Miss Xie, the young master invites you to join him. The carriage is ready. Please follow me." Jiang Yufei and the others exchanged teasing laughter. Jiang Yufei deliberately inquired, "Zhang Mao, isn't the young master usually too busy to be seen? Why has he taken the time to come and fetch Lingyao today?" Zhang Mao winked and replied, "What else could it be? Heroes have always found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty, despite being a woman in her 30s at heart." Xie Lingyao felt a touch of embarrassment as she was playfully surrounded by the group. She merely greeted them briefly before hastily boarding the carriage. Today, Jiang Shiqi was clad in a peacock blue robe adorned with subtle patterns, a stark contrast to his usual somber black and gray attire. His finely chiseled features bore a hint of warmth. Yet, even in this refreshing and clean attire, Xie Lingyao felt an inexplicable sense of immaturity in him. Noticing Xie Lingyao's scrutiny, Jiang Shiqi instinctively straightened his posture. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Xie Lingyao averted her gaze, which she believed was well concealed, and instead focused on the lavish interior of the carriage, where a small table held 2 plates of delicacies. Recognizing them as the wisteria cakes and lotus root pastries from Su Wushuang's establishment, she realized she had grown fond of these treats, having discovered that not all offerings from the shop were flaky pastries. To her astonishment, Jiang Shiqi, a man seemingly devoid of culinary desires, had prepared snacks in the carriage. Assuming Xie Lingyao's attention had shifted due to hunger, he remarked, "If you're hungry, have a few bites. We will have to wait an hour before the banquet begins." Jiang Shiqi's voice, usually cold, bore an unexpected hint of consideration, yet Xie Lingyao failed to recognize this sudden warmth. "I am not hungry. If you have something to say, please do." She took out a small copper mirror, about the size of her palm, to meticulously check that her lip color matched her makeup. "There is nothing at all. Are you quite certain?" he pressed. "Quite certain." Jiang Shiqi furrowed his brow at her absorbed expression in the mirror. He knew well that this woman took great pride in her appearance, often spending an entire morning at her vanity despite her apparent impatience. However, he could not help but remind her, "The pastries will grow cold." Xie Lingyao tilted her head to admire her newly purchased earrings. "Jiang de Gongzi, if you are hungry, eat some yourself. Do not keep pestering me. I am not hungry." Xie Lingyao understood that Jiang Shiqi was fundamentally a man of propriety. He felt too shy to indulge in the pastries alone and thus kept urging her. In truth, she was not entirely unhungry, but having perfected her lip color, she preferred to abstain from eating until the official banquet commenced. "I do not fancy sweets," she said, rolling her eyes at her reflection, finding Jiang Shiqi overly fastidious. "If you do not fancy sweets, then why are there pastries in the carriage? Merely for display?" The small mirror could not conceal Xie Lingyao's exasperated expression. "They are prepared for you," he stated, pausing her hand before she could respond. "I do not have a specific matter to discuss. I merely wish to accompany you." The small bronze mirror belonging to Xie Lingyao clattered as it struck her leg. "I believed I had shown you that painting. You ought to comprehend it." Chapter 46. When betrayal occurred, Xie Lingyao found the situation amusing, and she indeed laughed aloud, the irony in her laughter easily piercing Jiang Shiqi's heart. "What should I comprehend? Jiang Shiqi, you, who were born to stand atop the pinnacle, looking down upon a mere mortal like me, should I be grateful and astonished? Jiang Shiqi, the chasm between us is never merely your betrayal. There is. What have I betrayed you with?" Jiang Shiqi precisely pinpointed the most incongruous part of Xie Lingyao's words, questioning sincerely. Xie Lingyao laughed again, this time out of anger. "Jiang Shiqi, do you dare to act, yet shy away from the consequences?" Jiang Shiqi was caught off guard by the sudden accusation, a crack appearing on his usually composed face, revealing his bewilderment. "You had better clarify how I have betrayed you. You want me to explain?" Xie Lingyao retorted coldly. What have you done that I need to recount in detail? Jiang Shiqi was momentarily speechless. Perhaps Xie Lingyao's expression was too enraged for him to discern whether the betrayal she spoke of was the same as his understanding of betrayal. Jiang Shiqi felt somewhat helpless. First, tell me what you are referring to. Naturally, it pertains to your indiscretions with Shen Wanchu. Absurd. A wave of anger surged within Jiang Shiqi. In his previous life, regardless of how Xie Lingyao treated him, he had always chosen silence and acceptance, never arguing with her. Nor had he ever entertained thoughts of taking a concubine. Yet, Xie Lingyao harbored her own suspicions and twisted his reputation. Xie Lingyao, furious, you refuse to admit it? Why should I confess to something I did not do? Jiang Shiqi yearned to understand how Xie Lingyao arrived at such a ludicrous conclusion. But the increasingly loud firecrackers signaled the imminent arrival at the Huairong Marquis's residence, indicating that this was not the appropriate moment for a conversation. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of suspicion in his heart, and said, "Come to Haohan Pavilion to find me tonight." Xie Lingyao did not respond, merely offering him a tense profile to signify her extreme displeasure. Jiang Shiqi patiently explained, "The crowd at Wudong residence is too mixed, making it inappropriate for discourse." Xie Lingyao, I am speaking to you. Humph. As the carriage came to a halt, Xie Lingyao was the first to disembark, leaving Jiang Shiqi with a decisive back. At that moment, Xie Lingyao was filled with disdain for Jiang Shiqi's feeble justifications. She had thought him unlike ordinary men. Although he possessed the same flaws, such as fickleness and arrogance, he had once seemed to her a person of integrity, unafraid to face his actions. Yet now, he could not even acknowledge the affection he once held for another woman. A coward of the lowest order. Jiang Shiqi could not be bothered to argue with Xie Lingyao and followed suit as he descended from the carriage. If he truly wished to contest with Xie Lingyao, he might have perished before her in the previous life. The thought of her demise struck him hard, momentarily draining color from his face. This fleeting moment was captured by Xie Lingyao, leading her to conclude that Jiang Shiqi felt guilt. At the entrance, warmly welcoming guests were Lu Zhani and his wife, the eldest son of the Huairong Marquis. The Lu family and the Jiang family shared a long-standing friendship, and Lu Zhani had known Jiang Shiqi since childhood. Upon seeing Jiang Shiqi's carriage, Lu Zhani smiled as he descended the steps to greet him. However, it was a charming young lady who disembarked first, leaving him momentarily stunned. His wife, Mrs. Tan, approached from behind with a radiant smile, gently addressing the young lady. Are you Miss Xie? Jiang Shiqi, always courteous, would not casually bring along an unidentified woman. Knowing he was betrothed, it was not difficult to deduce the young lady's identity. Xie Lingyao felt somewhat close to Mrs. Tan. In her previous life, when she had fallen into the water, Mrs. Tan had comforted her and helped her change clothes. Their next encounters were always warm and gentle, in stark contrast to those who had treated her with cruelty. Xie Lingyao returned the greeting with equal gentleness. Jiang Shiqi observed her soft demeanor, in striking contrast to her earlier sharpness. Noticing Jiang Shiqi's solemn gaze upon Xie Lingyao, Lu Zhani sidled up beside him, playfully jostling his shoulder and murmuring, "Stop staring. Your eyes might just grow into her." Jiang Shiqi earnestly withdrew his gaze. "I am quite familiar with your Lu residence. I will not impede your hospitality. I shall escort her inside myself." Meanwhile, Mrs. Tan was engaged in conversation with Xie Lingyao, who, despite it being their first meeting, seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Jiang Shiqi wished to interrupt, but refrained, not wanting to dampen Xie Lingyao's enthusiasm, so he simply took a step back to stand behind her. Feeling the pressure, Mrs. Tan had to hastily conclude their conversation, allowing Xie Lingyao to move forward. Jiang Shiqi led her further inside, unable to resist asking, "In your previous life, were you on good terms with Mrs. Tan? At least better than with you." Jiang Shiqi. The two walked through the corridor, heading towards the ladies' quarters. Xie Lingyao turned to go, but Jiang Shiqi called out to her from behind. "If you encounter anyone difficult to deal with, just send for me." Xie Lingyao did not turn back. She had never considered relying on Jiang Shiqi. Xie Lingyao was guided by the servants of the Lu residence into the main hall, where Jiang Yufei and the others had already arrived. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao, they all stood and approached her. "How is it that your elder brother's carriage, with its larger wheels, took so long to arrive?" Xie Lingyao responded indirectly. "This carriage, like people, often appears splendid on the outside, yet is filled with flaws within. Young Master Zhang's carriage merely looks resplendent from the exterior." Indeed, she was referring to Jiang Shiqi. The others were somewhat perplexed by Xie Lingyao's words and quickly changed the subject. Jiang Shiqi surveyed the onlookers gathered around Xie Lingyao and quietly remarked, "I heard that Princess Zhongwei will also be attending today." Zhang Yufei's expression soured instantly. Why would she come? It's merely a celebration for a full month. It is quite a stretch for a royal to lower herself to attend such a small gathering. Xie Lingyao remained silent. After all, Princess Zhongwei was a distinguished guest, newly arrived in the capital, and had little connection to the Huairong Marquis' residence. If she were to attend, she must be accompanying someone, undoubtedly a member of the royal family. Without needing to think further, Xie Lingyao guessed that she would be arriving with Princess Qiongji, as Princess Qiongji would become her mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhou's expression was far from pleasant. Since taking her seat, she had heard numerous praises for Mrs. Tan. The Huairong Marquis held this child in high regard, not only because he was the legitimate grandson, but also due to the long-standing trust the royal family had placed in the Tan family since the founding of the nation. Standing resilient for centuries, unmatched in the capital. Though Lu Zhani was also the legitimate son of a marquis, he could not compare to Jiang Shiqi in any regard. Yet when it came to marriage, he had decisively overshadowed Jiang Shiqi. Zhou feigned a smile while secretly clenching her teeth in frustration. Chapter 47 Preparedness. Those invited by the Marquis' residence, no matter how modest, were all of genuine official status, and no one would begrudge such a meal. In such gatherings, the outer courtyard was naturally filled with the clinking of cups and high-spirited discussions. The women of the inner courtyard were equally engaged, seemingly discussing trivial family matters. Yet each was keenly aware, exchanging the latest news with subtlety. Among them was the Zhao family, occupied with arranging matches for their children, in such a well-attended occasion. They thrived. Xie Lingyao glanced at another table, where a woman she was quite familiar with, Jiang Yufei's former mother-in-law, Madame Jiang, was seated. Xie Lingyao's expression darkened slightly. It appeared that nothing had changed from her previous life, as the Zhao family, after much deliberation, still found the Hu family most satisfactory. Jiang Yufei observed her mother conversing animatedly with Madame Jiang and understood the unspoken implications. She had met Hu Jingxi, who, while not comparable to Jiang Shiqi, was still a fine-looking young man, rumored to possess considerable talent in poetry, and expected to attain an official position soon. Overall, Jiang Yufei was quite pleased with Hu Jingxi and held high hopes for the match. Setting aside feelings of affection, Hu Jingxi was indeed a commendable choice as a husband. Jiang Qiuhan, perceptive as ever, noted the blush on Jiang Yufei's face, while Zhao was beaming with joy, and in that fleeting moment, she discerned the underlying intricacies. A wave of bitterness washed over her heart, though she concealed it behind a smile as she continued conversing with Xie Lingyao. A figure like Hu Jingxi was beyond her reach. Her father was ineffectual, and without the Marquis' patronage, he wouldn't even have secured an official position. Her mother showed little concern for her. Despite being 2 months older than Jiang Yufei, Zhao busied herself with the latter's match, meticulously selecting. In contrast, her own mother had yet to even mention her marriage prospects. This comparison inevitably left Jiang Qiuhan feeling disheartened. As the meal approached, Princess Qiongji arrived fashionably late, as expected, accompanied by Princess Qiongfeng. Xie Lingyao rose with the crowd to greet Princess Qiongji, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Princess Qiongfeng. Unlike when Xie Lingyao first encountered her, clad in the unique attire of Qiongfeng, she now wore a long gown fashionable in the capital, which, paired with her striking blue eyes reminiscent of gemstones, was beautiful yet somewhat out of place. It was as if she were a princess from Qiongfeng, navigating a foreign land, subjected to the scrutiny of others fixated on her once proud blue eyes, making her feel less like a princess and more like a monkey brought forth from the forest. Her attire a cage that confined her freedom and movement, forcing her to remain still for others to gawk at. Xie Lingyao averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Having lived another life, she could not even alter her own fate, let alone manipulate the hearts of others. Since entering, Princess Qiongfeng had been discreetly observing Xie Lingyao out of the corner of her eye. She recognized the young woman, if memory served her right, as Xie, the fiancée frequently mentioned by Jiang Shiqi. She was aware that Jiang Shiqi's interest in her was purposeful, yet it mattered little. She approached him with her own intentions, a mutual benefit. However, encountering someone like Jiang Shiqi inevitably stirred emotions within a young girl, even if he did nothing. Yet, facing Xie Lingyao, any sense of disappointment and resentment Princess Qiongfeng felt dissipated like mist. Such a beautiful woman deserved to be cherished and held dear. She had initially anticipated that Xie Lingyao would harbor hostility towards her due to Jiang Shiqi, eagerly waiting to witness disdain or indignation on her face, curious about how such a lovely visage would display those emotions. But she was taken aback. She never expected to catch a glimpse of Xie Lingyao's expression of pity before the latter turned away. Pity for her? Suddenly, the deliberate ignorance of the prying or malicious gazes began to weigh heavily on her heart, revealing that someone understood her helplessness and sacrifices. Her father did not comprehend, asserting that as a princess, her sacrifices for Qiongfeng were her inherent duty. Her mother did not understand, claiming that the Dali was strong and prosperous, making it a fine destination. The people of Qiongfeng did not understand, saying her willingness to marry for the kingdom was noble. But did her willingness imply her joy? She herself was increasingly confused. Was she truly not entitled to feel hurt or wronged? She understood the burdens that came with her royal status. Yet she was human and could not simply sacrifice herself without resentment. It was rather amusing that the first person to understand her hardships was Xie Lingyao. Princess Qiongji smiled at Xie Lingyao from across the crowd before leading Princess Qiongfeng further inside. Naturally, the emperor's sister would not sit among them. However, due to Princess Qiongji's demeanor towards Xie Lingyao, everyone present regarded her with newfound respect. Once they had moved away, Jiang Qianro sneered, her tone rather cutting. Do all Qiongfeng people have blue eyes? Like glass beads set in their sockets. I wonder if they shine at night, like raccoon eyes. They certainly look terrifying. Xie Lingyao interjected on behalf of Princess Qiongfeng. Not all Qiongfeng people have blue eyes. Typically, only nobles do, and in Qiongfeng, the bluer the eyes, the higher the status. Moreover, in Xie Lingyao's eyes, the princess's eyes were indeed beautiful, not at all as eerie as Jiang Qianro suggested. Jiang Linglong scoffed dismissively. How ridiculous. What dignity can there be from such a tiny place? Xie Lingyao completely lost interest in conversing with them and instead turned her thoughts inward. The memories of past events were hazy, and given that in her previous life she had been naive and timid, fearing to do anything that might lead to ridicule or embarrassment, she had little attention to spare for those who might wish her harm. Reflecting on it now, Xie Lingyao still found herself at a loss and resolved to observe the unfolding events. She vaguely remembered the Liu family setting up a stage in their garden, inviting a renowned troupe from the capital to perform, with Mu Jiaya, a rising star, playing the lead role, attracting nearly everyone to the performance. It was during this commotion that she had been pushed into the water. This time, Xie Lingyao had brought Mama Li to stay close by, repeatedly instructing her to remain at her side except during meals. The inner courtyard was filled with women, and the only attendants were maids and elderly servants. Even the young men who moved tables and chairs were not allowed entry without prior notification. Thus, Xie Lingyao deduced that whoever had pushed her into the water, whether master or servant, was certainly a woman. She had witnessed Mama Li's strength. With her presence, Xie Lingyao could ensure she would not find herself in as dire a situation as in her previous life. Moreover, she could trust Mama Li completely. Aside from her, Xie Lingyao could think of no one else to whom she could entrust her safety. It was a pity that Mama Li, at her age, still had to expend such effort on her behalf. Mama Li had always protected Xie Lingyao like a mother hen with her chick, and upon hearing her words, she wasted no time, quickly pushing through the throng of scrawny maids to stand by Xie Lingyao's side. As expected, once everyone had nearly set down their chopsticks, Madame Tan entered, announcing that a stage had been set up outside and inviting everyone to watch the performance. Xie Lingyao exchanged a glance with Mama Li, who immediately made her way through the crowd of maids. Jiang Yufei grasped Xie Lingyao's hand, urging her to hurry outside. Quickly, we must find a good spot. I've heard Mu Jiaya has an excellent figure. I haven't seen his performance yet, and today is the perfect opportunity to see if he truly lives up to the rumors. Jiang Yufei lowered her voice and said, I have also heard that he is extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, certainly more striking than the one you previously praised, Qingshan. Xie Lingyao, feeling helpless, followed closely behind her, feebly retorting, I have already said that I only rewarded him for his beautiful voice, not for his looks. All right. You simply admire him. Come on, let us not dawdle. Xie Lingyao replied. Li Mama, with her keen hawk-like eyes, scanned the surroundings while closely trailing behind Xie Lingyao. Chapter 48. A web of misunderstandings. Xie Lingyao remained composed amidst the bustling crowd, awaiting someone to nudge her amidst the chaos. However, before she could traverse the corridor, A melodious female voice called out from behind her. Miss Xie, please hold on. A sprightly maid approached swiftly. Miss Xie, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence. If it is convenient for you, please accompany me. Li Momo regarded the maid with a hint of wariness, observing her poised demeanor and upright posture. It was evident that she was not an ordinary servant. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Lingyao replied, Thank you, young lady. Momo interjected, Is it not permissible for me to accompany her? The maid positioned herself firmly before the ever-watchful Momo. Though her expression remained cheerful, her demeanor was resolute. The princess has instructed me to escort only Miss Xie. A wave of doubt surged within Xie Lingyao. Is it not acceptable for Momo to accompany me? The maid respectfully lowered her head and reiterated, Miss Xie, this is the princess's wish. Jiang Yufei, sensing the irregularity, noted the situation. This is not the palace, surely. A servant may accompany us. She further inquired, Where shall I find Miss Xie? I am unfamiliar with the layout of the Huairong Marquise. I shall personally escort her. The maid performed a slight bow. She is in the Grand Matriarch's courtyard. Please wait briefly. Miss Xie should return in approximately half an hour. Realizing that further inquiries would be inappropriate, Xie Lingyao offered a grateful smile to Jiang Yufei, turned to Momo with a reassuring word, and followed the maid. Given the circumstances, Xie Lingyao was convinced that none would dare misuse the name of Princess Qiongji to harm her. To hesitate any longer would be excessive. The Huairong Marquise, renowned for its landscapes, was adorned with artificial hills and exotic stones, and without a guide, Xie Lingyao would surely become lost. The maid led her toward the eastern side of the Marquise, refraining from engaging in conversation as they proceeded in silence. Upon reaching a secluded area, the maid suddenly halted, bowed to Xie Lingyao, and discreetly slipped away behind a nearby rockery. Startled, Xie Lingyao instinctively followed her direction, only to collide with a solid chest. Jiang Shiqi steadied her with one hand. Were you startled? He recalled the events of this day in his previous life, when Xie Lingyao fell into the frigid waters. Although he suspected it was an act of her own volition, he knew that the current Xie Lingyao would not repeat such a folly, as she had neither reason nor need to do so. Yet, the thought lingered. What if she had not jumped willingly? This notion proved difficult to suppress. Jiang Shiqi was unwilling to gamble on uncertainties. He could not allow such uncontrollable elements to exist. Thus, he sought to summon Xie Lingyao. Jiang Shiqi, what are you doing? Upon realizing she might miss the truth, Xie Lingyao felt a surge of irritation, her tone and countenance reflecting her displeasure. Jiang Shiqi, perplexed by her sudden ire, furrowed his brow, his usually aloof voice tinged with a hint of concealed grievance. Jiang Shiqi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate that he merely wanted to summon her based on a fleeting suspicion. Is that maid one of yours? Xie Lingyao mused, contemplating the audacity of Jiang Shiqi, who had indeed sent someone to deceive her under the pretense of Princess Qiongji's name. No, she truly is a maid of Princess Qiongji. I simply requested the princess's assistance in bringing you here. Xie Lingyao's surprise was palpable. She agreed to help you? Princess Qiongji is warm-hearted and quite willing to assist me. In response to Jiang Shiqi's somewhat presumptuous request, the princess had merely smiled and posed no further inquiries. Those who emerge from the palace tend to lack curiosity. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to. Xie Lingyao turned to depart before Jiang Shiqi could provide a reasonable justification for his actions. Jiang Shiqi could not refrain from asking, What is it that occupies your thoughts? Although he anticipated responses such as What concern is it of yours? Or my affairs are not for you to inquire. He realized that Xie Lingyao was a woman adorned with barbs, willing to inflict wounds upon herself to pierce him deeply. Unexpectedly, Xie Lingyao responded, On this day in my previous life, I was pushed into the water and bore the stigma for over a decade. Though I am reluctant to be shackled by reputation in this life, I refuse to swallow this humiliation. I intend to discover who seeks to harm me. Upon uttering these words, Xie Lingyao felt an inexplicable lightness within her. She had long harbored resentment towards Jiang Shiqi for being compelled to marry her, even though she understood that she had never intended to impose upon him. In her previous life, her love for him was devout and sincere. Even if he rejected her, she would never scheme against him. Her affections were sacred, preferring to miss out than to force a connection. Xie Lingyao understood that even if she revealed the truth, none would believe her, for she had reaped the rewards of her circumstances, having married Jiang Shiqi as she wished. Her tireless explanations would not garner faith, instead inviting ridicule. as though she had gained an advantage while feigning innocence. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept this fate, unwilling to allow her genuine feelings to be tarnished, and unwilling to forever hold her head low before Jiang Shiqi. Today, Xie Lingyao finally expressed her sentiments, wishing to convey to Jiang Shiqi that while she might be perceived as of lower status among the nobility, her self-respect and dignity were no less than those of a well-bred lady. Jiang Shiqi's breath caught, as he realized that his fleeting thoughts might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Initially, he felt wronged, believing that Xie Lingyao had misunderstood him. Yet, at this moment, he recognized that he too had misjudged her. Noticing Jiang Shiqi's silence, Xie Lingyao let out a cold scoff. It appears you truly believe that I willingly leapt into the water, compelling you to rescue me and subsequently marry me. Xie Lingyao had once imagined that someone as astute as Jiang Shiqi might perceive things differently from others. Even if he did not love her, she hoped he would not misconstrue her genuine intentions. Yet, it seemed that her fanciful dreams had been utterly shattered. She no longer cared whether Jiang Shiqi loved her, but her dignity would not permit him to belittle her. Jiang Shiqi, I am not so base. I did not think so, Jiang Shiqi reiterated, enunciating each word with conviction. I have never thought of you in such a manner. Xie Lingyao felt as though something heavy struck her heart, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she gazed up at Jiang Shiqi. Do you know I was pushed? As Jiang Shiqi opened his mouth to respond, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly grasped Xie Lingyao's arm, leading her into the nearest rockery to hide. The exotic flowers and plants that the Huairong Marquis had nurtured thrived magnificently. At that moment, Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi found refuge behind a thicket of vines that had grown wildly since spring, providing a natural barrier that would be difficult to detect unless someone ventured directly into the hollow. Xie Lingyao felt the warmth of Jiang Shiqi pressing closely against her, causing her some discomfort. She instinctively attempted to push him away, only to have him cover her mouth. Stay still, Hu Jingxi is approaching with someone. Jiang Shiqi was in close proximity, his warm breath brushing against her ear, causing Xie Lingyao to instinctively shrink back, gently swatting Jiang Shiqi's hand away as she whispered, Young Master Jiang, eavesdropping is not the behavior of a gentleman. At times, eavesdropping can unveil a wealth of truths. Furthermore, he never boasts of being a gentleman. Chapter 49. Marrying her is his heartfelt. Well, as the footsteps drew nearer, Xie Lingyao felt increasingly anxious, for eavesdropping was a novel experience for her. In contrast, Jiang Shiqi maintained his usual composure, displaying an air of nonchalance, his proud visage betraying no hint of fluster. If not for their current predicament of hiding in a cave, Xie Lingyao might have suspected he was not merely eavesdropping but rather engaging in scholarly pursuits. The rustling footsteps halted just ahead of them, and with a slight turn of her head, Xie Lingyao glimpsed two figures outside. She had encountered Hu Jingxi a few times in her previous life. Though they were not acquainted, she recognized his face. The other figure, garbed as a servant, was slender and fair, with red lips and white teeth, looking rather charming. However, their proximity to each other seemed rather intimate. Hu Jingxi, tall and stately, almost enveloped the servant in his embrace. Curiosity piqued regarding their relationship. Xie Lingyao leaned slightly to get a better view, only to be taken aback as the two suddenly locked lips. The sound of their passionate exchange causing both Jiang Shiqi and Xie Lingyao to feel a touch of embarrassment. Xie Lingyao found herself questioning the servant's gender, but as she persisted in peering out, a warm, dry hand firmly covered her eyes. Xie Lingyao thought to herself, how could Jiang Shiqi possibly perceive her in such a way? As she blinked rapidly, her long eyelashes brushed against his palm, eliciting a mixture of irritation and amusement from him. This woman, seemingly indifferent to such displays of affection, appeared rather enthralled by the romantic encounter before them. In truth, Xie Lingyao merely sought to ascertain whether Hu Jingxi's inclinations were genuine or whether the servant was a woman masquerading as a man, perhaps to flirt with him. However, her doubts were soon dispelled when the couple ceased their kiss and began to converse. Eager to listen, she pushed aside Jiang Shiqi's fingers to focus on the exchange outside, even leaning against his arm for a better view. Ah Zhu, Hu Jingxi's voice, filled with concern and tenderness, broke the silence. What troubles you today? You seem so despondent, neither smiling nor acknowledging me. It pains my heart. If I have wronged you in any way, feel free to scold or strike me, but do not torment yourself. Why even ask? I have heard the news. You are to be engaged soon, to the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yufei. We had agreed that when you marry, you would let me go far away, so I would not have to witness your joyful union and the future of your family, which would surely break my heart. Yet you have broken your promise, insisting I remain by your side to witness your marriage and children. Hu Jingxi, how could you be so cruel? Embracing the servant once more, Hu Jingxi patiently soothed. Zhu, how could I bear to let you go? Rest assured, once I marry Jiang Yufei and have children, I shall never touch her again. My heart belongs solely to you. I shall never love another. The servant sniffled, a hint of a pout in their voice. But what if she becomes difficult? Hu Jingxi chuckled darkly. She won't dare cause trouble. The daughters of prominent families are often too proud to create a scene. Once she marries me, she will rely solely on me. For such a lady, any scandal would be an unbearable disgrace, and she would be too ashamed to act out. Moreover, once a woman bears children, she is forever bound to them. Even if she does not act for herself, she will do so for her child. A smile finally graced the servant's face, but it quickly faded as worry returned. What if the madam finds out? She will surely punish me. Hu Jingxi lightly brushed his fingers against the servant's delicate nose, smiling gently. You foolish child, do you not realize why I acquiesce to this arranged marriage? My mother assured me that once I have children, she will no longer concern herself with how we conduct our affair. Truly, I would never deceive you, Zhu. After exchanging sweet words, the two embraced, their closeness palpable before they reluctantly parted. As the sound of their footsteps faded, Xie Lingyao yanked Jiang Shiqi's hand away. Her expression somber as a wave of nausea washed over her. She had long known that some men did not harbor affections for women, which was of no consequence. Although she did not endorse such preferences, she could empathize, recognizing that love is often irrational and transcends gender. However, having accepted the reality of her husband's inclinations, she felt compelled to relinquish any dreams of a future filled with children and a legacy. A man like Hu Jingxi, who desired both a man and a woman, was nothing short of a deception in marriage. It was no wonder that Jiang Yufei, once a lively girl, had become perpetually sorrowful. With such loathsome circumstances surrounding her, what hope could she possibly have? As Hu Jingxi articulated, how could she ever vocalize her husband's preferences? She could accept having a husband who favored men, but her children could not have a father who shared those inclinations. The Hu family was indeed masterful in their schemes. Jiang Shiqi was right. Eavesdropping had revealed a truth she wished she had not known. What should Jiang Shiqi do next? Xie Lingyao was incensed. The deceitful marriage was thrust upon Jiang Yufei. If Jiang Shiqi, as her cousin, remained apathetic, she would not hesitate to take matters into her own hands. Jiang Shiqi's tone remained unchanged, yet a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Naturally, we shall ensure he faces ruin and regrets his choices. I shall await the outcome. Xie Lingyao had faith that with Jiang Shiqi's cunning, not only Hu Jingxi, but the entire Hu family would face dire consequences. She eagerly anticipated the day when Hu Jingxi, who preferred men, would find himself imprisoned, only to be released by her and sold into servitude. While Xie Lingyao contemplated her revenge against Hu Jingxi for her sister's sake, Jiang Shiqi remarked, I have encountered your father multiple times and am well aware of his mercenary nature. I initially thought you forced me into marriage due to the pressure from the Xie family. I hold no ill will towards you, and my willingness to marry you is genuine. Were it not so, I would not have risked my life to save you that day. Taken aback by Jiang Shiqi's sudden shift in conversation and his unexpected declaration, Xie Lingyao found herself at a loss. Should she feel elated that Jiang Shiqi held her in high regard, or should she find solace in knowing that he was not compelled into their union? He gently released her, placing her hand over his heart. Xie Lingyao, I have never regarded your methods as beneath you, nor questioned your character. Feeling the steady rhythm of Jiang Shiqi's heartbeat beneath her palm sent a tremor through Xie Lingyao, who instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it held tighter. His gaze was deep and inscrutable, filled with emotions she could not decipher, causing her unease. Xie Lingyao, speak. Caught in a whirl of emotions, she feigned nonchalance. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Though her words were dismissive, Jiang Shiqi understood her too well to be fooled by her facade of calm. In their previous life, his feelings for Xie Lingyao had evolved from a sense of duty to an irresistible attraction to her enchanting beauty, ultimately culminating in a deep-seated affection that he could not escape. In this lifetime, when Jiang Shiqi remained blissfully unaware, he found himself once more engulfed in the throes of struggle and hesitation, yet he unreservedly fell in love with Xie Lingyao, even resorting to despicable means to keep her by his side. Thus, Jiang Shiqi dared no longer to regard himself as a gentleman. Such a persona was entirely incongruous with his nature. He was undeniably base and unscrupulous. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the undeniable allure that Xie Lingyao possessed. For love can be spurred by countless reasons or none at all. It is merely a feeling, an emotion that rendered him utterly unrestrained. He was acutely aware of Xie Lingyao's isolation within the Xie family and empathized with her predicament. Thus he willingly attributed all her unreasonable actions to coercion. Love can render one blind. Even in ignorance of the truth, one will seek justifications for her. I must return. If I delay any further, that person may take action. There is no need to court danger. Perhaps I already know who is responsible. Chapter 50. Seeking justice upon return from the banquet at the Huarong Marquise. Madame Zhou reclined wearily against her soft pillow, her heart burdened with frustration over unfulfilled intentions. A maid approached, gingerly placing a cup of tea beside her, and softly announced, "Madam, the young master has arrived and is waiting for you in the small hall." Zhou's eyes fluttered open slightly, her brow furrowing. Did he mention the purpose of his visit? The maid bowed respectfully, stepping aside to respond. The young master did not specify, only that. Zhou, dissatisfied with the maid's hesitance, snapped impatiently, "What is it?" The young master indicated that if you do not see him, he will ask the Marquis to personally summon you. Zhou threw aside the thin blanket, letting it fall heavily to the ground. Though she sought to chastise him, the words fell short. Jiang Shiqi, her son, was now the sole figure of authority within the Jiang family. Even the matriarch treated him with respect, leaving her little room to admonish him. Jiang Shiqi sat composedly in a chair, perusing a small booklet with a stern and focused expression. Zhou had hastily donned an outer robe, having removed her hairpins. "Qijing, why must you come to see me at this late hour?" she questioned. "Mother has often disrupted my peace for the sake of the Zhou family, whether it be during the hour of the pig, rat, or ox." Zhou's grievances were met with silence from Jiang Shiqi, who was unyielding to her complaints. Her usual gentle demeanor was replaced by a colder tone as she demanded, "Speak. What urgent matter compels you to come at such an hour?" Jiang Shiqi closed the booklet and posed a seemingly irrelevant question. "Where has your most capable attendant, Granian, gone?" Zhou, taken aback, replied, "Why do you suddenly inquire about her?" Jiang Shiqi retorted, "She has always been inseparable from you. Yet today, not even a shadow of her is present. Have you assigned her some clandestine task?" Zhou felt as if she had been struck, her composure slipping as she exclaimed, "Qijing, I am your mother. Who has incited you to slander me in this manner? If I catch that vile wretch, I shall make her pay. Why did she display such fury? What if their father were to witness it?" The Jingyuan Marquis was accustomed to the indulgences of the world, and Zhou was not the only woman vying for his attention. He had long since distanced himself from Zhou due to her incessant demands, and it had been 6 months since he last graced the Yilan courtyard. This thought darkened Zhou's countenance further. "What is it you wish to convey?" Jiang Shiqi placed the booklet aside and locked eyes with her. "Why must you persist in your animosity towards Xie Lingyao?" He did not question whether she was responsible, for he was certain that in the past life, it was Zhou who had orchestrated Xie Lingyao's downfall. In this life, she was repeating the same pattern. In his previous existence, Jiang Shiqi, as an outsider, should not have been in the inner courtyard, had it not been for the matriarch's sudden desire to congratulate him on his engagement. He would not have chanced upon Xie Lingyao's misfortune. But why did the matriarch suddenly take such an interest? It was clear that Zhou had spoken to her, for the matriarch also bore the surname Zhou. The reason for Zhou's elaborate scheming was simple. Jiang Shiqi was resolute in his intent to marry Xie Lingyao, and seeing that she could not sway him, she sought to tarnish Xie Lingyao's reputation, ensuring that others perceived their union as forced. Should they part ways in the future, the public would applaud, and it would be easier for Jiang Shiqi to seek another match. Jiang Shiqi's suspicions, once mere conjecture, solidified after questioning Granny, and Zhou's face stiffened, and she instinctively retorted, "Nonsense. What grievance could I possibly have with her? I know it must be her sowing discord between us, that girl from a humble background. Raised without maternal guidance, her character flawed, full of deceit. My son, do not be deceived by her." Jiang Shiqi's understanding of Xie Lingyao surpassed that of Zhou. His expression grew colder still. He had repeatedly warned Zhou to refrain from meddling in his affairs, yet she persisted. It was one thing to involve herself in other matters, but this time, it was Xie Lingyao who was targeted. "Zhang Mao, bring them in," he commanded. Almost immediately, 2 bound individuals were thrust into the room by Zhang Mao. Zhou's eyes widened in recognition. It was Granny and the maid assigned to carry out the plan against the Liu family. Realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Zhou momentarily panicked before regaining her composure, for Xie Lingyao had not appeared since. Jiang Shiqi's wrath, no matter how fierce, could not be directed towards his own mother. With this clarity, Zhou shed her mask of shock, adopting her usual amiable demeanor as she earnestly stated, "Qi Jing, I do this for your own good. Xie Lingyao comes from a lowly background, and now we—" Jiang Shiqi interrupted, picking up the previously discarded booklet and tapping it against his palm. "Mother, I have told you multiple times, do not interfere in my matters." His tone sharpened, and he handed the booklet to a maid standing nearby, who hastily returned it to Zhou. "You disregard my words as mere whispers, confident that I would not dare act against you." Upon opening the booklet, Zhou's face turned ashen. It contained records of her embezzlement of Jiang family funds to support the Zhou family. She had believed her actions concealed, yet Jiang Shiqi had meticulously documented every detail, even noting specifications. "I expect you to return everything you have taken from the Jiang family within 3 days, or this booklet will find its way into father and grandmother's hands. At that point, how they will treat you is beyond my control." Furious, Zhou trembled as she pointed at Jiang Shiqi. "Jiang Shiqi, am I truly to be treated this way for a mere shell of a woman?" Jiang Shiqi's voice, tinged with unmistakable anger, declared, "You are indeed my mother, but she is my wife." Overwhelmed by guilt, Jiang Shiqi had long been aware of Zhou's disdain for Xie Lingyao, yet he had not anticipated her resorting to such tactics. He realized that this was only one of many transgressions from the past. He had never harbored such resentment towards her until now. Zhou was singularly focused on the Zhou family's interests, viewing him merely as a tool for their benefit. Yet, he had to acknowledge the debt of gratitude for his upbringing. However, she had crossed a line by targeting Xie Lingyao. The bond between him and Xie Lingyao had been strained enough without Zhou's interference. "You would do well to remember the promises you made when I provided you with funds. Otherwise, know that I can not only rescue her, but also ensure she is cast back into peril." With that, Jiang Shiqi swept out of the Yilan courtyard, leaving Zhou in a fury, knocking over his steaming teacup, with those kneeling nearby unable to escape the consequences. Zhou's face contorted with rage as she hissed, "Xie Lingyao, you wretched woman, what cunning you possess." Jiang Shiqi, stepping outside, found his feet unwilling to obey, leading him to the entrance of Wudong residence. He knew Xie Lingyao would not be at Howen Pavilion tonight. She, it seemed, no longer cared for him in the slightest. Jiang Shiqi's imposing figure concealed in the shadows wore an inscrutable expression, only turning to depart once his garments were dampened by the delicate dew. Chapter 51. A fall from grace as spring unfolds its picturesque beauty. The Ninth Prince, a fervent admirer of poetry, seizes the opportunity to invite a myriad of talented young men from the capital to the scenic heights by the Li River to appreciate the scenery and compose verses. The Ninth Prince, with his carefree demeanor and disinterest in wealth and worldly affairs, possesses a noble status yet remains amiable and unpretentious, garnering respect and admiration from scholars. Naturally, his gathering is filled to capacity. After a lively session, many splendid poems are presented to the Ninth Prince. He peruses them with a smile, remarking, with such esteemed company, how could the literary world of Delhi fear a lack of successors? However, in my humble opinion, the standout today must be Hu Jingxi. His words are both grand and delicate, truly a masterpiece. The Ninth Prince scans the room and frowns, inquiring, where is Hu Jingxi? The crowd turns to search, but he is nowhere to be found. This is troubling. I just saw a young master who consuming quite a bit of wine. Surely, hasn't he succumbed to drunkenness? The towering 5-story pavilion boasts steep stairs. While manageable when sober, a stumble could lead to a disastrous fall. Such a delicate young gentleman like Hu Jingxi could hardly withstand such a tumble. The Ninth Prince, not wishing for any mishap at his gathering, promptly sends someone to search, and the others, having nothing better to do, join in the search. Upon reaching a warm alcove where a raucous cacophony emerges, the attendees are taken aback. The sounds unmistakably belong to 2 men. The Ninth Prince, drawn by the commotion, is dark with fury. What a disgrace to engage in such indecency at a literary gathering. Break down the door, he commands, and 2 burly men kick the flimsy door open. On the bed, entangled and unclad, are none other than the missing Hu Jingxi and his handsome attendant. The Ninth Prince is momentarily stunned, as are the literary gentlemen who accompany him, rendered speechless. The 2 on the bed, sensing the intrusion, react. The attendant shrieks, scrambling for a nearby soft blanket to cover himself. Hu Jingxi's dazed eyes clear at the attendant's piercing cry, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, a single thought fills his mind. It is over. Everything is over. Within the hour, news of Hu Jingxi and his attendant caught in such a compromising position spreads like wildfire throughout the capital, and everyone is aware. With so many witnesses of notable standing, including the ninth prince himself, Hu Jingxi cannot possibly deny the scandal. In a single night, his reputation is utterly tarnished, and he becomes the target of scorn. Scholars, known for their sharp tongues, cite classical texts and examples to denounce Hu Jingxi and his family, leaving them utterly humiliated. Upon hearing the news, Lady Zhao's first reaction is relief that she had not publicly announced the marriage proposal with the Hu family. Otherwise, how many would be laughing at Jiang Yufei now? But the more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. Surely, the Hu family must have known about her son's disgrace. They had clearly intended to deceive Jiang Yufei into marriage, concealing Hu Jingxi's proclivities while expecting him to father children. Unable to contain her fury, Lady Zhao barges into the Hu residence, unleashing a torrent of accusations until Hu Jingxi's mother, Madame Jiang, faints from the sheer distress. As for Jiang Yufei, she initially dismisses the news as mere jealousy over Hu Jingxi's poetic prowess, believing someone is intent on ruining his reputation. However, her brother, Jiang Tongren, who attended the ninth prince's poetry gathering, witnessed the scandal unfold with his own eyes. With her brother's solemn vow, she can no longer deny the truth. Jiang Yufei does not feel particularly hurt. Rather, she is filled with indignation, realizing that the Hu family had deliberately hidden this truth from her mother to secure the union. Seeing her brother's furious demeanor, she questions, "Brother, where are you going?" Jiang Tongren, gritting his teeth, replies, "That Hu Jingxi has deceived you and broken your heart. I will go and deal with him myself." "Brother, this is a blessing in disguise." Jiang Tongren halts, perplexed. "What do you mean a blessing?" Jiang Yufei shoots him a glare, pulling him down to sit. "Our engagement has not been made public. I hold no feelings for Hu Jingxi. This discovery will only cause me a few days of vexation. If I were to marry him and later find out he yearns for a man, whom would I turn to for solace then? Indeed, it is fortunate to have discovered this early. However, the Hu family must not go unpunished for this disgrace." Jiang Tongren stands, declaring, "I will seek out our father." He swiftly departs Jiang Yufei's courtyard. Watching her brother's furious retreat, Jiang Yufei cannot help but laugh. Her brother, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, is rather reckless, yet he is the most caring towards their family. In her youth, she wished for him to be as accomplished as Jiang Shiqi, but as she matured, she came to realize that her brother is the best in the world. Jiang Yufei adjusts her handkerchief and changes her attire before hastening towards Wudong residence. Meanwhile, Xie Lingyao is not at Wudong residence. In Jiang Shiqi's study, Xie Lingyao sits in his place while Jiang Shiqi stands beside her like a servant. "You are indeed ruthless," Xie Lingyao comments. Yet, a sense of satisfaction fills her heart. Hu Jingxi sought to use the innocent Jiang Yufei to pave the way for his desires, attempting to ruin others' lives. So he must not blame Jiang Shiqi for dismantling his own. Just a little warmth-inducing medicine. He has only himself to blame for his lack of fortitude. Xie Lingyao finds herself at a loss for words in the face of Jiang Shiqi's arrogance. It seems that even the esteemed Jiang Shiqi lacks a firm resolve. Unconsciously, Xie Lingyao touches her moist lips, prompting Jiang Shiqi to recall the warmth of her lips from that day. He averts his gaze and clears his throat to change the subject. "Regarding the fabric business you mentioned earlier, I have already made arrangements. Starting next month, no other fabric shops in the capital will sell Tianxiang brocade. You may conduct your business without fear of interference." Xie Lingyao's eyes brighten. Jiang Shiqi is indeed reliable. "Thank you," she exclaims, rising excitedly to leave. "I must return to write to Brother Chen, asking him to help me transport the fabrics to the capital." Jiang Shiqi gently presses her shoulder, urging her to sit once more, and deftly prepares the ink stone. "I will grind the ink for you. You can write here." Once finished, Zhang Mao can deliver it immediately. Xie Lingyao is momentarily stunned by the fine brush placed in her hand. Jiang Shiqi is grinding ink for her? The study is quiet, the only sound being the soft scraping of the ink stick against the stone as they both remain silent. All done. Xie Lingyao finds her fingers stiff and her mind hazy. After dipping the brush in ink, she is unsure of what to write. Just then, a drop of ink splatters onto the clean paper, and Jiang Shiqi swiftly replaces it with a fresh sheet. "Why aren't you writing?" he inquires. Xie Lingyao, feeling flustered, sets down her brush. "You standing next to me is quite distracting. Please move away." A fleeting smile crosses Jiang Shiqi's eyes as he obediently moves to the side. "All right, I won't disturb you." Only then does Xie Lingyao lower her head to write, placing her completed letter on the table to dry. She writes another address and sets it beside the letter. "I anticipate that Yu Fei will soon come to me to lament her troubles. Once the ink on the letter dries, please assist me in sending it out, for I shall take my leave." "Very well." After Xie Lingyao departs, Jiang Shiqi meticulously ensures that there are no ambiguous sentiments within the letter before carefully sealing it. Chapter 52. The Art of Eloquence. Previously, Xie Lingyao had already pinned a letter to the fabric shop in Tianxiang Town, requesting them to reserve a batch of the finest quality materials for her, ensuring they would be ready for shipment at any moment. With the weather warming and the river no longer frozen, the boats from Jianzhou could reach her in just 3 days. Determined to open her establishment within 5 days, Xie Lingyao found herself increasingly occupied. Initially, she had intended to purchase the second-floor shop as well and had even discussed it with the owner. However, the proprietor, satisfied with his thriving business, remained indifferent even to her generous offers. Although Xie Lingyao felt a twinge of disappointment, she did not wish to press the matter. Yet, a few days later, the shopkeeper unexpectedly reached out to her, expressing his willingness to sell the shop. Naturally, Xie Lingyao was overjoyed to secure the acquisition. Nevertheless, there were many occasions where it was inappropriate for her to personally attend, and she found herself without capable assistance at that moment. The servants she had brought from Jianzhou were trained primarily in household duties, and expecting them to engage in business dealings proved somewhat challenging. After much contemplation, Xie Lingyao resolved to shamelessly seek the assistance of Lu Chun, coincidentally having some jade to present to him. Upon hearing of Xie Lingyao's predicament, Lu Chun promptly provided her with 2 capable individuals to assist her temporarily. One was an older gentleman, adept as a manager, characterized by his shrewdness and understanding of social nuances. The other was a younger man, whose scholarly appearance belied his sharp tongue and exceptional negotiation skills. With these 2 at her side, Xie Lingyao felt invigorated. She entrusted all matters to their capable hands. After several bustling days, Xie Lingyao finally found a moment to rest. It was then that she realized she had not seen Jiang Shiqi for several days. However, she dismissed the thought, well aware of Jiang Shiqi's notoriously busy nature. Calculating the days, she recalled that she was due to visit the Empress Dowager the following day, so she dined early and retired to bed. The next morning, as soon as Xie Lingyao stepped out of Wudong residence, she encountered Jiang Shiqi. "Let us go," he said, even though Xie Lingyao was certain he was addressing her. She could not help but glance around. "Us." Jiang Shiqi appeared somewhat exasperated, his stern features softening slightly. "Who else? I recall you are to meet the Empress Dowager today. So let us proceed." Each time she visited the Empress Dowager, Xie Lingyao rose before dawn to prepare herself for the occasion, and as the carriage began to sway, she felt the onset of drowsiness. Jiang Shiqi watched her delicate head droop repeatedly, tempted to support her. But he knew that any such gesture would likely earn him a sharp rebuke. "What are you doing?" Xie Lingyao asked. Noticing the man's serious demeanor as he reached toward her chin, irritation flickering in her eyes. "I am merely offering support," Jiang Shiqi thought, dismissing the fear of her reprimand. Xie Lingyao replied. Indeed, as anticipated, Jiang Shiqi's hand was swiftly met with a sharp slap. He withdrew his hand, expressionless, and instead produced a package of pastries, placing it on the small table between them. "Since you are awake, have a bite." Having risen too early, Xie Lingyao lacked an appetite. Despite Lady Li's persistent coaxing, she had yet to consume even a spoonful of porridge. Now, with the sun fully risen, she felt a pang of hunger. However, the thought of reapplying her lip color if it faded made her hesitate. Jiang Shiqi unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing neatly cut pastries, each adorned with a delicate silver fork. "Eat. It won't smudge your lip color." Xie Lingyao held the fork Jiang Shiqi offered her, her expression shifting slightly. Yet she ultimately said nothing. She took small bites of the pastries and sipped a cup of steaming tea before wrapping herself in the soft blanket he had brought, drifting into a deep slumber. When she awoke, their carriage had just come to a halt outside the palace gates. Once they entered, Xie Lingyao sought out the Empress Dowager, while Jiang Shiqi went to meet the Emperor, parting ways. Upon reaching the Empress Dowager's chamber, Xie Lingyao was surprised to encounter Princess Qiongji. The princess appeared to be discussing something of importance with the Empress Dowager, and a palace maid offered tea to Xie Lingyao, inviting her to sit for a moment. Miss Xie, the princess, who had just been admiring flowers outside, entered the room and sat across from her, placing her teacup down. Xie Lingyao smiled. "How do you fare, Your Highness?" Princess Qiongji wore traditional Qiongfu attire, yet her spirit seemed diminished compared to when Xie Lingyao had seen her at the Huairong Marquis' residence. "The climate of Dali nourishes one well. I am quite well," she replied, forcing a smile. Xie Lingyao complimented. "That outfit suits you beautifully. I have long heard of the exquisite embroidery from Qiongfu. To witness it in person today is indeed a delight." With a self-deprecating smile, Princess Qiongji tugged at her garments. The Empress Dowager mentioned she had never seen Qiongfu attire and asked me to wear it for her. In an instant, Xie Lingyao understood the princess's plight. In a foreign land, if others deemed her attire inappropriate, she must comply and don the garments of Dali. If the Empress Dowager sought to see something unique, she had no choice but to oblige. It was as if she were an object, manipulated and displayed. Yet, Xie Lingyao knew the Empress Dowager's intentions were not so trivial. Her strength and authority transcended mere amusement. She likely wished to genuinely witness the beauty of Qiongfu's garments, curious as to their uniqueness in the dull confines of the palace. Princess Qiongji feigned indifference and suddenly asked, "Do you pity me?" Xie Lingyao's expression stiffened, and seeing no one else around, she exhaled softly. "Why would you say that, Your Highness? I find conversing with you Dali people rather tedious. Your words are often veiled. You perceive pity in my eyes, yet refuse to acknowledge it." Xie Lingyao smiled without responding, instead inquiring, "Your Highness, is Qiongfu far from Dali?" "Indeed, it is quite distant. I traveled for a month to arrive. In this world, few women have traversed such a vast distance as you, Princess. You should not be pitied, but rather admired. I do not possess the right to pity you. However, as a fellow woman, I can empathize with your hardships and the loneliness of being in a foreign land." Princess Qiongji turned her gaze away, her tone tinged with confusion. "Do you not see me as a monster?" With a gentle yet resolute voice, Xie Lingyao responded. "You are the brightest jewel of Qiongfu. How could you be a monster? It is merely that some find the unfamiliar to be strange. Your eyes are exquisite, more transparent and clear than my most precious sapphire. You should not hide them or consider yourself an outlier." Princess Qiongji shyly turned back to face her. "You Dali people speak rather charmingly." Xie Lingyao blinked and smiled radiantly. "Such praise comes from the heart. Moreover, since you have come this far, you must find peace with yourself. If you are always concerned about others' opinions, life will become burdensome." Princess Qiongji offered a self-mocking smile. "In a foreign land, must I not consider the feelings of others? Can I truly live as I wish?" Though she spoke thus, Xie Lingyao wondered if the princess ever truly enjoyed complete freedom in Qiongfu. Regardless of location, one must adhere to rules and customs. Why not embrace a broader perspective? Freedom? It is not so simple. As a princess, I am supported by the populace, yet I bear my own responsibilities. Those who carry burdens seldom know what true freedom is. Chapter 53. The autumn wind. Zhou Zhenfeng endured considerable hardship in prison. After only a brief respite, he deliberately appeared with a head full of injuries, dragging his family to Elan courtyard to lament and complain. He slammed the table with a resounding bang, his face twisted with rage. It must be said, this Qi Jun has become increasingly inept. After all, he is an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, quite capable of speaking on our behalf before His Majesty. Yet it took him 5 or 6 days to secure my release, subjecting me to needless suffering. Zhou Zhenfeng's wife, Mrs. Yang, held their 8-year-old son, Geyer, in her arms and quietly pinched him at the waist, causing the child's wails to echo throughout the room. "Daddy, Daddy has been beaten. Aunt, you must seek revenge for him." Geyer sobbed and gasped, still murmuring the words his mother had taught him before they left. Though aware that the child's words were taught by others, Zhou's heart ached, and he hurriedly drew the plump Geyer into his embrace, hanging a heavy, golden longevity lock around his neck, coaxing him until his chubby face scrunched up in delight, allowing him to speak. Qi Jun was currently in favor with the emperor, flourishing in the Ministry of Revenue. Many harbored jealousy towards him, with countless eyes watching his every move. He needed to act cautiously and discreetly, otherwise, if someone seized upon his missteps and reported him to the emperor, it would spell disaster. You were fortunate to emerge unscathed this time, and Qi Jun exerted considerable effort on your behalf. Do not let him overhear your complaints. lest you dishearten him, Zhou said repeatedly, lovingly stroking Geyer's head. Zhou Jinfeng pointed to the bruise on his forehead, growling, "Forget the rest. Let him deal with those jailers properly. How dare they lay a hand on me? They must be seeking death." Without hesitation, Zhou knew Jiang Shiqi would not acquiesce. She was more aware than anyone of how much disdain Jiang Shiqi held for Zhou Jinfeng. Let it be for now, there's no rush. Qi Jun is set to marry soon and is quite occupied. Zhou dismissed the matter with forced laughter. Mrs. Yang, noticing Zhou's avoidance, forced a smile and remarked, "For the sake of a merchant's daughter, Qi Jun is making quite a fuss. Does your esteemed Jiang family truly wish to welcome her into your household?" Zhou, already disinclined towards Mrs. Yang, shot her a sidelong glance. His tone laced with irritation. "Instead of meddling in my son's affairs, you should devote more energy to managing the household. With those unruly individuals in the back courtyard causing a ruckus daily, how can he possibly focus on his studies?" Mrs. Yang turned away, disdain evident on her lips. Zhou Jinfeng spends 10 out of 12 hours at the gambling den or in the arms of women. Does he truly think he can study? Only Zhou still indulged in the daydream of his son achieving academic success. Distracted, Zhou Jinfeng relinquished his fixation on the jailers and finally settled down to sip tea. "Sister, are you sincerely willing to take such a woman as a daughter-in-law? Qi Jun could have any lady he desires. This seems a loss." Zhou sighed heavily. "What can I do if he is unwilling? Both the matron and he are pleased. What right do I have to object?" After speaking, she spat in disdain, "That vixen. Even before entering the door, she has already bewitched Qi Jun. Once she is married, I cannot fathom how she will treat me." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Zhou Jinfeng's eyes. He had not anticipated that someone like Jiang Shiqi could be so easily swayed by beauty. If he could position himself near Jiang Shiqi, he could have her do his bidding without needing to beg Zhou for assistance. In this world, who fears a new bride? Once she is married, it will be up to you to call the shots. Whether punishment or scolding, you will decide. The couple returned everything they had taken from Zhou, leaving with a cheerful demeanor and the 5,000 taels of silver they had obtained. They encountered Jiang Shiqi and Xie Lingyao, who had just returned from the palace. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shiqi would have directed the carriage to enter through the side gate. But today, due to renovations for the matron's birthday celebration and Jiang Shiqi's upcoming marriage, they could not proceed. Thus, they disembarked at the main entrance. "Qi Jun," Zhou Jinfeng beamed, leaving his wife and child behind as he hurried to the carriage. However, Jiang Shiqi feigned ignorance, extending his hand to assist Xie Lingyao down from the carriage. Seeing Zhou Jinfeng's gluttonous demeanor, Xie Lingyao could not muster a warm expression. In her previous life, she had repeatedly endured Zhou Jinfeng's arrogance, where he would come to her demanding favors, and if she ever opposed him, he would unleash his wrath. Zhou would not hesitate to berate her, employing various tactics to undermine her. Fortunately, although the matron held no fondness for Xie Lingyao, she would not permit Zhou to mistreat her, swiftly putting Zhou in his place, which finally subdued the siblings. Zhou Jinfeng stood awkwardly behind the two, rubbing his hands together, a stark contrast to the domineering figure he presented before Zhou. Where has Qi Jun returned from? Jiang Shiqi, noticing Zhou Jinfeng's inflated demeanor, realized that Zhou must have spent considerable silver to placate him. Initially, Jiang Shiqi had been concerned about Zhou's unchecked indulgence, but he had since lost interest in the matter. The Zhou family was merely Zhou's haven. If she chose to squander her savings on them, it was her prerogative. Yet, she pondered how her beloved brother would treat her once she had depleted her wealth. Having just returned from the palace, we must pay our respects to grandmother, so we shall not linger, Xie Lingyao said, sheltered behind Jiang Shiqi. Zhou Jinfeng, eager to glimpse the woman who had so enchanted Jiang Shiqi, found his view obstructed. "Qi Jun, your uncle has just risen and is eager to see you and your mother. You visit the matron daily. Today, a short delay would not matter," Mrs. Yang said, positioning herself beside the hefty Geyer. "Quickly greet Brother Cheeky. You always speak of wanting to play with him," Mrs. Yang urged, setting Geyer down and nudging him forward. Jiang Shiqi, observing Geyer being maneuvered, felt irked. He gently pressed his fingertip against Geyer's forehead, implying, "The child is still young. It's best not to involve him in adult matters." Mrs. Yang, sensing Jiang Shiqi's cold demeanor, felt frustrated but stifled her ire. Noticing Xie Lingyao standing behind Jiang Shiqi, she seized the opportunity to direct her displeasure towards her. Recognizing her as timid and aware of Xie Lingyao's humble background, "This must be Miss Xie? Qi Jun, we have been standing here for some time. You should introduce her." You cannot keep hiding behind her every time, can you? Mrs. Yang's insinuation was clear, mocking Xie Lingyao's modesty for failing to greet her elders. Xie Lingyao stepped forward, her radiant appearance momentarily leaving the couple speechless. Just as they expected her to respectfully bow, she coldly huffed and brushed past them without acknowledgement. Having received word in advance, Granny Li and her entourage awaited at the entrance. Xie Lingyao waved her hand, and dozens of maids rushed forward, unloading numerous redwood boxes from the carriage, gifts personally bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Granny Li, cradling a box, remarked to a nearby maid, "The Empress Dowager often praises our young lady for her decorum and prudence. Upon learning of her impending marriage, she has granted numerous generous gifts. See, the Empress Dowager herself commends Xie Lingyao for her obedience and grace, while you, Mrs. Yang, continue to find fault with her." Jiang Shiqi stifled a laugh and addressed the visibly displeased couple without courtesy. "Mother has not been well lately, uncle and aunt. It would be best to refrain from troubling her." With that, he strode forward, following in the footsteps of Xie Lingyao, accompanied by a throng of attendants as they departed with purpose. Zhou Jinfeng clenched his teeth and, in a furious tone, instructed Yang Shi, "Go. Find me a few comely maidens to raise in the residence." Yang Shi replied sharply, "What? There are already 7 or 8 in the back courtyard. Is that not sufficient?" Zhou Jinfeng cast a disdainful glance at the dull-witted Yang Shi and, with a flick of his sleeve, marched ahead. "Prepare my dear nephew accordingly." Chapter 54. Late-night revelations. Jiang Shiqi observed that since the date of their wedding was set, Xie Lingyao had increasingly distanced herself from him. It was not that she was deliberately avoiding him. Rather, she refrained from even granting him a glance during their conversations. Jiang Shiqi felt a sense of helplessness. He understood Xie Lingyao better than anyone. Beneath her delicate exterior lay an unwaveringly cold heart. Initially, he had intended to quietly and gradually make his way into her heart. But it seemed that if he continued at this languorous pace, he would remain stagnant until Li Ziyi returned from Qingcheng, having been assigned there on purpose. Once, due to Li Ziyi, he had swallowed countless barrels of jealousy. Now, with Xie Lingyao granted a second chance at life, she chose not to rekindle her past with Li Ziyi, which filled Jiang Shiqi with a secret hope. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he might have the opportunity to possess her heart exclusively. Standing before the window, Jiang Shiqi lingered until he faintly heard the sound of the night watchman's bell, prompting him to rise and depart. Under the cover of darkness, he nimbly climbed into Wutong residence, arriving at Xie Lingyao's window. It was already the 3rd watch of the night. Aside from a few night watchmen, all the maids and servants of Wutong residence had long since retired. Xie Lingyao usually went to bed early, yet the solitary light illuminating her chamber was indeed her bedroom. Jiang Shiqi could discern her busy figure within. He wondered what she was preoccupied with at such an hour. As he touched the windowsill with his long fingers, he realized the window was securely locked from the inside. It appeared that someone was wary of him. A gentle knock sounded on the window, and Xie Lingyao lifted her busy head, casting an irritable glance in its direction. She loathed Jiang Shiqi's audacity to intrude upon her privacy in the dead of night. Initially, she intended to ignore him, but as the outside noise persisted, she reluctantly approached the window, extinguishing the candle on her desk. "Jiang Dage, you had better have a good reason for this," Xie Lingyao said, her tone sharp, as she crossed her arms and stood guard at the window, showing no intention of letting him in. Rather than feeling angered by her refusal, Jiang Shiqi found himself silently smiling. Her childish temperament was far more endearing than her cold glare. He knew that Xie Lingyao had likely misunderstood his relationship with Shen Wanchu in her previous life. He had long wished to clarify matters, yet she was perpetually busy, and their brief exchanges were invariably centered around her shop. Jiang Shiqi suddenly recalled that in his past life, he had been similarly engrossed, occupied with eliminating political rivals, supporting the 9th Prince's ascension, and safeguarding the Jiang family. During that time, did Xie Lingyao not have a multitude of things she wished to share with him? He vividly remembered how, upon their marriage, she had been so cautious, yet would whisper about household matters while they lay together at night. Gradually, however, they had fallen into a silence that neither knew how to breach. "Jiang Shiqi, if you remain silent, I shall retire for the night," Xie Lingyao said, inching closer to the window, nearly pressing her face against it. Had it not been for the shadowy figure outside, she might have believed the noise was merely a figment of her imagination. Noticing Jiang Shiqi's continued silence, she hesitated before cautiously opening the window a crack. Is he perhaps drunk? I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Shiqi's sudden voice startled Xie Lingyao, causing her to hastily attempt to close the window, only to have her slender wrist captured by his warm, dry hand. His voice, as frigid as the moonlight, bore a clarity akin to the chill of a winter pine. Xie Lingyao, whether you believe it or not, I have never betrayed you. Chapter 55. The beginning of estrangement between husband and wife to this day. Xie Lingyao vividly recalls the day Shen Wanchu entered the mansion. At that time, Xie Lingyao had just given birth to her eldest son 2 months prior. Enduring sleepless nights during her confinement, her appearance reflecting her fatigue. Taking advantage of her need for rest after childbirth, Mrs. Zhou seized the opportunity to reclaim the household duties that Xie Lingyao had painstakingly managed. Upon entering the Marquis's residence, her mother-in-law generously relinquished the authority of the housekeeper, something every new bride dreams of. Yet, only Xie Lingyao understood that Mrs. Zhou's willingness to relinquish power was merely a ploy to covet her dowry. Mrs. Zhou had discreetly supplemented the Zhou family with substantial amounts. Although she dared not overstep, the Jiang family was also a household of affluence, and even a couple of items could easily fill the gaps left by Xie Lingyao's dowry. Mrs. Zhou was certain that in her desire to appease her, Xie Lingyao would not dare to confront the matriarch and would go to great lengths to conceal the truth. In fact, she had indeed bet correctly. Xie Lingyao had poured a significant portion of her dowry into cleaning up Mrs. Zhou's mess. In the end, with a single remark, Mrs. Zhou reclaimed the authority of the housekeeper, reaping the rewards of Xie Lingyao's efforts. Jiang Shiqi had not returned to the mansion for several consecutive days, leaving Xie Lingyao feeling dejected with no one to confide in. In her melancholic state, she heard that Mrs. Zhou had invited a young cousin into the mansion as company. While it was not unusual for an elderly matron to seek companionship from a younger relative, Jiang Shiqi, who had been absent for days, returned that very evening. Yet, upon his return, rather than attending to his infant son or the wife who had long awaited him, he instead immersed himself in the courtyard he typically avoided, spending an unprecedented hour there. At that time, Xie Lingyao was filled with affection for Jiang Shiqi, and jealousy was her instinct. That night, she turned her back on Jiang Shiqi, and their rare reunion ended in discord. The next day, feeling somewhat excessive in her reaction, Xie Lingyao regretted not understanding Jiang Shiqi's busy schedule. She hastily set out to catch him before he left again, wishing to apologize and personally see him off. However, what did she witness? Jiang Shiqi standing side by side with Shen Wanchu, both adorned in light pink, beneath layers of blooming hibiscus trees, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Although she could not discern Jiang Shiqi's expression from behind, she clearly saw the shyness and joy on Shen Wanchu's face. After sharing a bed for 2 years, how could Xie Lingyao not understand Jiang Shiqi's aloof nature? If he encountered someone who annoyed him, he would simply turn and leave, showing no patience to observe a woman flaunting her charms before him. Though Shen Wanchu's beauty could not match Xie Lingyao's brilliance, she possessed a delicate elegance, enhanced by her youthful vitality. Xie Lingyao lowered her gaze to her own waist, which had yet to fully recover from childbirth, and with a heart heavy with despair, she turned away. She could not even confront Jiang Shiqi. What could she question him about? Was it her fading beauty that caused him to stray? But the true question was, had Jiang Shiqi ever loved her? If he had not, what could be termed as betrayal? Since Shen Wanchu's arrival at the Marquis's residence, Jiang Shiqi had returned almost daily, a stark contrast to his previous absences. Xie Lingyao wished to feign ignorance of the sweet fragrance lingering on him, a scent undoubtedly derived from Shen Wanchu, and to overlook the occasional tokens of Jiang Shiqi that appeared on her. Yet how could she manage to do so? Faced with Jiang Shiqi's occasional displays of affection, Xie Lingyao ultimately found herself unable to bear it without feeling a pang of jealousy, and with each rejection, they drifted further apart. If one were to pinpoint the moment Xie Lingyao's disappointment in Jiang Shiqi became irrevocable, it would likely be during that early autumn, when the rain fell incessantly for 5 or 6 days, ushering in a chill. Their child fell ill, suffering from a high fever, and in her desperation, Xie Lingyao sought the imperial physician for help. Upon hearing the physician had arrived at the gate, she braved the rain, disregarding her soaked shoes and socks. Rushing to greet him, the wind whipped the rain around her, completely bypassing her umbrella, drenching her from all sides, while the delicate strands of hair clung to her face, accentuating her disarray. As she passed the courtyard, she noticed Shen Wanchu's maid and a little servant, one carrying a chessboard and the other holding black and white pieces. chattering as they made their way toward the listening rain pavilion. The autumn air was thick, the phoenix trees had turned yellow, and the maple leaves were tinged with red. The young master and their young lady seemed eager to enjoy the scenery and engage in a match. Though their voices were soft, Xie Lingyao heard them clearly. In that moment, she felt her heart turn to ice, her once fervent blood now frozen in her veins. As the rain intensified that night, it fell heavily upon the roof tiles, creating a cacophony that persisted throughout the night, while beside Xie Lingyao lay only her child, who had just taken medicine and fallen into a deep slumber. As for Jiang Shiqi, perhaps he was peacefully asleep with Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao remained wide awake until dawn. Her beautiful eyes, now bloodshot, lost their former luster. Xie Lingyao had always recognized Jiang Shiqi's affection for Xie Lingyao. Thus, even when he had professed his feelings to her, she merely scorned him in her heart, believing he treated her as a mere diversion, assuring herself that once Xie Lingyao came of age, he would joyfully rekindle their relationship. Yet now Jiang Shiqi claimed he had never betrayed her. Xie Lingyao felt momentarily bewildered, but instinctively, she sensed that Jiang Shiqi was not a deceitful charlatan. As the night breeze brushed past, a stray lock of Xie Lingyao's hair floated up to Jiang Shiqi's cheek, and he gently captured it with his fingertips, quietly asking her, "If what you say is true, that I am deeply in love with Xie Lingyao, then why do I not simply marry her? If I truly loved someone, would I allow her to remain in the Marquis's residence for 8 years without clarity?" In her moment of daze, Jiang Shiqi took a long stride, stepped into the room, and thoughtfully closed the window for Xie Lingyao. With the extinguished candle and the closed window, the room was shrouded in darkness. Xie Lingyao's wrist rested in Jiang Shiqi's grasp, and she leaned on him like a crutch, too weary to struggle. Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi stood still, unable to see one another, yet acutely aware of each other's presence. Many events had transpired before her eyes. Rather than placing her faith in Jiang Shiqi, Xie Lingyao chose to trust herself. Jiang Shiqi desperately wished to comprehend what Xie Lingyao had witnessed, despite his efforts to remain virtuous for so many years, even if she would not let him near her. He still preserved his chastity for her, yet was wrongfully accused of being unclean. Jiang Shiqi felt utterly helpless. In the following narrative from Xie Lingyao, he was granted a perspective entirely different from what he had known. Chapter 56. All that has passed after listening. Jiang Shiqi remained speechless for a long while. Xie Lingyao inquired, "These are all things I have witnessed with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. Can you still deny it? Witnessed with your own eyes? When have you ever seen me and Xie Lingyao in the same room, behaving intimately?" Xie Lingyao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had never seen the two exhibit any affectionate gestures. However, the ambiguity of their relationship was already disgraceful. Did it need to be brazenly acknowledged? "You have hidden it well." Nonsense. Time had passed, and it was only now that Jiang Shiqi realized how many misunderstandings and missed opportunities existed between them. Rather than blame Xie Lingyao and the Zhou family, he primarily blamed himself. It was his shortcomings that led Xie Lingyao to doubt his trustworthiness as a husband. Jiang Shiqi gently brushed Xie Lingyao's wrist with his fingers, his thoughts drifting back to the past. At that time, shortly after Xie Lingyao had given birth, Jiang Shiqi could hardly bear to leave her and their child. However, the 9th prince had become embroiled in a private salt case, and as a staunch supporter, Jiang Shiqi could not turn a blind eye. He had already severed his own escape routes to ensure the 9th prince's ascendance. The other princes were eager to remove him from the equation, and if the 9th prince failed to secure the throne, not only would Jiang Shiqi lose his life, but the entire Jiang family would also face ruin. Furthermore, with Xie Lingyao as his wife, if he could not protect the Jiang family, how could he safeguard her? The struggle for the throne was far more brutal than he had imagined. Jiang Shiqi dared not relax for a moment. Whenever he thought of the possibility of Xie Lingyao being harmed due to his failure, it only fueled his resolve to protect her fiercely, allowing no one the chance to cause her harm. After several relentless days of work, he finally managed to return home to reunite with his wife and child. Yet, upon entering the residence, he heard from Zhang Mao that Xie Lingyao had been unjustly stripped of her authority over the household. Deep down, Jiang Shiqi did not wish for Xie Lingyao to take on such burdensome responsibilities, but he understood how much she valued them. Perhaps she believed that possessing power would lend her a sense of security within the vast marquisate. Moreover, Jiang Shiqi was keenly aware of the hardships Xie Lingyao endured to manage the inner chambers. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the Elan courtyard to support Xie Lingyao. Just as he arrived, The doctor who often treated her was there attending to Lady Zhou. Jiang Shiqi called the doctor aside to inquire about Xie Lingyao's health. He learned that due to her severe depletion from childbirth, compounded by inadequate postpartum care, she was now suffering from insufficient vitality. If she did not take proper restorative measures, she risked enduring chronic illness for years to come. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi's heart sank, and he dismissed thoughts of household authority. All he could think about was Xie Lingyao's well-being. As long as she was healthy, everything else would fall into place. He began devising a plan to invite 2 skilled female physicians to reside in the house, dedicated to her recovery, while he returned to Haoan Pavilion. However, the reunion he had envisioned was not to be. Xie Lingyao merely cast a cold glance at him before turning away with their child, as if his presence were a nuisance. Initially, Jiang Shiqi thought her anger stemmed from his prolonged absence, until he caught sight of the osmanthus cake on the table, and his heart plummeted. This was not just any osmanthus cake. It was crafted from the rare golden osmanthus of Cheongzhou. Furthermore, Li Zi had just returned from Cheongzhou that day. This marked the first time since their marriage that they had exchanged such icy expressions, culminating in them turning their backs to each other as they fell asleep. Even in the latter part of the night, despite his inability to resist pulling her into his embrace, Jiang Shiqi's pride compelled him to release her before she awoke, resuming his position turned away from her. As he left with a cold demeanor, he felt a twinge of regret. Ultimately, it was his inability to provide Xie Lingyao with companionship that was to blame. When confronted by Shen Wanchu, Jiang Shiqi's mind was preoccupied with how to carve out more time for Xie Lingyao, oblivious to her overly affected mannerisms as she prattled on. Jiang Shiqi swiftly appointed 2 trusted aides to alleviate his burdens, dedicating all his spare moments to Xie Lingyao. Yet, she seemed to require none of it. Her gaze towards him grew increasingly frigid and filled with disdain, even rejecting his advances completely. Having been pampered since birth, Jiang Shiqi had never before had to grovel for someone's affection. Yet, no matter what he did, Xie Lingyao found ways to belittle his genuine feelings. Over time, he became more engrossed in political affairs, using work as a means to numb himself. You personally dismissed Bai Chun, so you must already be aware of her treachery. The sweetness you speak of is not something I have brought back, but rather something Bai Chun conveyed on your behalf, claiming it would calm the mind. I lit it in my study. Jiang Shiqi found the scent unbearable, believing such cloying fragrance could hardly bring tranquility. Yet considering that Xie Lingyao had gone to such lengths for him, he lit it nonetheless. As for those personal belongings, they were not easily acquired by outsiders. But for your intimate maid, Bai Chun, to take a few items would be a trivial matter. The notion that I spent my days playing chess and sipping tea with Shen Wanchu is absurd. The court is fraught with intrigue. And during this period of intense factional strife, it is a miracle I can return home at all, let alone indulge in such trivial pursuits. With just a few words, Xie Lingyao was rendered speechless. At the time these events transpired, she was still young and had not yet discerned Bai Chun's betrayal. The not-so-clever tricks had deceived her for many years. Xie Lingyao, I swear upon the entirety of the Jiang family that every word I speak is true. Should it be otherwise, may heaven let all my efforts in this life and the next come to naught, and may the Jiang family, a lineage of 100 years, crumble to dust. Both Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi were individuals who had lived through a past life. Thus they held a deeper reverence for the divine than the average person. Jiang Shiqi's willingness to make such a weighty vow suggested the sincerity of his words. Yet, what did it matter? The chasm between them extended far beyond the matter of Shen Wanchu. With a soft sigh, Xie Lingyao whispered, "It is all in the past." Jiang Shiqi echoed softly, "Yes, all has passed." Chapter 57. The grand opening of Warm Fragrance. Today marks the grand opening of Warm Fragrance, a venture led by Xie Lingyao. Many esteemed ladies from noble families have come, drawn by the rumors surrounding this shop that exclusively offers the elusive Tianxiang brocade. Initially, they found it hard to believe that a new establishment could secure such a rare fabric, especially since even the renowned Jinyun Building, the largest cloth merchant in the capital, seldom has it in stock. However, as time passed, they realized something was amiss. Suddenly, no other cloth merchant in the city could provide a single roll of Tianxiang brocade. It soon became evident that these merchants were intentionally clearing the way for Warm Fragrance. Clearly, Warm Fragrance not only possesses significant resources, but also has formidable backing. Otherwise, the local merchants would not have yielded so readily. The shop boasts an impressive and lavish decor, spacious interiors, and a staff characterized by their pleasing appearances, a testament to the grand investment made. Even those not specifically seeking the Tianxiang brocade found themselves irresistibly drawn inside. Once inside, patrons were reluctant to leave, captivated by the superior quality and unprecedented variety of the brocade on offer. The second floor housed numerous skilled tailors who could assist customers in crafting garments from their chosen fabrics for an additional fee. As the bustling scene unfolded, Xie Lingyao, the proprietor, refrained from making an appearance. Instead, she and Grandma Li chose a tea house across the street, selecting a room with a direct view of warm fragrance. With the window open, they could observe the throngs of people, the atmosphere abuzz with excitement. In accordance with her vision, the grand entrance of warm fragrance was designed to be exceptionally large, not only to welcome guests, but also to create an imposing presence. Even so, the entrance was filled with a constant stream of visitors. Grandma Li beamed at the lively crowd, pleased for Xie Lingyao, knowing her efforts had not gone in vain. 2 aides lent by Lu Chun were bustling about the shop, relieving Xie Lingyao of immediate concerns. However, she knew she must soon select 2 clever individuals to train and keep by her side. After all, borrowed help must eventually be returned, and these 2, seasoned by their travels with Lu Chun, were too talented to be confined to managing the shop in Kyoto. Just as Xie Lingyao prepared to return home, she encountered Zhang Mao, who cheerfully approached her carriage bearing a dark wooden box. "Miss Xie, this is a congratulatory gift from our young master for your grand opening," he said with a grin. Grandma Li quickly accepted the heavy box, expressing gratitude for his thoughtful gesture. Xie Lingyao echoed her thanks, acknowledging Jiang Shiqi's consideration amidst his busy schedule. While her words were polite, they felt overly formal given the proximity of her impending marriage to Jiang Shiqi. Zhang Mao couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Jiang Shiqi, sensing the distance in Xie Lingyao's demeanor. In truth, Xie Lingyao was not intentionally aloof. Recent revelations had left her feeling disoriented, as many aspects of her life seemed incongruous with her memories. After their conversation about Shenwanqiu, she had been lost in her own thoughts, forgetting to address the profound rift between her and Jiang Shiqi. If he truly held no feelings for Shenwanqiu, why would he obstruct her quest for vengeance on behalf of Grandma Li? With the opening and the upcoming birthday banquet for the matriarch, both Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi were caught up in a whirlwind of activities. She resolved that she would confront him directly in a few days, unwilling to carry the burden of misplaced resentment into her newly acquired life. "Miss, the young master rose early this morning and hasn't had breakfast yet. I shall take my leave now to fetch him something to eat," Zhang Mao remarked, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the delicacies in Xie Lingyao's possession. However, Xie Lingyao, preoccupied with the shop's opening, failed to notice his interest. Grandma Li, having just placed the wooden box into the carriage, rushed forward, disregarding propriety as she took the delicately wrapped pastries from Xie Lingyao's hands. There's no need to trouble the young master further. These pastries were specially packed from Mingyun Pavilion, and they are untouched. If young Master Jiang does not mind, he could enjoy these as a snack. Zhang Mao eagerly accepted the offering, fearing that if he hesitated, Xie Lingyao would reclaim them. "Not at all. Our young master frequents this tea house and enjoys their pastries." Grandma Li urged him to hurry, explaining that Xie Lingyao had been keeping the pastries warm in her hands, and they were still fresh. "Thank you very much. I will certainly tell my young master that these were specially sent by Miss Xie." Their banter continued in front of Xie Lingyao, and the pastries she intended to share with Zhang Yufei were thus gifted to Jiang Shiqi in her name. As Zhang Mao hurried away, Grandma Li felt a twinge of awkwardness, anxiously observing Xie Lingyao's expression, fearing she might be displeased since the decision was her own. Xie Lingyao chuckled. "There's no need for such concern, Grandma. It is merely a pastry. Young Master Jiang has been quite helpful, and I should prepare a more substantial token of appreciation for him." Grandma Li's smile faltered, her urgency apparent. It wasn't merely a matter of gratitude. Xie Lingyao instructed Grandma Li to prepare 2 additional boxes of pastries. Following the incident with Hu Jingxi, Jiang Yufei had visited her only once, and Xie Lingyao was determined to see how she was faring. Earlier, while overseeing the delivery at the dock, Xie Lingyao had arranged for 10 rolls of the finest plain Tianxiang brocade, unembroidered, intending to present 6 to the Empress Dowager. Given the Empress Dowager's esteemed status, her garments and accessories adhered to specific regulations, and common embroidery might not suffice. The palace's tailoring bureau was filled with skilled embroiderers, and whatever the Empress Dowager desired could be crafted for her. The remaining 4 roles were for the matriarch of the Su family, who was an accomplished embroiderer. Despite her advancing age and diminishing eyesight, she had not relinquished her craft. Xie Lingyao believed she would prefer to do the embroidery herself rather than rely on others. After arranging these deliveries, Xie Lingyao suddenly remembered she had yet to prepare a birthday gift for the matriarch. Truth be told, she held some grievances toward the matriarch, who had never truly respected her status, often dismissing her with a cold demeanor. Yet, the matriarch had refrained from employing any underhanded tactics against her and had occasionally assisted her in resolving certain predicaments, possibly for the sake of harmony within the Jiang household or the family's reputation. For the matriarch's birthday, Xie Lingyao, accustomed to preparing gifts for the past 10 years, decided without hesitation to procure a renowned piece of calligraphy. The matriarch's father had been a grand tutor in the previous dynasty, well-versed in literature, and she had inherited his scholarly influence, developing a notable talent for calligraphy and an appreciation for collecting works from esteemed artists. Once settled in her carriage, Xie Lingyao opened the congratulatory gift from Jiang Shiqi, revealing an exquisitely opulent set of headpieces. Even after her extravagant spending in her previous life, none of the countless jewelry pieces could compare to the beauty of this set, which stirred her heart. After much inner turmoil, Xie Lingyao ultimately resolved to accept the gift, reassuring herself that she could simply repay Jiang Shiqi later, treating it as a purchase made with her own money. As she glanced through the crevice of the wooden box, a note caught her eye, inscribed with vigorous, flowing characters. She instantly recognized it as Jiang Shiqi's handwriting. He had already procured 2 exquisite pieces of calligraphy and painting, instructing her to collect them tomorrow for presentation to the matriarch. With a wistful sigh, Xie Lingyao reflected on how much more amiable Jiang Shiqi was in this life compared to the previous one. Upon entering the marquis's residence, Xie Lingyao hurriedly sought out Jiang Yufei. She initially presumed that even if Jiang Yufei did not weep openly, she would at least wear a sorrowful expression. To her surprise, however, she discerned a hint of shyness and contemplation in her features. Xie Lingyao chose to remain silent about her observations, content to ease her mind and depart. The romantic musings of a young girl could wait until she was ready to share them. Jiang Yufei was a good girl, and Xie Lingyao could not believe that fate would be so cruel as to repeatedly place her in the path of ill-intentioned suitors. She hoped that this time, the young man who stirred her heart was indeed a worthy partner. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiqi, fiddling with the pastries brought back by Zhang Mao, felt an unbidden joy glimmer in his eyes. The lingering fragrance unique to Xie Lingyao emanating from the oiled paper confirmed to him that Zhang Mao was not deceiving him. These delicacies were indeed a gift from her. It was almost unbelievable that after a decade of marriage, Jiang Shiqi could find such delight in a mere packet of pastries. He pondered whether Xie Lingyao would appreciate the set of jewelry he had chosen for her. Her beauty was striking, and only such opulent adornments could possibly do her justice. Chapter 58. The Grand Matriarch's Birthday Banquet. Today marks the grand occasion of the matriarch's birthday celebration. The daughters-in-law, including the Zhou and Zhao families, have devoted 2 months to preparing for this event. Since the incident involving the old marquis, the Jiang family has adopted a low-key and cautious approach to their affairs. Aside from the marriages of the 2 sons from the second and third branches, they have refrained from hosting such grand gatherings in recent years. Given that it is the matriarch's 60th birthday, a celebration befitting the occasion is necessary. Otherwise, she may feel discontented, and whispers of the Jiang family's unfilial children may circulate. The Jiang family boasts a rich heritage, and thus the banquet is both lively and opulent, attended by prominent guests of high standing. While everyone in the Jiang household is busy entertaining guests, Xie Lingyao, the yet-to-be-married granddaughter-in-law, finds herself somewhat at leisure. Despite the bustling atmosphere, Xie Lingyao feels a sense of unease, the reason being that in her previous life, she passed away on the day of the matriarch's 70th birthday, closing her eyes amidst the revelry and celebration. Yaoer, the unexpected arrival of by sure jolts Xie Lingyao from her reverie. Dear Aunt, I heard you accompanied the matriarch to the temple outside the city a few days ago. I feared I would not see you today. Xie Lingyao expresses with delight. The matriarch of the Su family visits the temple for 5 days each month, and naturally, Bai Shi, as a daughter-in-law, accompanies her. Bai Shi gazes fondly at Xie Lingyao, noting her vibrant complexion, and says with satisfaction, "It has been some time since we last met. You appear even more spirited." Upon learning of Xie Lingyao's sudden agreement to marry Jiang Shiqi, Bai Shi initially assumed it was under duress. Had it not been for the matriarch's intervention, she would have sent an invitation to clarify matters. Now, seeing Xie Lingyao's demeanor free of distress, she surmises that the young woman is indeed willing to marry Jiang Shiqi. The matriarch's birthday is a significant affair. I returned with her yesterday, and since you are to be wed soon, I thought it unnecessary to send an invitation for a visit, Bai Shi explains. Xie Lingyao feels immense gratitude towards the matriarch of the Su family and lights up at the news of her return. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I shall visit the manor tomorrow. I hope you and the matriarch are available. Bai Shi's expression turns peculiar. How can you not be busy when your wedding is less than half a month away? Xie Lingyao momentarily falters, offering an awkward smile. The Jiang family appears to be bustling with preparations. Zhou Shi occasionally sends someone to inquire her opinions, yet Xie Lingyao remains indifferent, stating that she prefers them to take the lead. Eventually, Zhou Shi seems to tire of asking, likely thinking it futile to consult her. Xie Lingyao is unconcerned that Zhou Shi might impose any unreasonable demands during the wedding ceremony. Being a prominent family, the Jiang household will undoubtedly make grand arrangements, especially since Jiang Shiqi is the eldest grandson of the Marquis's main branch. As for Xie Lingyao, she arrives in the capital with her dowry, and given the time constraints, the Jiang family has streamlined many unnecessary procedures, alleviating her worries. The arrangements for the wedding will be managed by the elders of the Jiang family, allowing her the fortunate position of being a mere spectator. Bai Shi inquires, what about the wedding gown? The gown has been prepared well in advance, Xie Lingyao replies. In her youthful infatuation, her heart and dreams were filled solely with Jiang Shiqi, and with fervent love. She took it upon herself to embroider the gown over the course of 2 years. However, the cherished garment, once held dear, has remained hidden in her wardrobe for an unknown duration. It is indeed ready, she adds with a hint of nostalgia. After exchanging pleasantries, a familiar acquaintance calls Bai Shi away. Yao, we have been waiting for you. Seeing you engaged in conversation with the Su matriarch, I did not wish to interrupt. Zhang Yufei remarks as she appears from nowhere. I thought you were busy, so what brings you here? Xie Lingyao asks, with a touch of shyness. Jiang Yufei intertwines her arm with Xie Lingyao's and leads her aside, fidgeting with her sleeves. Everyone's busy with the elders, and I feel rather useless. Xie Lingyao smiles knowingly. Come now, speak plainly. Why all the hesitance when you could simply tell me? Jiang Yufei, feeling bashful, sticks out her tongue and pulls Xie Lingyao to a secluded corner by the wall, blushing as she points through the carved window. Yao, do you see that young gentleman in the pale blue robe? Xie Lingyao glances over to see a tall young man amidst the crowd. Although she cannot discern his features from a distance, his demeanor suggests he is indeed a gentleman of grace. Yes, I see him. Who is he? She feigns ignorance, causing Jiang Yufei to stomp her foot in frustration. Well, I encountered him at the theater. Oh, never mind. What do you think of him? Xie Lingyao chuckles softly. At such a distance, I cannot even see his face. How could I possibly judge his character? But, she cautions, your mother has been seeking a match for you. If you truly have feelings for him, it would be wise to prompt him to propose formally. Such clandestine meetings are rather inappropriate. Jiang Yufei blinks, her face growing even warmer as she looks down shyly. Proposal? I do not even know his name. I thought I would never see him again. Yet here he is at my grandmother's birthday banquet. Yao, please help me inquire about him, who he is, and whether he is engaged or betrothed. I cannot let my brother do it. He is too talkative. Xie Lingyao finds the situation amusing, realizing that what she assumed was mutual affection is merely Jiang Yufei's one-sided infatuation. Very well, I shall help you find out. As they continue their whispered exchange, a messenger from the matriarch arrives, seeking Xie Lingyao. Upon entering the hall, she instantly spots the familiar figure of Shen Wanchu, standing obediently beside Zhou Shi. At merely 14 years of age, Shen Wanchu retains a sweet and innocent demeanor. Xie Lingyao, graceful and dignified, captures the attention of all present. Shen Wanchu discreetly observes Xie Lingyao, but is disheartened to find that every aspect of her being radiates elegance and charm. No wonder Jiang Shiqi is enamored. Yao, come here. The matriarch calls affectionately, striving to exhibit her fondness for Xie Lingyao in front of others. Understanding the matriarch's intentions, Xie Lingyao naturally approaches her with a warm smile, offering her a cup of tea in a gesture of respect and filial piety. The matriarch silently admires Xie Lingyao's perceptiveness and grace, her smile becoming even more genuine. Chapter 59. Ah Yao, You have arrived. The servants brought a soft stool for Xie Lingyao, and she settled down beside the matriarch. Yaoer, these are your aunts and uncles, the matriarch introduced. They usually do not reside in the capital, but they have traveled a great distance to join us for my birthday and your wedding to Qi. You should pay your respects first, as they will be staying with us for a few days until your wedding banquet. You will encounter them again in the future, so it is best for you to recognize them now. Xie Lingyao followed her instructions and glanced over. Although the faces were unfamiliar, she deduced from the matriarch's words that they were from a branch of the Jiang family. While they did not live in the capital, they held significant influence in their respective domains. With the introduction by the matriarch, Xie Lingyao greeted each of them. Initially, they had some preconceived notions about her family background, but upon seeing her outstanding appearance and impeccable manners, they treated the future countess with courtesy. The matriarch cast a disdainful glance at the mother-daughter duo, Shun Wanchu and her mother, who stood like sculptures beside the matriarch. She had a strong preference for social standing. Her acceptance of Xie Lingyao was both reluctant and a testament to the young woman's exceptional qualities, compounded by Jiang Shiqi's evident affection for her. Thus, she had compromised her standards, albeit temporarily. However, the Shin duo seemed oblivious to the circumstances. In a gathering filled with prominent figures from the Jiang family, their presence was questionable. Shin's mother was merely a cousin of the matriarch and hardly a legitimate relative of the Jiang family. They ought to have withdrawn early from such a gathering. Yet they remained, provoking curiosity about their status. The matriarch subtly signaled to the matriarch of the Zhou family, who hurriedly ushered the Shun duo away. Zhou Shi and Shin's mother had been close since childhood. Although they were cousins, their bond was stronger than that of sisters. In her haste, Zhou Shi forgot that their closeness did not extend to the matriarch or the count's family. Before exiting, Shun Wanchu unconsciously cast a lingering glance at the composed Xie Lingyao, feelings of resentment bubbling within her. Her cousin, a figure of ethereal grace, was truly to be wed. If only she had been born a few years earlier, Xie Lingyao could. So why not her? Xie Lingyao caught a glimpse of Shun Wanchu's still youthful figure and suppressed her own rising anger. The girl was too young to conceal her feelings, and Xie Lingyao could not miss the jealousy flickering in her eyes. As the royal favor was lavishly displayed, the rewards from the palace arrived just before the banquet commenced. The matriarch, adorned with her title, received gifts not only from the queen, but also from the Empress Dowager, underscoring the royal family's closeness to the Jiang clan, evoking envy among all present. The matriarch beamed with joy after the midday feast. Xie Lingyao initially thought she could return to the Wutong residence for a restful respite, but the matriarch arranged for her to accompany the Jiang sisters in engaging conversation with the visiting ladies from the distant branch of the Jiang family. During this time, Fei Yun rushed in to see Xie Lingyao, only to be noticed by Jiang Yufei, who promptly inquired, "Is there something that elder brother wishes to convey?" Fei Yun replied with a smile, "The young master instructed me to check whether Miss Xie has been drinking." As soon as she spoke, laughter erupted in the hall, causing Xie Lingyao to blush deeply. They all remarked on Jiang Shiqi's cold demeanor yet warm heart, noting his thoughtfulness, while Xie Lingyao felt her face burn with embarrassment. It was not genuine care, but merely a fear that she might embarrass herself in public. At last, the evening banquet concluded, and guests began to depart. The Jiang family members busied themselves with farewells, and Xie Lingyao, weary, prepared to return to Wutong residence for a much-needed rest. However, Jiang Yufei pulled her aside. "Dear Yao Yao, do not forget what you promised me today." "I haven't forgotten. I will inquire for you tomorrow." "That won't do," Jiang Yufei pleaded. "Just tonight, please." Xie Lingyao widened her eyes in astonishment. "Is there truly such urgency now? I heard many are pouring drinks for elder brother tonight. If he gets drunk and forgets today's affairs, how shall we inquire?" Xie Lingyao smiled helplessly. "If he is already drunk, what can I ask him?" Jiang Yufei hastily explained, "I asked Zhang Mao, and he said elder brother has a good capacity for liquor. He is merely slightly unsteady on his feet, not entirely drunk. I fear if he sleeps, he might forget everything. Please, dear Yao Yao." Xie Lingyao's eyes flickered. What if Jiang Shiqi had indeed drunk too much? If he were to lose his composure? Remembering how he had repeatedly brought up her drunken episode, Xie Lingyao felt invigorated, her fatigue dissipating. "Very well, I shall go." The moonlight was exquisite that night, casting a silver glow across the sky. While it did not illuminate the world brightly, it allowed shadows to be discerned, preventing anyone from stumbling. Today, Xie Lingyao was accompanied by Huan Xia. Due to her loquacious nature, and the personal implications of the matter. Xie Lingyao chose not to bring her along to Haohan Pavilion, providing a casual excuse to send her back to Wudong residence. As before, upon her arrival at Haohan Pavilion, Xie Lingyao was warmly invited inside. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that renovations were underway throughout the pavilion. Even the garden's flora had been disturbed. Fei Yun, having received news, hurried out to greet her. Miss Xie, the young master has just finished bathing and headed towards the study. I do not know his exact whereabouts at this moment. Please wait a moment while I send someone to find him. Jiang Shiqi preferred solitude and did not like being attended to. Although he was within Haohan Pavilion, Fei Yun could not ascertain whether he had entered the study or was merely passing that way. No need. I shall find him myself. Is that convenient? Xie Lingyao mused. If he were to be found sprawled on the ground inebriated, it would be a wasted effort if she was not the first to discover him. Yet, Jiang Shiqi was remarkably diligent, even inebriated, still heading toward the study. Fei Yun's spirits lifted instantly. Of course, per Zhang Mao's instructions, we should allow them to be alone. Fei Yun handed Xie Lingyao a small, delicate glass lantern. Miss Xie, please watch your step to avoid tripping over loose stones or weeds. Xie Lingyao accepted the lantern and casually asked, Is Haohan Pavilion undergoing renovations for some purpose? Fei Yun winked at her. Of course, it is to welcome the new lady of the house. Xie Lingyao inhaled deeply, somewhat taken aback by the Jiang family's grand preparations. As she made her way toward the study, her gaze remained fixed on the ground, eagerly anticipating a sight of Jiang Shiqi in a disheveled state. Regrettably, even as she approached the study, she found no trace of him. Upon reaching the door of Jiang Shiqi's study, she knocked gently but received no response. Pushing the door, she found it locked from the outside, indicating he was not within. The expansive Haohan Pavilion felt eerily quiet, with few attendants around. Though not a naive girl, Xie Lingyao did not particularly enjoy the dark. Retracting her hand from the door, she turned to leave, only to notice a lounge chair set outside the study. Jiang Shiqi had one long leg draped over the armrest, a hand cradling his head, lying there quietly. It was unclear whether he was asleep or merely resting. Xie Lingyao thought it peculiar that he would choose to lie outside when a bed was available. Carrying the lantern, she stepped in front of Jiang Shiqi and gently nudged his arm. Jiang Shiqi, are you drunk or asleep? In a daze, Jiang Shiqi opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Xie Lingyao, who stood illuminated by the gentle moonlight. She was enveloped in a soft glow, her hair dancing in the night breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the lunar palace. He gazed in a trance, momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality, between past lives and the present. Yao, you have arrived. Chapter 60. The truth of the past. Xie Lingyao felt a jolt throughout her body. Yao, such a distant appellation. The two had once shared an intimate moment, though fleeting, yet Xie Lingyao had treasured those fragments for a decade. At that time, he called her Yao. She referred to him as husband. Xie Lingyao placed the glass lantern into the crevice of the pavilion's railing, almost forcefully pressing it against Jiang Shiqi's chest. Wake up and rise. I have matters to inquire of you. Jiang Shiqi's eyes flickered, his consciousness slowly returning. He had consumed considerable alcohol, while not utterly intoxicated. His mind was far from clear. It took effort for Jiang Shiqi to sit upright, one hand massaging his temples, his voice a low murmur. The night breeze is chilly, and you are dressed lightly. I shall have Fei Yun fetch you a cloak. The scent of alcohol clung to Jiang Shiqi's breath, and Xie Lingyao had seldom witnessed him in such discomfort. No need. I am not cold in the least. However, just how much have you drunk? Jiang Shiqi himself could not recall the quantity consumed, only that they had incessantly toasted to his impending marriage, and he had not wished to decline the drinks, downing them one after another. Not much. Please proceed with your matter. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Lingyao continued, I have come to inquire about an individual. Among those who drank with you today, who is the gentleman clad in a crescent white robe, adorned with a silver hairpin? Seeing Jiang Shiqi merely gaze at her in silence, Xie Lingyao waved her hand before his eyes. Are you truly intoxicated or merely pretending? Jiang Shiqi grasped the bothersome hand, pulling Xie Lingyao onto his lap, one hand gripping her waist to prevent her from moving, the other gently resting on the nape of her neck, both his gaze and tone exuding a sense of danger. Xie Lingyao, we are to wed in half a month. Do you not think it excessive to seek out another man in the middle of the night? Xie Lingyao felt quite uncomfortable with their intimate position, attempting to struggle free but was held tighter by Jiang Shiqi. He was both learned and martial, and while he appeared slender in clothing, Xie Lingyao had witnessed the firm muscles beneath. With his determination unyielding, Xie Lingyao, a frail woman with hardly any strength, was no match for him. Not wishing to quarrel with the drunken man, Xie Lingyao hastily clarified, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. I am inquiring on behalf of Yu Fei." Jiang Shiqi instantly loosened his grip, his expression softening, yet he still did not release her. "Yu Fei has good taste. That is Zhang Yu, the second son of the Minister of Justice from the Zhang family. He is a fine young man, yet unengaged. If she fancies him, let her discuss it with her second aunt. Such matters are not for us to meddle in." Xie Lingyao's eyes brightened. Jiang Shiqi's keen insight assured her of the truth. "Excellent. I shall convey this news to Yu Fei at once." Jiang Shiqi restrained her again, stating calmly, "No rush, go tomorrow." Although Jiang Shiqi had committed the audacity of entering her chamber at midnight, apart from that incident involving the medicine, he had not acted recklessly towards her. Xie Lingyao could distinctly sense his departure from his usual self. Perhaps it was due to the alcohol, making him bolder than usual. "Then, I shall return to rest. Stay with me for a while." Observing that he made no further advances, and having shared everything in their previous lives, she felt less inclined to maintain decorum. A silence enveloped them. "Jiang Shiqi, in our past life, why did you kill Bai Chun?" The abruptness of Xie Lingyao's inquiry nearly caught Jiang Shiqi off guard. After a moment of stunned silence, he spoke of another matter. "In truth, aside from Zhou, we never conceived any other children." Xie Lingyao's heart constricted, disbelief washing over her as she gazed into Jiang Shiqi's eyes. "But I exhibited symptoms of pregnancy. The doctor confirmed my condition. How could I not have been pregnant?" "Because Bai Chun poisoned you. The poison mimicked the symptoms of pregnancy to lure you into seeking nourishment. Yet the poisoned individual grows weaker with every supplement until depleted, ultimately leading to death." A chill coursed through Xie Lingyao. If Bai Chun had indeed poisoned her, then the doctor she had consulted was undoubtedly unreliable. Why? Why would she poison me? I have treated her well all these years. Xie Lingyao found it hard to accept that her trusted maid had turned into a predator. She had thought Bai Chun merely sought personal gain, never considering that she would dare to endanger her life. Had she known, she would not have allowed her to escape that day. Bai Chun has always been under the influence of your stepmother. The poison she administered was by her command. It is no wonder that the year after Bai Chun's death, your stepmother, Huang, met with a sudden demise. In retrospect, it seems to bear the hallmarks of Jiang Daren's methods. Yet why would Huang, so far away, take the risk to kill her? Xie Lingyao felt a mix of fear and confusion. "Why? Did you not tell me this back then?" Jiang Shiqi lowered his gaze, his tone laced with self-mockery. "Initially, I had no intention of hiding it from you, but you chose to believe a dubious doctor over me. I felt there was no longer a need to explain. Regardless of my actions, you would deem them wrong." Xie Lingyao recalled how, after Bai Chun's death, she had nearly gone mad, hurling harsh words at Jiang Shiqi. Believing she had lost a child, she was engulfed in despair. Even now, knowing the truth, the memories of her torment made her throat bitter. Thus, Xie Lingyao finally posed the question that weighed most heavily on her heart. What of Mama Li? Having lost her mother at a young age, Li Mama was not only her mother-esque confidant, but also her personal caretaker. Xie Lingyao had always relied on her as a maternal figure. The sudden loss of Li Mama felt akin to losing her mother once more. Xie Lingyao vividly remembered that morning when Li Mama had vanished. She had inquired with many, who stated that Li Mama had quarreled with Shun Wanchu at the entrance. By nightfall, only Li Mama's lifeless body had returned. Jiang Shiqi had claimed that Li Mama, being elderly, had fallen down the stairs and died on the spot. Yet Xie Lingyao did not believe him. She sought to uncover the truth, but Jiang Shiqi insisted on obstructing her. The more Jiang Shiqi resisted, the more Xie Lingyao felt that Shun Wanchu was involved. In the end, even without evidence, she remained convinced that Li Mama had been harmed by Shun Wanchu, and that Jiang Shiqi's actions were merely to protect her. Chapter 61. A kiss on the forehead. Jiang Shiqi regarded the woman whose anxious expression betrayed her unspoken longing, and warmth surged within him. She yearned for an answer that diverged from her expectations, a revelation he had yet to grant. Jiang Shiqi had always been earnest, yet tonight, he craved a moment of levity. Having endured numerous injustices at the hands of Xie Lingyao, he sought some form of recompense. He took her hand, pressing his lips against the corner of her mouth, his gaze darkening. "I am somewhat fatigued and not inclined to converse." Xie Lingyao felt a sudden heat at her fingertips, instantly grasping Jiang Shiqi's intent. In that moment, He resembled a mischievous sprite. She averted her eyes, resolutely withdrawing her hand. You speak first. The use of first was intriguing, akin to a tacit agreement or a promise. Had it not been for the fact that Granny Li was alive and well, she might have genuinely pondered whether to share the truth with him. Granny Li had met with misfortune on the road to Chuzhou, where a falling rock struck the horse drawing their cart, causing it to rear wildly and overturn. Granny Li was flung from the carriage and sustained fatal injuries. As Jiang Shiqi's words lingered in the air, tears cascaded from Xie Lingyao's eyes, landing upon his hand. So it was that she had inadvertently played a role in Granny Li's demise. Granny Li, being of advanced age, seldom ventured far. The reason she journeyed to Chuzhou that day was solely to cater to Xie Lingyao's diminished appetite, coaxing her into eating by any means necessary. One day, Xie Lingyao found herself reminiscing about the oil cakes bought during a visit to an elder of the Jiang family, which had sparked her craving. Upon learning of Xie Lingyao's renewed appetite, Granny Li joyfully arranged for a carriage to procure the treats. Little did she know, it would be a one-way trip. Jiang Shiqi understood the significance of Granny Li in Xie Lingyao's heart. If she were to learn that Granny Li's fate was intertwined with her own actions, the burden would be unbearable. He would rather have Xie Lingyao harbor resentment than live each day mired in guilt. Hatred, after all, compels one to wish the object of their ire to perish rather than themselves. Initially, Jiang Shiqi had entertained the notion that revealing the truth might ease her hatred toward him. However, witnessing her tears unveiled the futility of his well-intentioned concealment. It had brought her neither comfort nor solace. Her pain was palpable, her despair genuine, and her isolation profound. For years, his neglect had been equally real. At that moment, Jiang Shiqi recalled the day Xie Lingyao had been intoxicated, vehemently declaring her hatred for him. She had every right to despise him. From her perspective, she had been compelled to marry a man she did not love, who had caused her to lose a loyal confidant and a devoted caretaker, not to mention a child. I am sorry. They spoke the same words in unison, each aware of the reasons behind their apology. Jiang Shiqi felt his heart race at the sight of her tears. With a gentle pull, he turned her to face him, using his thumb to tenderly wipe away her tears. Though Xie Lingyao appeared fragile, a stubborn core resided within her. Despite their countless quarrels in a past life, she had never easily shed tears, as if doing so would diminish her strength. Yet, Xie Lingyao's tears flowed abundantly, and Jiang Shiqi found himself unable to wipe them all away. He mused that he was indeed quite intoxicated. As his consciousness dimmed, he realized he had kissed the corner of Xie Lingyao's eye, causing her to freeze in fear, too startled to cry or move. What are you afraid of? Jiang Shiqi chuckled softly. What have we not done before? Xie Lingyao retorted, her voice muffled. That was in our previous life. In this life, we are not yet married. Jiang Shiqi leaned his heavy forehead against hers, burying his face in her neck. His hot breath, laced with the scent of wine, made her shiver involuntarily. Jiang Shiqi, you are drunk. Let me go. I will find someone to help you back to your room. Help me, he insisted. Xie Lingyao firmly declined. No? We are not married yet. How can I enter your bedroom? Then accompany me to the study to retrieve something. Fine. But you must release me. Xie Lingyao found herself awkwardly perched upon Jiang Shiqi, a position that felt scandalously intimate. If anyone were to see, she would surely die of embarrassment. After a considerable time, Jiang Shiqi finally released her, and she hastily scrambled off him. With little patience, she helped him to his feet. What could possibly be so urgent that it must be retrieved now? Jiang Shiqi mischievously leaned his weight against her. After a struggle, they made it to the study, where Xie Lingyao unceremoniously dropped him into a chair and lit a few candles to illuminate the room. As she turned back, she found Jiang Shiqi reclined against the chair, his striking features lowered, eyes closed, as if he had succumbed to slumber. Observing him, Xie Lingyao felt a swirl of emotions. The misunderstandings between them could not simply be resolved to rekindle love. Years of conflict and estrangement had drained their marital bond. Even if they were to start anew, Xie Lingyao instinctively felt trepidation. The lofty Jiang family intimidated her. The heart that once beat fervently for love now struggled to feel anything at all. Pull open the second cabinet on the left. Jiang Shiqi suddenly spoke, startling Xie Lingyao so much that she nearly dropped the candle she held. She set it down and followed his instructions, retrieving a slender box from within. Now can we return? Jiang Shiqi lazily opened his eyes as he accepted the box, revealing a translucent jade hairpin of exquisite craftsmanship. Rising unsteadily, He circled around Xie Lingyao and delicately inserted the hairpin into her glossy dark tresses. Xie Lingyao stared in astonishment at his actions. Is this, for me? The more intricate designs are beyond my current skill. I will craft something else once I am proficient. Xie Lingyao's eyes widened as she gingerly removed the hairpin from her hair. Did you make this yourself? Jiang Shiqi's warm gaze lingered on her astonished expression, a smile gracing his lips. Do you like it? Xie Lingyao, holding the hairpin, felt a tumult of emotions and did not respond. Jiang Shiqi stepped closer, playfully tugging at a strand of her hair to inhale its fragrance. With the desk behind her and the tall Jiang Shiqi before her, she found herself trapped. Do you like it? This time, Xie Lingyao nodded eagerly, exclaiming, I like it. After deftly retrieving the hairpin from her fingers and placing it back into her hair, Jiang Shiqi wrapped his arms around her entirely. That is wonderful. I must return to Wutong residence. If I linger too long, Granny will worry. Jiang Shiqi feigned deafness to her words, greedily embracing her warm, soft form. Jiang Shiqi, are you listening to me? In response, he tightened his embrace. Xie Lingyao, caught in his unyielding grasp, stood upright, reluctantly accepting his affection. However, Jiang Shiqi's daring nature grew insatiable. A mere embrace could not satisfy a man who had suppressed his desires for years. Before she realized it, he had effortlessly lifted her and placed her upon the desk. Forgive me. Xie Lingyao blinked, her heart quickening at the ominous tone of his words. After all, the last time Jiang Shiqi had been involved with traditional medicine, Xie Lingyao stared in terror at the approaching figure of Jiang Shiqi, her body tense and immobilized by the man's restraint. A fleeting warmth graced her forehead, only for Jiang Shiqi to step back. Let us go. I shall escort you out. He turned, exercising restraint as he opened the study door, the cool breeze clearing his mind somewhat. Upon returning to Wudong residence, Xie Lingyao, after freshening up and lying in bed, retrieved the jade hairpin that Jiang Shiqi had just given her from beneath her pillow, lost in thought. She mused that tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Chapter 62. Shun Wanchu's visit. Xie Lingyao spent a restless night, tossing and turning. And it was only after being urged 2 or 3 times by Mama Li that she reluctantly extracted herself from the warmth of her bed. Just after finishing her morning grooming, as she picked up her porcelain chopsticks, Huanxia entered to announce that Miss Shun had come to see her. Xie Lingyao's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting chill passing over her, causing Mama Li to shiver involuntarily. Please have her sit in the parlor. I will join her after breakfast, she instructed. After Huanxia complied and left, Mama Li served Xie Lingyao a bowl of fresh shrimp porridge, hesitating as she inquired, Does Ning Jie dislike that, Miss Shin? Xie Lingyao looked up and smiled radiantly at her, her gaze filled with deep affection. Mama, just focus on eating well and resting well. Do not worry about such trivial matters concerning me. Mama Li shook her head and chuckled. Though I know Ning Jie is growing more independent and no longer needs this old woman-esque concern, I am accustomed to worrying. How can I simply abandon my care? Xie Lingyao pursed her lips and smiled along with her. Since you cannot set aside your worries for me, then do so for a lifetime. I shall not allow you to neglect me. She quickly lowered her head to sip her porridge, concealing the slight flush on her cheeks. This woman had devoted her entire life's energy and attention to her, even more so than to her own 2 sons. In her past life, Mama Li had passed away abruptly, and her 2 sons had traveled countless miles to retrieve their mother's body, leaving without a backward glance. Xie Lingyao understood that they harbored resentment towards her. I ought to worry for both you and your mother for a lifetime, Mama Li said with a cheerful smile, adding 2 plump crystal dumplings to Xie Lingyao's bowl. Hurry and eat, there are guests waiting outside. Xie Lingyao leisurely swallowed the dumplings, rinsed her mouth, washed her hands, and then gracefully stepped into the parlor. Shin Wanchu turned upon hearing her approach. Even though they had met before, Xie Lingyao's exquisite beauty still dazzled her. Suppressing the jealousy rising within her, Shun Wanchu stood up, her face brightening with a lively smile as she called out, Sister Xie. Xie Lingyao took her seat without displaying any additional warmth in response to Shun Wanchu's enthusiasm. In her previous life, when Shun Wanchu entered the household at the age of 16, she had also called her Sister Xie, despite the fact that she should have referred to Xie Lingyao as sister-in-law. Now, at merely 14, Shun Wanchu appeared youthful and innocent, capable of deceiving many with her seemingly naive demeanor. Yet, Xie Lingyao was not among those easily fooled, having endured the consequences of Shun Wanchu's actions before. Noticing Xie Lingyao's aloofness, Xin Wanchu felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for her aunt's words about Xie Lingyao's popularity with her cousin, she would not have willingly subjected herself to this humiliation. Miss Shun, do you seek me for some particular reason? Xie Lingyao's voice was somewhat languid, yet it made Shun Wanchu's heart flutter, as she sensed a hint of coldness in her tone. And no, nothing of great importance, Shun Wanchu stammered. I merely felt a connection after seeing Sister Xie yesterday, so I came to visit, hoping to chat for a while. I hope I have not intruded? Xie Lingyao offered a smile devoid of warmth, patiently observing what tricks Xin Wanchu might attempt. Yet, her words revolved around trivial past events, such as the endless praise from the Zhou family for Xin Wanchu, and how Jiang Shiqi had casually complimented her, which Xin Wanchu had clung to as a cherished memory. Xin Wanchu's attempts to subtly showcase her closeness to Jiang Shiqi only served to confirm for Xie Lingyao that no romantic feelings had ever existed between them. Losing her patience, Xie Lingyao was at a loss for how to dismiss her when Jiang Yufei hurried in, providentially resolving the dilemma with Xin Wanchu. Jiang Yufei frowned at Xin Wanchu's feigned demeanor. What brings her here? Xie Lingyao managed a faint, insincere smile. She claims we hit it off and wishes to chat. Jiang Yufei rolled her eyes, her upbringing preventing her from openly expressing her disdain. Do not be deceived. The Shun family lacks proper morals. This girl may appear amiable, but each time I see her, I sense a weighty disposition. Xie Lingyao felt genuine delight at Jiang Yufei's sincere concern. Fear not, I can discern for myself. But what brings you here in such a hurry? Ning Ning, stop pretending to be oblivious. The two soon engaged in playful banter before settling down with cups of tea. I inquired last night. Jiang Shiqi mentioned that he is the son of Zhang Yu from the Dali Temple, unmarried and unbetrothed. Your elder brother remarked that this Zhang Yu is a fine gentleman, and given that he rarely praises anyone, he must be exceptional. Jiang Yufei blushed, lowering her head as she whispered, what should I do next? Certainly, you must speak to your mother, urging her to arrange for you two to meet. Xie Lingyao replied, feigning a sense of urgency. I have heard that this Zhang Yu is quite sought after. Many families with daughters have their eyes on him. If you delay, you may find yourself watching as he marries another. Jiang Yufei was resolute. Her past infatuation with Hu Jingxi had merely stemmed from youthful shyness, yet after meeting Zhang Yu, she finally understood the essence of love at first sight. I shall seek out my mother at once. Despite her somewhat carefree nature, Jiang Yufei maintained her poise and decorum, quickening her pace while ensuring her hairpin remained steady. Wait, that's not right. Jiang Yufei halted, turning with an enigmatic smile as she approached Xie Lingyao, taking the teacup from her hands. Ning Ning, what did you just call him? Xie Lingyao stiffened, insisting, I merely addressed him as young Master Jiang. Do not feign ignorance. You clearly called him by his first name. Ning Ning, you too, huh? Jiang Yufei disregarded her own concerns, eager to clarify the situation with Xie Lingyao. Initially, Xie Lingyao held a straight posture, exuding righteousness, but suddenly she recalled the kiss Jiang Shiqi had left on her forehead, a tender, lingering, yet restrained affection. Xie Lingyao's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, her confidence wavering. Yufei, you are overthinking. Jiang Yufei, one hand covering her mouth, retrieved a bronze mirror from her pouch, inspecting Xie Lingyao's flushed cheeks. Indeed, I must be overthinking. How odd. Xie Lingyao, I told you, Jiang Shiqi is a disaster. Chapter 63. How fortunately Mama's two sons, named Chu Zhong and Chu Yi, began preparing everything after receiving a letter from her 2 months ago, and have only just arrived in the capital. Xie Lingyao promptly arranged for someone to procure a small courtyard for Li Mama in the capital, allowing her to spend this time reuniting with her sons without worrying about anything else. However, Li Mama refused, insisting that Xie Lingyao, with her wedding approaching, could not neglect her, remaining by her side during the day and only conversing with her two sons at night. Although Chu Zhong and Chu Yi were the sons of household servants, Xie Lingyao treated Li Mama with great kindness, providing her with a generous monthly allowance. Even with frugal living, Li Mama managed to send her two sons to school, though they could not take the imperial examination due to their servile status. Li Mama's intention was never to have them pursue fame. She simply wished for them to learn to read and understand propriety. Because of this decision, Xie Lingyao immediately resolved to have the brothers learn to manage a shop. Warm fragrances were only the beginning. In the future, Xie Lingyao would continue to acquire various properties. And at that time, what she would need most is trustworthy individuals to manage them. After settling Li Mama's family in the morning, Xie Lingyao visited the Su family in the afternoon. Upon seeing her, the matriarch of the Su family felt both comforted and reluctant. Ultimately, she conceded to Jiang Shiqi. Xie Lingyao pursed her lips, simply stating, "It is meant to be." "My dear, Jiang Shiqi came to see me previously. On that day, he delivered a marriage proposal. And I was both surprised and doubtful, yet I still met him. He stood respectfully, sincerely declaring, 'To marry Miss Xie is not for the Xie family's favor, but for my own desire.'" The matriarch was taken aback. "You truly have genuine feelings for her? Or do you have ulterior motives?" He replied, "Madam, I seek only one thing, Xie Lingyao. I hope you can support this." The matriarch scrutinized the tall, handsome young man before her, whose face was filled with sincerity. Having lived for so many years, she could discern between genuine affection and false pretense. Ultimately, among the young men of the capital, none could compare to Jiang Shiqi. "As long as Lingyao is willing, I shall not say more." As Xie Lingyao listened to the matriarch's words, a myriad of emotions surged within her. What should she do about her relationship with Jiang Shiqi? She was determined not to entangle herself in the complexities of the Jiang family's household or in a hopeless romance. Yet, Jiang Shiqi's attitude had grown increasingly ambiguous. Could their prior agreement still hold? "My dear, do not fear. No matter how difficult or treacherous the Jiang family may be, with him by your side, things will surely improve." With him? When had there ever been a him for her? She drifted alone in a vast mansion, facing obstacles and traps, with only an elderly mama dedicated to her well-being. Who could she lean on? "Madam, I am not afraid. If one day it truly becomes unbearable, I would leave everything behind and part ways." Nonsense. What kind of girl thinks about divorce before even getting married? Our Lingyao is wonderful in every way. She is destined for a life of happiness. Xie Lingyao smiled and replied, "You are right. With my mother's blessings from above, I shall surely find peace and joy." The matriarch removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it in Xie Lingyao's hands. "This bracelet is not made of any extraordinary material, but I have worn it for over 20 years. They say that older people possess great fortune. I have lived a peaceful life and perhaps have a bit of luck. Lingyao, take this. I hope your life will also be calm and stable." Xie Lingyao's eyes reddened. Her voice choked with emotion, words caught in her throat. How fortunate she was to receive such care from the matriarch. "In the coming days, go visit the Empress Dowager. She is thinking of you." Xie Lingyao was indeed inclined to do so. Exiting the matriarch's courtyard, she looked up to see Li Zi standing proudly under the corridor. She knew he was waiting for her. Xie Lingyao glanced at Huanxia, who immediately understood and halted with the maid sent by the matriarch. "Young Master Li, it has been a while. How have you been?" Now, confronted with him unexpectedly, Xie Lingyao realized it had been quite some time since she had heard from Li Zi. A hint of bitterness surfaced on his handsome face. "Not well. I returned to the capital yesterday, only to receive the invitation to your wedding with Jiang Darren. You should have realized earlier, with so many in the Ministry of Revenue, why had he alone been sent to Qingqing? It was likely Jiang Shiqi's doing." The renowned Jiang family scion was also capable of employing such tactics for personal feelings, but Li Zi was unsure whether to laugh at him or himself. Return to the capital? Xie Lingyao thought to herself. No wonder Li Zi had not appeared before her during this time. "Miss Xie, I ask you this. Have you changed your mind due to external pressure?" Although Xie Lingyao had been resolute in her decision to break off the engagement, how could she have changed her mind in just a month? Li Zi thought that if Xie Lingyao was truly coerced by Jiang Shiqi, he would abandon everything to take her away from the capital. "Young Master Li, you jest. I marry Jiang Gongzi willingly. He is such an extraordinary person, and I believe no woman could remain unmoved." Xie Lingyao understood Li Zi somewhat, recognizing the stubbornness hidden beneath his gentle demeanor. If he suspected her marriage to Jiang was not voluntary, he would certainly make a scene, to avoid trouble and to dissuade him. She spoke some words that she herself did not know were true or false. Seeing her speak so firmly, with calm eyes, Li Zi could not help but feel despondent. Yet, being inherently kind-hearted, he felt only regret and heartache, without harboring resentment toward Jiang Shiqi's schemes or Xie Lingyao's indecision. If he were to blame anyone, it would only be himself for hesitating and missing the opportunity. Li Zi was not one to linger. He stepped back, bowing to Xie Lingyao. "I understand that in this life, I am fated to have no connection with Miss Xie. I wish you a happy marriage, filled with joy and peace for 100 years." Xie Lingyao returned the courtesy. "Thank you, young Master Li, for your kind words. I also wish you to find a good match soon." Calculating the days, Xie Lingyao recalled that Li Zi's former wife, He Meng, would likely arrive in the capital next autumn. She hoped that in this life, Li Zi would see her goodness sooner and that they would unite early. After their conversation, they fell into silence. Li Zi gazed deeply at Xie Lingyao, then clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. His lean figure appeared solitary and melancholic. With a sigh, Xie Lingyao called for Huanxia and departed. Upon exiting the Su family gate, she found Jiang's carriage awaiting her. Indeed, it was Jiang's carriage. Yet Xie Lingyao had clearly set out in her own. Zhang Mao, riding alongside, dismounted upon seeing the two. My young master happened to pass by the Su residence. Heard that Miss Xie was here and decided to bring you back. Huanxia queried, but our carriage? Then it would be a bother for Miss Huanxia to inform the driver to return to the on his own. With a smile, Zhang Mao sent the honest Huanxia on her way and gestured for Xie Lingyao to enter. Though Xie Lingyao was puzzled about how Jiang Shiqi had fortuitously arrived at the Su family gate, she did not dwell on it. At that moment, what troubled her more was her uncertainty about how to relate to Jiang Shiqi. Chapter 64. Absurd affection. Xie Lingyao stepped onto the carriage. While Jiang Shiqi set down the book he had been reading, an air of unease surrounded him, as though he were preoccupied with troubling thoughts. Had she been crying? Jiang Shiqi's sharp gaze caught the faint hint of red at the corners of Xie Lingyao's eyes the moment he looked up. Despite her resilience, she occasionally shed tears, leaving behind a delicate trace of crimson that stirred a pang of compassion in those who beheld her. It was unfortunate that her porcelain skin rendered her emotions so conspicuous, making it impossible for Jiang Shiqi not to notice. Xie Lingyao, proud and strong-willed, would never admit to such vulnerability. Jiang Shiqi, with a heart burdened, was acutely aware that Li Zi had also visited the Su residence today. Otherwise, he would not have been waiting at the gate with such eagerness. Was it possible that she still held on to her feelings for Li Zi? The thought of Xie Lingyao revealing her softer side in front of another man pierced Jiang Shiqi's heart anew. Why hadn't she worn that jade hairpin? He suppressed the bitterness rising within him and turned his attention to her dark hair, searching for the adornment, only to withdraw his gaze in disappointment. Xie Lingyao raised her hand to smooth her hair. It does not complement my attire, she stated succinctly. Jiang Shiqi fell silent, knowing her love for beauty. She insisted on harmony between her jewelry and clothing before stepping out. Whenever they had important engagements, he often found himself waiting for her for over an hour. Thus, her reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Xie Lingyao struggled to articulate her thoughts clearly to Jiang Shiqi. His feelings were one thing, but she simply did not favor the simplistic style. Today, Shen Wanchu came looking for me. There's no need to meet her. I shall directly expel both her and her mother from the residence. In his previous life, Jiang Shiqi had shown no hesitation in punishing Xie Lingyao for Shen Wanchu's schemes, forcing poison down her throat in front of the Zhou matriarch, leaving her to writhe in agony for 3 days before succumbing. That wicked woman met her deserved end, and Jiang Shiqi felt he had avenged Xie Lingyao. In this lifetime, he vowed to treat Xie Lingyao well, ensuring Shen Wanchu would have no opportunity to exploit her. If Shen Wanchu dared to play her tricks as she had in the past, Jiang Shiqi could not guarantee his own actions. Am I to fear her? He thought. Xie Lingyao, have you forgotten who harmed you in your previous life? I do not understand. While Shen Wanchu may possess a malicious heart, her methods are hardly sophisticated. If you directed half the energy you expend arguing with me towards countering her, you would not fall victim to her schemes. Jiang Shiqi rubbed his temples, contemplating the drastic measures he might take to eliminate Shen Wanchu once and for all, even if she had yet to make any moves in this life. She professes deep affection for you, cloaked in the guise of goodwill, while your mother dotes on her, as if she were her own flesh and blood. What can I say? The more I speak, the more trouble I find myself in, and I can only suffer her wrath. Xie Lingyao's words were sharp and lethal. Deep affection? Jiang Shiqi's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Do you really believe Shen Wanchu has delayed marriage until the age of 24 solely for your sake? Xie Lingyao tilted her head, puzzled. Is it not because she cannot marry anyone but you? Even after lingering in the residence for 8 years without a name, she remains by your side. Even if she wished to, would the Shen family allow it? Xie Lingyao fell silent. The Shen family was driven by greed and would hardly possess the patience to wait for Shen Wanchu to pursue her ambitions. Shen Wanchu clung to the out of desperation. Having lost her purity and unable to secure a good match, she sought to leverage her mother's affection to gain a place, however humble, even as a concubine. Although Jiang Shiqi was the first to capture Shen Wanchu's heart, She understood all too well that neither her background nor her character would ever meet the Jiang family's standards. Jiang Shiqi himself had no affection for her. She stood no chance of remaining by his side. After losing her virtue, she was unwilling to lower herself. Seeing Zhou's warm treatment of her, Shen Wanchu was prepared to gamble, feigning deep emotion in the hopes of creating a rift between Jiang Shiqi and Xie Lingyao, thus seizing her opportunity, even if she could not become the primary wife. Being a favored concubine in a noble household would surpass being a legitimate wife in an ordinary family. Moreover, serving such a man as Jiang Shiqi was a prospect she willingly embraced. Yet, even the title of concubine was one Jiang Shiqi would not grant her. Xie Lingyao felt her mind was faltering. She struggled to speak. Are you trying to deceive me? Shen Wanchu is clearly infatuated with you. How could she possibly? Meeting Xie Lingyao's astonished gaze, Jiang Shiqi felt a sense of helplessness. Shen Wanchu, in her pursuit of a higher marriage, willingly offered herself, only to be deceived and lose her virtue. It was desperation that drove her to cling to me. She is inherently promiscuous. During her time in she frequently ventured out for clandestine meetings. If you had only observed her more closely, you would not have fallen for her deceit. Xie Lingyao was left agape, realizing that what she had believed to be a steadfast bond was, in fact, a complete ruse. In Jiang Shiqi's eyes, Xie Lingyao was sharp-tongued and astute. He could not comprehend how she had been so easily misled by Shen Wanchu's clumsy lies. Much of this information was relayed to me by Bai Chun. If there were issues from the onset, then the truth of her words must be scrutinized. I fear little of it can be trusted. As Xie Lingyao regarded Jiang Shiqi, the bitter hatred she had held upon her rebirth had dissipated. Since the past was intertwined with misunderstandings, she resolved to view her previous life as nothing more than a foolish dream, choosing not to dwell on who was right or wrong. After all, their mutual disdain had ultimately stemmed from their own shortcomings. Shen Wanchu had merely served as a catalyst for their conflicts. Two mismatched individuals could never truly come together. Jiang Shiqi could not fathom how easily she had been deceived, yet Xie Lingyao understood all too well. In their marital relationship, she had always occupied the weaker position, perpetually waiting and hoping, often with a hint of trepidation. She believed Jiang Shiqi's agreement to marry her was born of obligation rather than love. Thus, her interactions with him were often tinged with guilt and inferiority. She had never fully grasped the essence of Jiang Shiqi's affection. She was unaware of what true love looked like. Consequently, when Shen Wanchu emerged in their lives, she instinctively believed Jiang Shiqi would inevitably be drawn to her. Is Bai Chun truly the only one you can trust? I may have misplaced my trust in her, but at that time, with Li Mama aging, I had no one else of use but Bai Chun. Jiang Shiqi instinctively knitted his brows. Since Xie Lingyao's marriage to him, the number of attendants in the vast residence had multiplied fivefold, even leading to a sense of overcrowding. He had always thought that Xie Lingyao had taken it upon herself to cultivate her own trusted circle. Jiang Shiqi, who preferred solitude and despised being scrutinized, had never questioned Xie Lingyao's arrangements. The attendants in the vast residence. Xie Lingyao replied with a wry smile. Many were forced upon me by your mother and several other aunts. I was too busy hiding and evading them to dare employ their services. Jiang Shiqi felt as though he had been struck in the chest. No wonder Xie Lingyao never allowed unfamiliar maids and servants to attend to him near his study. He had previously thought she was merely sulking and deliberately keeping them away. Being accustomed to solitude, he had never minded the absence of attendants and had never delved deeper into the matter. Xie Lingyao's days at the Jiang residence seemed far from the splendid and leisurely life he had envisioned. Chapter 65. The arrival of the Xie family in the capital as anticipated by the young lady, Bai Chun loitered outside for a while, believing she had evaded our surveillance before returning to Jianzhou. Little Wu and Little Wen stealthily followed her and witnessed her return to the Xie residence, from which she did not emerge again. Granny Li was filled with rage and remarked, "It appears that Bai Chun is indeed one of her people. What remarkable patience she possesses, burying such a deep scheme right beside you. If it weren't for Bai Chun's greed leading to her slip at the Jiang family, and if she had remained by your side for long, who knows what calamity it could have brought in the future." Xie Lingyao took a sip of tea, calming the irate Granny Li, and began to analyze the situation coolly. With two sons at her side, who are quite favored by their father, why would Huang go to the trouble of placing someone like Bai Chun beside me? What could be her objective? What else could it be? Granny Li retorted. Isn't it simply because she cannot stand to see you flourish? However, Xie Lingyao held a different perspective. In her past life, Huang had dared to take such significant risks, instructing Bai Chun to poison her directly within the, which must have been driven by an insurmountable reason for wanting her dead. But what could that reason be? Xie Lingyao pondered what path she had obstructed for Huang. Her father and mother shared a tenuous bond. He had taken Huang as his wife merely a year after her mother's passing. Over the years, due to Xie Lingyao's engagement with Jiang Shiqi, her father had treated her decently, not out of affection but from a desire to preserve her beauty, fearing that any misfortune might ruin her only chance to ascend to the Jiang family. Deep down, he genuinely cared only for the two sons he had with Huang. In the entire Xie family, the only thing worth contending for was the vast family estate, yet Xie Lingyao had never coveted it. Given her father's evident bias, it would undoubtedly never fall into her hands. The Xie family had 3 children in total. Apart from her, the other 2 had emerged from Huang's womb. No matter whom her father intended to pass the family legacy to, it was of little concern to Huang. Xie Lingyao found herself utterly perplexed. Huang lacked a compelling reason, an inescapable justification for wanting her dead. Meanwhile, a luxurious ship departing from Jianzhou was swiftly making its way towards the capital. On board were none other than the 4 members of the Xie family, who were en route to attend the wedding banquet. Xie sat cross-legged on a cushion, dozing off. Huang glanced at him several times, yet held her tongue. "Speak your mind," Xie finally said, opening his eyes and giving her an irritated glare. "Your stare is practically boring holes into me." Huang fiddled with the jade bracelets on her wrist, expressing her displeasure. "You know the Jiang family looks down upon our Xie family. It's enough for you and me to attend the wedding. Why drag the children along? They'll only be subjected to disdain, and it's not good for their spirits." Xie huffed in response. "Is this what you call a woman's perspective? Jiang Shiqi holds a significant position in court now. As long as Zhao Yu and Zhao Jing can secure his recommendation, they could easily find a respectable role in the capital, far better than their current situation. What does dignity matter? Can it be eaten? One must bend when necessary. Heads must bow when required." Huang scoffed, unable to resist retorting, "You speak as if being an official is so wonderful. Why did you abandon your official post to pursue commerce back then?" Xie shook his head and sighed deeply. "You cannot fathom the advantages of being an official." Having spent over 20 years as a young master in the capital, he was well aware of the esteem and respect one earned, though he was indeed skilled in business. Once he had amassed sufficient wealth, he began yearning for power. Our Huang family has thrived in commerce for generations, and not a single official has emerged from our lineage. So naturally, I am unaware of the benefits of holding office. Your calculations are sound, but it also depends on whether your daughter can secure a good match to pave the way for the 2 children. Huang's sarcastic remarks irritated Xie. He had sufficient confidence in Xie Lingyao's beauty, yet he understood that Jiang Shiqi was no ordinary man and would not be easily swayed. However, he remained optimistic that as long as Xie Lingyao successfully married him, Jiang Shiqi would surely be considerate of her and assist her 2 brothers. After another day, they finally arrived in the capital. As the ship slowly approached the dock, Xie stretched lazily and exited the cabin first. From a distance, he noticed that only Xie Lingyao and a couple of familiar servants had come to meet them, which immediately chilled his heart. "It's over. Jiang Shiqi truly doesn't regard her highly," he thought. "The future father-in-law has traveled such a long way to attend their wedding banquet. Yet Jiang Shiqi can't even be bothered to come and greet us alongside Xie Lingyao." With this thought, Xie expression immediately fell. Huang, however, felt quite pleased. Zhao Yu and Zhao Jing disembarked and spotted Xie Lingyao in the distance. "Miss, I think I see father." Huanxiao rubbed her eyes, somewhat bewildered. Xie Lingyao was holding a list to verify the fabric and paused at the remark. According to the timeline, they should have arrived a few days ago, but she had not received any word. Granny Li followed Huanxiao's gaze and gasped, "Oh no, it really is them." Xie Lingyao expressionlessly folded the list and tucked it into her sleeve. Casting a glance at Granny Li, she immediately understood to instruct the crew of the ship sent by Lu Chun to unload the cargo without carelessly rushing over to find Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao approached the group with Huanxia. "Why is it just you?" Before she could even steady herself, Xie Chun's reproachful voice reached her first. Who else could it be? Upon meeting Xie Lingyao's cold gaze, Xie Chun felt his authority wane. How is it that in just a few months, my daughter seems to have changed in some way? Huang seized the opportunity to chime in, her tone laden with reproach. "Naturally, it's about our new son-in-law. Is Jiang Gongzi truly that busy? Your father-in-law and mother-in-law have traveled so far, yet he doesn't even care to show his face? Xie Zhaojing glanced at Xie Lingyao's slender figure and felt a pang of sympathy for her. Father, mother, it's windy by the river. Let us not stand here talking. We should find an inn to settle down first. Huang huffed disdainfully at Xie Zhaojing's suggestion. Stay in an inn? Lingyao, do you hear the foolishness your brother spouts? We, the Xie family, are connected to the Jiang family. How could we possibly stay in an inn? Seeing Xie Lingyao silent, Xie Chen grew anxious. If they were truly barred from entering the Jiang residence, it would be evident to all that the Jiang family did not take them seriously. In the future, they would not only be unable to leverage the Jiang family's influence, but would also be reduced to a laughingstock. You've been in the capital for several months, yet you Haven team managed to secure Jiang Shiqi? If you can't even handle this, what can we expect from you? All these years, we've provided for you well. Xie Lingyao's gaze turned icy. If we're to assign blame, should it not rest upon my mother? With the skill to ensnare my father less than 100 days after my mother passed, why not pass on such knowledge to me? Otherwise, I could have ensnared Jiang Shiqi into a frenzy, and whatever you desired, he would have willingly offered. Rogue. Both Xie Chen and Huang were filled with indignation, yet with so many people around, they could not act against Xie Lingyao. Xie Zhaoyu, dissatisfied, stepped closer to Huang and lifted his chin to look at Xie Lingyao. Sister, you are increasingly lacking in decorum, so rebellious and ill-tempered. No wonder the Jiang family looks down upon you. Ah Yao, why didn't you wait for me and came here first? The members of the Xie family turned their heads towards the sound, only to behold an extraordinarily distinguished young gentleman approaching with measured strides. The aura surrounding him was formidable, and his attendants followed closely behind, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, causing passers-by to hastily step aside. His inscrutable gaze fell upon Jiang Zhaoyu. Clearly having overheard his remarks, Xie Zhaoyu's heart raced, a wave of unease washing over him, as he instinctively sought his father's assistance. Xie Chen, feeling a mix of joy and trepidation, quickly stepped forward and respectfully addressed him. Young Master Jiang. Chapter 66. The considerate Jiang Shiqi bypassed the obsequious Xie Chen and stepped before Xie Lingyao, shielding her with a protective stance. Xie Yaoyao, gentle and graceful, was a treasure to Jiang. It was indeed his fortune to have her as a wife, and the Jiang family held her in high regard. Never had they looked down upon her. Within Jiang Shiqi's current facade lay a seasoned statesman who had navigated the treacherous political waters for over a decade. Despite his unyielding demeanor, an inexplicable chill emanated from him. Xie Chen, initially taken aback, soon felt elated. Jiang Shiqi, proud and aloof, openly defended Xie Lingyao, indicating he held her in some esteem. Yes, the child is young and speaks thoughtlessly. I beg you, young Master Jiang, do not take offense. Xie Chen, unrelenting, struck the oblivious Xie Zhaoyu hard on the back, admonishing. At your young age, you should not speak so disrespectfully. Apologize to your elder sister at once. Madame Huang instinctively sought to defend her son. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Shiqi's imposing presence, she ultimately fell silent, allowing Xie Zhaoyu to be roughly forced by Xie Chen to bow and express his contrition to Xie Lingyao. Elder sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me and do not hold it against me. Despite harboring resentment, Xie Zhaoyu reluctantly yielded. Xie Lingyao had long grown accustomed to fighting her battles alone, and now, being shielded by Jiang Shiqi without reason. She felt an unexpected sense of ease as she observed the unfolding drama. Xie Chen, who cherished his younger son like a precious jewel, had doted on Xie Zhaoyu since childhood, indulging his arrogance. Despite countless instances of disrespectful remarks aimed at her, Xie Chen had always attributed them to the child's youth, never reprimanding him, but instead blaming Xie Lingyao for her lack of tolerance and understanding. Yet now, due to Jiang Shiqi's intervention, Xie Chen's demeanor shifted from his usual amiable self to one of sternness as he insisted on an apology. Xie Lingyao found the situation both ironic and absurd. Increasingly disgusted by Xie Chen's hypocrisy, how could a man of such noble character as her grandfather have sired a son so sycophantic and unprincipled? Truly, good bamboo can yield bad shoots. You know you are in the wrong, thus you must accept punishment. Disregarding your father's diligent teachings, you shall kneel before his chamber tonight and reflect upon your actions. Xie Lingyao's smile was warm and affectionate, yet her words were harsh and unyielding. How can this be allowed? The child is delicate. How could he endure a night exposed to the cold dew? Madame Huang's voice rose sharply, unwilling to subject her precious son to such hardship. Moreover, On what grounds did Xie Lingyao impose punishment upon him? Suddenly meeting Xie Qin's furious gaze, she softened her tone and awkwardly chuckled. Lingyao, Xiaoyu merely spoke thoughtlessly. He has apologized, and as an elder sister, you ought to be more magnanimous. She discreetly cast a suggestive glance at Jiang Shiqi, implying that if she were to be so harsh with her own kin, it would lead others to perceive her as calculating and lacking in generosity. Madame Huang felt a pang of satisfaction, believing Xie Lingyao would refrain from further reprimanding Xie Xiaoyu to avoid incurring Jiang Shiqi's displeasure. I perceive that it is not Xiaoyu who is confused, but rather his mother. Such disrespectful words were once a daily refrain from him. I had assumed he merely spoke them at home, and thus chose not to pursue the matter. Yet now, to speak so in public, it is not merely a slight against my honor, but a blemish upon the reputation of the entire Xie family. Xie Lingyao's eloquence left Xie Qin's face darkened with shame. Xie Xiaoyu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "You were the one who first spoke of mother. What did I say about her?" Xie Lingyao retorted lightly, leaving Xie Xiaoyu at a loss for words, for her assertion was indeed the truth. Jiang Shiqi lowered his gaze. Observing Xie Lingyao's sharp retorts, his heart softened. How delightful it was that her barbs, when not aimed at him, could provide such relief. The very sharpness that had once intimidated him now offered a sense of comfort. She knew how to defend herself. While it is a matter concerning the Xie family, I shall refrain from interference. However, I must caution that Xie Yaoyao is frail and cannot withstand the chill of the night air. Perhaps it would be best for you to board the carriage first, and we may deliberate afterward? Xie Qin's beard trembled as he seized Xie Xiaoyu by the ear, insisting, "Lingyao is correct. This rascal will not learn unless he is punished. He must kneel." Jiang Shiqi nodded and glanced at Zhang Mao, who had been waiting nearby. The entourage accompanying Jiang Shiqi promptly organized the Xie family's belongings, swiftly loading them onto 2 carriages. The Jiang family's display was grand. 5 carriages adorned with crimson tassels had arrived, along with Jiang Shiqi's own, totaling 6. 20 well-armed guards and servants accompanied them, all impeccably attired, riding imposing steeds with an air of grandeur. The rest of the Xie family was directed to board the carriages in an orderly fashion, with Xie Lingyao naturally escorted to Jiang Shiqi's carriage. As the lengthy procession began to move, Xie Lingyao finally inquired, "Did you intercept the letter from my father?" Jiang Shiqi, amidst his busy schedule, had personally come to escort the Xie family, and Xie Lingyao, sensing the situation, understood the implications. "Indeed. Why? You never wished to meet them. And considering your stepmother's intentions toward you, why put yourself through the ordeal of this journey?" Jiang Shiqi expressed a tinge of regret, lamenting that had he known there would be another opportunity, he should have clarified why Madame Huang sought to harm Xie Lingyao, rather than responding in kind with poison. "Yet you too do not desire to see them. Why then subject yourself to this grand display?" Jiang Shiqi's character, seemingly detached from worldly affairs, was unexpectedly engaged in such matters, a fact that left one astonished. "My stance towards the Xie family reflects the Jiang family's regard for you. While I am indifferent to others' opinions of me, I do not wish for them to see the Jiang family as belittling you." Xie Lingyao opened her mouth, ultimately managing to utter, "Well, you are indeed quite considerate." Jiang Shiqi could not help but smile. He would strive to be even more considerate in the future. Madame Huang had long resided in Jianzhou, believing the Xie family to be the epitome of luxury. Though she had heard of the splendor of the capital, it felt distant. She assumed that the treasures of the world were similar, and the nobles of the capital, no matter how extravagant, could not be vastly superior to the Xie family. However, upon entering the Jiang residence, she realized how narrow her perspective had been. The expansive estate exuded opulence at every turn, each step bringing new astonishment. Compared to the grand halls of the marquisate, the Xie residence seemed scarcely worthy of even being a side estate. When she first encountered Jiang Shiqi, her ignorance had emboldened her to engage in banter with Xie Lingyao. Now, standing before Jiang Shiqi, she feared her legs would give way. The servants of the marquisate were well-trained and diligently attending to their duties. Upon seeing Jiang Shiqi and Xie Lingyao, they respectfully bowed and greeted them as young master and Miss Xie. Following Jiang Shiqi, Xie Qin felt for the first time that he could stand tall in the capital. Witnessing the servant's deference to Xie Lingyao, he sighed in relief. It seemed his daughter truly possessed some talent, having not only captured Jiang Shiqi's attention but also earned a commendable reputation within the Jiang household. Thus, the Xie family's return to the capital was surely just around the corner. Chapter 67. the aunt unseen for many years, though Xie Lingyao now resides in the Jiang residence. The matriarch insists that the customary betrothal ceremony must not be neglected. Otherwise, it would lack the necessary grandeur and fail to demonstrate the Jiang family's esteem for Xie Lingyao. In recent days, the matriarch has come to understand that since the marriage to Xie Lingyao is a foregone conclusion, it would be more fitting to host a lavish wedding banquet, thus enhancing the Jiang family's reputation for gratitude and acknowledgement. Furthermore, as they had earnestly sought to bring Xie Lingyao into their family, it would be only just to treat her with the respect she deserves. Consequently, it was arranged to settle Xie Lingyao in a villa located in the western part of Jiang City a day in advance, while the wedding procession would elegantly circle back to the Marquis's residence along Jinhua Avenue, lending an air of splendor and prestige. However, Jiang Shiqi opposed this arrangement. Having heard of it from Su's family, who also disapproved, they candidly expressed that the Jiang family, fixated solely on their own grandeur, was unduly placing the bride in a villa, which felt rather oppressive. The Su family proposed instead to host her temporarily, allowing the Jiang family to fetch her from their home. The matriarch of the Marquis's house also disagreed, asserting that the Su family had no blood ties to the Xie family, and thus had no right to see Jiang's granddaughter-in-law wed from their home. As the Xie family was not a party to anger, they opted to remain silent. With the wedding only 3 days away, all preparations were in place. Save for this matter, which required the Empress's decisive intervention. She sent word that Xie Lingyao would marry directly from the palace. Such an honor left not only others astonished, but also Xie Lingyao herself in a state of bewilderment. The Jiang family collectively gasped in surprise and braced themselves for the occasion, elevating the already grand wedding into a celebration that promised to be the most jubilant and opulent event in the capital in nearly a decade, aside from royal weddings. In the days leading up to the event, every corner of the Jiang residence was adorned with crimson silk, creating a vibrant and festive atmosphere, with all the inhabitants wearing smiles of joy. As Xie Lingyao gazed at her wedding gown, which had been prominently displayed by Mama Li, a surge of emotions washed over her. Her fingers traced the uneven embroidery, each stitch a product of her own handiwork, imbued with her youthful dreams and aspirations. Regrettably, she felt a sense of betrayal towards her past self. The marriage she once eagerly anticipated had ultimately devolved into turmoil. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Jiang Yufei, who had rushed over to see Xie Lingyao after breakfast, upon hearing that she would enter the palace the next morning. Upon entering the room, she found Xie Lingyao lost in thought, staring at her wedding gown. With a casual grace, Jiang Yufei linked her arm with Xie Lingyao's and rested her head on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid, dear. We women are all destined to marry. Though your elder brother may seem a bit aloof, he is kind-hearted and will never let you suffer." Xie Lingyao felt no fear, merely a sense of confusion. Her heart wavered. What was she to do? "Did you embroider this gown yourself?" Jiang Yufei asked. Xie Lingyao's voice was tinged with nostalgia as she murmured, "Yes, I did." Jiang Yufei lifted her head to gaze at Xie Lingyao's delicate profile. "You must have had hopes of marrying your elder brother back then." Jiang Yufei knew that Xie Lingyao was not particularly fond of needlework, yet her determination to complete the gown by hand indicated her initial delight in this union. However, the reasons behind Xie Lingyao's subsequent resolve to withdraw from the engagement remained a mystery. The fleeting smile on Xie Lingyao's face vanished, and she deftly changed the subject, pointing to a small wooden box on the table. "What delightful treasure have you brought for me?" Jiang Yufei opened the box to reveal a charming ceramic doll, its round figure captivating. In an instant, Xie Lingyao recognized it as a replica of one she had crafted. The doll's attire identical to what she had worn on her first day at the Jiang residence when playing in the snow. "That day was truly our first time playing together, yet it felt as though I had known you in a past life. For I felt an immediate kinship upon our meeting." Xie Lingyao cradled the ceramic doll in her hands, unable to part with it. "Perhaps we were indeed friends in a previous existence," she mused. Seeing Xie Lingyao's genuine delight, Jiang Yufei exclaimed, "Once you have the time, take a portrait of your elder brother to the shop and have a doll made in his likeness. Placing the two dolls together would be delightful." Understanding Xie Lingyao's busy schedule, Jiang Yufei did not linger long. Exchanging playful banter before leaving, reassured that Xie Lingyao was marrying into the family rather than leaving it, and soon she would truly belong to the Jiang family. Mama Li, along with the busy Xia, was preparing the items to be taken to the palace, while Xie Lingyao sat by the window, lost in thought. Soon, someone arrived with a message, announcing a visitor by the surname Su. Xie Lingyao nearly dropped the ceramic doll in her hands, hastily rising to head towards the door. Her mother also bore the surname Su. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw a woman with gentle features, who, upon catching sight of Xie Lingyao, quickly welled up with tears. Ningjier, the sensation of blood connection was peculiar. Despite not having seen her aunt for many years, her visage had long blurred in Xie Lingyao's memory, yet with a single glance, recognition struck. Aunt! Xie Lingyao nearly leaped into her embrace. Su Yun, gazing at her niece, who bore a striking resemblance to her unfortunate sister, could not help but cry as well. The two wept together for a considerable time before regaining their composure. Once inside, Xie Lingyao personally served tea to Su Yun, her voice still carrying the echoes of her tears. Aunt, what brings you here? Su Yun accepted the tea, her affectionate gaze sweeping over her radiant niece. A smile that could not be contained gracing her lips. What? You did not wish for your aunt to come? No, how could I? I'm completely taken by surprise. I had no news of your arrival. I should have gone to fetch you. Moreover, her aunt had not attended her wedding in her previous life. I had no inkling of your impending marriage until your future husband specifically sent someone to escort me to the capital, Su Yun continued, her laughter brightening the room. At first, I thought they were frauds, but fortunately, they presented the Marquis' token, and I was not so forgetful as to have forgotten your early betrothal to the Jiang family. Otherwise, I would not have dared to follow them. Xie Lingyao's heart raced momentarily. Was it Jiang Shiqi? It was commendable that he remembered her previous expressions of wanting to meet her aunt. Regardless, the fact that she could see her aunt meant that this marriage had no lingering regrets for her. Su Yun lovingly patted Xie Lingyao's hand, exhaling deeply. Previously, I struggled to accept this marriage, thinking that the noble family would disdain our merchant background, and you would suffer in your new life. Now, seeing how attentive your future husband is towards you, I can finally feel at ease. Rest assured, I will no longer permit myself to be wronged. Su Yun, oblivious to the no longer in Xie Lingyao's words, continued to pour her heart out, anxious that her niece might face hardships in the Marquis' residence. Xie Lingyao smiled, carefully absorbing every word, even though she had learned many of the lessons through her own tribulations. Yet, she still yearned to hear her aunt's motherly admonitions. However, Xie Lingyao suddenly noticed that Su Zhaojing bore a slight resemblance to her aunt. Chapter 68. The wedding night, Xie Lingyao spent a day in the palace. Yet she found not a moment's respite. The Empress Dowager had grown increasingly fond of her, and with the absence of joyous events in the palace, she sought to indulge in the festivities surrounding the wedding, instructing the palace maids to prepare meticulously. Although Xie Lingyao's bridal attire had long been ready, the Empress Dowager remained unsatisfied, summoning several ladies from the Palace of Internal Affairs to enhance the preparations further. Before dawn broke the following day, the maids tasked with her beautification roused her from slumber. From bathing to dressing, each step was intricate and laborious, leaving Xie Lingyao feeling utterly exhausted. Her beauty was unparalleled, and the maids, rare witnesses to such splendor, devoted themselves to selecting the most fitting adornments for her. Sleepy-eyed, Xie Lingyao struggled to keep her eyes open, only to awaken fully as the commotion outside grew louder. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she observed the enchanting features of her face, her skin fairer than snow, and her figure resplendent in the dazzling wedding attire. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she grasped the reality of her impending marriage to Jiang Shiqi once more. She had thought her heart would remain untroubled on this day, yet the auspicious words of the matchmaker echoed in her ears, and the sight of vibrant red silk decorations stirred something within her, igniting a warmth in her chest. As the auspicious hour approached, Xie Lingyao was supported by the matchmaker and surrounded by a throng of palace maids and ladies as she approached Jiang Shiqi, who was adorned in equally festive garb. Through the delicate veil, she caught a glimpse of his robust silhouette. He approached with steady steps, taking her hand from the matchmaker and placing it within his warm grasp, while his other hand tenderly encircled her slender waist, guiding her toward the bridal sedan chair with utmost care. Under the watchful eyes of the Empress Dowager, nearly everyone was aware that Jiang Shiqi's marriage to Xie Lingyao was a gesture of gratitude from the Jiang family. Many still harbored doubts about whether Jiang Shiqi truly wished to wed a merchant's daughter. Yet, witnessing the typically aloof Jiang Shiqi, now softened in gaze and smiling, filled the onlookers with quiet admiration. It was only Xie Lingyao, a beauty unmatched in the realm, who could stir the heart of the composed Jiang Shiqi. Once Xie Lingyao was settled in the bridal sedan chair, she noticed a delicately wrapped oil paper package tied with a slender red silk ribbon on the soft cushion. Lifting the veil, she unfastened the ribbon to reveal an assortment of her recent favorite treats, rose pastries, accompanied by a small silver fork. Without needing to ponder, she knew who had prepared this thoughtful gift. She discreetly drew back the curtain of the sedan chair and, through a narrow gap, glimpsed Jiang Shiqi's impressive figure atop his steed. Sensing her gaze, he turned back, but only met the tightly veiled sedan chair. Xie Lingyao lowered the curtain, contemplating her next move, and cautiously sampled a few pastries. Having risen early, she hadn't had a chance to eat or even drink water, and her hunger outweighed any concern for maintaining an elegant demeanor. As the auspicious time for the ceremony approached, Jiang Shiqi came to escort her to the main hall. After they exchanged vows, she was guided into the bridal chamber while he attended to the guests. Xie Lingyao sat on the wedding bed, uncertain how long she had been there, when she heard footsteps approaching. Initially, she had wished to remove her veil and lie down for a moment of rest. Yet the presence of numerous matchmakers and maids had compelled her to remain seated, waiting. Upon finally hearing movement outside, her heart leaped with joy. Whoever it was, as long as they could rescue her from her current predicament, would be her savior. "Young Master Jiang, why have you returned at this hour?" The matchmaker exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jiang Shiqi, who should have been entertaining guests. Jiang Shiqi noted Xie Lingyao's visibly tense demeanor, and his thoughts drifted back to a similar moment in a past life. That day, he had consumed too much wine, and when he returned home, his beloved wife had been struggling under the weight of her opulent headdress. Under the Empress Dowager's directive, Xie Lingyao's headdress had been adorned with lavish jewels, making it even heavier than before. Concerned for her comfort, Jiang Shiqi hurried to see her. The matchmaker, noticing Jiang Shiqi's eyes glued to Xie Lingyao, realized that the groom could no longer wait. With a sly smile, she presented a jade ruby and began to recite auspicious phrases in a loud voice. Unconsciously holding his breath, Jiang Shiqi reached for the jade ruby and lifted her veil. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by her captivating beauty. She sat quietly on their wedding bed, surrounded by vibrant red, her skin a striking contrast of pure white. Xie Lingyao blinked in confusion, wondering why Jiang Shiqi had lifted her veil so soon. This was not how the ceremony was meant to unfold. Jiang Shiqi, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, donned his bright red wedding robe with an elegance that suited his handsome features perfectly. Their eyes met, each captivated by the other, until the matchmaker interrupted with 2 cups of ceremonial wine, breaking their gaze. A crowd had gathered at the door, all eager to witness the couple, with Jiang Yufei at the forefront, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Under the scrutiny of so many, Xie Lingyao finally felt a genuine sense of shyness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ignoring the commotion outside, Jiang Shiqi enveloped her with his ample sleeves, shielding her from prying eyes. After they shared the ceremonial wine, the onlookers finally dispersed. Normally, guests would create a ruckus in the bridal chamber, but the affluent families often skipped this step to avoid any potential embarrassment. The maids tidied up and gradually exited, closing the door behind them with thoughtfulness. Once the last of the guests had departed, Jiang Shiqi locked the door and joined Xie Lingyao at her side. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. "Not really," she replied, her stiff neck turning slightly. "I am quite heavy." No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Shiqi's hand found her nape, deftly removing one hairpin after another. Finally, the heavy headdress was lifted and placed neatly on the vanity. Only then did Xie Lingyao take a moment to survey their new room. It was the same chamber she had inhabited in her previous life. Yet the furnishings were entirely different, though not unfamiliar. Each piece was arranged according to her past preferences, including the 2 enormous wardrobes, 2 custom-made reclining chairs for comfort, and a vanity that had been specially designed with additional mirrors to accommodate her needs. Many small details she could scarcely recall had been replicated by Jiang Shiqi. Chapter 69. A fresh start. I had initially intended to completely cleanse the past, to replace the old furnishings with new ones for you. Yet, I hesitated. Recalling your meticulous nature, once accustomed to something, you would be reluctant to part with it. Jiang Shiqi approached the window and opened it, retrieving a food box from outside, which he gently placed on the table, unveiling 3 exquisite dishes. Xie Lingyao stood before the dressing table, her fingertips gliding over the bronze mirror. Locking eyes with Jiang Shiqi's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, feeling flustered. It was remarkable that the usually preoccupied Jiang, ensnared in the struggles of political power, could remember such trifles. Indeed, The rumors of Jiang's exceptional memory were not unfounded. Even though hunger gnawed at him, he took a few bites. Otherwise, restful sleep would elude him. Beneath the flickering red candles, they sat facing each other in silence, the only sound being the delicate clink of silver chopsticks against the bowls. Jiang Shiqi held a cup of tea, his gaze intently fixed on Xie Lingyao's moving lips. "Jiang Shiqi," Xie Lingyao exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she set down her chopsticks. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Despite her efforts to ignore him, she could not escape the persistent, intrusive gaze, nearly biting her tongue several times in frustration. Suddenly, Jiang Shiqi smiled, a gentle and candid smile that Xie Lingyao rarely witnessed on his face. She momentarily froze, memories of their beautiful past flooding her mind. Back then, Jiang Shiqi would often smile at her, though most of the time, he remained aloof, like a cold pine atop a mountain that she dared not approach. A surge of anger welled within her. She could never decipher the thoughts of this man before her. Despite her repeated warnings to herself not to concern herself with Jiang Shiqi's intentions. Yet, she found it impossible to suppress her curiosity. Her voice turned icy. "Am I amusing to you?" "No, I am delighted. Xie Lingyao, I have finally married you again." His voice was gentle and melodious. Yet Xie Lingyao felt genuinely startled. After a moment, she slightly parted her lips, murmuring, "You're drunk." Jiang Shiqi, usually composed and restrained, revealed more emotion today. Although Xie Lingyao began to sense his growing affection for her, she still doubted the depth of his feelings. Moreover, she could not comprehend the origins of his affection, preferring to believe that he found it troublesome to seek someone new. Or perhaps it was for the sake of Zhou. She thought of Zhou, a good child, wise and sensible. Both she and Jiang Shiqi cherished him dearly. In an instant, Jiang Shiqi's figure closed in, his handsome face mere inches from hers, forcing Xie Lingyao to lean back to evade him. "I have not touched a drop of alcohol." Xie Lingyao's delicate nose twitched, being so close. She detected no trace of wine, only the pleasant fragrance that lingered about Jiang Shiqi. He understood her sensitivity to unpleasant odors, which was why, during the matriarch's banquet, he had arranged with his troublesome colleagues and friends to postpone the drinking to their wedding night, allowing him to return home early today. "Then why are you speaking nonsense?" she retorted, trying to escape his breath brushing against her neck. Jiang Shiqi was aware of Xie Lingyao's penchant for feigning ignorance, yet today he could not indulge her. "Every word I utter comes from the depths of my heart. To be your husband once more fills me with joy." Xie Lingyao felt a rush of embarrassment as she withdrew, her beautiful face still etched with astonishment. She had never seen this side of Jiang Shiqi before. It felt remarkably foreign. "Jiang Shiqi, I do not understand why you have suddenly developed feelings for me in this lifetime." "Xie Lingyao, I have not suddenly liked you." Jiang Shiqi's voice was low and hoarse as he pressed closer, backing her against the dressing table. "Sometimes, I truly wonder if you possess any feelings at all." Trapped, Xie Lingyao found her waist against the table, her only option to raise her hands defensively against Jiang Shiqi's approach. He seized her wrist, compelling her to meet his sorrowful black eyes. "From the beginning, whether in this life or the last, my heart has always belonged to you. Even when our marital bond weakened, my resolve remains unwavering." Xie Lingyao gasped, taken aback. Had Jiang Shiqi ever truly cherished her? His heart seemed wholly consumed by the court, leaving her with scant moments of his attention. At times, she felt less like his wife and more like a mere plaything he entertained when he had the time, leaving her to endure the long, lonely nights alone. Loneliness and desolation had long been her companions. Xie Lingyao believed that genuine affection should naturally inspire companionship and devotion. Yet, she had never experienced such warmth from Jiang Shiqi. "If you truly cared for me, how could you take Zhou from my side and entrust him to the matriarch for upbringing?" Initially, Xie Lingyao thought Jiang Shiqi had been swayed by Shenwanqiu when he took Zhou from her. However, upon realizing there was no connection between them, she understood. Jiang Shiqi likely believed that a merchant's daughter, raised by a stepmother, could not bear the responsibility of nurturing the heir of a marquisate. With a sudden sigh, Jiang Shiqi's tone grew heavy. "You devoted yourself day and night to Zhou, never leaving his side, unwilling to rest. I was unaware of your misunderstanding regarding my relationship with Shenwanqiu. I only heard from the doctor that your health was poor, if not properly cared for post-delivery. It could shorten your life. Hence, I entrusted Zhou to my grandmother for several years, hoping to mend our marital bond while allowing you some respite." Regrettably, Xie Lingyao had not appreciated his intentions at the time, growing increasingly distant instead. In retrospect, I realize I overstepped and deprived you and Zhou of precious moments. I apologize. Despite believing he could see through others, Jiang Shiqi had inadvertently pushed away the one he cherished most. Xie Lingyao bit her lip. Was it truly so? Xie Lingyao, shall we start anew? Jiang Shiqi held her tighter, a hint of insecurity in his grip, as if fearing she would slip away again. Do you remember the conditions under which I married you? Xie Lingyao's tone was firm, shattering Jiang Shiqi's hopeful expectations. I remember, he replied, his voice strained, suddenly lacking strength. Barely able to grip her wrist. His striking features fell, enveloped in a melancholic aura that struck Xie Lingyao's heart. Feeling a pang of compassion, she softened her tone. You must give me some time. Your words today are rather abrupt. Her thoughts were jumbled, her mind a whirlwind. Jiang Shiqi squinted, pulling his head down to rest on Xie Lingyao's shoulder. Take your time, just don't leave me alone. Xie Lingyao shrank her neck, hesitant to move, startled that Jiang Shiqi would utter such vulnerable words. Chapter 70. A soft-hearted individual. Xie Lingyao nestled beneath the vibrant crimson quilt, observing Jiang Shiqi as he awkwardly squeezed himself into the nearby armchair, covered only by a thin, soft blanket. Her heart softened, and she finally relented. You may stay here tonight. I shall arrange for a larger, more comfortable couch for you tomorrow. A gleam of realization flickered in Jiang Shiqi's eyes. He had not anticipated that she possessed such tenderness. His shirt collar was slightly open, and with a long stride, he effortlessly lay down on the outer side, displaying an air of nonchalance. It had been ages since he could share the same bed with Xie Lingyao. Now, lying beside her, inhaling her unique fragrance, and feeling her warmth enveloping him, Jiang Shiqi felt content. Even if Xie Lingyao's heart remained elusive, he was grateful to guard her day after day. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Xie Lingyao had expected difficulty in falling asleep with Jiang Shiqi by her side. Yet, before long, her consciousness began to fade, and in less than a quarter of an hour, her breathing steadied as she fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Shiqi turned to face her, extending his hand but hesitating to touch her, fearful of waking her and being unceremoniously banished from the bed. He gently twirled a strand of her dark hair around his finger and, unable to resist, placed a soft kiss on the tip of that strand before succumbing to sleep himself. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Jiang Shiqi emerged from the inner chamber to find Xie Lingyao dressed in a light pink garment, facing the couch, wielding a sharp dagger, and gesturing towards her fingers with a look of deep distress. Alarmed, Jiang Shiqi swiftly approached her from behind, deftly snatching the dagger from her grasp. Do not play around. Without a drop of blood, how can we fulfill today's obligations? Xie Lingyao had yet to groom herself, her hair cascading lazily down her back, exuding both charm and allure. Jiang Shiqi's gaze inadvertently traced the curve of her forehead down to her slightly open neckline, clearing his throat to mask his muddled thoughts. He set the dagger aside and retrieved an embroidery needle from under the tablecloth. He pricked his thumb to draw a bead of blood, which he then wiped onto the pristine white silk laid upon the bed. Is such a minuscule wound truly necessary? Xie Lingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing Jiang Shiqi had been prepared all along. She felt foolish and recalled their wedding night in her past life, where such measures had not been employed, despite Jiang Shiqi's otherwise temperate demeanor. As the thought struck her, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Shiqi, noticing her reaction, seemed to guess her thoughts, and his hand trembled, his ears turning slightly red. They rose early, and after Xie Lingyao took her time to prepare, they made their way to the hall to greet their elders. Despite their early arrival, the hall was already filled with guests. Following custom, Xie Lingyao respectfully served tea to the matriarch, Lady Zhou, and others. The matriarch, casting a glance at the embroidered handkerchief presented by a maid, sipped her tea contentedly, as if anticipating the arrival of her great-grandchild. Though Lady Zhou harbored ill will towards Xie Lingyao, she could not openly express it in front of so many witnesses. Removing a jade bracelet from her wrist, she feigned concern and offered a few insincere words before dismissing her. Be prudent. Although you are newlywed, matters of state are equally important. His Majesty favors you. Do not become complacent. The matriarch, wary that Jiang Shiqi might be lost in the throes of romance, said, Rest assured, grandmother, I understand the importance. Lady Zhou lowered her voice. Merely knowing is insufficient. Xie Lingyao recognized that Lady Zhou referred to her, yet with no direct accusation, she feigned ignorance. The matriarch's disdain for Lady Zhou was as evident as her disapproval of Xie Lingyao, and the other branches of the family refrained from provoking Xie Lingyao in Jiang Shiqi's presence. For a moment, no one acknowledged Lady Zhou. Feeling the tension, Lady Zhou sipped her tea, meeting Jiang Shiqi's warning gaze, and ultimately fell silent. The matriarch, aware that Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi would soon visit the Empress Dowager, did not linger, even personally instructing someone to prepare their carriage for the palace. Once the couple departed, the ever-contrary Gusher finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Sister-in-law, how is it that you have such a splendid daughter-in-law, yet wear such a sour expression? It seems Shiqi is quite taken with her." Lady Zhou, maintaining a stoic countenance, replied, "Sister-in-law, I was not the only one eager to marry Xie Lingyao into the family. Now that she is here, you suddenly look down upon her. Where's the disrespect in my words? I am merely praising her." The matriarch surveyed her troublesome daughters-in-law, raising her voice slightly. She declared, "Now that Xie Lingyao is part of the family, you must refrain from speaking ill of her. You may all hail from prominent households, but she has the Empress Dowager's backing and is under Jiang Shiqi's protection. She is not someone you can easily manipulate." The women lowered their heads, silenced by the matriarch's words. Indeed, Xie Lingyao enjoyed the favor of the Empress Dowager and the protection of Jiang Shiqi, making her beyond their reach. While lineage was significant, the emperor's grace held equal weight. The case of the Jingyang Marquis' estate served as a cautionary tale. Once favored, a single royal displeasure could lead to their downfall. Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace, kneeling before her to express their gratitude. The Empress Dowager, pleased with their harmonious pairing, waved her hand generously, bestowing upon them numerous gifts. Empty-handed upon entering, Xie Lingyao returned home laden with treasures. Due to the abundance of gifts, their carriage entered through the side gate into the backyard. Passing by the Qing Song Shao Yuan, where the Xie family resided, Xie Lingyao impulsively lifted the curtain, only to witness Huang Shi striking Xie Zhaojing across the face in front of numerous servants. Xie Zhaojing, slender and frail, stumbled back from the harsh slap, colliding with the railing behind him. The servants of the Jiang household paused, unsure whether to intervene. Witnessing Xie Zhaojing's helplessness caused Xie Lingyao an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Without a moment's hesitation, she ordered the carriage to halt and hastily disembarked. She had long heard that Huang Shi favored her younger brother, Xie Zhaoyu, over her elder brother. She had assumed this preference stemmed from Xie Zhaoyu's youth. Little did she know, Huang Shi would treat her elder son with such cruelty, disregarding his dignity. Even she, his half-sister, could not bear to witness such an injustice. Jiang Shiqi, observing the scene, quickly followed suit. Chapter 71. A little brother is not so bad. Xie Lingyao approached and saw that Huang was still intent on striking. She grasped her hand and forcefully pulled it back. "What are you doing, mother?" she demanded angrily. Jiang Shiqi crouched down, personally assisting Xie Zhaojing to his feet, and coldly instructed a servant nearby, "Quickly summon Dr. Qian." The arrogance of Huang instantly evaporated upon seeing Jiang Shiqi. A flicker of panic crossed her face, but she soon regained her composure. "As his mother, what am I not permitted to do? Jinger has erred, and I am merely correcting him. Is it not a mother's prerogative to discipline her son? But where is father?" Xie Lingyao questioned. "Is he aware of how you typically reprimand your son?" Xie Chen was particularly concerned with face. Were he to learn that Huang had struck his son before so many witnesses, he would surely be furious. Seeing Huang falter and struggle to respond, Xie Lingyao scoffed. "Though our family may be merchants, we do not teach our sons that violence is the answer. On the very first day of my marriage, you create such a scene, bringing shame to the Xie family in front of the Jiang family. What is your intention? What can I be at ease about? I am simply disciplining my son. I am unaware of the rules of your Xie family, but in the Huang family, we believe that only through discipline can a son grow to be filial. If a son is not chastised, he will not amount to anything." At that moment, Dr. Qian, who was temporarily residing at Zhang's residence, hurried over. Huang was too late to intervene as he deftly rolled up Xie Zhaojing's sleeve, intending to take his pulse. Jiang Shiqi frowned. The mottled bruises on Xie Zhaojing's arm were clearly the result of someone intentionally squeezing him. "Aya, come here," he called. Xie Lingyao pressed her lips together. Jiang Shiqi privately referred to her as Xie Lingyao, yet before so many, he addressed her as Aya. When Xie Lingyao's gaze met Xie Zhaojing's bruised arm, her pupils contracted. After all, he was her half-brother, and he had always been close to her since childhood. Her heart ached for him. Huang rushed over, quickly pulling down Xie Zhaojing's sleeve, anxiously attempting to help him rise. Jinger is fine. There's no need to trouble the doctor. Whether out of fear or simply being cowed by Huang, Xie Zhaojing appeared dazed, allowing her to drag him around without any resistance. Seeing this, Xie Lingyao's anger surged, and she forcefully pushed Huang away. I will take Jinger with me. When father returns, he can come to fetch him. My son, why should he be taken away by you? Huang exclaimed. Jiang Shiqi pulled Xie Lingyao behind him, declaring, My wife is Jinger's elder sister. Is it inappropriate for him to visit our courtyard? Huang, intimidated by Jiang Shiqi's presence, fell silent. Despite her myriad objections, she had no choice but to allow them to take Xie Zhaojing away. On the very first day of her marriage, Xie Lingyao could not conveniently bring him to Haohan Pavilion, so they all proceeded to Wudong residence. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao, Su Yun arranged for her to temporarily stay there after consulting with Zhou. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Su Yun hurried out and saw the servants assisting a young master inside. She quickly approached. While Dr. Qian was busy with his examination, Xie Lingyao recounted the entire situation to Su Yun. Upon hearing it, Su Yun, despite her deep disdain for Huang, felt sympathy for the innocent Xie Zhaojing. She couldn't bear to look at the bruises covering his arms. How could there be such a cruel mother in this world? At that moment, Su Yun and Jiang Zhaojing were in the same room. Xie Lingyao glanced around and noticed the striking resemblance between them. The injuries are not severe, they are merely superficial, and with some ointment, they will heal completely within 10 days, she remarked. Xie Lingyao looked at the still silent Xie Zhaojing and exchanged a worried glance with Jiang Shiqi. Dr. Qian, why is he still not speaking or looking at anyone? Dr. Qian stroked his beard apologetically. I am only adept at treating physical injuries. The emotional wounds are beyond my expertise. Jiang Shiqi understood. Thank you, Dr. Qian. Please fetch some ointment. Xie Lingyao's relationship with the Xie family was far from amicable. In her past life, after marrying into the Jiang family for 10 years, Xie Chen rarely visited her unless he had a request. The two sons of the Xie family seldom made an appearance. She had never mentioned them, and Jiang Shiqi had always believed there was little affection between the siblings. However, after Xie Lingyao's death in her previous life, upon receiving the news, Xie Zhaojing had arrived in the capital within a week, looking worn and travel-weary, his grief palpable. For someone who typically adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Xie Lingyao's willingness to intervene in the conflict between Xie Zhaojing and his mother indicated that she indeed cared for her younger brother. Thus, Jiang Shiqi felt compelled to take action. Jinge? Xie Lingyao approached the downcast Xie Zhaojing and gently spoke. Do not frighten your elder sister. Please tell me what happened. How could your mother treat you this way? Xie Zhaojing merely shrugged his shoulders, his eyes reddening as he bit his lip in silence. Xie Lingyao patiently coaxed him. Has that scoundrel Xie Zhaoyu been bullying you? Speak the truth, and I will seek justice from father. Although he may not listen to me, he will heed your brother-in-law. With him around, we will ensure you are treated fairly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi smirked, realizing that having a little brother was rather advantageous. Jinger, your sister, and I will not allow you to suffer injustice, he assured. Xie Zhaojing still kept his head lowered, his voice weak, but he finally spoke. Sister, may I speak with you privately? Of course. Once they were alone in the Jiang residence, Xie Lingyao inquired, what happened to those injuries? Tears streamed down Xie Zhaojing's face, yet he stubbornly refused to utter a sound. After a long pause, he finally confessed, I do not know. Ever since you left for the capital and father went to Zhengjiang, mother has inexplicably been taking her anger out on me, frequently scolding and punishing me for no reason. I have not changed in any way. She simply finds fault with me. He could sense his mother's growing favoritism towards his younger brother. In his childhood, he would lament over it, but as he matured, he adhered to the responsibilities of being an elder brother and allowed Xie Zhaoyu to take precedence, seldom clashing with him directly. Yet, despite his efforts, his mother remained dissatisfied. He had always excelled compared to Xie Zhaoyu and could not comprehend why his mother favored his brother. Previously, when she reprimanded or punished him, there were reasons behind it, and she rarely resorted to violence. Yet recently, it seemed as if she derived pleasure from chastising him. Half a month ago, after father's return, her demeanor returned to normal. If it weren't for the lingering bruises on his arms, he would have believed those days to be nothing more than a nightmare. Today, while following her home, he accidentally stepped on her skirt and provoked her wrath. Xie Lingyao frowned. She must have lost her senses to react so violently over trivial matters. Stay at Wutong residence for now. I will speak to father about this. No. Xie Zhaojing hurriedly grasped her sleeve. Sister, please do not tell father. Regardless of how she treats me, she is still my mother. Should we simply allow her to mistreat you? Jinger, you are 15 now. It is time for you to learn to stand up for yourself. We cannot let her confine you within these walls every day. Chapter 72. Show your worth. Xie Zhaojing's voice dropped lower, yet he remained obstinate. She is my mother. He was not incapable of resisting. If he merely rolled up his sleeves and tearfully approached his father would undoubtedly scold his mother and forbid her from coming near him, thus sparing him from physical suffering. However, that was not the outcome he desired. He did not wish for a rift to form between his parents because of him, nor did he want his mother to harbor greater dislike for him. Xie Lingyao took a seat opposite Xie Zhaojing, her demeanor subtly radiating an authority and composure not typical of her age. She understood the helplessness and sorrow of Xie Zhaojing. After all, she was his biological mother. To harbor hatred against her would be truly frightening. As her thoughts spiraled, Xie Lingyao's expression softened. Today, you should rest well at Wudong residence. I will ask Dr. Qian to prescribe you a calming remedy. Do not think of anything, just sleep soundly. And as for father, leave that to me, she assured. Huang Shi was not one to remain passive. Before Xie Chen came to fetch Xie Zhaojing, she would certainly confess to mitigate her own faults. Without needing Xie Lingyao to elaborate, he would know everything. As for his attitude, that remained uncertain to Xie Lingyao. Xie Lingyao's voice was not sharp, nor was her tone harsh. Yet after just a few exchanges, Xie Zhaojing felt his emotions settle. Elder sister, he said, a hint of helplessness in his grasp of his fingers. I am sorry for causing you trouble. Fortunately, it seemed that brother-in-law did not mind much. He understood how much the Jiang family valued propriety. Their mother and son's behavior today was indeed somewhat shameful for Xie Lingyao, having lived for over 30 years. Seeing the youthful Xie Zhaojing softened Xie Lingyao's heart. Unable to resist, she gently patted his head. It's nothing. Your brother-in-law has weathered many storms. You won't take your little squabbles to heart. Xie Zhaojing nodded and pulled out a crumpled handkerchief, within which lay a pair of exquisite white jade earrings shaped like magnolias. Elder sister, this is a wedding gift I prepared for you. Glancing at Xie Lingyao adorned in jewels, he felt somewhat inadequate. Xie Lingyao's eyes curved in delight as she removed her own verdant earrings and donned the ones Xie Zhaojing had given her. What do you think? Do they look good? Xie Zhaojing smiled shyly, sincerely replying, Elder sister is beautiful. Anything you wear suits you. Having reassured Xie Zhaojing, Xie Lingyao finally stepped out of the room. Outside, Jiang Shiqi stood motionless beneath the eaves, lost in thought. Although Su Yun was an elder, Jiang Shiqi treated her courteously, yet her distant demeanor startled her. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao emerge, they both approached her. If Huang Chunyan was truly heartless, it was one thing to be cruel to others. But how could she not spare her own son? Xie Lingyao disagreed. She had witnessed Huang Shi tirelessly fanning Xie Zhaoyu under the scorching summer sun, her eyes filled with love and indulgence. She had also seen her, frantic and with blistered lips, staying by Xie Zhaoyu's side during his illness for days without rest. She was undoubtedly a loving mother. Aunt, do you bear any resemblance to my mother? Su Yun was taken aback by Xie Lingyao's sudden inquiry, but she replied, though I emerged from the same womb as your mother, we do not resemble each other much. I take after your grandfather more, while your mother resembles your grandmother. However, you bear a 5 or 6 part likeness to your mother. If she were still here, anyone would immediately recognize you as mother and daughter. Xie Lingyao merely smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Isn't brother Lu Chun returning to Mu City with you soon? Jiang Shiqi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he remained silent. Su Yun nodded, sighing, with summer approaching, we are quite busy. We will not stay long and will soon return. Who knows when we will meet again? Xie Lingyao felt a pang in her heart. When you and brother Lu Qin pass through the capital, please do not forget me and come visit. Jiang Shiqi silently offered his handkerchief, causing the tears that had threatened to spill from Xie Lingyao's eyes to vanish instantly. She would not cry in front of him. By the way, Aunt, could you please convey a message to brother Lu Qin? Tell him I will seek him out the day after tomorrow and ask him to make some time for me. Su Yun nodded, pulling Xie Lingyao closer. Dear, I will take care of this. Do not worry about it. Your husband appears to be turning into a statue. Quickly, go accompany him. Only then did Xie Lingyao realize that Jiang Shiqi was still present. Not wishing to say more in front of Su Yun, she bowed to her before taking Jiang Shiqi's hand and exiting Wudong residence. Once inside the bedroom, Xie Lingyao sprawled languidly on the chair that belonged to Jiang Shiqi. Why are you so free today? Shouldn't you be busy? Jiang Shiqi lifted his robe and sat at the small desk by the window, casually picking up a book to browse through. The only difference in this bedroom compared to the past was the presence of this small table. Jiang Shiqi firmly established his place within. The Ministry of Revenue can function without me. Why must I remain at home? He remarked, with a lovely wife by my side. Why would I wander outside all day? Xie Lingyao lazily turned her head. But you used to stay at home all day. It was common for you to be gone for 3 days, even 5 or 6 days without returning. With a sharp snap, Jiang Shiqi closed the book and approached Xie Lingyao, his towering figure casting a shadow over her, his lowered eyelids scrutinizing her, bringing an inexplicable sense of pressure. I would like to ask someone, what am I returning for? I can accept cold words and harsh treatment, but I have had enough of spending days away, sleeping alone in the side room. Rather than return to suffer, I might as well stay away. Xie Lingyao smirked, awkwardly shutting her eyes to feign sleep. Indeed, she was somewhat unkind towards Jiang Shiqi. She was not a cold-hearted person, but when it came to him, she was like a stubborn mule, refusing to turn back. She would rather harm 800 enemies than suffer 1,000 losses herself. Noticing the rare glimpse of vulnerability in her, Jiang Shiqi gained confidence, sitting beside her on the lounge chair and softly questioning, What? Have you forgotten? Xie Lingyao? Do you intend to sleep directly? Xie Lingyao attempted to turn away, but Jiang Shiqi pulled her back entirely. What has happened in the past is behind us. You said we could start anew. Why do you keep bringing up old grievances? Xie Lingyao took the offensive, her words sharp, yet lacking in true conviction as she pointed fingers at Jiang Shiqi. He paused, then suddenly bent down, enveloping her in a warm embrace, the intimacy of the moment palpable. What have you thought about this matter of starting anew? Xie Lingyao crossed her arms, her body tense, rolling her eyes as she uttered 4 words, show your worth. Jiang Shiqi's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the first time Xie Lingyao had shown signs of yielding. It signified that he had finally taken the first step. Feeling a bit shy, Xie Lingyao shut her eyes again, wishing to avoid the intensity of the moment. Xie Lingyao, I can. Not allowed. Jiang Shiqi restrained her, gently covering her eyes with his hand and planting a kiss on his palm. Can I next time? Silence. Xie Lingyao pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the rapid beating of her heart. It seemed to quicken even further. Jiang Shiqi, with a hint of melancholy, uttered 4 words. There is still time ahead. He and Xie Lingyao had many days to share. He could afford to wait. Chapter 73. To keep or to cast away, Xie Chun had matters to attend to outside the city and would not return for at least a day or 2. Before dinner, the Huang family sent someone to fetch Xie Zhaojing, but Jiang Shiqi's people blocked the way. Since Xie Lingyao had mentioned that her father-in-law himself would come to collect her, he felt it was his duty to ensure her safety. That evening, the two were summoned by the matriarch to dine together. Upon their return, they sat in the room, exchanging blank stares. Jiang Shiqi was often preoccupied, and Xie Lingyao suddenly found it hard to remember how they used to pass the time when he accompanied her. In the vast halls of Haohan Pavilion, aside from the 10 or so servants who had previously attended Jiang Shiqi and the 5 or 6 brought in by Xie Lingyao, there were scarcely 20 people in total, leaving the ample courtyard feeling rather quiet. Earlier that day, after lunch, several other families had sent servants over. Unlike in her previous life, when Xie Lingyao felt compelled to accept them all out of obligation, this time Jiang Shiqi personally intervened to dismiss them. His reasoning was clear, with the emperor now advocating for frugality, and since her mother and aunts had plenty of excess staff, it would be prudent for the Jiang family to set an example by letting some go. This would not only bring peace to the household, but also save on expenses. Once this sentiment was voiced, who would dare send anyone to Haohan Pavilion? Out in the world, appearances mattered greatly. Having fewer attendants diminished one's stature. Thus, despite the evident surplus of servants, no one dared to suggest dismissing any. Jiang Shiqi's words held significant weight in the Jiang household. And if he were to petition the matriarch about this, it would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Consequently, the matter was laid to rest, and no one entertained such thoughts. Save for Zhou Shi. With the external tranquility, closing the doors and windows rendered the interior even more silent. Xie Lingyao could distinctly hear her own breathing. I shall take a bath first, she declared, retrieving a pristine set of clothing before turning to enter the bathing room, only to be halted by Jiang Shiqi's call. The items from Wudong residence have been sent over. Xie Lingyao, holding the garments, nodded in confusion, unsure why Jiang Shiqi would suddenly bring up such trivial matters. "Do you wish to check them?" he inquired. She waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Aunt Li has kept the important items for me. The rest can be considered lost without concern." Jiang Shiqi's expression momentarily stiffened. "Perhaps you might reconsider. There may be something of importance?" "Impossible. I am well aware of my belongings," she replied with unwavering certainty. Jiang Shiqi's gaze darkened, and he chose to remain silent. Xie Lingyao cast him a puzzled glance before stepping into the bathing room, shedding her garments and sinking into the tub filled with warm water, relishing the moment. Time slipped by, and as she began to feel a chill on her shoulders, preparing to submerge further, her eyes widened upon seeing Jiang Shiqi standing by the gauzy curtain, a shadowy figure she had not noticed entering. "Jiang Shiqi, what are you doing standing there?" she asked, startled. "They say a painting was found beneath your bed," he replied. Xie Lingyao paused, recalling the discarded painting, a token from Jiang Shiqi when he first revealed his feelings for her. At 20, he had resolutely confronted his emotions, and that painting symbolized the beginning of his unrestrained affection, a medium through which he resolved to convey his intentions. Yet, she had carelessly tossed it aside. "Oh, I remember now. I was the one who threw it there," she said, her nonchalance striking him as surprising. Jiang Shiqi pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, using the painting roll to part the delicate veil as he approached her, stopping behind her and looking down with an imposing presence. Thankfully, Xie Lingyao had whimsically added petals to the water. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently blinded him. "Why?" He paused, opting for the most straightforward inquiry. "Is my heartfelt gesture so unworthy in your eyes?" Xie Lingyao found his reasoning incomprehensible. She had no intention of engaging him, yet his current position was decidedly unfavorable for her. Weighing her options, she chose to yield. What else could it be? Before Jiang Shiqi could feel disheartened, she continued, "Do not forget, at that time, I harbored many misunderstandings about you. Aunt Li, the death of Bai Chun, and Zhou Er's estrangement weighed heavily on my heart. I was rational enough not to seek your life." Jiang Shiqi lowered his gaze, his fingers skimming the water's surface, his voice soft. "And now, do you choose to keep this painting, or cast it away?" His long fingers created ripples in the water, and Xie Lingyao instinctively withdrew slightly, feeling a surge of tension. Why are you silent? Is the water getting cold?" Jiang Shiqi. With a splash, she reached out, seizing his hand, her expression laced with irritation. "Is your sentiment truly so precious? It is merely a painting. In my previous life, did you ever cherish the pouches and sachets I crafted for you? Can my feelings be belittled while yours remain exalted?" For a fleeting moment, Jiang Shiqi's expression faltered as he struggled to comprehend her words. Had she ever made anything for him? To avoid unnecessary complications, he had commissioned everything directly from the largest embroidery house in the capital. However, there had been a period when the garments he ordered came with small trinkets, which he assumed were mere promotional gifts from the merchant. Though he appreciated them, he had never worn the sachets, placing them in a chest instead, gradually forgetting about them. Could it be that those were indeed crafted by you? He mused aloud, recalling the delicate items. "You mean the sachets and pouches that came with my robes were made by you?" he asked incredulously. "Of course," Xie Lingyao scoffed lightly. "I initially intended to present them to you directly, but fearing rejection and the ensuing embarrassment, I resorted to a more indirect approach. Clearly, you regarded them with disdain." She had never seen him appreciate her painstakingly crafted items, leading her to believe he either disdained her craftsmanship or her entirely. Thus, she had ceased presenting him with gifts. As Jiang Shiqi contemplated the exquisite trinkets, a sense of regret washed over him. No one had ever informed him that those items were her creations. Had he known, he would not have spent years without them. Xie Lingyao fell silent, a sudden realization dawning upon her. "You didn't think those were merely gifts with the clothing, did you?" They exchanged glances, both experiencing a moment of bewildered amusement. "After all, this painting depicts me. If it were to be discarded and found by someone else, it would surely invite trouble. Let's keep it safe for now," she declared haughtily. Her fingers remained tightly grasping Jiang Shiqi's, and he reciprocated, enveloping her hand within his palm. "Very well, we shall keep it." As she raised her hand too vigorously, petals scattered, revealing a glimmer of spring light. Jiang Shiqi's breath hitched, and he quickly averted his gaze, only to find Xie Lingyao's head tilted back, her bright eyes locking onto his as he tried to escape her gaze. Amidst the misty water, the atmosphere between them grew charged with unspoken tension. He was acutely aware of her soft allure, captivating him completely. Xie Lingyao felt the warmth radiating from Jiang Shiqi's grasp on her hand, a sensation that stirred more curiosity than fear within her. If I remember correctly, Jiang Shiqi does not seem to be a person driven by desire. At this moment, what could he be thinking? Jiang Shiqi exhaled a heated breath, his throat undulating. If I were to speak, would you respond? Xie Lingyao raised an eyebrow, displaying a rather unyielding demeanor. Of course not. I merely wish to know what the esteemed Jiang, in this moment of clarity, truly harbors in his heart, matters unfit for public scrutiny. After a prolonged pause, the warmth enveloped her, tinting her cheeks a rosy hue, her eyes and lips glistening with moisture. Other thoughts have yet to surface. Jiang Shiqi released Xie Lingyao's hand, instead caressing the corner of her lips. She then lifted her hand to hold his, her fingertips lightly tracing the back of his hand, causing Jiang Shiqi's spine to tense in response. Xie Lingyao's voice dripped with seduction. If it is merely this, then shall it be as you wish. Is that agreeable? Jiang Shiqi's fingers trembled, his voice a hoarse whisper, catching his breath before mustering the strength to answer. Indeed, that would be splendid. Xie Lingyao's chin was gently lifted, her disordered breath brushing against his face, followed by the warmth of his lips and tongue enveloping her. It was only when the water began to cool that Xie Lingyao, nestled in Jiang Shiqi's embrace, shivered slightly, prompting him to suddenly realize how much time had elapsed. If you do not step out soon, I shall truly freeze to death. Jiang Shiqi exerted a bit of force, biting down on her nearly oversaturated crimson lips. There is plenty of time ahead. Chapter 74. Sudden Doubts the following day. According to custom, Xie Lingyao first went to pay her respects to the old matriarch before visiting the Zhou family. Jiang Shiqi, understanding his mother's temperament, accompanied her on both visits. Zhou, having prepared to create trouble, found her efforts futile in Jiang Shiqi's presence. Seizing the opportunity during the visit to the old matriarch, she subtly accused Jiang Shiqi of being ensnared by Xie Lingyao, wasting his time at home instead of attending to his duties. The matriarch did not even lift her eyelids. Newly wed, and even the emperor showed compassion towards him, sending word to the Ministry of Revenue that, despite being busy, he might find time in 3 days. How could you, as a mother, have any objections? The daughter-in-law heard that the new policies were currently of great importance, and how could Jiang Shiqi not be present? If something were to go awry, the matriarch leisurely sipped her tea, calm and unhurried. After having been my daughter-in-law for 20 years, I know very well what you are thinking. Xie Lingyao has already married into the family. The die is cast. You might as well come to terms with it. If you insist on being calculative, you will only push your son further away. Seeing that her attempts to sow discord had failed, Zhou fell silent, her head bowed in a submissive manner. The matriarch closed her eyes to rest, hoping that she indeed understood the situation. When it came to her beloved grandson and the daughter-in-law she favored least, she would have no hesitation in choosing one over the other. After completing their formalities, Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi walked side by side towards Wudong residence. Jiang Shiqi, tall and long-limbed, easily outpaced Xie Lingyao with each stride, deliberately slowing down his pace to match hers. Upon entering Wudong residence, Su Ying was busy packing her belongings, as she was soon to leave the capital. Xie Lingyao's graceful figure bore a striking resemblance to her sister before her marriage, and for a moment, Su Ying felt as if she were seeing her sister again. You go on with your tasks. I wish to converse with my aunt. If you remain, some matters may not be suitable to discuss, Xie Lingyao said, dismissing her. Very well, should you need anything, simply send for me. If not, I shall come to fetch you later. The two maidservants exchanged glances. Who said their young master lacked compassion? Su Ying had little of her own to carry. The 2 wooden boxes were part of Xie Lingyao's dowry from the Su family. Among Su Ying's generation, there were only 4 children. Xie Lingyao's mother was the eldest daughter, cherished by her parents and beloved by her siblings. Xie Lingyao was their only daughter, and the Su family, caring for her as one of their own, had always kept her in their thoughts despite the distance. Upon hearing of her marriage, they naturally wished to bestow a portion of her dowry. Su Ying handed Xie Lingyao a list, stating, "These are the heartfelt offerings from our family. Though they cannot compare to the treasures your father prepared for you, they will serve as a support. The Jiang family is a prestigious lineage. Even with your husband as protection, a new wife must navigate her place within the household and inevitably spend money for peace. For us women, the more valuable the dowry, the more confidence we possess." Xie Lingyao fell silent, having experienced the fickleness of human relationships in her past life. She had long forgotten the sensation of being cherished by family. It was only now that she realized she had always had support behind her. Since it was a dowry, Xie Lingyao had no reason to refuse it. From Su Ying, she learned that Jiang Shiqi had initially intended to bring her maternal grandparents over as well, but unfortunately, they were unable to travel such a long distance. After discussions, it was decided that Su Ying, being closest to Xie Lingyao's mother, would be the one to visit. After some time spent in conversation, Su Ying suddenly wore a strange expression, pointing towards the room where Xie Zhaojing was located, and lowered her voice. Yaoer, the more I look at that child, the more I feel. Don't you think he bears some resemblance to you? Su Ying nodded, puzzled. I have seen Huang Chunyuan as well. That child resembles neither your father nor his mother, yet he seems to be somewhat like me. Xie Lingyao harbored a bold and peculiar conjecture in her heart, yet it seemed so absurd that she refrained from sharing it with Su Ying. In this vast world, it is not uncommon for individuals with no blood ties to bear striking similarities. Jing unlike his mother and siblings, was kind-hearted and gentle. Having been close to me since childhood, perhaps he shares a sibling bond with me. Perhaps, I too feel a sense of closeness to that child. He is well-mannered and appears quite pitiable. I cannot fathom how Huang could be so cruel to him. Xie Lingyao intended to visit Xie Zhaojing, but the maidservant attending to him informed her that he had taken a calming medicine and would be sleeping for the next few days. Thus, she decided against it. After accompanying Su Ying for lunch, she returned to Haoan Pavilion without waiting for Jiang Shiqi to fetch her. Knowing he was in the study, she chose not to disturb him and called for Mama Li instead. Mama Li had been busy running errands, yet her spirits were high. Now that Xie Lingyao was married, she had one less worry and was able to reunite with her sons, which filled her heart with joy and invigorated her steps. Mama, did the doctor ever explain why my mother had complications during childbirth? Mama Li was taken aback, unprepared for Xie Lingyao's sudden inquiry. The death of the lady was a shared sorrow between them, and no one dared to bring it up. It was said that the intervals between the two pregnancies were too short. The lady's health was already frail and ill-suited for conceiving again so soon. Mama Li's eyes reddened as she spoke. The child was not positioned correctly and suffocated before birth, leading to the lady's severe hemorrhaging, and she passed away on the spot. Xie Lingyao struggled to suppress her sorrow and asked, "Did you see my mother's body?" "I did, but I was young at the time. Upon hearing of her death, I fainted from grief, and by the time I came to, she had already been placed in her coffin." "And the unborn child?" Mama Li burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. "The child was still with the lady who prepared my mother's remains." Upon reaching this point, Mama Li finally realized that Xie Lingyao seemed to be probing deeper than mere curiosity. "Ningjie, oh no, young madam, are you suspecting that there was something amiss with the lady's death? What do you think?" Mama Li carefully recalled the events surrounding the lady's last pregnancy, confirming that there was nothing amiss. There shouldn't be any issues when the lady was pregnant. Several doctors were consulted, and none advised her to carry that pregnancy to term. At that time, she was indeed too weak to bear a child. But the lady couldn't bear to part with it. After all, she was already pregnant, and she couldn't let go. Mama Li was filled with regret, lamenting that she should have dissuaded the lady back then. Given that so much time had passed, Xie Lingyao ultimately did not uncover any useful information. Chapter 75. Absolutely impossible. Xie Lingyao lay in a daze on the small couch, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. She typically had a light slumber, and the moment her body was lifted, her eyes snapped open. Confused, she looked up and realized it was Jiang Shiqi carrying her to the bed. "Have you finished your tasks?" Xie Lingyao had just awakened, her voice still laced with sleepiness. Unlike her usual sharp tone, her words were softer now, much to Jiang Shiqi's delight. "Now that everything has been traversed in my past life, the many endeavors that once consumed my thoughts are now effortless, leaving me with much leisure. It hardly qualifies as being busy." With a yawn, Xie Lingyao felt her body sag slightly and instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Shiqi's neck to prevent him from accidentally dropping her. This kind of treatment was something she had never experienced before. Jiang Shiqi paused for a moment, tightening his embrace. "Why are you so sleepy?" "I have always had the habit of napping in the afternoon. It is simply the time for it." He laid her down on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. "Then continue to sleep. I shall not disturb you." Xie Lingyao turned onto her side and softly murmured in response. However, after a while, she still did not hear his departing footsteps and couldn't help but sit up in confusion. Do you have something else to attend to? Jiang Shiqi pressed his lips together, gazing into her innocent eyes. I too feel a bit drowsy. Xie Lingyao pointed towards the small couch where she had just been lying. Her meaning unmistakable. Go sleep over there. Having been considerate the previous 2 nights due to the narrowness of the chair, Xie Lingyao had permitted him to sleep on the bed, but now that the small couch had been moved into the room this morning, he naturally ought to return to where he belonged. Jiang Shiqi's gaze swept over the small couch, but he chose to feign ignorance. Shedding his outer robe and lying beside Xie Lingyao, the cold small couch could not compare to the fragrant warmth of the bed where his beloved wife lay. Xie Lingyao thought to herself, fine, if he continues to linger, she would soon awaken. She would make it a point to send him away tonight. Noticing that Xie Lingyao had closed her eyes and become still, Jiang Shiqi turned to face her. He was accustomed to a life of early rising and late sleeping, never having taken a nap. Today, the sun shone brightly outside, and Xie Lingyao had cleverly hung layers of gauze over each window to block out much of the blinding light. The room was now dim, and outside, only the distant chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of the breeze could be heard. Xie Lingyao lay peacefully asleep beside him, and a wave of warmth surged through Jiang Shiqi. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He carefully took Xie Lingyao's hand, holding it in his palm, attempting to drift off to sleep alongside her. Jiang Shiqi slowly closed his eyes. In this tranquil and cozy atmosphere, even he, known for his diligence, who had hardly rested during the day since learning to read, began to relax, his body growing heavy, and his consciousness started to blur. Xie Lingyao awoke after a short while and turned her head to discover that Jiang Shiqi had indeed fallen asleep beside her, leaving her utterly astonished. To her surprise, Jiang Shiqi had taken a day to be lazy. She raised her hand, unable to resist tracing the contours of the man's exquisite features. Now that misunderstandings between them had dissipated, they should logically reconcile, yet the question lingered. When had they ever truly been close? Even before Xin Wanshu entered the residence, they had never opened their hearts to one another or engaged in honest discourse. Jiang Shiqi was inherently aloof, and beneath his handsome visage lay a heart that was cold and resolute, something Xie Lingyao had experienced firsthand. Heaven had shown her mercy, granting her a chance to choose anew. Yet she was torn between hardening her heart to forge a different path or following the current and stepping back onto the old road. Xie Lingyao pondered their estrangement, examining the issues that lay between them. Could love truly conquer all difficulties? Yet, deep down, she felt her heart beginning to soften. Her fingers were captured, and she realized Jiang Shiqi had been stirred awake by her movements. What are you looking at? Xie Lingyao feigned calm. You do sleep quite soundly. Jiang Shiqi noticed the flicker in her gaze, and with a sudden impulse, he kissed her fingertips. It seems my lady is quite pleased with my appearance. Caught in the act, Xie Lingyao, in her embarrassment and vexation, spoke without thinking. Indeed, it is a pity that such a visage as yours belongs to you, Jiang Darren. If only some performer in a theater possessed your looks, they would surely earn enough in tips to open a theater in the entire capital. Jiang Shiqi was not so petty as to hold a grudge over this remark, yet upon hearing her words, he involuntarily recalled how she had rewarded that performer named Qing Shan. Jiang Shiqi acknowledged a hint of jealousy. Xie Lingyao had a unique appreciation for beauty, and while she herself was strikingly beautiful, it made her critical of others. In her eyes, few could be classified as attractive. However, she displayed great tolerance towards women, adept at recognizing their strengths, be it beauty, charm, elegance, or grace. All had their categories. Yet with men, her standards were much more rigid, delineating sharply between the good-looking and the unattractive. What had drawn her attention to Qing Shan? Jiang Shiqi pondered as he tried on a few blue robes, but Xie Lingyao clearly disapproved. He hesitated on how to phrase his inquiry delicately, his mind swirling with thoughts. But his lips were far more blunt. What do you think of Qing Shan's appearance? Qing Shan. Xie Lingyao rummaged through her memories for the talented performer. She had seen him only once and could not recall his looks, but she remembered he sang beautifully and that she had even rewarded him. As soon as she finished speaking, a sense of wariness struck her. Why do you suddenly inquire about him? Then she recalled their encounter at the Xiaoyao Tower, where Jiang Shiqi had been furious and had even confronted Jing Yangho. So you rewarded him because you thought he sang well? Why else? Jiang Shiqi was momentarily silent before responding. I too believe he sings well. Indeed, I concur. Yu Fei disagrees with me. Jiang Shiqi pulled her into his embrace. Xie Lingyao could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as she pressed her fingers against his chest. "What are you doing, Jiang Darren?" Noting the lack of displeasure in her tone, Jiang Shiqi replied, "Is it permissible to embrace my own wife?" Xie Lingyao, undeterred, provocatively retorted, "Embracing one's own wife is certainly permissible, but Jiang Darren seems to have forgotten the conditions you agreed upon for our marriage. Today, I am indeed your wife. But tomorrow, that may no longer hold true." After a prolonged silence, when Xie Lingyao finally raised her head, she found Jiang Shiqi grasping her chin, demanding a kiss. Xie Lingyao tilted her head back slightly, and Jiang Shiqi's fervent kiss left her breathless. In her daze, she heard him declare with unwavering certainty, "Divorce is absolutely impossible." Xie Lingyao's mind spun, her lips tingling. Liars. Chapter 76. The appalling breach of promise. Xie Lingyao, despite her meticulous calculations, had never anticipated that the greatest variable would manifest in Jiang Shiqi. The man, known for his decisive and resolute nature, would dare to utter empty promises? Jiang Shiqi had declared, "What concern is my promise made at 20 to the man I am at 30? Fuming, Xie Lingyao lunged at him, biting down hard on the back of his hand, leaving a distinct mark. The following day, she left Jiang Shiqi behind, taking Granny Li and Huanxiao along with Su Yun to seek out Lu Chun. Aware that he had thoroughly enraged her, Jiang Shiqi wisely refrained from approaching her further, allowing her to go. Yet, he bore no regret. Although his conscience nagged at him for deceiving Xie Lingyao, he would choose the same path again, 100 times over. If necessary, as long as she remained by his side, he would gradually demonstrate through his actions that he, Jiang Shiqi, was her destined husband. With various matters demanding his attention, Jiang Shiqi swiftly completed his tasks during Xie Lingyao's absence and instructed Zhang Mao to arrange for a carriage to wait outside the inn where Lu Chun was staying. "My lord, the young mistress has only just left for an hour and a half, and here we are waiting." Zhang Mao observed his master deeply engrossed in a game with himself, holding a black piece, yet hesitating to make a move. Jiang Shiqi, who typically adhered to the principle of decisive action, was inexplicably indecisive at this moment. His thoughts drifted back to a time shortly after his marriage to Xie Lingyao. Although she always wore a smile, it was tinged with an unmistakable hint of forced cheerfulness. Each time he witnessed her smile, he could not help but notice the subtle, deliberate curve of her lips, as if she exerted every ounce of strength to maintain that facade. This sensation was akin to a delicate veil, gently concealing the true emotions buried within her heart, making them elusive to decipher. A twinge of jealousy began to take root within Jiang Shiqi. He was acutely aware of Li Zi's fervent yet restrained feelings for her. And what of Xie Lingyao? Had she been moved by Li Zi, only to be thwarted by him, thus compelled to uphold their marriage contract? Before he could untangle the complexities of her feelings for Li Zi, news arrived that a cousin of Xie Lingyao had come to the capital. The mention of a cousin sparked an instinctive wariness within Jiang Shiqi. Indeed, when Xie Lingyao joyfully prepared to meet Lu Chun, a genuine smile finally illuminated her face. Jiang Shiqi could no longer remain passive. He could not resist delving into their past. Each year, Lu Chun would make a trip to Jianzhou to see Xie Lingyao, regardless of the route he took. Jiang Shiqi's heart sank, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. His newlywed wife harbored feelings for another. As her husband, he should have felt anger and disappointment. Yet, he found himself empathizing with Xie Lingyao's predicament. The young Jiang Shiqi, brimming with youthful arrogance, bore no resentment, yet could not escape the discomfort it brought him. As for the current Jiang Shiqi, his thoughts were deeper, his schemes more intricate. "You are right. I cannot remain idle," he declared, stepping down from the carriage and entering the inn. Zhang Mao, taken aback, sighed deeply, resigned to his fate. After ensuring the carriage was parked unobtrusively, he hurried to catch up with Jiang Shiqi. Xie Lingyao had just finalized some details with Lu Chun when she noticed the evening sky darkening. Not wishing to linger longer, she took Su Yun's hand and prepared to return home. That night, she intended to stay at Wutong residence. She did not wish to encounter Jiang Shiqi, and her aunt was leaving the capital the next day, so she wanted to spend more time with her. However, upon reaching the entrance, she unexpectedly collided with Jiang Shiqi, who approached her in a dignified dark-patterned robe. The man, adept at concealing his emotions, revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes when their gazes met. Was this a chance encounter, or had he pursued her? Xie Lingyao leaned towards the former, doubting that Jiang Shiqi would lower himself to chase after her to placate her. After all, Jiang Shiqi had always been accustomed to being revered. How could he know how to humble himself? In the face of Jiang Shiqi's shameless breach of promise, Xie Lingyao found herself less furious than she had anticipated. Perhaps it was Jiang Shiqi's obstinacy that had inadvertently aided her decision? She struggled to articulate the reasons behind her feelings. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her unwillingness to forgive him, at least not easily. Turning to bid farewell to Lu Chun, she deliberately ignored the advancing figure of Jiang Shiqi. Brother Chun, I heard from my aunt that your wedding is set for the 8th of next month. Regrettably, I cannot attend, but I have prepared a wedding gift for you and your bride. Please take it back with you. Xie Lingyao handed Lu Chun a box containing a jade ruby. Lu Chun accepted it with delight, smiling. Ningjier, you are thoughtful. After the Mid-Autumn Festival this year, I shall return to the capital with my bride, and we can gather together. Xie Lingyao exclaimed in excitement. That would be wonderful. As Jiang Shiqi observed Xie Lingyao's radiant smile in Lu Chen's presence, a shadow flickered across his gaze. Upon hearing them discuss Lu Chen's upcoming nuptials, he felt a sense of relief. Seeing the genuine joy on Xie Lingyao's face, he surmised that perhaps she had begun to let go. Ah Yao, Jiang Shiqi approached her, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and greeting Su Yun and Lu Chun without reserve. Aunt, young Master Lu. Both were taken aback, surprised by Jiang Shiqi's unexpected presence, and exchanged pleasantries. What brings you here? Xie Lingyao, surrounded by onlookers, could not openly push his hand away and had to endure his affectionate embrace. I noticed you had not returned, fearing you might have encountered trouble with your aunt. So I came to find you. Xie Lingyao was astonished. He had specifically come after her. She cleared her throat softly, suppressing her emotions, and replied coolly. In the imperial city, under the emperor's gaze, what trouble could arise? We merely chatted for a while and lost track of time, but we are returning now. Su Yun and Lu Chun exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Xie Lingyao's sudden chilliness. Just moments ago, she had been cheerful. However, seeing the lack of anger on Jiang Shiqi's face, only a hint of tenderness, they assumed it was merely a display of marital affection. On their journey home, Su Yun insisted that Xie Lingyao not share a carriage with her, forcibly sending her to Jiang Shiqi's carriage instead. Ningjier, in a marriage, even minor disputes should have their limits. He has come personally to fetch you. Even if you harbor some resentment, you cannot disregard his dignity in front of so many. Xie Lingyao recognized that her aunt genuinely cared for her, not wishing for her elders to worry, and ultimately acquiesced, reluctantly boarding Jiang Shiqi's carriage. Jiang Shiqi appeared genuinely surprised to see her join him. Chapter 77. He was already mad. I thought you would ride with my aunt, she scoffed. Her gaze filled with disdain, clearly indicating her discontent. I shall inform my aunt that it was not my intention to quarrel with Lord Jiang or to refuse to ride with you, but rather that Lord Jiang's carriage simply cannot accommodate me. Having been married to her for a decade, Jiang Shiqi had learned to gauge her anger through her reactions during their many disputes. If she merely cast a displeased glance, it signified mild dissatisfaction. However, if she stormed into his study, hurling sarcastic remarks, it indicated considerable anger, yet still allowed him the chance to explain himself. The worst scenario was when she acted as if he were invisible, rendering his words and actions utterly irrelevant to her. Thus, at this moment, Xie Lingyao was indeed angry, but there remained a possibility for reconciliation. It seemed that Miss Xie was still willing to board Lord Jiang's carriage thanks to her aunt's intercession. Hence, it would be prudent for her to express her gratitude personally later. Xie Lingyao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiang Shiqi could utter such soothing words. It was well known that he was a man of few words, especially at critical moments. He would rather absorb all her ire than offer even a few words of defense. Once she had vented, he would merely cross his arms and coldly inquire, "Are you done throwing your tantrum?" In such moments, Xie Lingyao often felt like a fool. Her grievances and anger were merely dismissed by Jiang Shiqi as mere antics. It seemed as though all the problems stemmed from her irrational behavior. Observing her bewildered expression, Jiang Shiqi felt a pang of regret, wondering what folly had possessed him in a previous life to believe that a few soft words would suffice to placate this woman, while instead, he had maintained a cold demeanor that ultimately drove a wedge between them. "Stop lingering before my aunt. She tends to worry. We can resolve our matters ourselves," he insisted. "I would gladly resolve them, but you refuse to acknowledge me. Since yesterday noon, you have not spoken a single word to me." Jiang Shiqi's eyes drooped, adopting a posture of grievance. Xie Lingyao inhaled sharply. What, pray tell, was he feeling aggrieved about? Had she not been the one deceived? If you had not deceived me, would I have been angry with you? In the end, you merely took advantage of my isolation, believing that even if you broke your promises, I would be powerless against you. You treat me like a fool, playing with me at will. You have no respect for me whatsoever. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she quickly turned her head, unwilling to show any weakness before Jiang Shiqi. His fingers curled, filled with sorrow. He raised his hand to reach for her, but she evaded him, leaving his hand suspended in the air. "Io," he uttered, his voice thick with anguish. "I acknowledge my selfishness, that I meticulously plotted to have you marry me. Yet, my only desire is to keep you by my side. I cannot bear the thought of the day you would leave me. It is not that I do not respect you. I simply do not know what purpose my life would hold without you." Xie Lingyao was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. Was he implying that he could not live without her? Such desperate words seemed uncharacteristic of Jiang Shiqi, yet every word resonated clearly in her ears, sending tremors through her heart. You have lost your mind," she stammered, astounded. "If you haven't gone mad, how could you utter such nonsense?" "I am indeed mad. The moment you died in my arms, I lost my sanity." Beneath his calm exterior lay a heart steeped in shadows and despair. No one could comprehend the despair he felt when the one he cherished lay lifeless in his embrace, vowing never to marry him in the next life. He thought that was when he had truly lost his mind. What dignity, what principles could matter in her presence? All he desired was Xie Lingyao. Her heart stirred. At that moment, she genuinely recognized Jiang Shiqi's feelings. He was such an enigma, and she had been unable to grasp the depth of his affection. She had assumed that even if he harbored some sincerity, it would amount to little. Now she realized that a man of few words could conceal such profound emotions within. "What if I am determined to leave?" she asked, rendered speechless. "In my lifetime, to hear those words from you is indeed a rarity. Even the unflappable Lord Jiang can find himself at a loss. For everything else, I can devise a solution, but when it comes to you, Xie Lingyao, I truly do not know what to do." What could he do? If she insisted on departing, could he imprison her, bind her against her will? Xie Lingyao's stubbornness surpassed that of a mule. The more he pressed, the more she resisted, and in the end, he would lose her completely. Xie Lingyao pressed her hand against the bite mark she had left on Jiang Shiqi's hand. "So, you mean to say that I am difficult to deal with?" Noticing her shifting attitude, Jiang Shiqi let out a sigh of relief, seemingly unconcerned about the pain. "It is I who am difficult. In this lifetime, I have entangled myself with you." She withdrew her hand, reproaching him. "Had you spoken half as sweetly in your previous life, we might not have reached a point of estrangement. One learns from experience. Having been hurt once, I shall not be caught in the same trap again." Jiang Shiqi tentatively reached out for Xie Lingyao again, and seeing that she did not resist, he boldly pulled her onto his lap, gently squeezing her fingertips. "Do not be angry, all right?" Xie Lingyao withdrew her fingertip and tapped his chest. "It is not that easy." Jiang Shiqi tightened his hold around her waist, a smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, it is not so simple. I am well aware of my mistakes, and as long as you are willing to accept my apology, I shall acquiesce to whatever you ask." Xie Lingyao shot him a sidelong glance, raising her hand to halt him. "Let us set aside other matters for now. First, explain what you mean by plotting for me to marry you." Jiang Shiqi. "Well, it seems I have yet to resolve one issue, and in my moment of excitement, I have inadvertently revealed another. Do not feign ignorance. I heard everything clearly just now, with no way to deny it." Jiang Shiqi had no choice but to recount how he had approached Princess Qiongfu, frequented many venues with her, and deliberately spread rumors of her interest in him, which had caused the Jiang family to hastily arrange for his marriage. Xie Lingyao stared wide-eyed at the man feigning innocence before her. How clever. No wonder. In the previous life, Jiang Shiqi had no connection with Princess Qiongfu. It turns out there were individuals eager to meddle in affairs. 20-year-old Jiang Shiqi is not a good person. "Are you angry?" Xie Lingyao smiled lightly, taking one of his hands and playfully leaving another bite mark. "Lord Jiang, you truly are quite scheming. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Without scheming, I would never have won Xie Lingyao." Xie Lingyao. Chapter 78. The importance of childbearing over managing the household. Jiang Shiqi was unable to placate Xie Lingyao. He had anticipated this. The clear-cut nature of Xie Lingyao's affections and aversions made it impossible for her to be easily deceived. With the 3-day respite now over, Jiang Shiqi found himself compelled to return to his busy life. As he departed, Xie Lingyao had yet to rise, lying on her side and presenting him with a cold. indifferent back, adorned with the unspoken message of not conversing with deceivers. Jiang Shiqi lingered by the bedside for a considerable time. Ultimately, he recognized his fault, and any words of apology would be of little use. I had Feiyun prepare your favorite shrimp congee. Please do remember to have a few bites before you leave, he said. Xie Lingyao silently pulled the covers higher, enveloping her ears as well. After Jiang Shiqi exited, Xie Lingyao, feeling vexed, rose from her bed and summoned Huanxia to attend to her. Today, she was to pay her respects alone, and she was certain the Zhou family would not let her off easily. Once she was ready, Xie Lingyao requested breakfast to be brought to her. Although she had grown weary of fish and shrimp, since her arrival in the capital, she had developed a fondness for meats. It had been quite some time since she had tasted fresh shrimp congee, and now she found herself craving it. As she gazed at the steaming congee in the small clay pot, she shamefully indulged in 2 small bowls. The Jiang family's cook was indeed commendable. The flavor was delightful. After satisfying her hunger, Xie Lingyao first went to pay her respects to the matriarch, only to learn that the matriarch was unwell, having taken medicine the night before and was still unable to rise. Thus, she turned her attention to the Zhou family. Upon entering, she found Madame Zhou languidly reclined on a soft chair, her complexion far from favorable. Is mother unwell? Xie Lingyao inquired with genuine concern. Though she was well aware that Madame Zhou, despite her frail appearance, was quite robust, rarely taking any medicine throughout the year. It was likely that some turmoil had arisen from the Zhou family, causing her distress. Madame Zhou glanced at her, a lump forming in her throat. Today, Xie Lingyao donned a long dress of blue lotus and lily, which accentuated her already fair and flawless skin, giving her an ethereal glow akin to snow. She appeared even more enchanting than before, especially her eyes, which sparkled like autumn waters, cold pools, and precious gems. Madame Zhou gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. What a calamity! Jiang Shiqi had visited the night prior, and she had thought he was finally willing to draw closer to her, only to discover he had merely sought to shield Xie Lingyao from her scrutiny that morning. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. Her son, whom she had painstakingly raised, seemed to have turned his affections solely towards Xie Lingyao. How could she reconcile this? Please sit. I have matters to discuss with you, Madame Zhou said, allowing Xie Lingyao to take a seat with unusual ease. Instead of feeling relieved, Xie Lingyao felt a knot form in her stomach. As expected, Madame Zhou followed up with, have you learned to manage the accounts at home? Xie Lingyao inwardly scoffed. It had only been a few days since their marriage, and Madame Zhou was already eager to thrust the chaotic household accounts into her hands. In her previous life, she believed Madame Zhou genuinely trusted her and wished to entrust her with the household management, though she felt uneasy about taking on such a daunting task right away. She steeled herself and accepted. However, after spending sleepless nights sorting through the accounts, she realized Madame Zhou's true intentions. By then, it was too late. She did not want to be looked down upon by others, so she feigned ignorance, diligently filling the gaps and managing the Jiang household with utmost care. Yet, in the end, her efforts were met with ingratitude. No matter how she approached the role of housekeeper, there were always those who remained dissatisfied, harboring resentment against her both overtly and covertly. To make matters worse, due to a few words from Madame Zhou, all her authority was stripped away. All she gained was resentment. Having been foolish once, she had no intention of being foolish a second time. The household affairs are all managed by my mother. The daughter-in-law has not been able to assist her in any way. The implication was clear. She would not. Madame Zhou's face darkened. Well, it's splendid to have a daughter-in-law who cannot even manage the most basic household duties. What more can we expect from her? Xie Lingyao looked at Madame Zhou with a sense of grievance, her tone trembling. Mother previously mentioned that I was too young for such tasks, and that I would be taught properly 6 months before my marriage. But I am unsure if she has forgotten or what. Madame Huang had not forgotten. She simply had no intention of teaching her. Fortunately, Mama Li, her mother's close maid, had been by her side since childhood, learning everything her mother did. Ultimately, Mama Li imparted all that knowledge to Xie Lingyao. Otherwise, her days in the Jiang residence would have been even more chaotic. Madame Zhou curled her lip. A woman who had to scrape by under her stepmother's rule was indeed lacking in abilities beyond her beauty. Such a simpleton. She could hardly believe Jiang Shiqi would cherish her for long. Once his interest waned, she would have ample means to make Xie Lingyao's life difficult. Since you claim ignorance, then learn. I shall hire 2 experienced maids for you. Study diligently under them, and I expect you to grasp the essentials within 3 months. If a woman cannot even manage basic household affairs, it would be a laughingstock. Madame Zhou continued her reprimand. As the rightful wife, if you cannot alleviate your husband's burdens, that is a dereliction of duty. Xie Lingyao lowered her head, feigning humility. Mother, your daughter-in-law understands. When my husband returns this evening, I shall discuss this matter with him. Madame Zhou's expression darkened further, and she scoffed. What? Are my words not authoritative? I instruct you to learn household management for your own good. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, is it not my duty to entrust such important matters to you? You are already busy, yet you wish to argue over something that falls within your responsibilities. I see you have grown somewhat arrogant with your privileges. Xie Lingyao hastily rose, fidgeting with the handkerchief in her hands, and spoke bashfully. Mother, you misunderstand. It's just that my husband said he wishes to have a child soon. Xie Lingyao's gaze was earnest, her expression candid, showing no sign of deceit. She added, he also mentioned that it would be best to conceive within 3 months. After all, it was prudent to defer this matter for now. 3 months later, she could claim that her health was poor and that she needed to be well nurtured, thus avoiding the laborious responsibilities of managing the household. Madame Zhou had not anticipated that Jiang Shiqi would be so fixated on wanting children, seeing him so absorbed in his official duties. She had assumed he was indifferent to the matter of posterity. Ironically, she too longed to embrace her grandchild soon. Many women of her age were already doting on their grandchildren, and she felt a twinge of envy. Furthermore, despite her myriad grievances towards Xie Lingyao, at the very least, Xie Lingyao's beauty was beyond reproach. A handsome husband and a beautiful wife would surely produce exquisite offspring. Madame Zhou's heart stirred. Since Shiqi desired a child, Xie Lingyao ought to make an effort to conceive quickly. The Jiang family had not welcomed a new addition in a long while. If she succeeded, it would bring liveliness back to the household. Once Xie Lingyao was pregnant, she would no longer share a room with Jiang Shiqi. A man who had tasted the pleasures of marriage was unlikely to remain celibate at that time. Even if Jiang Shiqi could restrain himself, Xie Lingyao's beauty and figure would inevitably diminish during pregnancy, making it impossible for her to retain the same allure that had captivated him before. Both women sipped their tea in silence, yet their minds were racing with schemes and calculations. Chapter 79. The essence of jealousy. Jiang Shiqi returned home unusually early, causing the young servants at the gate to cast curious glances at his carriage. The illustrious young master, once akin to an immortal, now bound in matrimony, could not escape the norms of society. Newlywed, he longed to remain perpetually by his wife's side. In his pocket, he carried a pouch of rose candies. A favorite of Xie Lingyao, he reminisced about how she would pop one into her mouth during busy moments. The air around her infused with the sweet fragrance of roses as she spoke and breathed. Unable to resist, he took one out and tasted it. Curious about the flavor that delighted her, the sweet, enchanting aroma enveloped his mouth, starkly contrasting yet strangely harmonizing with his own cool, aromatic scent. Much like the contrast between him and Xie Lingyao, one stern and the other alluring, seemingly unrelated, yet bound by a shared fate across 2 lifetimes. Stepping down from his carriage, he soon arrived at the entrance of Haohong Pavilion, only to encounter the maid, Granny Yin, accompanied by a doctor approaching. Upon seeing Jiang Shiqi, she hurriedly approached with a smile. Young master, you return early today? Jiang Shiqi tucked the rose candies into his sleeve, frowning slightly. Why was a doctor present? Could it be that Xie Lingyao was unwell? Yet, if she were indeed ill, the doctor should not have been summoned from the leaning rail courtyard. Aware of Madame Zhou's disdain for Xie Lingyao, he couldn't help but feel a sense of alarm. Why would a doctor be called for no reason? Granny Yin promptly replied, Young master, this Dr. Gong has been specially invited by the madam to attend to the young mistress's health. Since you and the young mistress are eager for children, it is imperative to pay attention to her diet and daily routines. Dr. Gong is renowned throughout the capital. With his care, your wishes shall soon be fulfilled. After her speech, Jiang Shiqi felt somewhat bewildered. Who wanted children? Him? He hadn't even been close to Xie Lingyao's bed yet. How could they possibly discuss children? However, Granny Yin would not dare to speak such nonsense in front of him without Xie Lingyao's prompting. Regardless of her intentions, he saw no reason to confront her directly. Thinking this over, he cautiously replied, Please convey my gratitude to my mother. There is no need for her to worry about this matter. Although my wife and I may desire a child, we prefer to let nature take its course without undue haste. Yet, since the doctor was already here, perhaps he ought to take a glance? Granny Yin, still hopeful, recalled how Madame Zhou had secretly instructed her to ensure the doctor closely examined Xie Lingyao's frail form to assess her fertility. Should it be deemed difficult for her to conceive, Madame Zhou could then boldly advocate for Jiang Shiqi to take a concubine. Jiang Shiqi's expression darkened at the thought, and Granny quickly lowered her head, afraid to speak further. The young master, though not of advanced years, possessed an intimidating presence that left her trembling. After decades of serving Madame Zhou, she had never felt such trepidation, even in the presence of the Marquis. Not daring to say more, Granny hurried back to report. With a heart full of questions, Jiang Shiqi entered Haohong Pavilion and, finding the surroundings quiet, made his way directly to his room. Upon opening the door, he saw Xie Lingyao lounging on his small couch, engrossed in a light-hearted book, her legs casually crossed in the air. On the small table beside her lay a bowl of walnut cheese and a plate of red date cake. "Why are you back so early?" Xie Lingyao glanced up at the sound, but did not shift her position. Jiang Shiqi's gaze fell upon her petite feet, and he approached, draping a thin blanket over her. "There wasn't much to do today, so I returned early." As he neared, however, Xie Lingyao's expression darkened. She could distinctly smell the unmistakable scent of roses emanating from him, a cloying sweetness that assaulted her senses. Jiang Shiqi was never one to carry such fragrances. Could it be that Jiang Shiqi had been preoccupied with some enchanting beauty, returning early merely to sneak back into his home? Her heart ignited with jealousy. He had professed a lifetime of devotion only to flirt with another woman. How foolish she had been to waver in her feelings. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. She thought bitterly, believing him to be a man of restraint and indifference toward love, only to discover he was no different from any other man. With a tone tinged with sarcasm, she spoke, "I can smell that rose scent from 3 miles away. What do you have to say for yourself?" Jiang Shiqi, confused by her sudden ire, replied, "Do not speak such nonsense. You are my wife. You are not merely a passing fancy." Upon realizing his words were ill-chosen, he felt a rush of urgency to clarify his intentions, yet she had suggested he need not return. Xie Lingyao, perceiving his feigned ignorance, scoffed, "Jiang Shiqi, I can smell the roses on you from a distance. What more do you wish to deny?" He pulled out the pouch of rose candies he had brought for her, saying, "Miss Xie, is it possible you have forgotten the taste of your favorite candy?" Xie Lingyao, taken aback, could hardly believe he had brought her sweets. Jiang Shiqi was not one to frequent markets. He was a scholar of the court, not one to indulge in trivialities such as candy. "Did I not go to the third shop on the second alley of the East Market?" Embarrassed, she reached for the rose candies. In her past life, these had been her guilty pleasure, and the sweet aroma tinged her breath with delight. She never expected Jiang Shiqi would remember her fondness for them, even knowing her preferred vendor. "Why are you silent now?" Jiang Shiqi settled beside her, grasping her ankle through the blanket. "Did you misunderstand something earlier?" Feeling flustered, Xie Lingyao reflected on her previous reaction. Was it too extreme? And no, her denial sounded weak, lacking conviction. "Is that so?" Yet I distinctly sensed a hint of jealousy. Jiang Shiqi could not contain the joy bubbling within him, his gaze warm as he fixed it upon the flustered Xie Lingyao, who seemed eager to disappear. "It isn't jealousy. I'll tell you this. As long as I am your wife in name, you shall not entertain thoughts of other women. My stay in your family is challenging enough. Should you introduce another woman, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." With a swift motion, Xie Lingyao kicked Jiang Shiqi's hand away, rising in indignation and pointing a finger at him in warning. Jiang Shiqi calmly brushed her hand aside, his expression composed as he met her gaze. "In our past life, we shared a bed for years. Did I ever take another woman? I preserved my virtue for you. Yet you have turned a blind eye. Now, you unjustly accuse me. How can that not chill my heart?" Xie Lingyao, savoring a rose candy, closed her eyes in delight, resembling a languorous cat, murmuring, "Do not dwell on past grievances." "Very well, let us set aside the past." Jiang Shiqi stood behind her, watching her crown. "I heard Granny mention that we are eager for children." Xie Lingyao blinked innocently, her lips glistening from the rose candy, exuding a fragrant allure. Jiang Shiqi swallowed hard, yearning to taste more than just the candy. His words were not merely about sweets. Chapter 80. After 3 years. Even cats and dogs disdain. Xie Lingyao never anticipated that her casual remarks would reach Jiang Shiqi, the very person involved, before the night was over. "You haven't let anything slip, have you?" Although Jiang Shiqi confronted her directly, she felt no embarrassment. After all, it was he who had orchestrated her marriage into the Jiang family. If one were to consider it, The tribulations she currently faced were all a result of Jiang Shiqi's actions. Therefore, using him to shield herself from unnecessary troubles seemed justifiable. I am not so dim-witted as to overlook that your words must come from your heart, and as husband and wife, I shall certainly abide by your wishes. Xie Lingyao cleared her throat uncomfortably. Please refrain from uttering such peculiar statements. Jiang Shiqi replied with an earnest expression, every word I speak is sincere. I merely speak the truth. Jiang Shiqi was eager to declare his affection for Xie Lingyao daily, seizing every opportunity to express his love, which he considered a fundamental lesson in their marriage. The handsome and aloof man, earnestly professing his feelings, left Xie Lingyao feeling somewhat flustered. Then, you may enlighten me as to why you brought up the subject of children? Both were reminded of their child, and their hearts tightened. This morning, as soon as I sat down, your mother mentioned the matter of managing the household. She wishes to entrust the authority of the household to me. And how could I dare to accept? Thus, I devised this plan, hoping to delay it for at least another day. Xie Lingyao felt a sense of relief, grateful for her quick thinking that had temporarily spared her from a troublesome situation. Jiang Shiqi was taken aback and almost blurted out, you don't wish to manage the household? He assumed Xie Lingyao was willing, though he seldom concerned himself with domestic affairs. He occasionally heard rumors about other families where daughters-in-law fought fiercely for the position of household manager, leading to discord and unrest. Undoubtedly, this role could be seen as a coveted position. Reflecting on Xie Lingyao's past life, she was diligent and meticulous, managing household matters with remarkable order. From balancing accounts to coordinating servants and managing social interactions, she handled it all with poise and composure, seemingly relishing the responsibilities. With a sharp crack, Xie Lingyao crushed the candy in her mouth, glaring at Jiang Shiqi in indignation. What? Do you think I would be eager to manage the household? Jiang Shiqi remained silent, allowing his silence to answer her. Xie Lingyao felt a mix of anger and amusement. You are well aware of how little regard your mother has for me. If the household accounts were truly so easy to manage, would she willingly hand them over to me? As she spoke, her indignation grew, her phoenix eyes almost blazing with fury. As the legitimate lady of the marquis, your mother commands respect due to her age and experience. Even if she is strict and unsympathetic, she can still maintain order. Unlike me, with my modest background, an indifferent mother-in-law, and a husband who shows little affection. Being kind and forgiving does not command respect, while being strict and unyielding only invites scorn, as if I wield a feather as a weapon. Jiang Shiqi felt a tumult of emotions as he listened to her grievances regarding the management of the household. Alongside sympathy, he experienced regret and guilt. He had always presumed to understand Xie Lingyao's feelings, believing he had provided her with the best and what she desired. In truth, it had merely been his own self-satisfaction. He drew Xie Lingyao into his embrace from behind. It is my fault. I have been so preoccupied that I failed to notice your grievances and endurance. I thought providing you with a life of luxury was sufficient, but I have dragged you into this mire. I shall not allow this to continue, Jiang Shiqi asserted, offering a straightforward apology. Previously, Xie Lingyao had been consumed by anger, but now, nestled in his arms, she began to feel the weight of her own grievances. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, striving to control the tremor in her voice, feigning nonchalance. As if there will be a future. I certainly will not take on such a thankless task again. If you have a conscience, go and clarify matters with your mother, firmly extinguishing any of her hopes. I have my own affairs to attend to and will not take on her burdens. Very well, I shall speak with her, Jiang Shiqi replied, tightening his embrace around her. Anything you wish to avoid or cannot refuse, let me handle it. Xie Lingyao softly acknowledged his sentiment with a gentle Jiang Shiqi turned her to face him. Rose candy, is it delightful? Xie Lingyao nodded silently. It is quite nice, it brings back memories. This time, I shall commend your thoughtfulness. May I have a taste? He inquired. Xie Lingyao looked up in surprise. You wish to taste? Yet she recalled Jiang Shiqi's preference for light flavors and his aversion to sweetness. However, she was not one to be stingy. Please, go ahead. Jiang Shiqi bent down swiftly, pressing his lips against hers with a hint of eagerness. The fragrant essence of roses spread across his tongue as he held Xie Lingyao's delicate shoulders, gradually losing himself in the moment. After a long while, he pulled back, satisfied, and remarked, the flavor is indeed exquisite. Xie Lingyao's cheeks flushed, both embarrassed and annoyed. She retorted, Sir Jiang, Have you buried your scholarly virtues in the depths of a dog's stomach? Jiang Shiqi leaned in again, playfully nibbling her luscious lips, but chose to remain silent, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 81. The midnight visit from the Huang family. On this night, after Xie Lingyao had just finished her bath, Huanxia came to report. Madam, the matriarch of the Xie family is waiting outside the courtyard. Jiang Shiqi, maintaining a calm demeanor, draped a clean outer robe over Xie Lingyao's shoulders. If you are weary, we may meet tomorrow instead. Xie Lingyao cast a glance at the garment draped over her shoulders and rose from her vanity. How could I not meet with an elder of the family? Should I accompany you? Jiang Shiqi's suggestion was met with an immediate and resolute refusal from Xie Lingyao. Please invite her into the hall. I shall tidy myself and join shortly. She removed the outer robe and hung it on a screen, changing her attire but not hurrying to leave. Jiang Shiqi discerned her intention to keep her stepmother waiting. She wished to harm you in the past. Why meet her at such an hour? Xie Lingyao submerged her delicate fingers into a fragrant rose essence, half closing her phoenix-like eyes in response. Precisely for that reason. I must see her. After soaking for a quarter of an hour, she withdrew her hands, meticulously dried them, and then leisurely made her way out. Meanwhile, Huang was pacing anxiously in the hall. Upon hearing the maidservants respectfully call for the young madam, she hurried to the door to await her arrival. When Huang saw Xie Lingyao approaching with grace, her expression turned stern, markedly different from her demeanor in Jianzhou. The Jiang residence, being a noble family, exuded an air of authority, and the servants, chosen with care, seemed more dignified than those of lesser households. As Huang stood before the entrance, she felt diminutive, her confidence wavering. Conversely, Xie Lingyao entered with an air of tranquility, her gaze unwavering, causing the surrounding servants to lower their heads in utmost respect. Huang felt a tightness in her chest, lamenting silently how power indeed cultivates poise. I wonder what brings my mother here at such an hour. Upon entering, Xie Lingyao noticed Huang leaning against the doorframe but did not pause. Instead, she bypassed her stepmother and took her seat at the head of the table. Once settled, she inquired about Huang's purpose with an air of calmness. With the weather growing increasingly warm, even at night, a hint of heat lingered. Xie Lingyao held a silk fan, her fair wrist elegantly flicking it, releasing a waft of rose fragrance. Huang, coming from a merchant background and having managed affairs in the Xie family for over a decade, could readily discern the understated luxury of Xie Lingyao's attire. Not wishing to appear inferior, Huang feigned her usual assertiveness, raising her voice. What could it be? Your father left with your younger brother, promising to return in a day, yet it has nearly been 3 days without word. Although you now reside in a prominent family, enjoying wealth and honor, you cannot disregard your own family, especially your father and brother. Xie Lingyao lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before meeting Huang's fiery gaze with a composed expression. Father has always traveled for business, often being away for 10 days to half a month. 3 days is hardly alarming. Are you truly concerned they may have gone missing? Huang's frustration grew as Xie Lingyao's indifference gnawed at her. You, she started to scold. But wisdom cautioned her against overstepping. Xie Lingyao was no longer someone she could easily belittle. You genuinely wish to disregard this? Xie Lingyao leaned slightly back in her chair, her demeanor nonchalant. If you are worried, should father not return by tomorrow, I shall ask my husband to send some guards to search for them. Are you suggesting we must wait another day? Huang's anxiety was palpable. Having been married to Xie Chen for over a decade, she held genuine feelings for him. And her son, Xie Zhaoyu, was her beloved child whom she had nurtured from infancy. The absence of either for even a day left her restless. Please consider my position. I have only just married. Is it appropriate to ask for assistance so soon? Moreover, I doubt father is in any real danger. Why create a fuss and invite ridicule upon us for overreacting? Xie Lingyao voiced her dissatisfaction, cutting off Huang's opportunity to retort and citing other matters. She departed with her attendants. Huang, filled with rage yet powerless to act, stormed off with her entourage. That wretched girl is full of excuses. She clearly has no intention of searching. As Huang walked away, she berated her confidant, Mama He, who hurried after her. Unable to restrain herself, Mama He gently reminded, Madam, the conflict between the young lady and the master is significant. Although neither has spoken of it these years, the young lady harbors resentment over her late mother. Huang was well aware of the tenuous bond between Xie Lingyao and Xie Chen. You cannot sway her. Perhaps we should send the second young master to persuade her? Huang hesitated, her steps slowing. Does he still listen to me? Regret washed over her. Had she known Xie Zhaojing still held sway, she might have acted differently. He is your son. He will listen to you. Indeed, he is my son, and he should heed my words. Huang grasped this realization and turned towards Wudong courtyard, only to be halted by Mama He. Madam, you have not seen the second young master in several days. It would be fitting to bring him some of his favorite pastries. Huang regarded Mama He thoughtfully, appreciating her foresight. Xie Lingyao stood hidden in the shadows of the corridor, her expression inscrutable. Huan Xiao approached her hurriedly, coming to a halt. Madam, I followed them back. They took a food box and headed towards Wudong courtyard. Xie Lingyao nodded, inquiring. Have the guards outside Wudong courtyard all left? They withdrew an hour ago. They will certainly encounter the second young master. Very well, return to rest. Xie Lingyao dismissed her attendants, standing alone in the darkness. Why do you linger outside your chamber after finishing your tasks? A weight settled on Xie Lingyao's shoulders as Jiang Shiqi draped another outer robe over her. The warmth enveloped her, igniting a sense of comfort within. Let us go. Chapter 82. Another child during the early morning hours. A handsome young gentleman clad in a dark blue silk robe hesitated before the gates of the Grand Haohan Pavilion. Young Master Xie, do you wish to see the young madam? Shall I announce your arrival? A matron standing at the entrance, unable to contain her curiosity as he paced back and forth, inquired about his intentions. Xie Zhaojing's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively, only to cautiously ask after a moment, May I inquire if my sister's husband is inside? I am here, came a cool voice from within the courtyard. And Jiang Shiqi, resplendent in a crimson official robe, stepped forth with an imposing stature. Brother-in-law. Xie Zhaojing felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he hurriedly performed a bow to Jiang Shiqi. Jiang Shiqi, in a remarkably good mood, nodded in acknowledgement. Are you seeking your elder sister, or do you require my assistance? Though Xie Zhaojing had initially intended to avoid Jiang Shiqi, his eagerness to see Xie Lingyao prompted him to linger at the entrance. Caught off guard by Jiang Shiqi's inquiry, he hastily replied, I wouldn't dare to trouble my brother-in-law. Jiang Shiqi stepped aside, granting him passage. You may enter. Your elder sister is having her meal. She hasn't much of an appetite, so it would be fitting for you to coax her to eat more. Why yes, thank you. Upon witnessing Jiang Shiqi's consideration for Xie Lingyao's well-being, Xie Zhaojing felt an immediate fondness for him, his smile becoming more genuine. After watching Jiang Shiqi depart, Xie Zhaojing quickly followed the matron into the courtyard. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, he was astounded by the exquisite layout within the Haohan Pavilion. Although the Xie family was not lacking in wealth, some things could not be acquired merely with riches, such as depth of culture and insight. Upon entering the room, he found Xie Lingyao staring blankly at a crystal dumpling. Xie Zhaojing approached her with a grin. Sister, have you been managing well? Seeing the gloom lift from Xie Zhaojing's brow as he returned to his lively self, Xie Lingyao deduced that Huang Shi had likely pacified him. Have you eaten yet? Recalling Jiang Shiqi's reminder, Xie Zhaojing, without pretension, replied, Not yet. Xie Lingyao beckoned to Huan Xia, who promptly fetched a clean bowl and utensils. It is rare for us siblings to share breakfast together. In the past, we would eat in our respective courtyards, gathering only on the morning of the new year for a family meal. Xie Zhaojing reflected on how swiftly time passed. He felt as though he had not yet matured, and now his elder sister was married. The distance ahead seemed daunting, and he realized how challenging it would be to see her again. Xie Lingyao personally served him a bowl of porridge, sliding it toward him. You appear much more spirited today. Xie Zhaojing took a couple of hearty spoonfuls, smiling shyly as he confessed, Last night, Mother came to apologize to me. I believe, as a son, I should not hold grudges against my own mother. Xie Lingyao raised an eyebrow, refraining from commenting, and inquired further. Is there something of importance that you seek me for this early? Xie Zhaojing's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he paused his eating. Sister, I heard from Mother that father and third brother have been out of contact for several days. We have not brought many people to Kyoto, and it seems a bit overwhelming to investigate on our own. Could you lend me some assistance? Xie Lingyao smiled softly. Of course, we are family. How could I sit idly by regarding father and third brother's situation? I will send someone to ask your brother-in-law for help. You need not worry about it. Xie Zhaojing nodded earnestly, touched. I am grateful to have you, dear sister. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. He had always believed that Mother was overthinking things. How could a gentle soul like his sister forsake their father and brother? As Xie Zhaojing continued his meal, Xie Lingyao rose to take a stroll, feigning a departure to instruct someone to seek out Jiang Shiqi. In truth, she knew well that there was no need to search. Xie Chun would be entering the city that night, though not to the Jiang residence, but rather to the upper chambers of the Ying Song Ju. By the afternoon, Xie Lingyao conveyed to Xie Zhaojing that she had learned Xie Chun was on his way back to Kyoto and would likely arrive that very night. Xie Zhaojing, being a dutiful son, surely understood the toll of the journey on his father and would station himself near the city gates to await his arrival. As for Huang Shi, Xie Lingyao discreetly revealed that Xie Zhaoyu had sustained a leg injury, and she would undoubtedly be eager to accompany him to meet their father. Thus, they awaited the unfolding of a significant event. On the road to Kyoto, two opulent carriages ambled along at a measured pace. Inside one carriage sat the sullen Xie Zhaoyu, nursing a broken leg. Within the other were three individuals, including Xie Chen. Accompanying him were Qiao, a maid from his youth in Kyoto, and a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Xie Chen, his son, whom he had only recently discovered. Years ago, the Xie family had incurred the wrath of the emperor and relocated to Jianzhou. Although Qiao was a woman of Xie Chen's household, her elderly parents were still alive, making it impossible for her to abandon them to follow Xie Chen. In recognition of her faithful service, Xie Chen had provided her with a sum of money and returned her freedom, offering her a measure of kindness. After nearly 2 decades apart, they had recently crossed paths again, and she was accompanied by a young man nearly 20 years of age, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Inquiring further, Xie Chen learned that shortly after their separation, Qiao had discovered she was 2 months pregnant. However, with Jianzhou being far away, she could not seek out Xie Chen alone. Instead, she raised their son, relying on the money he had given her. Enduring various rumors and hardships, Xie Chen felt immense joy upon witnessing his handsome son and the devoted woman who had raised him. Qiao held a special place in Xie Chen's heart, as she was his first love. He could not easily forget her, though he would not claim to have loved her deeply. Moreover, she had given him such a remarkable son, and for the first time, he felt an urgency to grant a woman a formal status. Yet, Qiao was reluctant. "My lord, though I am but a lowly servant, can you bear to have our Hui'er finally meet his long-awaited father only to be considered a mere illegitimate child of the Xie family?" Though life had been difficult for mother and son, Hui'er had grown up without the stigma of illegitimacy, and being a scholar, he was unlikely to accept such a designation. Xie Chen recognized the validity of Qiao concerns. He favored Huang Shi over Qiao, but the best he could offer Qiao was the status of a concubine, which would render Hui'er a bastard. That simply would not do. Hui'er was now a scholar, and he would surely rise higher in the future. If he bore the title of an illegitimate child, he would live in shame, unable to hold his head high. The Xie family name also relied on Hui'er to contribute. "You need not worry. I have my own solutions. Hui'er is a fine child, and I will not let him suffer." Xie Chen contemplated the matter and resolved to have Huang Shi acknowledge Hui'er as her own child, thus granting him the title of legitimate heir. "Thank you, father." Hui'er replied with a tone neither submissive nor arrogant, his expression neutral. Xie Chen was increasingly satisfied. Among his 2 children, Xie Zhaojing was weak, and Xie Zhaoyu was arrogant, neither compared to Hui'er, whom Qiao had raised with such dedication. Reflecting on the hardships endured by the mother and son over the years, Xie Chen resolved to make amends and provide for them. Chapter 83. Finally securing a place recently, with numerous matters at hand, Xie Lingyao found it difficult to spare time to attend to the affairs of her shop. It has been a while since the warm fragrance of her establishment opened, and the flow of customers has been ceaseless, with business thriving. Xie Lingyao calculated roughly, after deducting the costs, she would start to turn a profit in less than 3 months. However, rather than allowing others to manage everything for her, she preferred to take matters into her own hands. She had grown weary of the days spent with her palm extended, asking others for money. Now that she was married to Jiang Shiqi, she could not predict where their journey would lead, but with the Jiang family's established power at her disposal, she was determined to utilize it. Tianxiang brocade was splendid, yet ultimately, its production could not keep pace. There were only so many goods available throughout the year. It was profitable, but not to the extent that it could yield greater wealth. "Madam, they have stepped out," Huanxiao softly reported while standing at the door. Xie Lingyao paused momentarily, not lifting her head, simply responding with a gentle mm. Just as Huanxiao retreated, Jiang Shiqi returned to the room. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao bent over his desk, diligently calculating on an abacus, he recalled how in his past life, he often saw her laboring in such a manner. her brows furrowed with concern. At that time, Jiang Shiqi believed her fatigue stemmed from the complexities of household affairs. He had advised her to relinquish some of her responsibilities. But she always smiled and declined, asserting her ability to manage. Jiang Shiqi was not accustomed to others dictating the course of his determined endeavors, and he would not impose his will upon Xie Lingyao. Since she was unwilling to relinquish her grasp on power, he had made suggestions once or twice. But further insistence would only lead to resentment. In retrospect, it was evident that she was indeed in a precarious position. With such a vast marquisate and countless eyes upon her, how could she act freely? He loved Xie Lingyao, yet he seldom considered her perspective, causing them to drift apart. A situation of his own making. What are you so serious about? Xie Lingyao continued her work, raising her delicate head slightly, her long lashes fluttering. Master Jiang is at his desk every day, yet I have never inquired what you are doing. Why do you concern yourself with me? I would prefer if you asked me once, she silently lamented. Jiang Shiqi was occupied with affairs of state, and his study was her forbidden territory. Although she wished to express her concern for him, all she could do was leave the soup she had personally prepared at the door. Having once engaged in such thankless labor, she had no intention of repeating the experience. After washing his hands in the inner chamber, Jiang Shiqi approached her from behind. Noticing the cluttered desk filled with ink, paper, and a small abacus, creating a sense of chaos. Next time, do not calculate such matters in the bedroom, he remarked, as he began to gather the scattered papers into a neat stack. Xie Lingyao frowned in silence, her fingers tightening around the brush. Sensing her discontent, Jiang Shiqi gently explained. What I mean is, sitting like this is uncomfortable for you. Since I do not require the study during the day, you may use it. Your study? Xie Lingyao set down her brush, somewhat incredulous. Aren't you typically averse to others entering your study? Jiang Shiqi asked softly, are you a stranger? Tilting her head, Xie Lingyao pondered if she truly was a stranger to him. Jiang Shiqi, understanding her expression, sighed helplessly. You are my wife. The person with whom I will share my life, not a mere stranger. Xie Lingyao's face flushed, and she feigned composure as she flipped through old accounts. Is that so? But in my previous life, I rarely had the opportunity to enter your study. Several times when I needed to see you, you barred me from entry. Except during their quarrels, when her anger overshadowed his prohibitions. Jiang Shiqi could no longer restrain himself, a hint of grievance appearing on his face as he leaned closer. Whispering in her ear, would you wish to see me lying on the small bed I maintain in my study? A certain heartless woman chased me from our room, leaving me with no choice but to sleep in the study each night. Do you truly think I would allow you to witness such a pitiful state? Moreover, in this life, how many times have you come to my study? Have I ever denied you entry? Xie Lingyao's eyelids fluttered in surprise, her voice rising in disbelief. You have been sleeping in the study all these years. Previously, when she had misunderstood Jiang Shiqi's relationship with Shen Wanchu, she assumed he spent his nights in Shen Wanchu's bed. Even after resolving that misunderstanding, she believed he must have another residence. After all, Jiang Shiqi lacked neither wealth nor power and could easily procure a home for himself. She never imagined that he would endure the discomfort of residing in the study. Such a pity for Bai Chun. As Mammy Li aged, she had become the chief maid at Haohan Pavilion, overseeing all matters. How could she not know that Jiang Shiqi returned home at night? It was evident that Bai Chun had deliberately suppressed this information, misleading her into believing Jiang Shiqi had gone elsewhere, even after Bai Chun was ordered to be executed by Jiang Shiqi. However, her spirit had waned, often found sleeping throughout the day, leaving her with little energy to concern herself with Jiang Shiqi. Moreover, Jiang Shiqi was indeed so busy that it was common for him to be away from the marquisate for several consecutive days, and even when he returned, he would leave early and return late, often arriving just as Xie Lingyao had gone to bed. In truth, Xie Lingyao was aware that Jiang Shiqi occasionally slept in the study, but she thought it was merely due to the demands of his work. She never realized it was a constant arrangement. Contemplating the powerful Jiang Shiqi, who, despite his influence, had to endure sleeping in the study upon returning home, Xie Lingyao felt a pang of sympathy for him for the first time since her rebirth. No, I cannot let Bai Chun off so easily. Otherwise, where do you think I went? Naturally, Xie Lingyao did not dare to reveal that she thought Jiang Shiqi spent his nights in Shen Wanchu's bed. Instead, she said, I assumed you had your own residence outside. Even if you did not return to the Jiang family, it would not be so uncomfortable for you. Jiang Shiqi had considered acquiring another residence in a fit of anger, but he knew that if he did, others would perceive a rift between him and Xie Lingyao. He could only imagine how much gossip she would have to bear alone. I thought some people were truly heartless, unwilling to even send me bedding. It turns out you were unaware. Despite these thoughts, Jiang Shiqi felt no solace. Does this mean you care so little? A living person has been sleeping in the study for years, and you were completely oblivious. Xie Lingyao's heart softened, yet her words remained firm. Your earlier assumption was correct. Even if I knew you slept in the study, I would not concern myself with you. Jiang Shiqi turned to look at Xie Lingyao, her eyes clearly avoiding his gaze. He swiftly scooped her up and placed her on the small bed where he slept. In my past life, it was one thing to neglect me, but now, I have grown weary of this cramped little bed. Will you not grant me a small space beside you? Xie Lingyao's heart softened, and she found herself more accommodating. Moreover, Jiang Shiqi was an honest sleeper, neither snoring nor grinding his teeth, and even his movements were quiet, perfectly aligning with his gentlemanly demeanor. Sharing half the bed with him seemed agreeable. Very well. The simplicity of her agreement astonished Jiang Shiqi, alleviating him of considerable verbal exertion. Jiang Shiqi leaned in closer, and Xie Lingyao hastily raised her hand to rest against his chest, tilting her head to gaze into his eyes, which sparkled with mirth. The man's melodious voice resonated softly. Is that so? Having shed her previous reservations, Xie Lingyao found herself overwhelmed by Jiang Shiqi's fervent advances. Indeed, she replied, turning her head to avoid direct eye contact with him. Jiang Shiqi observed the way she desperately averted her gaze, revealing her delicate earlobe and a glimpse of her fair neck, causing his expression to darken slightly. At that moment, Jiang Shiqi realized that sharing a bed with Xie Lingyao would indeed pose a challenge for him. Chapter 84. Sleeping side by side as anticipated. Jiang Shiqi found himself lying beside Xie Lingyao, yet he could not find solace in sleep. The weather had grown increasingly warm, and Xie Lingyao's delicate, fair skin would easily bear red marks from even the slightest rough fabric. Thus, Mama Li had specially chosen the softest and gentlest cloud silk brocade to craft her undergarments. However, such lightweight material also implied transparency, revealing a myriad of enchanting hues of spring. Jiang Shiqi was exceptionally adept at concealing his emotions, and although Xie Lingyao felt a fleeting sense of shyness, she soon noticed Jiang Shiqi's composed demeanor, exuding integrity and seemingly indifferent to her attire, which allowed her to relax completely. To Xie Lingyao, Jiang Shiqi was not a man driven by desire. After all, in their past 10 years as a married couple, their intimate encounters had been rather infrequent. Thus, she saw no need to feign modesty. She simply draped a thin blanket over herself, closed her eyes, and comfortably awaited the embrace of slumber, leaving Jiang Shiqi to toss and turn restlessly. Turning to face Xie Lingyao in the darkness, Jiang Shiqi's mind was filled with the alluring image of her emerging from the inner chamber, clad in delicate gauze. His breathing quickened suddenly, the rapidity of it starkly noticeable in the stillness of the night. What is it? Xie Lingyao inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Are you feeling hot? Nothing. Just sleep. You must enter the palace tomorrow, Jiang Shiqi replied, taking a deep breath in an attempt to sound more composed. However, Xie Lingyao was not easily deceived. Her 10 years of experience as a woman informed her that something was amiss with Jiang Shiqi. A sense of amusement welled within her as she pondered his occasional affectionate gestures, which had thus far amounted to mere kisses. She had thought him devoid of ulterior motives. In truth, Xie Lingyao did not oppose Jiang Shiqi's fleeting displays of intimacy. After their misunderstandings were laid bare, her resentment toward him dissipated, and suppressed feelings quietly blossomed. Yet, accustomed to wielding her sharp tongue against him, she feared once more treading upon treacherous ground, and continued to speak coldly to Jiang Shiqi. She had no intention of becoming a chaste woman. After all, she could not bear the burden of solitude. Nevertheless, since Jiang Shiqi did not take the initiative, she saw no reason to pursue him either. With a playful tone, she chuckled, Lord Jiang, what are you thinking at this moment? Jiang Shiqi was reluctant to risk provoking Xie Lingyao, especially after having just received her consent to share a bed. This cold-hearted woman was rarely so tender. It would be difficult to win her approval again. Nothing much. It is late. You should sleep, he said, quickly turning his back to her, fearful of revealing his discomposure. Yet, he could not help but recall that night when Xie Lingyao had asked him a similar question, promising to fulfill his desires, if he were to express his longing. Never mind, he thought. Xie Lingyao was a woman whose thoughts were inscrutable, and he did not dare to gamble. Shall we go to the palace together tomorrow? Xie Lingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity in the darkness. Since Jiang Shiqi had not raised the subject, she would not bring it up either. I'm accompanying you. Tomorrow, the matriarch of the Su family is also entering the palace. Will you be dining at the Su residence, or shall I take you to Dingxin Pavilion? They have introduced a new dish there, roasted lamb leg, seasoned with spices from Qionglai. It is quite delightful, she said. Having avoided the outside world for several days due to the unrelenting scrutiny from various factions, Xie Lingyao had chosen to remain concealed. She wished to avoid encounters with Jiang Qinro and her ilk, who were a nuisance. As for Jiang Yufei, she had gone to visit her maternal grandparents. As her grandfather had not been well lately, and it was only proper for her to pay her respects. With the intention of exploring the palace and perhaps visiting her shop the following day, Xie Lingyao found Jiang Shiqi's proposal to dine at Dingxin Pavilion quite appealing. Firstly, his company would make her outing far more convenient. Secondly, Dingxin Pavilion was not far from Nuangxiangfu, merely 2 streets away, allowing her to stroll leisurely after their meal. Lastly, she craved a change. The cuisine at the Jiang residence, while exquisite, had become rather bland for her taste after several days. The matriarch will be accompanying the Empress Dowager for prayers in the afternoon, so she will not be leaving the palace with me. Let us go for lunch together, she suggested. Jiang Shiqi noticed the satisfaction in her tone and cautiously turned back to his previous position. He gradually extended his arm, gently pulling her into his embrace. All right, I shall wait for you outside the palace gates tomorrow, he replied. Jiang Shiqi, she called softly. Are you not feeling hot? Using a bit of force. Jiang Shiqi pressed closer, replying, not at all. Xie Lingyao chose to remain silent regarding his self-inflicted discomfort, instead adjusting the small pillow made by Mama Li, cradling it as she prepared for sleep. Yet, the escalating warmth radiating from Jiang Shiqi proved distracting. She squirmed restlessly, attempting to signal her discomfort. However, a muffled groan from him halted her movements abruptly, leaving her momentarily stunned. The softness of her body exuded a sweet fragrance that made Jiang Shiqi's mouth dry. He struggled to calm the frantic beating of his heart and his restless spirit. Yet, Xie Lingyao was not compliant. She fidgeted between searching for her pillow and complaining of the heat, rendering it impossible for him to find a moment's peace. Jiang Shiqi, be quiet, he urged, gently pushing her away, his voice a low growl. It is time to sleep. Yawning, Xie Lingyao replied, yes, it is indeed time to sleep. But I hope you can still manage to do so. Jiang Shiqi was taken aback, realizing that this woman understood his suppressed feelings all too well. After all, having been his wife for a decade, she was well versed in the intricacies of their relationship. Delicate kisses trailed from his forehead to her lips, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Before she could utter a word, his soft lips enveloped hers completely. Jiang Shiqi eagerly sought entrance, as if conquering a fortress. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a flicker of response from Xie Lingyao. This was no longer a one-sided pursuit. It was a mutual entanglement of emotions. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Lingyao had entwined her arms around Jiang Shiqi's neck, and upon realizing his stillness, she was jolted back to reality. However, Jiang Shiqi did not grant her the opportunity to contemplate further. He deepened the kiss, demonstrating that he could make even the simplest act of intimacy appear exquisite. In his embrace, Xie Lingyao felt herself melting, and just as she thought everything would unfold naturally, Jiang Shiqi abruptly ceased all movement. He wished to wait until her heart and mind were fully consumed by him. Xie Lingyao gazed at the man who had suddenly risen from the bed. Confusion etched on her face. Sleep now. I shall return shortly after drinking some cold tea, he replied, his voice still husky, causing her to stifle a laugh. Yet, she acquiesced to his wishes, allowing him to indulge in his own torment. Chapter 85. The mistress cares for herself. As Xie Lingyao was granted a seat by the Empress Dowager, a palace maid entered to announce the arrival of the Empress. Xie Lingyao and the matriarch of the Su family quickly rose to retreat, but the Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. No need to leave. The Empress wishes to meet you, my dear. Xie Lingyao was well aware of the Empress, a woman of remarkable virtue and generosity, though regrettably childless. Had it not been for her powerful maternal family, her position might not have been so secure. However, by the time of Xie Lingyao's demise in her past life, the Empress had firmly established herself as the Empress Dowager, and her fate was not without merit. The Empress glided into the room, radiating elegance and grace, with a demeanor that exuded warmth and kindness. After greeting the Empress Dowager, she took her place beside her her gaze lingering on Xie Lingyao with admiration. Indeed, she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Yet, the Empress understood that Xie Lingyao possessed more than mere looks. Her favor with the Empress Dowager was no small feat yesterday. Upon hearing that Madame Jiang would be entering the palace today, the Empress thought it fitting to join the occasion and witness the character of the man capable of winning over Jiang Shiqi, the most esteemed young gentleman in the capital. Upon meeting you today, I have come to understand the true meaning of a match made in heaven. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am but a woman of modest appearance. If you claim to be modest, you would deny your very existence. The Empress Dowager interrupted with a smile, teasingly adding, I have heard that Jiang Shiqi is still waiting outside the palace gates for you. He truly cannot bear to be apart from you for even a moment. The matriarch of the Su family asked in surprise, Is it true, Your Majesty? Xie Lingyao shyly nodded. She had only realized upon dismounting from the carriage that Jiang Shiqi had no pressing matters to attend to in the palace that morning. He had merely brought her here. Initially, she had thought Jiang Shiqi was simply passing by. His casual remark, Go on, I shall wait here for you, had stirred her heart far more than any words he had spoken before. In that moment, Xie Lingyao suddenly recognized that Jiang Shiqi was truly changing for her. Thus, I said from the beginning that he is a good man. You two have been so insistent on breaking off the engagement. Now you see his worth? The Empress remarked. The Empress was taken aback, realizing that Xie Lingyao had once considered breaking off the engagement. A man like Jiang Shiqi, who could aspire to marry a princess, should have been a sought-after match. Yet Xie Lingyao had hesitated. The matriarch coughed awkwardly. Why bring that up, Your Majesty? The two children are doing well now. Xie Lingyao pursed her lips and chuckled softly, surprised that matters had developed to this point. She had intended to remain unentangled with Jiang Shiqi for life, only to discover it had all been a misunderstanding. Now, that man, like a captivating enigma, was pressing forward, and she found herself increasingly unable to resist. The memory of Jiang Shiqi's near-manic kiss from the previous night sent a shiver through her. Thankfully, after a night's rest, her swollen lips had returned to normal, or she might have been too embarrassed to face anyone today. My dear, do you think Jiang Shiqi is good or not? The Empress, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, was determined to tease Xie Lingyao. With 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her, Xie Lingyao felt her cheeks heat. Well, in front of such a crowd, could I possibly say otherwise? After all, I was brought here from the Empress Dowager's palace. To speak ill would be to slap her face. Just as Jiang Shiqi was summoned inside by the Empress Dowager's attendants, he overheard her pivotal words. Though he understood that Xie Lingyao's response was likely a matter of decorum, he felt a surge of joy. When Xie Lingyao noticed the commotion outside and saw Jiang Shiqi, her expression froze. Faced with his clearly smiling gaze, she found it hard to muster a smile of her own. Even as they exited the palace and settled into the carriage, her demeanor remained awkward. Is it so difficult to compliment me? Jiang Shiqi said, half amused and half exasperated. Puzzled by her discomfort. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to please the Empress Dowager. In such a setting, if I were to speak ill of you, it would surely leave both the Empress and yourself in an awkward position, Jiang Shiqi replied, wearing an expression that seemed to convey he had anticipated this all along. Indeed, in that moment, you could only agree. What was there for me to misunderstand? Xie Lingyao feigned adjusting her hair, sitting up straight. Just as well, he smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he focused on his affairs. Finally, when the carriage came to a halt before Dingxin Pavilion, Jiang Shiqi lifted his gaze. Let us go? I have arranged a private room in advance. He exited first, extending his hand to assist her down. Zhang Mao discreetly turned away, unable to bear witnessing his master's overt displays of affection while maintaining a facade of propriety. Once Xie Lingyao was safely on the ground, Jiang Shiqi's grip on her hand remained steadfast. The attendant at the entrance, quick-witted, immediately recognized the couple before him, the newlyweds who had captured the public's attention, Jiang Shiqi, the foremost gentleman of the capital, and his bride, Xie Lingyao. He led them upstairs while incessantly offering celebratory remarks. Xie Lingyao pressed her lips together, finding the attendant amusing yet somewhat tiresome. However, since Jiang Shiqi, typically one who cherished tranquility, did not object, she felt it inappropriate to interrupt. As they ascended to the second floor, they encountered Li Zi and Su Haoxing. Li Zi appeared considerably haggard, with sunken eyes and a pale complexion. Yet her gaze towards Xie Lingyao remained shockingly bright. However, upon noticing Xie Lingyao's intertwined hand with Jiang Shiqi, her expression dimmed. Xie Lingyao was startled by Li Ziyi's state and instinctively took a step back. Jiang Shiqi sensed her movement and tightened his grip. Su Haoxing nudged Li Ziyi, snapping her back to reality, and both bowed respectfully to Jiang Shiqi. Lord Jiang. Only then did Jiang Shiqi release Xie Lingyao's hand, returning the gesture. Lord Su, Lord Li. To break the tension, Su Haoxing jested. I heard from colleagues that in the past, Lord Jiang was the last to leave the office. Yet now he is the first to depart since his marriage. I thought they were merely teasing. Xie Lingyao glanced at Jiang Shiqi, noting his calm demeanor, showing no signs of discomfort at the playful jibe. My dear wife is my utmost priority. Perhaps when Lord Su marries, you will understand. Now that the new policies have taken effect, the ministry can finally breathe. Thus, accompanying my wife for a meal is the most pressing matter at hand. Su Haoxing's expression was one of disbelief. He could hardly reconcile such words with Jiang Shiqi's character, which he had always perceived as taciturn, either silent or inclined to speak in a manner that left others speechless. This surprising declaration left both Su Haoxing and Xie Lingyao perplexed. She could not help but pinch Jiang Shiqi's firm waist, questioning whether this was truly the same man she knew. Jiang Shiqi subdued her playful hand at his waist, calmly observing Li Ziyi's despondent expression. It was quite to his liking. Chapter 86. The one in her heart is only him to pinpoint the moment when Xie Lingyao discerned something amiss in Jiang Shiqi's demeanor. One might trace it back to when he emerged from his bath, uttering not a single word, merely seated at the table, gazing at her with an unwavering stare. As Xie Lingyao wiped the damp ends of her hair, she reflected on the events of the day. At noon, Jiang Shiqi had generously rewarded the clever lad with a hefty sum of silver and personally prepared lamb for her, escorting her to the shop during these moments. His expression bore no signs of unease. Just as Xie Lingyao presumed Jiang Shiqi would continue his silent vigil, he abruptly broke the silence. Today, why did you pinch me? Xie Lingyao halted, approaching him. Did it hurt? Jiang Shiqi felt no pain. Her touch was lighter than a cat's scratch. However, in that instant, Xie Lingyao's sudden action felt to him like an unwelcome reminder of Li Ziyi. It carried a sense of reproach, as if to say, you are already suffering enough. Why must you utter such ill-timed words? Xie Lingyao could scarcely recall the force of her pinch. Raising her hand, she placed it on Jiang Shiqi's collar. Show me. Is there a bruise? Jiang Shiqi grasped both of her hands, meeting her innocent gaze with a hint of frustration. Do you think my words were inappropriate? Xie Lingyao tilted her head, her response almost instantaneous. Naturally, they were a bit inappropriate. Jiang Shiqi's lips turned downward, yet she continued, with so many people around. How can you be so shameless as to speak such sour words? He brought their hands together, deftly restraining her with one hand while wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his solid embrace. Is it merely because of that? Xie Lingyao countered. What else could it be? Did you not see Su Haoxing's expression? It was as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Shiqi dismissed Su Haoxing's reaction. His concern lay solely with whether Li Ziyi would retreat in the face of adversity. He was acutely aware of Li Ziyi's reluctance to marry in his previous life. Was it not about caring for Li Ziyi? What does this have to do with Li Ziyi? Xie Lingyao asked, momentarily blank, only later realizing that Jiang Shiqi was harboring a grievance. Sir Jiang, are you jealous? Jiang Shiqi regarded her coolly. In those years, did I not swallow my jealousy in silence? Xie Lingyao found it both amusing and exasperating. She felt wronged. In her previous life, her heart had been devoted solely to this seemingly indifferent man, with no flirtation with others that would warrant his covert jealousy. Do not slander me. Since I married into your family, I have been cautious and reserved, fearful of giving others ammunition against me. My opportunities to converse with other men have been scarce. So how could I possibly incite your jealousy? You may not have acted out of line, but your thoughts linger on her. Xie Lingyao's expression turned frosty. Had her hands not been captured by Jiang Shiqi, she might have struck him. In her indignation, she leaned close to his handsome face and bit his left cheek. Jiang Shiqi neither flinched nor dodged, allowing her to vent her frustration. Pray tell, where have I harbored thoughts of her? Do you recall the handkerchief I burned? Xie Lingyao could never forget. By that time, her feelings for Jiang Shiqi had escalated to an uncontrollable level. For the sake of Zhou Er and herself, she had decided to make an effort to mend her relationship. She had painstakingly embroidered a handkerchief for him, inscribing his name with affection, intending to present it to him personally. Yet, Jiang Shiqi had chanced upon it before she could deliver it herself. Hiding in her chamber, She had witnessed the ghastly expression on Jiang Shiqi's face for the first time. Her anticipation had evaporated, and her concessions had become a jest. The handkerchief had been taken into his possession, and the following day, a maid discovered the scorched remnants among his writing implements. To take without asking is theft. That handkerchief was clearly stolen and burned by you. Xie Lingyao's anger surged. I have yet to question you. I embroidered that handkerchief for you. If you did not like it, why must you burn it? Jiang Shiqi's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Are you saying that handkerchief was meant for me? Xie Lingyao was taken aback, hesitating. Did it not have your name embroidered on it? Could you not discern that it was intended for you? Jiang Shiqi remained silent. He released her and swiftly led her to the writing desk in the inner chamber, quickly grinding ink and handing her a brush. Write my name down. Though perplexed by Jiang Shiqi's peculiar behavior, she obediently inscribed the characters Qi Jin on the blank rice paper. Jiang Shiqi took the brush from her and inscribed Qi Jin alongside her writing. This is my name. Xie Lingyao stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. Li Zi, courtesy name Huai Jin. Xie Lingyao finally grasped the implication. So you thought I had embroidered that handkerchief for him? Jiang Shiqi did not deny it. The anguish he had felt then was still vivid in his memory. I burned it not out of anger, but because it bore the name of another man. If others were to see it, it would bring you trouble. Xie Lingyao covered her face, caught between laughter and tears. It seems I was indeed lazy. Had I simply embroidered 2 characters, you might not have misconstrued my intentions. Those 2 characters were revealed to her by Zhou, her mother-in-law, who seemed eager to cast her out. Jiang Shiqi's gaze deepened, anxiety stirring within him. Yao, regardless of whom that handkerchief was meant for, please tell me, who resides in your heart? Sighing, Xie Lingyao reflected that had this been in her previous life, she would have been furious at Jiang Shiqi for doubting her affections. Yet, after enduring so much adversity, she understood that many misunderstandings between them stemmed from their mutual stubbornness, refusing to communicate or inquire. Thus, she replied, in my previous life, the one I cherished and adored was none other than Jiang Shiqi. Leaning against Jiang Shiqi's chest, she felt the joyous rhythm of his heart. Realizing that the man who had been consumed with jealousy was indeed himself, Jiang Shiqi longed to envelop her within his heart, cherishing her fiercely. He felt profoundly grateful to the heavens for granting him another chance to allow 2 lovers to experience their affection for one another. Yet, he was equally remorseful, lamenting the precious moments lost. We have indeed missed half a lifetime. Xie Lingyao nestled against his chest, casting a sidelong glance at him, playfully accusing him. So, all those years, did you truly believe that the one I held in my heart was Li Zi? It was my folly. Xie Lingyao comprehended at last, realizing that Jiang Shiqi's sour words in Dingxin Pavilion had been directed at Li Zi all along. How childish it was for him, at such an age, to harbor such misconceptions. No longer wishing to dwell on the past, Xie Lingyao feigned innocence. So, did you believe you had been wearing a green hat all along? How could you endure such indignity without exploding? I am uncertain whether to commend your magnanimity. Had it been anyone else, I would not have borne it. If the person beside me were not you, I would not have cared at all. It is only because it is you that I have remained silent. As long as you stay by my side, I will pretend to be deaf, as if I know nothing. Xie Lingyao was taken aback by such a fervent declaration. She held no doubts regarding its authenticity, for from Jiang Shiqi's perspective, he had indeed acted in accordance with those words. Xie Lingyao parted her lips, hesitating to utter anything further. Jiang Shiqi was formidable in his current state. A mere utterance from him could render her flushed and speechless. Aya, love me once more. Will you? Xie Lingyao met Jiang Shiqi's expectant gaze as she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and, with a gentle lift onto her toes, pressed her lips against his, offering her response in that tender moment. Chapter 87. The brother of the same mother. Could you manage to eat a little something? Xie Zhaojing gazed at the haggard woman before him, his heart twisting in anguish. Just a few days prior, they had been a harmonious family, yet unexpectedly, father returned with an unknown woman and a son nearing 20. To make matters worse, he intended for mother to recognize that son, who was even older than the eldest sister, compelling her to regard him as her own. Huang's eyes, dry and weary, reflected the fatigue of her tears and turmoil. In the span of a single day, she had come to understand the man's callousness and selfishness. If she were to acknowledge Xie Hui, he would be deemed the legitimate heir, and the family fortune would naturally fall to him, with that sordid woman as his mother. What place would she have then? After years of silent suffering, Could she resign herself to such a fate? No, it was unacceptable. The family legacy belonged solely to her son. Moreover, she had long borne the stigma of disgrace, with many believing she had entangled herself with Xie Chun before the demise of the Su matriarch, leaving her with no voice to defend herself. If she were to accept such a son, would she not be further vilified? Since Xie Chun was heartless, she could no longer be bound by loyalty. Go, summon your elder sister. Xie Zhaojing hesitated, reluctant to rise. Mother, elder sister has just married, and the Jiang family has many customs. Should we not spare her the worry? A fierce glint flashed in Huang's eyes as she suppressed her rising anger, striving to speak gently. Given the enormity of our family's situation, not informing her would only chill her heart. Go, Zhaojing, your brother has injured his leg. Mother can rely on you now. With that, Xie Zhaojing nodded resolutely. Very well, mother. You should eat something first. I will return shortly. When he arrived to fetch her, Xie Lingyao had already anticipated Huang's summons and followed him to the inn where the Xie family was currently residing. Upon re-entering the familiar Morning Pine residence, she felt as if she had traversed a vast chasm of time. Previously filled with animosity, she now found herself remarkably calm. Following Huang's instructions, Xie Zhaojing discreetly led Xie Lingyao to Huang's room, careful not to rouse Xie Chun. As they reached the door, they were met with the sight of shattered porcelain strewn across the floor. Xie Zhaojing hurriedly cleared a path for Xie Lingyao before allowing her to enter. What has happened to mother? Why such a furious outburst? Xie Lingyao observed Huang's disheveled state, and, as a fellow woman, she found it difficult to feel any satisfaction. She was all too aware of Xie Chen's heartlessness. Huang, bracing herself, descended from the bed and gestured for Xie Zhaojing to leave. Li Momo cast a worried glance at Xie Lingyao, as she had always regarded Huang as an adversary and was apprehensive about leaving Xie Lingyao alone with her. Momo, stay by the door. Do not allow anyone else to enter. No, she need not leave. Huang's unexpected command startled Li Momo. Pouring herself a cup of cold tea, Huang drank it down, tears flowing unbidden as she recounted how Xie Chun had suddenly returned with a mother and son, pressuring her to acknowledge that child. Xie Lingyao was already aware of these matters, as she had been the one to inadvertently introduce the mother and son to Xie Chun. Yet she had not anticipated that Xie Chun would resort to threatening Huang with divorce to compel her compliance. Although Xie Lingyao suspected that Xie Chun would not abandon Huang for the sake of a mere maid, the very fact that he had hurt Huang's feelings was undeniable. This woman, after experiencing heartbreak, could become merciless. Despite Xie Chen's years of experience in the business world, he seemed oblivious to this truth. Perhaps he understood it, but his arrogance blinded him to the idea that Huang could pose any threat to him. What could a woman stir in the tides of fortune? Feigning anger, Xie Lingyao slammed her hand on the table. How dare he? He has a child even before seeking to marry my mother. I must confront him and inquire whether he knew of Xie Hui's existence when he proposed to my mother. Huang intercepted her. Lingyao, why cling to the past? What matters now is the present. If I acknowledge Xie Hui, he will become the legitimate heir of our Xie family. He shares no bond with your two younger brothers. Once he inherits the family fortune, what will become of them? Xie Lingyao sat down, clearing her throat and fiddling with her handkerchief, her meaning unmistakable. The family wealth was of no concern to her. Those two younger brothers were solely Huang's sons. There was no need for her to clash with her father for their sake. Huang had anticipated this reaction from Xie Lingyao. The girl was quite astute. Even if you disregard Yuer, what of Jinger? He is the one closest to you. Xie Lingyao hesitated. Even so, what can I do? I have yet to establish myself within the Jiang family, and I must tread carefully with my words. A single misstep could lead to merciless repercussions. If I were to openly confront my father now, I'd be labeled unfilial, making it impossible for me to find my place in the Jiang family. Huang internally scoffed at her daughter's apparent indifference, realizing that the appearance of Xie Hui had not posed any real threat to her. Whether or not Xie Hui was the legitimate heir, it held no bearing on her. Her dowry was already secured, and the remaining assets of the Xie family were of no consequence to her. Why should she meddle in such affairs? Moreover, Xie Lingyao's attitude clearly indicated her deep-seated resentment towards Xie Chen, eager to sever ties with the Xie family altogether. Mother, I have matters to attend to at my residence. I must take my leave. As Xie Lingyao spoke, she prepared to rise. Huang's gaze bore into her, dark and frenzied. Stop. You can disregard us. But what of your own blood? Your own brother? Li Momo suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling. My lady has only given birth to Ningjie. Where does this brother come from? Xie Lingyao turned away to hide the redness in her eyes. Indeed, you have lost your senses in your anger. My mother did carry another child, but alas, both mother and child perished. No matter how wronged you feel, you must not invoke my deceased mother. Huang let out a strange laugh before retorting, was it truly a stillbirth? This woman, Li Momo, was your mother's personal maid. Ask her if she ever witnessed your mother's corpse. Li Momo gasped, feeling dizzy. Momo, sit down, Xie Lingyao commanded gently, calming the trembling woman. Then turning to Huang with a sharp inquiry. So, according to you, Xie Zhaojing is my mother's child? When Huang entered, Xie Chun had publicly declared that she was 7 months pregnant, her belly was growing, and she could no longer conceal it, necessitating a hasty marriage. Yet, until the time of her delivery, few had seen the child, and it was not until nearly a year later that the baby was frequently shown to others. Xie Lingyao had grounds to speculate. The earlier concealment was likely to prevent others from noticing the discrepancies in the child's age. As the child grew, variations in height among children became commonplace, making concealment unnecessary. Thus, if Huang's words held any truth, Xie Zhaojing would indeed be her biological brother. Yes, Xie Lingyao, disregarding the implications, exclaimed fiercely, what happened to my mother? How did she die? Should Xie Zhaojing truly be her mother's son? The circumstances surrounding her death would become all the more suspicious. Huang, caught off guard by Xie Lingyao's piercing gaze, nearly toppled from her seat. In a state of haste, she exclaimed, your mother indeed faced a difficult labor. However, your father chose to save the smaller life rather than the greater. It was not a case of one body. 2 lives, she perished from excessive bleeding. Xie Lingyao swallowed the metallic taste of blood in her throat and, after a brief moment, regained her voice. Then why must Jinger be raised under your name? At that time, the Su family was powerful and acted with arrogance. If your mother had died, leaving behind only the 2 of you, they would undoubtedly have taken both of you away. Your father, unwilling to have a child of the Xie family brought up within the Su household, had no choice but to lie. What necessity could there be? A man who can so easily abandon his first wife is certainly not acting out of necessity. He must have other plans. Huang did not anticipate that Xie Lingyao would be so difficult to deal with. However, at this moment, with no one else to rely on, she had no choice but to stand beside Xie Lingyao. Under Xie Lingyao's unwavering gaze, Huang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly speaking the truth. In your father's view, your mother could not bear a son. The rapid growth of the Xie family relied heavily on the support of the Su family, and your father could hardly hold his head high in their presence. Moreover, your maternal grandfather was quite blunt and never considered your father's pride. Over time, this led to his resentment, and he feared that should your mother bear a son, the Su family would seize all his possessions when the opportunity arose. This statement, Huang herself found somewhat unconvincing. Ultimately, it stemmed from a lack of love. Despite the Su family's striking beauty at that time, Xie Chen was proud and felt that the Su family did not indulge him as he desired, leading to his growing disdain. Furthermore, believing he owed a debt of gratitude to the Su family, he perceived any slight from them as a sign of their contempt for him. As for what transpired later, Xie Lingyao likely knew. The Su family, having lost their beloved daughter and gradually distancing themselves from Jianzhou due to their business, ultimately relocated, leaving behind only an old residence. Before their departure, the Su family, concerned that Xie Lingyao might suffer under her stepmother, proposed to take her with them. Yet, bound by her engagement to Jiang Shiqi, she could neither go nor leave. Thus, the Su family returned all of Xie Lingyao's mother's private property to her and agreed to send someone annually to check on her well-being, assuring her that if she was not faring well, they would come to retrieve her. Do you not care for me and Yue? Can you truly bear to watch your younger brother live under that wild child Xie Hui's care? Xie Lingyao, bracing herself against the table, rose with an aura of coldness enveloping her and wordlessly strode out. Witnessing Xie Lingyao's departure without a backward glance filled Huang with disappointment and left her utterly drained, collapsing to the ground with her hand clasped over her chest. At that moment, Granny Li unexpectedly returned. Our young mistress wishes to convey that you should surrender that girl. Bai Chun. Huang's eyes widened in a daze of panic. How could Xie Lingyao know that Bai Chun belonged to her? Where did this young girl acquire such meticulous thought? If Xie Lingyao was aware of this matter, would she still assist her? No, it was not assistance for her. It was aid for Xie Zhaojing. Chapter 88. A scheme. Madame Huang's words. Do you find them credible? Upon noticing that Xie Lingyao had returned to the mansion with an inscrutable countenance, Li Mama could not help but express her concern. What do you think, Mama? Outside, a light rain began to fall, and Xie Lingyao gazed out the window, where a misty veil enveloped the world. Occasionally, a few strands of rain, swept by the wind, brushed against her face, bringing a slight chill. Fearing that Xie Lingyao might catch a cold, Li Mama fetched a thin cloak for her, but refrained from closing the window, understanding that Xie Lingyao needed it open at this moment. I do not know. Li Mama quickly wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. But I wish it were true. Your mother, knowing her frail health, still could not bear to lose that child to preserve herself. Her wish was for both children to grow up safe and sound. A living child is indeed more fortunate than 2 lives lost. Xie Lingyao's fingers tapped lightly on the windowsill as she murmured, "Mother was truly foolish, sacrificing her life to bear children for a man who did not love her. Were it me, I would have sent an ill-timed child away with a simple broth. She did not act for your father. She acted for her children. She longed for her children to live. Ningjier, when you become a mother, you will understand your mother's feelings back then." Xie Lingyao bitterly smiled. How could she not know what it meant to be a mother? Yet, compared to her own mother, she felt her own maternal instincts were somewhat selfish. In the end, she chose to leave Zhou'er behind and walk away herself. Perhaps, once a woman becomes a mother, she begins to soften. But not Xie Lingyao. Li Mama inquired, "What shall we do next?" She inexplicably felt that Huang Shi was not lying. Even if the second young master bore no resemblance to the lady, she believed he must indeed be the lady's child. Li Mama loathed Huang Shi, yet she found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards the second young master, who had always been gentle and polite. Whenever she encountered him, she treated him like any other child, not allowing his lineage to alter her demeanor. If the second young master were truly the lady's child, they could not just stand by and watch as he was usurped by a stranger named Xie Hui. You have already stated he appeared from nowhere. What is there to fear? Li Mama was utterly confounded by Xie Lingyao's words. Taking a deep breath, Xie Lingyao abruptly shut the window with a decisive clap. In a few days, you shall see. That evening, as Jiang Shiqi stepped into the grand hall, he received a task assigned by Xie Lingyao. Before he could even sip water, he was swept up in the bustling endeavor of bringing Xie Zhaojing into the marquis's residence. Knowing she had inconvenienced Jiang Shiqi, Xie Lingyao felt compelled to show some sincerity. Initially, she had intended to wash her hands of the kitchen work, preparing a few dishes. However, her culinary skills were limited, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided to personally prepare a soup. Yet, upon witnessing the raw, plucked pigeon, she was so startled that the clay pot nearly slipped from her grasp. In the end, her efforts resulted in a plate of charred greens. Jiang Shiqi lifted his chopsticks, his brows twitching in disbelief at the sight of such an unappetizing dish. Why not eat? Are you not hungry? Xie Lingyao feigned indifference. Yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Jiang Shiqi's hand holding the chopsticks. Her words drew Jiang Shiqi's attention back to the moment. The astute Jiang Shiqi instantly grasped the underlying message. Xie Lingyao was a person of discernment. How could she allow a plate of such poor quality to grace her table? He picked up a few of the half-cooked vegetables and, maintaining a composed demeanor, tasted them. Xie Lingyao lowered her head to sip her soup, casually asking, "How does it taste?" "The flavor is as dismal as its appearance," Jiang Shiqi candidly assessed, the words delicious rolling around on his lips, but remaining unspoken. "Nevertheless, as it is your intention, I shall not take it lightly," Jiang Shiqi said, rising to serve himself from the plate of greens, his expression inscrutable as he swallowed. Xie Lingyao swiftly took the plate away, instructing Fei Yun to remove it. Given his determination, he seemed intent on finishing the entire dish. Should he fall ill, Xie Lingyao could not bear the responsibility. "You acknowledge my intentions, yet offer no kind words to lift my spirits? Jiang Darun, your demeanor remains as unyielding as ever." Jiang Shiqi chuckled softly. "I wish for you to understand that my willingness to eat that dish stems not from its taste, but from the fact that it was made by you." As he sipped the soup, he suppressed the peculiar bitterness and saltiness lingering on his palate. Xie Lingyao shot him an irritated glance, prompting Fei Yun to bring the vegetables back. Defiantly, she snatched one and, despite his protests, quickly popped it into her mouth. She had only added oil, salt, and a spice she could not identify. How could it taste so terrible? Yet, the moment the vegetable touched her tongue, she forgave Jiang Shiqi and marveled at his extraordinary tolerance. Xie Lingyao could not fathom how such simple ingredients could yield such an odd flavor. It appeared she truly lacked culinary talent. Receiving the tea Jiang Shiqi offered, Xie Lingyao acted as if nothing had occurred. Let us eat. To prevent her from becoming irate, Jiang Shiqi changed the subject. You have been secretive and busy these days. Today you sent me to fetch your second brother. Is everything nearing completion? Yes, the final step is imminent. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shiqi replied, If you do not wish to share, I shall not pry. I will wait until you are ready to tell me. Despite recognizing Jiang Shiqi's tactic of retreating to advance, Xie Lingyao relented. It is not that I intended to keep it from you. Since you inquire, I shall share. Once she had dismissed all the servants, Xie Lingyao recounted the recent events in the Xie household, succinctly outlining the crucial details. That Xiao Nyang and her son, were they brought in by you? Xie Lingyao scoffed. They are hardly mother and son. That Xie Hui was originally named Du Hui. My aunt sought him out for his resemblance to my father to stage a performance. Merely having a son was insufficient. He also needed a woman connected to my father to serve as his mother to be convincing. Xiao Nyang was the perfect candidate. According to the timeline, she would have been pregnant when she left the Xie family, thus giving birth to someone of Du Hui's age. Xie Lingyao understood that Xie Chun's primary concern was to enhance the family's reputation. Therefore, she fashioned a son for him, stable, dignified, and well-educated. The simplest and most effective method to establish a good standing for this son was for Huang Shi to acknowledge him as her own. The more Xie Chen strained to secure this son, the more fearful Huang Shi became, worried that her years of sacrifice would ultimately benefit another. With Xie Zhaojing and Xie Zhaoyu being too young and irresponsible, she had no choice but to place her hopes on the now well-married Xie Lingyao. However, their relationship was not merely strained. They regarded each other with mutual disdain. Why would she assist her? Not to mention that Xie Lingyao harbored deep resentment towards Xie Chun and the entire Xie family, yearning to sever ties with them. Why would she care who the legitimate eldest son of the Xie family was? To persuade Xie Lingyao to take action and utilize Jiang Shiqi's influence to compel Xie Chun to relinquish his acknowledgement of Xie Hui. It is imperative to make her consider the interests of a certain individual. The Huang family happens to possess such a person. Xie Zhaojing's identity was collaboratively addressed by the Huang family and Xie Chun, making her the one most privy to the underlying circumstances. While Xie Lingyao remains indifferent to the turmoil within the Xie family, Xie Zhaojing emerges as the most significant bargaining chip to sway Xie Lingyao's intentions. Having harbored resentment towards Xie Chun for over a decade on behalf of her mother, it is only natural that she would confront Xie Chun for the sake of her biological brother. Chapter 89. The Isolated One. Before Su Yun departed from the Ho residence, she and Xie Lingyao had already sensed something amiss. The attitude of Huang towards Xie Zhaojing, along with the striking resemblance between Xie Zhaojing and Su Yun, compelled the two to ponder deeply. The events of the past had lingered too long, and verifying them proved to be a daunting task. Instead of investing time and effort in investigation, they deemed it more prudent to allow someone privy to the truth to reveal it voluntarily. Compared to Xie Chun, Huang was evidently a more suitable candidate. Xie Zhaoyu was her lifeblood. Should anyone threaten his interests, Huang would undoubtedly act. Thus, Xie Lingyao and Huang devised a plan. Presenting Xie Chun with a commendable son, one who bore the visage and demeanor reminiscent of Xie Chun in his youth, endearing himself to Xie Chen's heart. Moreover, the constant lamentations of Xiao Nyang about the hardships of raising a son alone without a father's guidance further stirred Xie Chen's emotions. In a moment of weakness, he forgot how much Huang cherished her son and the shared secret he once held with her. Even though Xie Lingyao had clandestinely met Huang through Xie Zhaojing, Xie Chun, as the head of the family, was not oblivious to these developments. Shortly after Xie Lingyao's visit with Huang, Jiang Shiqi took Xie Zhaojing away, and Xie Chun could easily surmise what Huang had confided to her. Before he could confront Huang, he found himself preoccupied with comforting his daughter who had married into the Ho family. As a father, he understood Xie Lingyao. She was much like her late mother, fragile in appearance yet resolute in spirit, obstinate and unyielding, and she never exhibited any understanding towards him. Xie Lingyao anticipated that Xie Chun would soon arrive and, after dining, she awaited him in the hall. Aware that his presence would be inappropriate, Jiang Shiqi retired to the study. When Xie Chun arrived, he found Xie Lingyao leisurely sipping tea while engrossed in a book. "What has your mother disclosed to you?" Xie Lingyao gestured for tea to be served to Xie Chun, dismissing the attendants at her side. As if to challenge him, she replied, "Father, with your keen perception, how could you not fathom what she has told me?" Sitting upright, her eyes flashed with indignation. Xie Chun was taken aback. He realized that his authority as a father was overshadowed by his daughter, who was yet to reach her 20s. Since you have come, why not enlighten me about how my wife bore you after 10 months of labor, sacrificing her life for yours, while you insist on labeling him as the child of your stepmother? When you encounter your mother in dreams, do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Regardless of whose son he is ultimately my son, Xie, and I possess the right to select a more fitting mother for him. Xie Lingyao forcefully cast aside her teacup, the shattering porcelain echoing sharply in the tranquil night. Xie stepped back to avoid the shards, his expression darkening with fury. Impudent! You have only just wed, and you dare to hurl your cup at your father? Do not think that marrying into the Ho family grants you license to act recklessly. Should others witness your rebellious and unfilial demeanor, being cast aside will be inevitable. Do you believe that the Xie family would welcome you back in disgrace? Father, you seem to be mistaken. Is it not your lifelong aspiration for me to marry into the Jiang family? If I were indeed cast aside, the suffering would not be mine alone. Moreover, if you cannot accept a daughter who has been abandoned, the Su family would certainly not tolerate the deception you have maintained for years. While the Xie family was indeed affluent, the Su family was no less formidable. Boasting extensive business interests across the land, a family of considerable stature that far surpassed the relatively sparse Xie family. Should the Su family resolve to retaliate against Xie, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xie Lingyao added with a cold smirk, "Do not forget, Zhaojing was brought back by Jiang Shiqi. He is inclined to support my side in this matter." Xie fell silent, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Have you disclosed this to him?" He was aware of how dearly the Su family cherished Su Shi, as well as the immense power wielded by Jiang Shiqi. "He is my husband, and I am obliged to discuss matters with him. If he is willing to advocate for us siblings, I believe you should consider whether it is wiser to be forthright with your daughter or continue to rage against me, thereby turning our family into a laughingstock in the capital." Xie swallowed his indignation, initially aiming to pacify Xie Lingyao. Yet, upon witnessing her expression, reminiscent of her mother's disdain, he felt fury boiling within him. Regaining his composure, Xie softened his tone. "Zhaojing lost his mother at birth. Being raised by your stepmother, with proper education and care, should not be objectionable. If he were to learn that his mother perished due to her insistence on giving him life, would he not be condemned to a lifetime of guilt?" Xie Lingyao fixed her gaze on Xie before turning away, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. She was not naive enough to accept Huang's words at face value, but only upon hearing Xie utter such statements did she confirm Xie Zhaojing's true identity. No wonder Huang had once risked so much to eliminate her. Xie sought to leverage her bond with Xie Zhaojing to his advantage. Yet Huang, short-sighted, was solely fixated on the Xie family's wealth, believing Xie intended to bequeath the family estate to Xie Zhaojing, which incited her wrath and prompted her murderous intent. Xie Lingyao had meticulously orchestrated this encounter, not for Xie's remorse or accountability, for she was indifferent to his motivations. She merely desired that she and Xie Zhaojing hear their father acknowledge that it was he who led Xie Zhaojing to mistakenly identify his mother for so many years. She did not care whether Xie Zhaojing could bear the truth. She needed him to understand the depth of his true mother's love. "Xie Zhaojing, come forth." Tears streamed down Xie Zhaojing's face as he stumbled out from behind the screen, devoid of his usual timidity, his visage now marked by profound disappointment and rage. Xie stood transfixed, caught in the piercing gazes of his two children, both filled with animosity, leaving him speechless. Finally, he could only murmur to Xie Zhaojing, "Zhaojing, your father acts for your own good. Liar. Fraud." Xie Zhaojing shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xie before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Zhaojing." Xie instinctively moved forward but was preempted by Xie Lingyao. "Father, please step back. Neither of us wish to see you right now." By the way, Xie Lingyao knelt down and lifted Xie Zhaojing's sleeve, revealing faint bruises that barely resembled shadows. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "You have indeed found him an excellent mother." Xie expression darkened. He understood how shocking those faint bruises would be before they healed. He lost the will to argue, his lips parched and trembling as he staggered away. As he exited, he spotted Jiang Shiqi standing immobile at a distance in the corridor. "Farewell, esteemed father-in-law. My wife is in a foul mood. I shall not see you off." Xiechen's heart sank, and he dared not utter a word. He hurried back to the inn, only to find it desolate and empty. Xiaonyang and Xie Hui had long vanished. He had been ensnared. This was his first thought. He had alienated everyone. He had become an isolated soul. This was his second thought. Xie Chun collapsed onto the threshold of the room previously occupied by Huang, finding only chaos and no sign of life. Sir, the lady and young master departed for Jianzhou an hour ago. Xie Chun weakly waved his hand, speechless. Indeed, he has been outmaneuvered by his own daughter to such an extent. The bonds of father and daughter, father and son, and husband and wife have all been severed. Xie Lingyao truly resembles her mother, equally astute and ruthless. Chapter 90. Deeply rooted affection. Xie Zhaojing, consumed by rage, had been unable to rise since fainting the previous night. Jiang Shiqi summoned a physician, who merely advised him to rest well, prescribing calming remedies that plunged him into a deep slumber for several days, allowing him to come to terms with everything. Had it not been for Xie Lingyao's awareness of Dr. Qian's medical skills, she might have found such a simplistic and forceful treatment unacceptable. Su Yun returned once more, seizing the opportunity to sneak a glance at her elder sister's illegitimate child while Xie Zhaojing lay in a deep sleep. Ultimately, she departed with tears in her eyes. Your aunt is speaking candidly. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for your heartless father. I loathe him so much that I wish I could take up a sword and seek justice for my ill-fated sister. Yet, causing a scene would bring no benefit to either you or Zhaojing. You are already treading on thin ice in the capital, and some matters require careful consideration. Xie Lingyao personally assisted her onto the carriage, tears shimmering in her eyes. Rest assured, I understand everything you've said. My sole desire is to reclaim my brother. As for everything else, I care not and wish to involve myself in nothing. Would Xie Chen regret her indifference? Would he resent her for her lack of concern? The Xie family was not solely Xie Chen's. It also belonged to her grandfather. His principles of righteousness and integrity were what Xie Lingyao revered most. She could dismiss Xie Chun, but she must consider the entire Xie clan, just as she bid farewell to Su Yun. Xie Lingyao's emotions had yet to settle when she spotted Jiang Yufei dismounting her carriage and gleefully running toward her. Sister-in-law. Jiang Yufei's calling of her sister-in-law harkened back to their past lives, and upon hearing it anew, Xie Lingyao felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Once she steadied herself, she caught Jiang Yufei as she leapt toward her, smiling. Your mother is watching you from behind. If you rush about like this, you'll surely receive a scolding once you return home. Jiang Yufei playfully pulled her along, teasing, oh, now that you're married to my elder brother and have become my sister-in-law, you're beginning to shy away from playing with me. Will you cast me aside once I have a nephew or niece? Xie Lingyao chuckled, shaking her head as she playfully tapped Jiang Yufei's smooth forehead. It's only been a few days since we last met, yet your tongue has grown sharper. By the way, how is your grandfather? Is he recovering? Jiang Yufei hung onto Xie Lingyao, and the servants passing by looked on in astonishment. However, they paid little mind, maintaining their embrace as they continued into the residence. P.S. Well, this morning he was scolding me with vigor. Now that Xie Lingyao was married, Jiang Yufei could no longer visit the Haohan Pavilion freely, so she led her to her own courtyard. Excitedly, Jiang Yufei directed Zhu'er to bring tea and snacks for Xie Lingyao, lamenting, though it's only been a few days since I last saw you, it feels like an eternity. You have no idea how many things I've been itching to share with you. With Jiang Yufei's lively presence, Xie Lingyao's spirits lifted. In this lifetime, their bond was even stronger than before, reaching a level of intimacy where they could share anything. What will I do when you marry? I'll be left in the mansion with no one to talk to, with my elder brother by your side. I commend you for still being able to think of me, Jiang Yufei teased, casting a knowing glance at Xie Lingyao before shooing away the attendants. I've heard something intriguing about your elder brother while at the Zhao residence over the past few days. Do you wish to hear it? Xie Lingyao was not overly concerned. Jiang Shiqi was a figure of renown in the capital, and any tale about him would likely be of interest. Yet, seeing Jiang Yufei's eyes sparkle with excitement, she feigned eagerness. I am all ears. Do you remember the time we went out to hear music and encountered your elder brother? Xie Lingyao nodded, recalling the talented performer in blue attire. But it's not about that. It's about the incident when your elder brother confronted the Marquis of Jingyang. Do you recall? Xie Lingyao could not forget. Jiang Shiqi had always appeared aloof, concealing a myriad of thoughts behind an impassive facade. Yet that day, she had witnessed an intensity in him, a fierce gaze akin to that of a lone wolf, instilling fear in those who dared to look upon him. Jiang Yufei leaned closer, her voice dripping with intrigue. Do you know why he acted so violently, or rather, for whom he acted? Xie Lingyao playfully pushed her head away, laughing. Surely it was merely over court matters. When interests collide, it's common for fists to fly, or even blades. Jiang Yufei countered. That may be true for others, but my elder brother, with his celestial demeanor, would never stoop to such brutishness. Love is what drives one to madness, and even he is not exempt. He acted for you, you know. Xie Lingyao, taken aback, pointed to herself. For me? The impact of Jiang Shiqi's actions on Jiang Yufei was profound, etched indelibly in her memory, especially after noticing a few of the Marquis of Jingyang's former servants who had been sold to the Zhao family. When she encountered one of them, she recognized him and, upon recalling the incident, was compelled to inquire about the details, curious about her elder brother's uncharacteristic display of aggression. To her surprise, the servant had indeed witnessed the events unfold. That day, as the Marquis of Jingyang berated Xie Lingyao, he had been present, and when Jiang Shiqi arrived, the Marquis had dismissed everyone, believing he had urgent business. What followed was a one-sided beating. By the time they broke through the door, Jiang Shiqi was already wiping his hands, declaring, "She is not someone you can insult at will." That she was Xie Lingyao. "Yao, your elder brother has long been deeply infatuated with you." Xie Lingyao fought to suppress the turmoil within her, striving to maintain an air of composure. Yet her upward curving lips betrayed her. It seemed his emotions, too, could spiral out of control. She could not deny that upon realizing Jiang Shiqi had acted for her sake, a secret joy blossomed within her heart. Chapter 91. My husband is not a bargaining chip. Jiang Shiqi was acutely aware that Xie Lingyao's spirits had been rather low in recent days, so he deliberately returned to the residence early. Upon arriving at Haoan Pavilion, he found it empty. After inquiring with Fei Yun, he learned that she had recently been summoned by the Zhou family. Without a moment to change his attire, Jiang Shiqi hastened towards the Yilan courtyard. Last night, upon hearing that Jiang Shiqi had brought Xie Lingyao's brother back to the residence, Zhou Shi felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Jiang Shiqi's uncle's sons, whom she considered her cousins, were difficult to even meet, let alone derive any advantage from. Each time she recalled Jiang Shiqi's cold demeanor towards the Zhou family, her heart grew heavy with disappointment. She silently reproached him for disregarding familial ties and showing no concern for the Zhou household. In contrast, Xie Lingyao, emboldened by the fervor of newlywed bliss, had Jiang Shiqi wrapped around her finger. Having just entered the family, she had already brought her brother into the Jiang household, likely hoping to leverage Jiang Shiqi's influence for her brother's benefit. Yang Shi, having heard whispers of the situation, arrived promptly. Her son had gained nothing, so why should others benefit? Zhou Shi seized the opportunity while Jiang Shiqi was absent to summon Xie Lingyao, intending to assert her authority as a mother-in-law and subtly admonish Xie Lingyao to abandon her ambitions. Zhou Shi wished to convey that the Jiang family status was not something to be trifled with. After exchanging greetings, Xie Lingyao noticed that Zhou Shi had no intention of inviting her to sit. Rather than feeling uncomfortable or wronged, she stood tall, composed, and relaxed. Aware of the need to maintain her slender figure, she understood the importance of minimizing her seated time. Zhou Shi's initial display of authority had little effect on Xie Lingyao. Seeing no fear reflected on Xie Lingyao's face, both Zhou Shi and Yang Shi felt a tinge of disappointment. Since you have entered this household, I have seldom called you to serve me, primarily out of consideration for your inexperience and the discomfort that may accompany your new role. Additionally, I acknowledge your diligent service, wishing for you to rest more. In truth, were it not for Jiang Shiqi's protection, I would have preferred that you wait outside from dawn until dusk. Do you know why I have summoned you today? If Yang Shi had not been present, Xie Lingyao might not have instantly discerned Zhou Shi's intentions. However, with Yang Shi beside her, the purpose became clear. For the Zhou family, any visit to the Jiang residence without gleaning some advantage would be deemed a loss. In her past life, Xie Lingyao was aware that Zhou Shi desired Jiang Shiqi to intervene and secure educational opportunities at the Taixue for her children. The Taixue was a prestigious institution where students were typically of noble birth, and admission signified a promising future in officialdom. Zhou Shi, however, had perhaps overestimated Jiang Shiqi's influence. Even a decade hence, while Jiang Shiqi might wield considerable power, he would struggle to sway the steadfast scholars of the Taixue, who held their principles dear. Should Jiang Shiqi resort to coercion, the collective disdain of scholars could easily overwhelm him. Thus, Zhou Shi's demands were indeed excessive, and it was no wonder Jiang Shiqi harbored disdain for the Zhou family, who epitomized avarice. Noticing Zhou Shi and Yang Shi's accusatory expressions, Xie Lingyao internally scoffed, masking her amusement with feigned confusion. They seemed to imply that her mother-in-law had summoned her merely for a casual visit. Zhou Shi, failing to discern Xie Lingyao's understanding of the situation, subtly alluded to it. While it was common for families to have relatives visiting, short stays were customary hospitality. However, prolonged visits could become quite awkward. As the conversation progressed, Xie Lingyao decided against feigning ignorance, having no intention of allowing her brother to reside indefinitely. Jiang Shiqi's invitation for him to stay was merely a temporary measure. She had already devised a plan for her brother's future, awaiting his awakening to discuss it further. Thus, Xie Lingyao straightforwardly inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but is my mother-in-law referring to my ineffectual brother, Xie Zhaojing?" Zhou Shi had initially not intended to be so forthright. Given that Xie Zhaojing had just arrived, and there was no immediate concern of him overstaying, Zhou Shi's intention was merely to caution Xie Lingyao to dismiss any inappropriate thoughts and expedite her brother's departure. However, Xie Lingyao's bluntness caught Zhou Shi off guard, leaving her uncertain about how to respond appropriately. The Jiang family was not lacking in hospitality, and directly insisting on Xie Zhaojing's departure might be seen as lacking decorum, especially since he was the brother of their new daughter-in-law. Jiang Shi, however, remained indifferent to Zhou Shi's internal conflict, serving tea with an air of disdain and an arrogant tone. "Little Xie, some truths are not mine to convey, but your mother is a kind-hearted woman. She empathizes with your humble origins and the challenges you've faced under your stepmother's care, which has led her to overlook many of your inappropriate behaviors. I, however, am straightforward and cannot tolerate deceit. Your youthful naivety is apparent, and your mother's experience over the decades reveals that your intentions are transparent to us." Xie Lingyao raised her gaze, recognizing Jiang Shi's consistent sharpness. She understood that Zhou Shi had reservations about her sister-in-law, and had it not been for the 3 sons Jiang Shi had born, Zhou Shi might not have tolerated her presence. Zhou Shi's expression darkened as Jiang Shi continued to press her advantage, ignoring the discomfort in Zhou Shi's demeanor. Given Zhou Shi's unwavering loyalty to the Zhou family, Jiang Shi felt entitled to demand that Jiang Shiqi prioritize their interests, believing he owed them for sharing his bloodline. Yet, Jiang Shiqi had not lived up to her expectations. Jiang Shi's dissatisfaction with Jiang Shiqi's aloofness left her feeling powerless, forcing her to endure the situation. However, Xie Lingyao's status did not grant her the right to challenge Jiang Shi's authority, particularly when it came to competing with her precious son. How could she dare? With such thoughts, Jiang Shi's words grew increasingly harsh. "Your husband is not a pawn for your family's benefit. By bringing your brother here, you aim to leverage his presence for his future. Yet, if he lacks the aptitude, no amount of support from Jiang Shiqi will salvage his reputation." Xie Lingyao, unable to bear the intensity of Zhou Shi's anger, reflected on how Jiang Shi, who had seemed so foolish in her previous life, was now keenly aware of Zhou Shi's vulnerabilities. It was ironic that Zhou Shi, who had so often treated her own husband as a means to elevate her family, would now cast judgment upon her. Chapter 92. It is not for others to discipline. My aunt has completely misunderstood me. Jinger and I share a profound bond, and soon we will be separated by 1,000 miles. It is with a heavy heart that I requested my husband to invite him to stay with us for a few days. I have never harbored any ulterior motives. Since marrying my husband, my thoughts have been solely devoted to him. His honor and the honor of the Jiang family will be my future reliance. If I were to only concern myself with my maternal family, it would inevitably drive a wedge between my husband and me and displease his family. Though I am still young, I grasped this simple truth. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou was furious, yet faced with Xie Lingyao's earnest expression, she found herself at a loss for words. While her words seemed to target Mrs. Zhou directly, Xie Lingyao had only recently arrived in the capital and knew little about the Jiang family's affairs, likely unaware of Mrs. Zhou's efforts to support the Zhou family. Ironically, this very ignorance only deepened Mrs. Zhou's heartache. How could she not understand such a principle? How much had she sacrificed for Zhou Zhenfeng and his children? And how could Yang not be aware of this? It was one thing for Xie Lingyao to be oblivious, but for Yang to dare utter such words that struck at her very core was intolerable. At this moment, in front of Xie Lingyao, Mrs. Zhou could not express her anger, but she had already made a mental note of it. Yang glanced sideways at Xie Lingyao, letting out a dismissive snort. "It is better that you do not know. Do not think that just because you are cautious, you can act as you please. With so many elders in the Jiang family watching, you must exercise discretion. I do not ask you to serve as a role model for your unmarried sisters. Just ensure that when you leave the Jiang family, you do not bring shame upon them by being an ill-mannered bride. Yang sought to assert her authority as an elder before Xie Lingyao, believing that her humble origins meant she need not be considerate in her speech. If she returned home to complain to Jiang Shiqi, forcing him to confront her, Yang could then label Xie Lingyao as one who disrespected her elders. After all, newlywed brides were expected to endure such reprimands. Aunt, you are correct. The Jiang family has its own elders to oversee matters. Even my mother did not say much. So what is this? Imposing your authority here? Xie Lingyao maintained a smile on her face, but her eyes held no warmth as she met Yang's furious gaze without fear. Xie Lingyao, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Yang exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and rising in a fit of rage, pointing at Xie Lingyao while turning to Mrs. Zhou, eldest sister. I warned you that a girl from a humble background should not be married. Listen to how disrespectful she is to her elders, truly lacking in upbringing. Yet every time I enter the palace, the Empress praises my propriety. It seems that the rules here under Aunt are even stricter than those in the palace. Xie Lingyao blinked innocently, rendering Yang speechless, and then turned her gaze to the long-silent Mrs. Zhou, clutching her handkerchief and lamenting, Mother, did you hear what Aunt said? Who could possibly endure that? I was well aware that the Xie family status could not compare to the Jiang family, and it was the matriarch and you who persuaded me to marry. Why is it that after entering the family, I am constantly reminded of my lineage? Mrs. Zhou's ears were occupied, and before she could respond, Xie Lingyao continued, I am not one to meekly endure disrespect. I could simply seek the matriarch to request a divorce, so I am not subjected to daily humiliation. Mrs. Zhou's brow twitched sharply. She had long known that Xie Lingyao was not docile, but she had anticipated her to be so fiery and troublesome. Mrs. Zhou wished for Xie Lingyao to leave promptly. But what would it look like for a newlywed to divorce? After all, Xie Lingyao had just come from the Empress's palace. If they were to part ways over such trivial matters, it would surely anger the Empress. Regardless of these considerations, if the matriarch were to learn that someone from the Zhou family came to chastise the Jiang family's granddaughter-in-law, she would be the first to face the consequences. The matriarch may not have a fondness for Xie Lingyao, but she certainly held a greater disdain for Yang. Sighing, Mrs. Zhou was about to speak when a chilling voice echoed from outside. What is this? After just a few hours apart, you are already seeking a divorce, Yao? Jiang Shiqi entered the room, and immediately, the commotion ceased. Mrs. Zhou was taken aback by Jiang Shiqi's unexpected presence at this hour. Qiqing, why have you returned so early? Jiang Shiqi approached Xie Lingyao's side and instinctively shielded her behind him. Frustrated, Xie Lingyao pinched his sturdy waist, thinking, see, if not for you, how could she treat me this way? Jiang Shiqi grasped her hand gently in his. Fortunately, I returned early. His words made Mrs. Zhou uncomfortable. What did he mean by fortunate? Yang, too, felt uneasy, as she only dared to act fiercely in front of Xie Lingyao. Now, facing Jiang Shiqi, she was stripped of her earlier arrogance. She stood awkwardly to the side, a forced smile on her face. Mrs. Zhou hastily ordered tea to be served. Please, sit down. No need. I have been sitting all day. Let my wife stand with me for a moment. Mrs. Zhou. Jiang Shiqi gently squeezed Xie Lingyao's hand, his tone unmistakably tender. What has happened to make you so upset? My aunt insists that my bringing Jinger into the house is for your benefit and scolded me harshly. I did not wish to defy my elders, but her words were truly excessive. I felt wronged and was just lamenting to my mother. Xie Lingyao revealed Yang's actions without hesitation. Jiang Shiqi's expression darkened, and Yang hurried to clarify. Qiqing, and only has Yao's best interests at heart. With the matriarch presiding over matters above and his mother and several aunts below, there was no need for aunt to worry. As for Jinger, he is my wife's younger brother. I could not bear to see them separated, so I took the liberty to bring him into our home. This matter concerns only me and has nothing to do with Yao. If aunt has any objections, she may chastise me directly. Xie Lingyao's fingertip lightly scratched Jiang Shiqi's palm. He need not speak so, as she had no intention of keeping Jinger permanently. She merely did not want to endure Yang's scolding in silence, which prompted her to make a scene. Given Jiang Shiqi's direct statement, ordinarily, Mrs. Zhou would have intervened to mediate, but today she remained silent. Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, and despite her anger, she had to concede. Yes, yes. This matter was my aunt's overstepping. Since it is Qiqing's consideration for his wife, there is nothing more to discuss. Jiang Shiqi did not respond, and the room fell into a tense silence. Yang, feeling ignored, gritted her teeth and rose. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Since both aunt and mother have mentioned it, I believe it is proper for him as his brother-in-law to do something for Jinger. He is only 15, the age for schooling. Let us send him to the Taishui temple to study. After speaking, he turned to Xie Lingyao and gently asked, Madam, what do you think? The Taishui temple is not a place one can simply attend. Knowing Jiang Shiqi, he would not broach a matter without assurance that it was already arranged. If this were the past, Xie Lingyao might have declined, but now, given her husband's arrangement, she had no objections. What reason did she have to refuse? Would she turn down such a tangible benefit merely out of fear that it would confirm her intent to keep Xie Zhaojing at the Jiang family for Jiang Shiqi's support? At the same time, she felt a twinge of gratitude for Jiang Shiqi's unabashed defense of her. Yang and Mrs. Zhou's expressions shifted dramatically. The matter of sending several nephews to Taishui Temple had been on Mrs. Zhou's agenda for a year, and Jiang Shiqi had never acquiesced. Yet now, to please Xie Lingyao, he was willing to take the initiative. And what about your cousins? Jiang Shiqi shot a cold glance at his mother. Is it not common knowledge in the capital that your uncle nearly took someone's life earlier this year? Several of my younger cousins exhibit the same temperament as my father, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation and adhering to the principle of resolving disputes through physical confrontation. Do you believe that the Taishui temple would be inclined to accept them? As Zhou wished to voice further thoughts, Jiang Shiqi was unwilling to grant her that opportunity. Taking Xie Lingyao by the hand and preparing to depart, their son still needed to pay respects to his grandmother, so they left first. Witnessing their exit, both Zhou and Yang appeared visibly agitated, their expressions contorted in irritation. Yang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Vixen. Zhou shot her a sideways glance, her tone laced with impatience. Enough. She is a wife brought back with proper decorum, the matriarch of the Jiang family. Who are you to pass judgment? If it weren't for your ungracious words that angered her, Qi Jin would not have felt compelled to placate her by sending her brother to the Taishui temple. Ultimately, this turmoil is a result of your incessant meddling. Now, return quickly to attend to Zhenfeng's studies. Matters concerning Qi Jin are not yours to oversee. Yang, grinding her teeth in frustration, realized that her visit had yielded no benefits, only leaving her feeling marginalized and belittled by the entire family. She walked away, her steps faltering under the weight of her indignation. Chapter 93. How to Thank Him. Xie Lingyao and Jiang Shiqi returned to their chambers hand in hand. Earlier, Jiang Shiqi had discussed arranging for Xie Zhaojing's admission with the matriarch. Although she expressed some discontent, she refrained from elaborating. As a grandmother, what could she protest when her grandson dotes on his new wife? As long as Jiang Shiqi did not emulate his indiscreet mother, it sufficed. Furthermore, the Jiang family owed a debt of gratitude to the Xie family. Assisting Xie Zhaojing was merely repaying that favor. Have you made the arrangements today? Xie Lingyao accepted the hot tea Jiang Shiqi poured for her, intertwining her fingers with his, her eyes slightly uplifted, radiating unmasked joy. Unable to resist, Jiang Shiqi lowered his head and kissed her eyelashes. Indeed, aiding Zhaojing in seizing this opportunity is not solely for you. The Xie family has rendered kindness to the Jiang family, and facilitating their return to the court aligns with my grandfather's wishes during his lifetime. In her previous life, Xie Zhaojing had a similar opportunity, but at that time, Xie Chen insisted on Xie Zhao's admission, and Xie Lingyao, unwilling to encounter him, left Jiang Shiqi without counsel. Even though he favored Xie Zhaojing in his heart, he acquiesced to Xie Chen's desires. However, despite Jiang Shiqi's efforts on Xie Zhao's behalf, he proved to be undisciplined, disrespecting the instructor before even starting school, and was promptly expelled that very night, nearly causing Xie Chen to faint from rage. From Jiang Shiqi's understanding of Xie Zhaojing in his past life, she was intelligent and respectful, far superior to Xie Zhao. Moreover, with Xie Lingyao's connection, Jiang Shiqi was resolute in making such arrangements. Even though he was not Xie Lingyao's biological brother, he cherished the bond formed after Xie Lingyao's untimely demise, which compelled him to look after Xie Zhaojing. Then I shall express my gratitude to Lord Jiang on behalf of Zhaojing. Once he has recuperated, I will ensure he thanks you personally. Jiang Shiqi grasped her delicate fingers, playfully toying with them. There is no need to trouble him. If gratitude is required, let it be expressed by you, his elder sister. Xie Lingyao did not respond, instead gazing at Jiang Shiqi's long, defined fingers in a daze. Jiang Shiqi, following her gaze, chuckled softly. Why do you keep staring at my hand? I was pondering what else Lord Jiang's hands could accomplish besides writing. Jiang Shiqi, perplexed, retorted, "Is it that you find me ineffectual? Not at all. I merely recalled how striking you looked when you fought with Duke Jingyang." Jiang Shiqi realized she was referencing his confrontation with Duke Jingyang. "Did I frighten you?" He vividly recalled Xie Lingyao's astonished expression that day. "I am no longer a young girl. I am not so easily frightened. However, I have been curious about your motives for that altercation." Jiang Shiqi frowned, reluctant to disclose the details. "He acted arrogantly and provoked my ire." Xie Lingyao tilted her head, mischief glinting in her eyes. "He acted audaciously, yet you are equally forceful, accumulating numerous enemies in court. Why did you choose to confront one without any real power, like Duke Jingyang?" Jiang Shiqi averted his gaze, feeling somewhat helpless under her scrutiny. "It is all in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. Is it possible that Lord Jiang acted out of anger for a fair lady?" Jiang Shiqi's expression darkened, sensing the shift in tone. "Did someone say something to you?" Xie Lingyao playfully tugged a strand of his hair, drawing him closer until he was face to face with her. "Just answer yes or no." Leaning in, Jiang Shiqi's lips brushed against her nose, no longer denying it. After all, it was not shameful to act impulsively for the one he cherished. "Yes, he spoke ill of you, and I could not tolerate it." Xie Lingyao's eyes sparkled as she leaned in to place a kiss near his lips. "Then I must thank Lord Jiang for standing up for me." Jiang Shiqi's gaze darkened as he captured her retreating head, deepening the kiss until she melted into his embrace. "If you truly wish to thank me, do not be perfunctory." Xie Lingyao feigned surprise, leaning against him. "Is this how one expresses gratitude? I did not realize Lord Jiang was so easily appeased." Jiang Shiqi felt her fingers teasingly graze his belt, an insinuation that made him tense immediately. "Is that so? If you are unwilling, then let it be." Xie Lingyao playfully pushed him away, pretending to leave. Jiang Shiqi pulled her back, gazing at her alluring and honest face, finding no trace of reluctance. "I shall go serve dinner." The words resonated with conviction. Xie Lingyao was taken aback. If memory served correctly, this was the first time she had dined so early. And although she was not particularly hungry, Jiang Shiqi insisted on filling her plate. "The night is still long," he added meaningfully. At that moment, Xie Lingyao remained oblivious to the implications of his words. She had no inkling of how formidable a man, having restrained himself for years and currently in his prime, could truly be. In the dead of night, Xie Lingyao stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly drained of energy. While she was aware of Jiang Shiqi's prowess in bed, he had exhibited restraint in their past life, unlike tonight, which could only be described as fervently demanding. She found herself struggling to cope. As Jiang Shiqi emerged from his bath, ready to embrace her for a wash, he caught her wistful gaze scanning him. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he approached, sincerely apologizing. "I was wrong. Tomorrow night, I will exercise more restraint." Xie Lingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tomorrow night too?" "Absolutely not," she firmly opposed. Such encounters should occur once every half-month at most. For the first time, Jiang Shiqi did not acquiesce to her wishes, resolutely contesting her unreasonable arrangement. "Yao, is your proposal not a tad unreasonable? By that calculation, it amounts to merely twice a month. In the latter years of my past life, it was only twice a year, and you never complained." Jiang Shiqi met her gaze with equal sorrow. "How could you possibly understand my suffering in my previous life?" He refused to revisit his past restraint, steadfastly advocating for himself. "If you insist on half-monthly encounters, I am willing, but do not blame me for lacking restraint. A night this long means I must reclaim my dues." Xie Lingyao felt darkness envelop her vision, collapsing helplessly onto the bed. "Tomorrow night is out of the question. I need to rest." A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Shiqi's face. "Very well." Once they nestled beneath the covers, Jiang Shiqi enveloped her warm and delicate form, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Exhausted, Xie Lingyao nestled against his shoulder, sinking into a deep sleep, while Jiang Shiqi remained wide awake, savoring the tranquility and sweetness of the moment. Chapter 94. A balanced approach. As Xie Lingyao rose from her bed, her weary body felt heavy and exhausted. The warmth that had belonged to Jiang Shiqi's side of the bed had long since dissipated, indicating that he had departed some time ago. She vaguely recalled him saying something before he left, but her fatigue rendered her uncertain if it had been a dream. Frustrated, she rubbed her sore waist as she stepped off the bed, her bare feet sinking into the soft carpet, and made her way to the dressing table. She sighed in relief upon discovering no lingering marks on her neck in the copper mirror. However, as she tugged at her collar, She was met with several mottled red impressions resembling fallen crimson plums upon her fair skin. Xie Lingyao thought to herself, could he possibly be a dog? In truth, she had unjustly accused Jiang Shiqi. Her delicate skin was simply too sensitive, and he had left only faint traces. Yet, he had shown restraint, understanding that she would be seeing others the next day, and wisely refrained from marking her in conspicuous places, leaving her pristine neck untouched. Once she had dressed meticulously, she summoned Huan Xia to assist her in preparing for the day. After a modest breakfast, she decided to check on Xie Zhaojing. He had just been roused by the servants for his meal and was now awake, albeit looking somewhat disheveled but not entirely lifeless. Upon seeing Xie Lingyao, his eyes instantly glistened with emotion. Elder sister, Xie Lingyao approached and sat beside him, inquiring, are you feeling more at peace? Xie Zhaojing lowered his head and forced a smile. Perhaps the medicine is too potent. I feel groggy all day and hardly have the time to feel sorrow. It seemed that Dr. Qian's methods were indeed effective. Elder sister, what kind of person was our mother? Xie Lingyao shook her head gently. I was merely 2 years old when she passed, so my memories are scant. However, I often dream of her. I cannot see her face clearly, yet I can sense her warmth and love. Because of these dreams, I always hold hope before falling asleep. Xie Zhaojing gazed out at the warming sunlight, casting shadows within the room. But I have never dreamed of her. Does she blame me? Blame me for her death? Blame me for considering others as my mother? Xie Lingyao curled her fingers and lightly tapped his forehead, her tone becoming serious. From the moment our mother conceived you, she was aware that bringing you safely into this world would cost her life. If she chose to keep you, it was with the intention of sacrificing herself for your well-being. Even without our father's involvement, she would have made the same decision. Their mother, Su Wan, was a foolish woman. She had invested her heart into marrying a selfish and indifferent man like Xie Chun. She had taken life lightly, even sacrificing her own for her children. Yet, from a child's perspective, she was both dear and admirable. Elder sister, if only I were not here. Zhaojing, I grant you 3 days to wallow in sorrow. After that, you must regain your spirits. Knowing that you are a life brought forth at the cost of our mother-s, you ought to strive for progress. If you dare waste your time, I shall certainly discipline you. Your brother-in-law has arranged for you to study at the Taishui Temple. Pack your belongings. You shall depart in 5 days, and only return once you have achieved your studies. Xie Zhaojing felt that the medicine prescribed by Dr. Qian was indeed too strong, for he was starting to feel dazed. Just a moment ago, his elder sister had been reminiscing about their mother, and now she was threatening to beat him and sending him off to school. Where was it again? Taishui Temple? The esteemed Taishui Temple, a place that every scholar yearned for? He pointed at himself, incredulous. Me? Xie Lingyao smirked in response. Could it be anyone else? That is certainly impossible. It is well known that Taishui Temple does not admit female students. But the students at Taishui Temple excel in every subject. Elder sister, if you do not attend, how will you ever secure an official position in the future? I am alone in the capital. Who will I rely on? Zhaojing, you do not understand. The people here in the capital look down upon my family background. I cannot even hold my head high in their presence. Zhaojing, the hardships I face can only be shared with you. Xie Zhaojing felt a sense of disbelief. Though these words were factual, they somehow lacked credibility coming from her lips. Perhaps it was the dazzling red ruby on her head, reflecting the incoming sunlight, that had dazzled his eyes, leading him to this illusion. Elder sister, I understand. I will work hard. Xie Zhaojing was indeed a good child, albeit simple and easily swayed. Xie Lingyao employed a balanced approach, soothing him, before calling for Jiang Yufei to accompany her out. Given their current relationship, Xie Lingyao felt no need to conceal the fact that she had opened a shop in the capital. Upon entering the warm fragrance boutique, Jiang Yufei's eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed off to select her favorite fabrics. Xie Lingyao couldn't help but chuckle, promptly reining her in. A few days ago, I measured your size and made you a dress. Go try it on the 2nd floor, and if it doesn't fit, have them alter it. Oh my gosh, Lingyao, you are too kind. Although Jiang Yufei occasionally teased Xie Lingyao by calling her sister-in-law, she mostly referred to her as Lingyao, which felt more intimate. After Jiang Yufei ascended the stairs, Xie Lingyao called for Chu Zhong and Chu Yi to inquire about the shop's affairs. The two brothers bore a striking resemblance to Mama Li, and upon seeing them, Xie Lingyao felt a sense of familiarity. Chu Zhong was astute and capable, while Chu Yi was honest and straightforward. Their differing personalities complemented each other perfectly, and as brothers, they worked together seamlessly. Currently, They were gradually getting the hang of managing the shop and would soon be able to take on more responsibilities. Chui approached with a grin, respectfully addressing her as Miss, only to receive a playful kick from Chu Zhong, who corrected him. Now you should call her Madam. Xie Lingyao chuckled. It is no matter. It is just a title. After all these years, you two remain as spirited as ever. In their youth, the brothers had played with Xie Lingyao. But children lacked concepts of social hierarchy. After the brothers had mischievously made her cry on several occasions, Mama Li had strictly forbidden them from approaching her again. Eventually, they had both gone to school, and opportunities to be near Xie Lingyao had diminished. As time passed, she grew older, and it became even less appropriate for her to interact with young men. The brothers couldn't help but recall the mischievous antics they had pulled on Xie Lingyao in their childhood, feeling slightly embarrassed. After chatting with them for a while, Xie Lingyao noticed Jiang Yufei returning, dressed in her new outfit. They prepared to head out for a stroll. But just as they reached the entrance of the warm fragrance boutique, they encountered someone they had not seen in a long while, Princess Qiongfu. Madame Jiang. Princess Qiongfu's voice was filled with unrestrained joy. Xie Lingyao took a moment to scrutinize her and noticed that her demeanor had relaxed considerably, and her smile radiated genuine happiness. Xie Lingyao was uncertain what had transpired recently to bring about such a transformation, yet she was sincerely pleased for her. How have you been, Princess? Quite well. Princess Qiongfu's smile widened. And please, do not call me Princess anymore. Now that I am in Dali, I am no longer a princess. Just call me Sherlon from now on. That is what my close friends call me. Xie Lingyao raised an eyebrow, surprised by Princess Qiongfu's candidness. She had merely offered her a few words of encouragement, and now she was regarded as a close confidant. Nevertheless, recognizing Princess Qiongfu's innocence and her solitary journey to the capital, Xie Lingyao was more than willing to foster their friendship. Sherlon, why are you out alone? Noticing that she had no attendants accompanying her, Xie Lingyao felt a pang of concern. The capital was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Sherlon, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her head. It is not that I am alone. Before she could finish her sentence, a somewhat anxious voice called out from behind. Sherlon, why did you suddenly run off? With so many people around, what if you get lost? Xie Lingyao raised her gaze to see a young gentleman in splendid attire, hastily approaching with numerous packages in hand. I saw Madame Jiang and Miss Jiang, and, in my excitement, I forgot to listen to your words. I apologize, he explained. Realizing that Xie Lingyao and Jiang Yufei were standing in front of Sherlon, he took a step back, offering a polite gesture with his burdens. Xie Lingyao understood and smiled. This must be Liang Qingyuan, the second son of Princess Qiongji. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, Xie Lingyao felt enlightened.